Let's begin Chapter 1. On May 19, 2018, when Meghan Markle stepped out of the antique Rolls-Royce conveying her and her mother Doria Ragland from the former Astor stately home, Cliveden, to St. George's Chapel, Windsor, where she was due to be married at 12 noon, she was a veritable vision of loveliness. At that moment, one of the biggest names of the age was born. As the actress ascended the steps of St. George's Chapel, its interior and exterior gorgeously decorated in the most lavish and tasteful spring flowers, she was a picture of demure and fetching modesty, stylish elegance, transparent joyousness, and radiant beauty. The simplicity of her white silk wedding dress, designed by Claire Waite Keller of Givenchy, with its bateau neckline, three-quarter-length sleeves, and stark, unadorned but stunningly simple bodice and skirt, coupled with the extravagant veil, 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, heavily embroidered with two of her favorite flowers, winter sweet and California poppy, as well as the 53 native flowers of the various Commonwealth countries, and symbolic crops of wheat, and a piece of the blue dress that the bride had worn on her first date with the groom, gave out a powerful message. All bridal gowns make statements. Diana, Princess of Wales, according to her friend Carolyn Pride, used hers to announce to the world, "Here I am. Take notice. I'm not a bit shy and intend everyone to know who I am." Catherine Middleton stated, "I am stylish, athletic, and traditional. I aim to please, and I relish my femininity. I possess exquisite but conservative taste, with just a hint of daring beneath the surface." Meghan's not only conveyed that she loved clothes, was a feminine woman despite her avowed feminism, and something of an impact specialist where presentation is concerned, but also that she was a thoughtful, considered, deliberate, and aware individual who would use traditions as and when they suited her, but was prepared to jettison them when they did not. She struck the absolutely right note for someone who was making her debut into the world's leading royal family, letting the public know that her virtues were sterling and her performance would be polished. Beneath the message, however, there was controversy. The Queen was said to be surprised that her soon-to-be granddaughter-in-law, already married and divorced once, had chosen virginal white in defiance of all accepted custom in royal and aristocratic circles, where a nod in the direction of reality dictated that no color lighter than cream should be worn. But Meghan was starting out as she intended to continue. Royal and aristocratic traditions were of scant importance to someone whose self-belief was so rock-solid that her father-in-law-to-be, who liked her, had already affectionately nicknamed her Tungsten. The color of her dress was not the only surprise Meghan delivered on her wedding day. Traditionally, after the couple signs the register and rejoins the congregation, the bride curtsies to the Queen and the groom bows. It has always been done, and it was expected by all that it would be done on the 19th May 2018. Princess Anne did it at her 2 weddings. Diana did it at hers. So too did Princess Alexandra, the Countess of Wessex, the Duchesses of York, Kent, and Cambridge. However, as Meghan rejoined the congregation and set about walking down the aisle with a beaming Prince Harry by her side, she omitted to curtsy when she passed the Queen. This caused consternation throughout the assembled company at St. George's Chapel, one of whom told me, "No one could believe it." She walked out, sailed down the aisle, with not so much as the merest bob in the direction of Her Majesty. The Queen is not on record as having made a comment or a complaint, but she will have noticed. Everyone did. Like many of the people present, I put Meghan's omission down to nervousness and forgetfulness. It really is easy for people who are not used to royal ways to forget each and every dance step in the choreography of royal life, but not everyone took so benevolent a view, especially as the run-up to the wedding had been fraught with scenes, tantrums, and demands, most of which were carefully concealed from the public. Although by the time of the wedding they were well known in court circles. Meghan is wonderfully self-possessed. She has supreme self-belief. She knows what she wants, and she sets about achieving it by brooking no opposition. She is astonishingly direct in a way only Americans of a certain background who have made successes of their lives can be. She does not shy away from making demands, but expects those who are there to assist her to bring her desires to fruition. Harry adores her forthrightness and strength of character. He admires the fact that she allows no one to prevail when she sets her mind to a task. In court circles, however, where people dance around issues and no one makes a demand, much less asks a direct question or even makes a straightforward suggestion, Meghan was unwittingly making waves. This was laying the ground for the misunderstandings and bad feelings that would soon characterize relations between the couple and many of the people close to them. With the wisdom of hindsight, it is obvious that Harry should have nipped things in the bud before they degenerated further by pointing out to Meghan that she needed to adopt a more British approach. He should have explained that what works in the film industry in Hollywood goes down like a lead balloon in Britain. People would not admire her for her ballsiness, but begin to resent her for what he and she might admire as forthrightness, but they would deplore as being difficult, demanding, and brash. Harry, however, handled this dichotomy in the worst possible way. Up to then, he had enjoyed a reputation for affability, even if he was also known to be hot-headed and so emotional that he often took things personally when a degree of impersonality would have been the more justified reaction. This more emotional side of his character now came to the forefront in the most unfortunate fashion. He started throwing his weight around, playing the alpha male protecting his little woman as he backed Meghan up, even when he must have known that the more positive response would have been to have a quiet word with her instead of endlessly repeating the mantra, "What Meghan wants, Meghan gets." In doing so, he not only allowed her to continue getting people's backs up quite unnecessarily, and more than likely unwittingly too, but also antagonized those who had previously had a high opinion of him. In reality, he was adding fuel to the fire when he could easily have doused the flames with 1 part knowledge and a 2nd part wisdom. A case in point was the fuss Harry and Meghan made over the emerald and diamond kokoshnik Princess Eugenie had chosen for her wedding. Harry will have known the score. The date of his cousin's marriage had had to be pushed back to allow him to be married first because he took precedence over her. It would be unfair to deprive Eugenie of the tiara she had chosen. This had once belonged to Grand Duchess Xenia of Russia, Tsar Nicholas II's elder sister. It had been sold to the royal family when the Grand Duchess was given refuge in England, following the Russian Revolution and the execution of her brother and many other members of her family at the hands of the Bolsheviks. The Queen had promised Eugenie the use of it. There, the matter should have rested, and would have, had Meghan not decided that she wanted to wear Grand Duchess Xenia's kokoshnik at her wedding, and Harry, so eager to fulfill her every wish, neglected to point out that she couldn't be lent something that his cousin had already been promised. There were, of course, other tiaras from which to choose. Most of the really spectacular tiaras in the British royal family's collection actually come from the Russian imperial family and were bought by Queen Mary, the present Queen's grandmother, and a great collector of art, jewels, and furniture. These include the famous Grand Duchess Vladimir tiara with the detachable drop emeralds and pearls, which is only ever worn by a present or future queen. As the future wife of a second son of an heir presumptive, Meghan never had a choice of the truly spectacular jewels, to include the Vladimir or Greville tiaras, which are worn by Camilla, Duchess of Cornwall. Jewels are allocated according to precedence, and what a senior royal wears, a junior royal cannot. Although Meghan did have a choice, no incoming bride can just scoop up whatever jewels she wants and wear them as if by right. She has no right to anything. All she can do is accept a loan. And a loan, moreover, that means that the lower down the order of precedence she is, the more limited her choice. Meghan, however, is a clothes horse and knows what suits her and works best as she presents the image she wants to purvey. She is not the daughter of an award-winning lighting engineer for nothing. From early childhood, she was privy to the secrets of good lighting and photography. She is bright and capable, and learnt her lessons well. Her many years in front of the camera have also honed her skill in choosing what works well for her. One of her favorite words before she married into the British royal family was classy. She also understands glamour as few other women do. Being more intelligent than most, this gives her greater insight into scenarios and allows her to have a more historic dimension than someone of her background would typically have. There is little doubt that Grand Duchess Xenia's Kokoshnik appealed not only because it is more spectacular, but also because its history is more romantic and exotic. Who, with Meghan's sensibilities, would fail to want the more spectacular and historic tiara over Queen Mary's bandeau, made in 1932, to accommodate a brooch which is still detachable? If Meghan's choice could not be faulted as regards taste, it was on promissory grounds, and the Queen could not very well be expected to ignore her promise to Eugenie, nor would it be appropriate for successive brides to wear the same tiara. The Queen, after all, could not collude with her granddaughter's thunder being stolen by a granddaughter-in-law. So she was put in the onerous position of having to make it clear by way of her trusted dresser, dress designer, and good friend Angela Kelly, to Meghan and Harry, that they would have to accept what was on offer and not demand what was not. The matter might have rested there, with no one any the wiser, had Harry and Meghan not made an almighty fuss, not only about the tiara, but also about such things as the scent of St. George's Chapel and the ingredients of certain dishes being prepared for the wedding. Meghan, in the questing, forthright way which had hitherto worked so well for her, caused great offense to a member of staff when she implied that that individual was a liar, because Meghan claimed to be able to taste the existence of an ingredient which she had banned from a dish. The purported culprit, deeply offended, denied its existence, and Meghan was duly informed that royals don't speak to their staff like that, causing offense all around, for now the bride-to-be had injured feelings as well. There was also the kerfuffle surrounding how St. George's Chapel smelt. Meghan floated the idea of having it sprayed with a perfume of her choice, a suggestion that went down like a lead balloon. As one courtier told me, we were really astonished to find that this minor TV actress from California was so demanding that she was giving us the message that we should up our game and satisfy her much higher standards. While the courtier thought that the arrogance and impertinence were breathtaking, exceeded only by the disrespect, Meghan would have had an entirely opposite view. From her perspective, it was her wedding. She could make any demands she wanted. As Harry kept on saying, what she wanted, she must be given. He knew that, after years of struggle, she had finally achieved the way of life she had always aspired to, and he wanted to have all her desires fulfilled. As far as he and she were concerned, who were these people obstructing her? They were merely employees, irrespective of their pretensions. They were there to serve, and, now that she was going to be a member of the royal family, they should be doing all in their power to make her happy. Meghan will neither have foreseen the offense she was causing, nor have realized that she was trampling on sensitivities, though in reality, she and Harry were belittling staff and making them feel devalued. As far as she and Harry were concerned, she was their victim. They were not hers. How could they be, when they were there to serve her, and they had failed to do so? What Harry ought to have known, and Meghan could not have, was that most people at court work for ridiculously low sums. The rewards of service to the monarchy are all non-financial, and what is important to them isn't measured in practical coinage, but in terms of the regard their employers and fellow employees have for one another. This was, in actuality, the clash between the straightforward transactionalism of the California way of life and the far more subtle and obtuse royal way, but it also shows why each side regarded itself as entitled to its feelings. The values and traditions of the old world were now colliding with the requirements and expectations of the new, and though no one knew it at the time, this clash of two different and sometimes incompatible cultures would only worsen, creating problems, but also opportunities for all sorts of interest groups, not the least of which were the press, various political entities, and even the couple themselves. Before the marriage, therefore, the rumblings about Meghan and Harry's behavior and how they were rubbing people up the wrong way had begun. The public, of course, remained unaware of any of this. The hope in royal circles was that Meghan was suffering from pre-wedding nerves, that Harry was playing macho man to impress his wife-to-be, but that things would settle down once they were married. That Meghan would dampen down her Californian ways, and that Harry, who was rapidly alienating admirers and gaining a well-earned reputation for throwing his weight around in a wholly unacceptable manner, would revert to the right-on, lovable bloke he had been up to then. No one foresaw that Meghan and Harry were on a roll, that they would spark each other to ever greater heights, that they would not buckle to any opposition, that they regarded those who stood in their way as needlessly obstructive, and that, if they didn't get their way, they'd decamp. Certainly no one in royal circles could ever have envisaged a scenario where, within 18 months, female MPs, the Archbishop of Canterbury and the author Hilary Mantel, would be adding their voices to those who claimed that Meghan's failure to adjust to royal life was down to racism, while she and Harry went about moving from the restraints of royalty to the freedom of global celebrity entrepreneurism. Throughout Britain, in particular in royal, aristocratic, media, political, populist, and ethnic circles, people wanted the marriage to be a success. Although in royal and aristocratic circles there had been initial reservations about the suitability of the union when the couple first got together, owing to the celerity with which Harry and Meghan had committed themselves, and the fear that each of them might have been blinded by their desires and might not be well suited for the long haul. The last thing anyone wanted was yet another divorce. Once it became apparent that Harry was determined to marry her, the whole royal family and the court fell into line. Meghan's virtues were focused upon, not only in terms of her undoubted intelligence and determination, but also her sweetness of manner, her charm, vivacity, sense of humor, and last, but by no means least, her heritage. The fact that she was a good-looking, stylish, glamorous, photogenic, mature woman with an interest in philanthropy was one thing, but what sealed things in her favor was her ancestry. Not only was she an American, and a well-educated one with a patina of sophistication, but she was also a woman of color. The Queen, who is well known to be a wit, said to a friend, "Mr. Corbyn will find it much more difficult to get rid of us now that Meghan's in the family." This conveyed a welcome degree of truth as well as humor, for Meghan's biracial identity made the monarchy both reflective and representative of multicultural, multiracial Britain in a way that a white, 37-year-old, California-born actress who had been a cast member of a popular television series could never have been. The British press and general public, as well as the political establishment, also embraced Meghan's mixed-race heritage. There had been other mixed-race unions in other royal houses, and the general feeling was that it was high time the British royal family caught up with their continental cousins. The Queen of Denmark's second son had married a Eurasian woman. The ruling Prince of Liechtenstein's second son had married a Panamanian-born American of color. Prince Rainier of Monaco's nephew had married a West Indian of color. Two of the Archduke Geza of Austria's sons had married 3 sub-Saharan Africans. The Queen had given her blessing to 2 of her first cousins once removed, when the Han James Lascelles married the Nigerian aristocrat Joy Elias. Rilwan in 1999 and Lady Davina Windsor married Gary Christie Lewis, a Maori carpenter house renovator, in 2004. But both these cousins were members of the extended as opposed to the actual royal family. Meghan Markle's inclusion in the British royal family itself would send out a positive message which would not only play well in Britain, but also in the Commonwealth. Of course, not everyone everywhere shared this viewpoint. There have always been, and presumably always will be, people who are racist. They will not have been happy with Meghan's inclusion in the royal family, but they were sufficiently few and far between to be of no consequence. Moreover, it is a crime in Britain to discriminate against someone on the grounds of race. Hate crimes are rigidly enforced by the authorities, so the racists will have found themselves baying into the abyss, ignored by all but a few like-minded bigots. In fact, they were both voiceless and powerless, and would never become a factor, though their existence would confuse the American press into thinking that Meghan was a victim of racism in Britain, when nothing could have been further from the truth. It is fair to say that, the racist minority aside, Practically everyone welcomed the marriage, mostly on racial grounds, and no one at court wanted the behind-the-scenes difficulties to leak out, lest they color the public's opinion and acceptance of Meghan. Her father's non-attendance was a blip which was managed as well as it could have been, and the day itself went off without a hitch. According to Nielsen Social, 29 million Americans and 18 million Britons watched the wedding, while the BBC estimated that 1.9 billion people tuned in worldwide. That night, the bride ratified her style credentials by wearing a classical white silk crepe halter neckline evening dress by Stella McCartney to the black tie reception at Frogmore House. Situated on the Crown Estate, Windsor, in Windsor Great Park, it is a 5-minute drive from the castle. Harry drove Meghan there in an ice blue E-Type Jaguar, which coordinated perfectly with the large emerald-cut aquamarine ring belonging to his mother Diana. This Meghan wore on her right hand. It was, according to people who attended it, a great party with a wonderful atmosphere, and the couple seemed very much in love. Not since the early days of Prince and Princess Michael's marriage have I seen a royal couple so in love, a friend said. They couldn't keep their hands off each other. It really was very touching. One would have hoped, after such a brilliant start, that the couple would continue to be as feted and admired as they were on their wedding day. Everyone I knew was rooting for them. They even made the mature and, some would say, woke choice of not going on honeymoon immediately. Meghan and Harry both let it be known that they were deeply committed to their work, which would revolve around charitable and humanitarian activities. Being in their mid to late 30s and, having been living together prior to the marriage, they hardly had need of a honeymoon the way a young couple starting out life together would. Yet, 4 days after the wedding, I was having dinner at the house of an influential aristocrat with impeccable palace connections when I heard a report that filled me with foreboding. The day before, Meghan had joined Harry and Prince Charles and Camilla at a garden party at Buckingham Palace to celebrate the Prince of Wales's patronages in recognition of his 70th birthday. What had taken place then, which I will cover later on in this work, was so shocking as to lead all of us to conclude that Meghan was utterly unsuited to the role of royal duchess, and that it would be a miracle if the marriage worked out. None of us envisaged that she and Harry would be resourceful enough to find a way of moving beyond their royal status, and that they would remain a couple while forging a non-royal way of life in the United States of America. But if what had happened was true, and it was, there was little doubt that she was no more suited to royal life than Angelina Jolie would be to competitive boxing. It was hardly surprising that they would lurch from one controversy to another in the light of Meghan's unsuitability to royal life and Harry's blanket support for her. His failure to ever enlighten her as to where she was going wrong only ensured that she went from unintentional blunder to unintentional blunder. For every foot that they put right, they put 4 feet wrong. To those of us who wanted Meghan to remain in Britain as a fully fledged member of the royal family, sprinkling her gold dust as she went about her royal duties, and furthered the cause of racial unity throughout the country and the Commonwealth, this was a tragic outcome which could so easily have been averted had Harry enlightened his wife rather than supporting her in a path that would ultimately cause both of them misery and result in their departure. All he needed to do was handle things slightly differently. He could easily have been more instructive, making her aware that she was creating antagonism when it was obvious that she wanted approbation. Then the outcome could have been so different. As it was, Meghan's conduct was inadvertently creating so much friction and attracting such criticism that it was soon leading the couple and their supporters to question whether the basis was racist. This was not a happy state of affairs for the couple, or for any monarchist, though it would prove to be a welcome bludgeon for Republicans, anti-monarchists, and left-wingers who want to change the social order. Despite this negative outcome, the problems arising out of Meghan's failure to adjust to the British way did make for a more interesting narrative than would otherwise have been the case, had she slotted into her royal role the way we all hoped. Had any author written a work of fiction with a plot along the lines of the Meghan and Harry story, it would have been dismissed as too fantastical to be believed. Yet, when one looks at their histories, the couple's trajectory has a sense of appropriateness, which suggests that they could well pull several rabbits out of their hats and end up just where they want to be, at the apex of celebrity as the most feted, revered royal couple in the United States. For both their sakes, but even more than that, for the sake of the hundreds of millions of people of color all over the world whose hopes and expectations are vested in their success, I hope they do. Chapter 2. For a couple whose backgrounds are so radically different in worldly terms, Meghan and Harry were born to parents whose unions shared surprising similarities. Both the Prince and Princess of Wales and Mr. and Mrs. Thomas Markle were mismatched. Once their marriages failed, both sets of parents would try their best to spare their children from suffering from the fallout, in the process exacerbating its effects in unexpected ways. Had Harry and Meghan been born to couples who were more compatible, more evenly matched, and more aware of the need to provide stronger boundaries and less indulgence, it is unlikely that either the Duke or the Duchess of Sussex would ever have had as much in common as they do. For all their differences, they also share such profound similarities that this unique combination has proven to be a potent force binding them together in ways that make them a uniquely strong couple. Rachel Meghan Markle was born 3 years before Harry on the 4th August 1981. Her father, Thomas Wayne Markle Sr., was, according to her, a successful 37-year-old lighting director for a soap opera who had received a Chicago Midwest Emmy for the television show Made in Chicago in 1975, and would later on be a co-recipient of 2 Daytime Emmy Awards for the popular soap opera General Hospital in 1985 and 2001. He was nominated on several other occasions as well, and also worked on the long-running series Married with Children, while My Mom was a temp at the studio when they met. Doria Lois Ragland was 4 weeks shy of her 25th birthday at the time of her daughter's birth, and had been married for a year and 9 months. Meghan likes to think he was drawn to her sweet eyes and her afro, plus their shared love of antiques. Whatever it was, they married and had me. They moved into a house in the Valley in L.A., to a neighborhood that was leafy and affordable. Tom Sr. was earning some $200,000 per annum, so, while not wealthy, the family was certainly comfortable. It might be difficult for people of a certain age to imagine how it was for interracial couples 4 decades ago. The reality is, it took courage for both the Caucasian Tom and the Afro-American Doria Markle to embark upon their union. Admittedly, Hollywood, where they worked, was a lot less color-prejudiced than the hinterlands of Newport, Pennsylvania and Cleveland, Ohio, where Markle and Ragland families came from. But even in California, mixed-race couples were still more of an exception than the norm. And Meghan states that some of her early memories were colored by the embarrassment of people mistaking her mother for her nanny. As they lived in a white neighborhood and appeared to have been the only mixed-race family nearby, the confusion of the other residents as to what role Doria played in the fair-skinned Meghan's life might well have been a matter of ignorance and unthinking expectation rather than prejudice. But, to a proud and strong woman like Doria, it was humiliating, nevertheless, to be mistaken for her daughter's nanny. There is every indication that this was one of the catalysts which made the marriage as short-lived as it was. Although Meghan was Doria's first and would prove to be her only child, her father already had a son and daughter from his first marriage. In 1964, at the age of 20, Tom had married Rosalind Lovelace, a 19-year-old secretary he had met at an on-campus party at the University of Chicago. In November of that year, their daughter Yvonne, now Samantha Marie, was born, followed 2 years later by Thomas Wayne Markle Jr. After graduating from college, Tom Sr. worked as a lighting director at WTTW-TV Channel 11, the primary public broadcasting service in Chicago, Illinois, winning his first Emmy in 1975. At first, the marriage was happy, but within a few years, Rosalind was feeling neglected. According to her, Tom spent all hours of the day and night working. His aim was to win an Emmy, and while he was bringing in good money, he not only neglected her, but caroused with other women. By the early 70s, the marriage was over and the couple separated. Tom lived in Chicago and had the children for weekends, but after he was nominated for his first Emmy, he moved to California, settling in Santa Monica. Samantha, who did not get on with her mother or her brother, joined him first. Then a traumatized Tom Jr. arrived following an incident when Rosalind's boyfriend apprehended burglars and was shot in front of mother and son. Tom Jr. promptly fled to the safety of California, where the one fly in the ointment, from his point of view, was the presence of his sister, for whom he had an innate antipathy. With both children now living with him, Tom moved to a spacious 5-bedroomed house on Providencia Street adjacent to the Woodland Hills Country Club in the San Fernando Valley. Its location made the Markle residence one of the more desirable properties in the area. Even now, it is predominantly a white neighborhood, with some 80% of the population being Caucasian and less than 3.5% Afro-American. But in the 1980s, there were even fewer people of color living there. It was a prosperous area and has remained so, with fashionable Calabasas to its east. According to the Markles, in the early days of Tom and Doria's relationship, they were extremely happy. She brought a welcome sense of family to the household, unifying them in a way that had not existed before. She herself came from a loving family and even included the Markles in the Ragland family Thanksgiving celebrations. Tom Jr. was surprised at how warm and inclusive her parents and her half-brother Joseph and half-sister Sandra were, and commented that they were the kind of family I had always wanted. Even after Doria's parents divorced and her father married a kindergarten teacher named Ava Burrow and produced a son named Joffrey Ragland, then divorced, Doria remained close to all of them. The Raglands were a modest but by no means well-off family. Doria's father, Alvin, owned an antique shop named Twas New, while her mother was a nurse. They were what would be categorized as petit bourgeois in Europe and middle class in America. Doria herself was something of a hippie, which made her warmth and kindness even more appealing to the children than she would have been had she presented in a more conventional manner. Shortly after moving into the Providencia Street house, she decided that what the family needed was something they could all love. She therefore took Tom Jr. to an animal shelter, where they chose a Beagle Golden Retriever mix, which he named Bo, and which became a much-loved pet. Like many 25-year-olds, Doria was not sure exactly what she wanted to do with her life. She had tried her hand at being a makeup artist before Meghan's birth, but with a baby and 2 stepchildren to cater to, as well as running a house which would later be described as cavernous, and a husband who worked 80 and 90-hour weeks, she found being a housewife less than appealing. She therefore took up yoga, with a view to teaching it, and only too soon was farming out babysitting duties to her mother Jeanette and stepson Tom Jr. Her 17-year-old stepdaughter had no interest in babysitting, preferring instead to be out partying with her friends. There have been reports that Samantha used to refer to Doria as the maid, but these appear to be apocryphal, as both families remember everyone getting on well, even if, in typical teenage fashion, Samantha was focused more on having a good time with her friends than on being an integral part of the family. Theirs was nevertheless an extremely relaxed household, with pretty much anything going. The children were allowed to come and go as they pleased, to have their friends around, even to smoke pot if they were so inclined. According to both Toms, Tom Sr. was completely besotted with Meghan from the moment of her birth. His every spare moment was spent with her. He was even more in love with her than he was with Doria, and he also gave her more of his time and attention than he had ever given his 2 elder children. This seems to have caused some resentment with Samantha, who was jealous of the little princess when she saw the degree of attention she was getting from her father. But to say that it was a problem would be to exaggerate what was, after all, a perfectly ordinary situation, albeit one laden with possibilities for contemporaneous resentments to find inconvenient expression in the future. There is also the suggestion that Doria felt sidelined by Tom Sr. as he worshipped at the altar of his flower, as both parents started calling the baby. Reading between the lines of what the family now says, it is likely that Doria's reaction to Tom Sr.'s fixation on Meghan was akin to Samantha's. Not that Doria did not love her daughter, but she appears to have wanted Tom Sr. to be more emotionally engaged with her than he thereafter was. Only too soon, the couple was squabbling. Doria resented being left alone for most of the time with the baby and her stepchildren, while Tom worked and worked and worked. Then when he came home, he made a big deal of the baby and took his wife for granted. Up to then, theirs had been an extremely relaxed household, but as tensions developed between the workaholic Tom Sr. and the neglected Doria, she too emulated the habits of her stepdaughter and started to come and go as she pleased, often parking the baby with her mother or with Tom Jr. According to Meghan, when she was 2, her parents separated. Her mother went back to her grandmother Jeanette's house, where they lived during the week, while she returned to her father to spend weekends with him. She remembered harmony reigning supreme, with never a squabble or harsh word between the two of them. This was quite possible, though the family remembered superficial civility rather than real warmth between the couple. Meghan seems to have candy-coated a more acrid scenario, and moreover was doing so for good reason. The whispers are that Doria not only realized that she didn't want to be alone with a husband who was never around and took her for granted when he was, but that she actually didn't want to be with a husband at all. Thereafter, she would pursue a life of such extreme privacy that the question has been asked, what, if anything, she had to hide. In choosing to lead her life in such a secretive way, she would thereafter be both resolute and independent. The fact that she did so with the quiet dignity for which she has become known, and ensured that civility reigned between her ex-husband and herself, at least until Meghan and Tom fell out, since when he has found her to be unresponsive, is testament to her strength of character and her ability to achieve what she wants in her own quiet and determined way. Both sides of Meghan's family have confirmed that while she was growing up, nothing was too good for her. Her father spoiled her from the time she was a baby. Although her mother laid down boundaries, she also spoiled her, as did the extended families. At the age of 2, around the time of her parents' separation, she was enrolled in the Hollywood Little Red Schoolhouse. This was an exceptional school started by an exceptional woman whose objective was to create exceptional adults. Ruth Pease, born Stover, was the only child of deaf parents. As a result, she was teased from early childhood and grew up valuing kindness and diversity as well as education and character. During the Second World War, she ran a nursery school for 6 children at her house. One charge was a half-Chinese boy whose parents had had difficulty finding a place for him elsewhere. At the time, the U.S. was at war with Japan, and the child, who was often mistaken for Japanese, attracted such prejudice that no one else would take him in. Ruth's landlord then objected to her running a nursery school from his property, necessitating a move to a house nearby on a quiet, tree-lined street named Highland Avenue. Her husband Robert painted the building red. They expanded to some 20 children, and to distinguish it from a daycare center, Pease in 1951 helped to form the Preschool Association of California. According to her daughter Debbie Waby, people started referring to it as the Little Red Schoolhouse. So they changed the school's name and added the storybook bell tower, which became a standout feature. Diversity was one of Mrs. Pease's aims, and over the years, the school acquired such a good reputation that its alumni included the children of the 1950s sex symbol Jane Mansfield, Johnny Depp, and Flea, bassist for the Red Hot Chili Peppers, as well as diplomats and people from more average backgrounds. By 1968, new building codes required the tearing down of the old building and the construction of a new one. Meghan therefore arrived in 1983 to a much enlarged and expanding institution, whose reputation for excellence and diversity was second to none locally. By no means cheap, from $20,000 to $25,000 at today's prices, it was by that time one of the main go-to centers of learning for the children of the Hollywood elite. Meghan would spend 9 years there, flourishing under the ministrations of a progressive but structured regimen based upon the 4 stages of cognitive development formulated by the Swiss psychologist Jean Piaget. The location of the Hollywood Little Red Schoolhouse could not have been more convenient for Tom and Doria. He worked at the ABC studios in nearby Los Feliz, while her workplace, where she was training to be a social worker, was a few minutes away and easily accessible to her new home just south of Hollywood. After school, Doria, always physical, would take Meghan for bike rides, runs, or yoga, and they would end the day with mother and daughter making dinner. Meghan now attributes her love of cooking to this early regimen, so clearly it was a happy activity. In 1992, at the age of 11, Meghan transferred to Immaculate Heart High School. This again was a school where Hollywood's elite and aspirational sent their children. Founded in 1906 and located on a beautiful hillside property in Los Feliz, LA, it was and remains a Catholic preparatory school for girls from grades 6 to 12. We celebrate more than a century of nurturing the spiritual, intellectual, social, and moral development of students as they distinguish themselves as women of great heart and right conscience, the school maintains. And once more, it was a bastion of elitism, intermingling with some children of more ordinary background. Alumni include Tyra Banks, Lucy Arnaz, Mary Tyler Moore, and Diane Disney, as well as several girls who have gone on to make their names in the entertainment industry. From now until she went to university, Meghan would live mostly with her father. They had moved from the Providencia Street house to a smaller and more modest place near the school and his workplace. She remembered spending afternoons after school, dressed in her distinctive Catholic school uniform, at the studio where her father was working. She learned all about lights and camera angles and the myriad of other techniques that make up the magic that is Hollywood. She recounted how every day after school, for 10 years, I was on the set of Married with Children, which is a really funny and perverse place for a little girl in a Catholic school uniform to grow up. There were a lot of times my dad would say, "Meg, why don't you go and help with the craft services room over there? This is just a little off color for your 11-year-old eyes." Ironically, it was race, not sex, that was developing into an issue for Meghan, though it is obvious from all she and everyone who knew her says that it was a problem she was careful to keep to herself, at least at the time. There was, for instance, the time she was compelled to fill out a mandatory census questionnaire in her English class. Asked to choose between boxes for white, black, Hispanic, or Asian, she was befuddled, so asked her teacher which one she should choose. The teacher recommended Caucasian, "Because that's how you look, Meghan," she remembered, but she refused to do so. Not as an act of defiance, but rather a symptom of my confusion. I couldn't bring myself to do that, to picture the pit in her belly sadness my mother would feel if she were to find out. So I didn't tick the box. I left my identity blank. A question mark, an absolute incomplete, much like how I felt. These are not the words of a child who is comfortable with her identity, but of one who is thoughtful, perplexed with uncertainty, and troubled by it. Later on, Meghan spoke to her father, who told her that next time she should simply create her own box and tick that. This suggests that Meghan was trying to reconcile the conflicts arising out of being a child of color who could be viewed by her peers as white and didn't really know where she fitted in. Many other mixed-race Americans, being asked the same question, would have unquestioningly answered black. The fact that she did not shows that even at that age, she had a more nuanced view of the subject than many others did. While she was not prepared to deny her African antecedents, nor was she prepared to resile away from her Caucasian. Because she did not look obviously mixed race, and the only parent who seems to have had any profile at the school at that time was her father, many of her classmates simply assumed she was white. On one occasion, a cabal of girls even asked her to join a white girls-only club, her response being a non-explanatory, "Are you kidding me?" By her own account, my mixed-race heritage may have created a gray area surrounding my self-identification, keeping me with a foot on both sides of the fence. Later on, she would work through the conflict to embrace that, to say who I am, to share where I'm from, to voice my pride in being a strong, confident mixed-race woman. But before she could do so, she had to work her way through the gray to come to the light. This early conflict would ultimately not only strengthen her, but also deepen her. It gave her empathy for those who also did not fit in easily into one of life's many boxes. According to her school friend Elizabeth McCoy, if someone was being treated unfairly, she stuck up for them. She was a genuinely decent human being who looked out for people who needed help. She gave a damn about people other than herself. Her former homeroom advisor, Christine Knudsen, thought she'd take conversations to a deeper level. She had a lot of depth, probably because of her own experiences and hard knocks growing up, referring to her parents' divorce, though equally the issues surrounding her racial identity must also have influenced Meghan's thinking. Tellingly, Knudsen did not remember race being an issue at all at the school. It was not a big deal simply because our school is so diverse. There's no looking down on someone because she comes from something different than you do. A recent breakdown of the diversity of the students shows that 35% were white, 20% Latina, 17% multiracial, 17% Asian or Pacific Islander, 5% Black, and 6% preferred not to state. The year Meghan graduated, the demographics were similar, the main difference being that there were slightly more Black students. These figures mean that Meghan was by no means the only biracial student, and indeed, non-Caucasians being a two-thirds majority, she was in the majority rather than the minority, save as her appearance went. The pattern that emerges is that the pressure Meghan was under regarding her race was to a large extent internal rather than external. She was being affected by the conflicts many other people of color who inadvertently pass for white have suffered throughout the ages. The singer Marsha Hunt once described her blue-eyed, blonde-haired grandmother of color, by this time driven insane, staring at herself in the mirror befuddled as to how she could have been categorized as Black when she looked white. Meghan was a clever child and would grow into an intelligent woman. She had witnessed from early childhood how my mom, caramel in complexion with her light-skinned baby in tow, was being asked where my mother was since they assumed she was the nanny. One would have to be lacking in empathy to fail to see how such experiences would have colored the feelings of both mother and daughter. They would have had to be inhuman not to be embarrassed, annoyed, humiliated, aware of the cultural disparity between Blacks and whites, and subject to a host of conflicting feelings, few of which would have been comfortable to experience. No child likes being different. No child wants to stand out from the crowd. No child wants to know that people think its mother is its servant. It is therefore understandable that no one has any memory of Meghan ever volunteering information on the subject of her race. Without actively concealing it, she was by omission avoiding the subject. Because Immaculate Heart was a Catholic school, and Catholicism preaches that there are both sins of commission and omission, Meghan will have been aware that to omit to assert her identity was tantamount to a sin of omission. This awareness can have done nothing to reduce the pressure that she felt as she was mistaken for white, for while she never actively denied her heritage and was indeed fond of her mother and her mother's family, she also did not assert it actively. Such a dilemma would have been difficult for any child to endure. It must have driven her back into herself, and by her own account, she was a part of no special group and would volunteer for activities to avoid having to eat lunch alone. She was well liked by all and was friendly with many, but she had no actual circle of friends, felt isolated for all her superficial popularity, and was therefore already functioning as a solitary and independent unit. As she put it, my high school had cliques, the Black girls and white girls, the Filipino and the Latina girls. Being biracial, I felt somewhere in between. So every day during lunch, I busied myself with meetings, French club, student body, whatever one could possibly do between noon and 1 p.m. I was there, not so that I was more involved, but so that I wouldn't have to eat alone. Although Meghan had a best friend, Nikki Pretty, with whom she had been schooled since the age of 2, and they would obviously have lunch together some of the time, her statements indicate that she felt that her racial identity was a problem with which she was finding it difficult to deal. However, rather than feeling sorry for herself or becoming embittered by her circumstances. She was already positive and self-confident enough to find resourceful solutions which kept her occupied and gained her the approbation of her teachers. The message one receives is that this early solution to the problem of isolation helped her develop a self-reliance and independence that not only provided her with positive feedback, but also hid her isolation behind a facade of affability. These were traits that would serve Meghan well in adulthood. Outstanding success in adulthood might initially be a question of luck, but maintaining it and capitalizing upon it to the extent that she has are a matter of grit, endurance, determination, and discipline. These are all qualities that are enhanced when adults have surmounted early hardship or deprivation. And Meghan's revelations of her early struggles reveal that she did indeed suffer from a sense of alienation as a result of her biracialism. Circumstance forced her into being something of a lone wolf, and lone wolves make the best hunters. Although Meghan's identity struggles were not obvious to anyone when she was growing up, already her determination was. According to Maria Polia, who taught her theology in her junior year, she was a focused young woman who challenged herself to reflect on the toughest texts. She did not shy away from challenges, but embraced them, and sometimes even sought them out. A case in point was Meghan's willingness to volunteer after her teacher had mentioned in class that she worked with homeless people. When she informed Polia that she too had worked with them and wanted to do so again, she sent her to the Skid Row kitchen where she herself worked. My parents came from little, so they made a choice to give a lot. Buying turkeys for homeless shelters at Thanksgiving, delivering meals to people in hospices, giving spare change to those asking for it, Meghan would later explain. Though her introduction to charity work, like Diana, Princess of Wales's, initially came from observing her parents endowing those less fortunate than themselves, it was really through their schools that both women converted an initial introduction into an established practice. Meghan now spent a year and a half working on Skid Row, and Polia said, "The people that I knew at the kitchen would tell me what a natural she was. Skid Row is a very scary place. Once she got over that and she was talking to people, she knew everybody's names." For all the care she showed to strangers, Meghan had trouble behaving similarly towards her father. Nikki Pretty remembered that as Meg got older, she had to parent Tom a little more, and she couldn't do that. Despite the diplomatic tightrope she walked as she carried messages back and forth between her civil parents, Meghan had always been the one both parents had taken care of, and she did not take well to having those roles reversed. Her refusal to do for her father what she was doing for strangers gives an invaluable insight into her character and shows that even at an early age, she knew where she wanted to establish boundaries. Soup kitchens are very much one thing or another. There are no shades of gray. You are either poor and needy, or you are helping the poor and needy. The lines of demarcation could not be clearer. Within those parameters, the lonely, sensitive, giving, loving, and emotionally needy have scope to achieve all the human connectedness they yearn for, as they are bountiful to strangers. Because the contact between giver and recipient is essentially impersonal in terms of identity, while being intensely personal within the moment, the atmosphere is often far more highly charged than it would be in more ordinary circumstances. This is gratifying for both the giver and recipient, and explains why so many people who feel alienated work with the less fortunate. There is little doubt that this dynamic was at play with Meghan. Thereafter, a girl whose identity had caused her both pain and confusion would seek out those who might seem underprivileged, but were to her sources of warmth, meaning, and human connectedness. And they came without the risks and pitfalls involved with companionship with her peers. Giving to strangers was one thing. Giving to loved ones who she felt should be giving to her was something else. Polia remembered how Meghan took to working on Skid Row with such alacrity that she would update her on the specifics of what Betty was up to and whether Ralph still had his dog or Fred his fish. She had discovered a great way to rise above the barriers of isolation in which the gray areas of her racial identity had bogged her down. Meanwhile, Meghan was learning one of life's most profound lessons. goodness really can be its own reward. And its benefits were both practical and emotional, but to achieve them, you had to be proactive. And proactive Meghan certainly was. By this time, she was well on the road to becoming the activist she would later grow into being. Although she now credits Polya with having provided her with encouragement and inspiration, the most cursory of examinations reveals that her father in fact played at least as fundamental a role. As she herself used to admit, Tom Senior instilled the belief in her that she could achieve anything she wanted, as long as she strove for it. Intensely hardworking, courageous in standing up for what he believed in, and forthright, he encouraged her to have a voice and to use it. Disparate members of her family attribute the remarkable degree of self-confidence Meghan possesses, and possessed from her youth, to the encouragement her father gave her to cultivate her judgment, trust it, and act upon it. There is, for instance, the matter of the Ivory dishwashing liquid advertisement, which has assumed almost mythical status since Meghan became a successful actress, then an even more famous duchess. Like all myths, cause and effect are problematic, and the numbers don't quite add up, but the basics are indisputable. In 1995, Meghan saw a commercial for Ivory Clear dishwashing liquid with the tagline, "Women all over America are fighting greasy pots and pans." According to an account she gave at a United Nations conference in the years when she was still a relatively unknown actress, 2 boys from my class said, "Yeah, that's where women belong, in the kitchen." I remember feeling shocked and angry, and also just feeling so hurt. It just wasn't right, and something needed to be done. Thomas Markle Sr. encouraged her to write letters of complaint, which by her own account, she did, mailing them to the First Lady Hillary Clinton, the high-profile women's rights advocate Gloria Allred, and Procter & Gamble, the manufacturers of Ivory Clear dishwashing liquid. While the First Lady and the controversial lawyer responded, Procter & Gamble did not. According to Meghan, a month later they replaced the ad with one that said that people all over America are fighting greasy pots and pans. This led her to believe that her complaint had been responsible for the change. As she put it to the UN, "It was at that moment that I realized the magnitude of my actions. At the age of 11, I had created my small level of impact by standing up for equality." Empowering though that message was, there are 4 difficulties with the scenario, all of which were picked up once Meghan and Harry started going out seriously, and the palace did the background checks it does on all people who become closely involved with the royals. Firstly, Meghan was not 11 in 1995, but 14. Secondly, Hillary Clinton was not First Lady in 1992, when Meghan was 11, but became First Lady in 1993, when Meghan was 12. Thirdly, there is no evidence that her sole letter altered the course of history. Procter & Gamble indubitably changed its tagline, but it was optimistic of Meghan to suppose that it did so as a result of one letter written by the 11 or even 14-year-old Meghan Markle. Lastly, no advertising agency could replace an advertisement in a month. Advertisements take months to prepare. They are parts of advertising campaigns in which spontaneity and responsiveness of the sort to which Meghan was laying claim simply do not exist. Had she suggested that hers might have been one of the many letters that led to change, had she not provided such a tight timeline which proved that her letter could have had no impact whatsoever, she would have been on firmer ground. But by presenting the facts as she did, she undermined the legitimacy of her claims. In the process, she opened herself up to suspicions that would lead a courtier who values integrity to conclude that she was a typical Hollywood type, always pushing herself forward in the most obvious manner, when a more modest and realistic approach would have indicated integrity. As it is, when one watches the tape of that speech, one winces at her rank egotism, not to mention the naivete displayed by so many Hollywood types who think, because they have said that black is white and pink is green, everyone accepts this fiction as fact. In fairness to Meghan, she is a creature of Hollywood. The values there are different from those of palaces. Fantasy and self-promotion are not frowned upon, nor is exaggeration, all of which are viewed as valid tools for getting your message across. A 14-year-old who writes a letter which garners praise from her school, as hers did, and which earns the standard responses that the Hillary Clintons and Gloria Allreds customarily send out to anyone who contacts them, nevertheless has just cause to be proud of her accomplishment, even if she unknowingly mistakes the polite response that public figures send out as being something more personal, and further believes that, because the company then altered its tagline, it did so as a result of her letter. Be that as it may, this was one of those turning points that each individual has in his or her life. Like any other, it also had long-reaching effects. Just as how it empowered Meghan to conclude that her actions had had more of an effect than they could possibly have had, thereby encouraging her to adopt the role of activist, it also induced people who would otherwise have viewed her neutrally to suspect her of inflating herself beyond her natural entitlement. This is where the exacting standards of the old world collide with the embellishments of the new. Self-promotion and exaggeration have traditionally been viewed with suspicion in the royal and aristocratic worlds, where one's word has always been one's bond. There is an elaborate code of behavior preventing people from too overtly pushing themselves forward or laying claim to what isn't theirs by right. Indeed, British history is full of people who have gone to the executioner's block or otherwise ruined themselves rather than dishonor themselves by over-egging the pudding or in any other way compromising their integrity. A case in point was Terence Rattigan's 1946 hit play The Winslow Boy, which was based upon an infamous case when my late friend Mary Archer Shee's cousin Martin nearly bankrupted himself to defend his son George against the unfair accusation of having stolen a 5-shilling postal order, which he denied having taken. While things have loosened up enough for traditionalists to know that it is no longer necessary to endanger one's prosperity to defend oneself against a petty accusation, and to accept that hype forms a more acceptable part of modern life than it used to, people still adhere strictly to the dictum, lay claim only to what is your due. This early error on Meghan's part would come back to haunt her once she made the transition from modest Hollywood stardom to the superstardom with which being a member of the British royal family invested her, because it was living proof that she was prone to exaggeration. This would doubtless make no dent in the way she was viewed in North America, where Hollywood and its ways have greater acceptance than they do in Britain. But on this side of the Atlantic, it did alert people to the fact that the new Duchess of Sussex had both a propensity for exaggeration and a flair for dramatics, in a way that the British find suspect. According to Ninaki Pretty, Meghan's best friend from childhood, attention, approbation, and applause have always been driving forces for her. Meg always wanted to be a star, she said. Despite this, she was normal and likable, even though she did exhibit some of the grit that would later on lead to her outstanding success. The two women knew each other from the age of 2 when they started at the Hollywood Little Red House together. At the age of 11, they transferred to Immaculate Heart. It was always Nikki and Meg. We were so close-knit we came as a 2. We were both honorary daughters in each other's homes. We were like family, she said. Hers is the most trustworthy account of Meghan's early years. It is balanced, truthful, shorn of all side, with no malice or self-aggrandizement to undermine it. She was there, and nothing she says fails to ring true. According to Nikki, her mom, Doria, was very cool. She was this free spirit who'd dance around the house and have girly evenings with us. She used to tell Meg to loosen up. She'd say, "You've got to have fun. Keep working at it." Even at that early age, Meghan was displaying signs of the intensity which would take her so far, but which would also interfere with her enjoyment of life unless she kept it in check. Despite her fun-loving side, Doria had firm boundaries and trained Meghan to be well-ordered domestically. Tom allowed her more space. He allowed us to get away with things. He provided a less strict household. But Meghan was the star to both her parents. In a way, she was nurtured on a stage. She knew no other life. Tom was a great coach in that respect. He'd take photos of her on stage right from a young age. The result was that Meg always wanted to be famous. She just loved to be the center of attention. We used to imagine her receiving an Oscar. She used to practice announcing herself. Even at that tender age, Meghan displayed character traits that were exceptional. I admired the skillful way she handled her parents. She'd have to relay messages. It was literally stuff like, tell your mother or tell your father. Controlling her emotions is something she learnt back then. For as long as I knew Meghan, her parents weren't together. It could be hard for her. Sometimes she felt she had to pick sides. She was always trying to make sure each of them was happy. The result was that she has always been very poised, a natural mediator. She was tough, too. If you rubbed her up the wrong way, she'd make it known with the silent treatment. Whenever there was a problem, Nikki found, I'd always be the first to apologize. I just wanted to be besties again. She was stubborn. She digs her heels in the ground. So close were the girls that Meghan often slept over at the Pretty's house in North Hollywood. Meghan often swam in their pool. When the girls were 15, Dalton and Maria Pretty invited Meghan to join the family, which included Nikki's younger sister Michelle, on a tour of Europe. Nikki was so smitten by Paris that she ended up spending the following summer at the Sorbonne, but Meghan was more turned on by London. They stayed at a hotel near Kensington Palace, and of course went to Buckingham Palace, where the duo was photographed sitting on the railings opposite Queen Victoria's statue, with the palace in the background. Nikki confirmed that the royal family was something she found fascinating. She had one of Princess Diana's books on her bookshelf. She watched Diana's funeral, was moved to tears, as were her friends, and so obsessed did she become that she and another friend, Susie Ardicani, got a hold of old videos of Diana's 1981 wedding to Prince Charles and decided to emulate her humanitarian example by collecting clothes and toys to be distributed amongst less privileged children. The lesson she was learning was that the most stylish and glamorous women show how special they are not only in their personal presentation, but through humanitarianism. She had found her role model and used to love The Princess Diaries, films about a commoner who becomes part of a royal family. She was very taken with that idea. She wants to be Princess Diana 2.0, Nikki Pretty said. Of course, Meghan had no idea what the future held for her, nor that she would one day have an office in Buckingham Palace, or that she would chafe against palace restrictions in much the same way the mother-in-law she would never meet had resisted hers. At the time, though, Meghan's ambitions were more perfunctory. Her most immediate one was to go to Northwestern University, and to escape from her father, who now needed more reciprocity than she was willing to provide. In 1990, Tom had won $750,000 in the California state lottery. Although much of it was dissipated in an ill-advised investment in a jewelry business with a friend from Chicago, it nevertheless provided him with the means to work less and indulge his children even more than he had previously done. All members of the Markle family confirm that Tom was always exceedingly generous. Tom Jr. was given the funds to start up a flower shop, and Samantha was bought a second car to replace the first gift she had written off, while Meghan's school fees, always expensive, were covered more easily out of the proceeds of the win. During her years at Immaculate Heart, Meghan threw herself into dramatics more than into anything else. Her ambition, as Nikki has stated, was to be a star. This was an ambition her father shared and fostered. Known at the school as an Emmy Award-winning lighting director who was nominated virtually every year, the dramatics department was only too pleased when Meghan delivered him up as the technical director of every production in which she was involved. One cannot help thinking that even at that early age, Meghan was learning the benefits of one hand washing the other, of how much of an additional advantage it was when you had something else aside from mere talent to help you along in achieving your ambitions, and of how those ambitions could be further enhanced by the skill of knowledgeable people such as her father. While Thomas Markle Sr.'s technical abilities undoubtedly improved the quality of each production Meghan was in, he also used each opportunity to further enhance his daughter's knowledge of what would and would not work on stage. He taught her all about finding the light, or the importance of light and shade, of where to stand on stage, even what angle to deploy for maximum effect. He would also take an endless stream of photographs of her, so that she could see for herself what he meant when he told her to do this and not do that. This technical knowledge was invaluable, for he was teaching her at the cradle what most actors only learnt when they were approaching the grave after a lifetime of trial and error. The former child actress, Gigi Perreault, taught acting at her alma mater as well as helped with the staging of plays and musicals. She remembered that she never had a problem with Meghan, who was spot on, learnt her lines, and was very dedicated, very focused. Because of Meghan's dedication, she knew she would be something special. Meghan, however, wanted to be a star both on stage and off. By the time she was a teenager, she had had enough attention from boys to know that they found her attractive and that she liked them as well. Thereafter, she would be the female lead in many a real-life romance, starting out simply enough with the boys from the masculine counterpart of her school, St. Francis High School in nearby La Cañada, Flintridge. Founded by the Capuchin friars of the Western American province of Our Lady of Angels in 1946, on lands bought from the Flintridge Country Club, its students interacted with the Immaculate Heart girls on the basis of equality. Like most institutions whose ambition was to turn out a superior form of human being, both schools were eager to restrict the activities of their students so that they focused on what was desirable and life-enhancing, rather than opening them up to undesirable influences. Chief amongst these restrictions was fraternization with anyone who was not a peer. It was an accepted feature of both schools that their students could mix with each other, but that they should exercise caution with outsiders. There was something old-fashioned about their desire to protect the students against undesirable influences. While this played well in a society like America, where there is frank acknowledgement of the desirability of people of status sticking together as they assist one another on the path to greater success, in Europe such attitudes were already viewed as not only dangerously old-fashioned and damagingly restrictive, but as snobbish. It really was a case of a new society keeping up the lines of demarcation, while an older society was intent on bringing them down, at least enough for there to be greater mobility between the classes. This difference in cultural attitudes would prove to have a defining effect upon Meghan and Harry's relationships, not only with each other, but also with everyone else. In the meantime, the young Meghan availed herself of a series of willing beaux from St. Francis, and at the age of 16, narrowed them down to Luis Segura, her first serious boyfriend. A Latino who had a reputation as a natty dresser, they were together for 2 years. She was friends with the whole Segura family, and was encouraged by all of them to put herself forward as St. Francis's homecoming queen. Although unknown in Britain, in the U.S. homecoming queens were and remain big deals in high schools, and Meghan went all out to win, writing an essay on her work at the Hippie Kitchen and charming as many people as possible to vote for her. She won, and bedecked in a pale blue strapless satin gown and tiara, Queen Meghan was accompanied by a phalanx of courtiers to the ball by Louise's younger brother Danny, Natty in a tuxedo with a wing-collared shirt and a ready-made black bow tie. Meghan took her success in her stride. Some girls might have changed their demeanor, but she remained the same sweet, charming, accessible but refined girl who was fun to be with and nice to all. According to friends, it was almost as if she was using this success as practice for what was to come, as if it was no big deal, because it was really what she deserved and was entitled to. She intended to be a great star, and this was but the first taste, and therefore of no real significance. In the 1997 program notes for Stephen Sondheim's musical Into the Woods, in which Meghan played Little Red Riding Hood, she also stated that she wanted to attend Northwestern University outside Chicago, as it would be a first step on her journey to Broadway. In her final yearbook, she went a step further and described herself as classy, a word which would remain a firm favorite of hers, and whose meaning meant much to her in practical as well as philosophical terms. To underscore her ambition and self-belief, she illustrated her photograph with a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt: "Women are like tea bags. They don't realize how strong they are until they're in hot water." None of Meghan's peers thought her immodest or pretentious. Although she was already prone to quoting aphorisms, something she still does, as far as onlookers were concerned, she was a jewel in search of the right setting so that she could shine even more brightly than she was shining at the moment. Ambition was good. She and her father had done, and would continue to do, whatever it took to enhance her prospects, from having expensive orthodonture so that she would have a perfect smile, to having the bulbous tip of her nose refined via plastic surgery. This was a fairly common procedure amongst aspiring actresses in Hollywood. Even the fabled beauty Elizabeth Taylor had done it in her teenage. It was a simple procedure. Cartilage was removed so that the tip of the nose was sharper than nature had intended. In Meghan's case, however, the procedure would become more noticeable with the passage of time as the cartilage between the tip and the bone drooped, giving her nose a ski jump effect, which, ironically, Harry had naturally. When Meghan graduated from Immaculate Heart in June 1999, her academic and personal attributes were apparent for all to note at the Hollywood Bowl, where the ceremony was held. As well as her graduation certificate, she was presented with the Notre Dame Club of Los Angeles Achievement Award, the Bank of America Fine Arts Award, a commendation in the National Achievement Scholarship Program, and an award for mentoring younger students. Although Meghan had won 3 scholarships and could have entered several colleges either as a scholarship or a paying student, the thought had never entered her head that she should go anywhere but where she wanted. She had been brought up by her parents to have her desires fulfilled, and what she wanted was to attend Northwestern University. This institution was and remains one of the most prestigious private research colleges in the United States. Fees were over $50,000 in today's prices. It is ranked 9th amongst the American universities and has the 10th largest university endowment in the country, valued at more than $11 billion. Based at Evanston, Illinois, its main campus covers some 240 acres, while its secondary campus in Chicago covers 25 acres. There's a third campus in Doha, Qatar. The university's former and present faculty and alumni include 19 Nobel Prize laureates, 38 Pulitzer Prize winners, 16 Rhodes Scholars, 6 MacArthur Genius Fellows, 65 American Academy of Arts and Sciences members, 2 Supreme Court justices, and its School of Communication is a leading producer of Academy Award, Emmy Award, and Tony Award directors, playwrights, writers, actors, and actresses. Although Tom had lost a large part of his lottery winnings, he was still a highly successful lighting director, and he took out bank loans and put in the extra hours necessary to raise the money needed to send his treasured flower to the university, which would be but a stepping stone on her journey to ever-increasing success. Considering Meghan's stated purpose in attending Northwestern was to become a Broadway star, the fact that she chose to major in English rather than acting suggests that she was either not quite as confident as she seemed to be, or then that she was so confident that she didn't feel the need to specialize in her chosen field. Leaving the protection of home is challenging for any youngster, but Meghan had both greater advantages and disadvantages than most of her peers. Being a child of Hollywood, she was far more sophisticated than her fellow students on the Eastern Seaboard. She dressed better, had more style, knew how to present herself better than they did, and had more confidence than most of them. She made friends with both boys and girls as soon as she burst upon the Evanston campus. She had pared down her look to what she regarded as monochromatic chic. She now wore much more makeup than she had been allowed to in California, and even took to highlighting her hair. Always deliberate, measured, and calculating in the positive sense of the word, she also watched and waited before deciding which sorority to join. Once she made up her mind, she went straight for her target, turning on the power of her personality in an irresistible onslaught, and not surprisingly got initiated into Kappa Kappa Gamma with its clutch of intelligent and hot girls. The thing we all have in common, according to fellow member Melania Hidalgo, is that we're all drive, intelligent, and ambitious. They were also avid party girls, hitting the bottle more than their books, networking in the belief that who you met might well prove more useful in the future than what you knew. So successfully did Meghan fit in that she would ultimately be elected to chair recruitment for the sorority. As Meghan tells it, she had one disadvantage most of her sisters did not. Northwestern was primarily Caucasian. Most of the students came from white environments. They were not used to interracial interaction, and by her own account, she found one of the reactions stifling. She recounted to Elle magazine how she had to navigate closed-mindedness to the tune of a dorm mate I met my first week at university who asked if my parents were still together. "You said your mom is black and your father is white, right?" she said. I smiled meekly, waiting for what could possibly come out of her pursed lips next. "And they're divorced?" I nodded. "Oh, well, that makes sense." To this day, I don't fully understand what she meant by that, but I understood the implication, and I drew back. I was scared to open this Pandora's box of discrimination, so I sat stifled, swallowing my voice. Someone who knows Meghan well from childhood warns against taking these defining moments too literally. She has always had a propensity to embellish, to draw dramatic lessons out of the most anodyne events, and especially since she became a public figure, to use poetical license to highlight a point she wishes to make, but which might not actually have happened the way she recounts it. Since investigation has never been able to turn up this racist dorm mate, notwithstanding the fact that there are records of which students shared quarters, it seems likely that this story is apocryphal rather than reminiscent. Her friend explains, "The way to tell is how neatly Meghan's reminiscences, fit the story. Meg's inventions are too tailor-made to be reliable. People just don't act the way she says. Once you know her, you can tell which stories are Meghan and which really happened." Such incidents, whether actual or embroidered, were fortunately few and far between. By her own account, Meghan's sensitivity regarding her race followed her from inclusive California to exclusive Illinois, despite no one noticing how affected she was by it. Since there are no contemporaneous accounts of her experiencing any actual racial difficulties, and her lifestyle suggests that she was fully accepted by all quarters, and indeed that she flourished in a way any girl with real problems would not have done, this suggests that she encountered no significant or actual prejudice. It also suggests that she had transcended such internal racial uncertainties as she would later claim to have possessed, so well that they did not prevent her from achieving all she wanted. Of course, we must take her word for the fact that they remained internal sources of discomfort, but the degree of acceptance also reflected positively upon her classmates at Northwestern, two of whom would remain her friends into the present time. As her freshman year got underway, Meghan partied up a storm, was popular with the girls as well as the boys, and got herself one of the hottest boyfriends on campus when she paired up with a white, 6'5" basketball player from Lakewood, Ohio, named Steve Lepore. He was on the basketball team in his sophomore year and would prove to be as disciplined and focused as she was. But he was more interested in fitness than partying, intending to qualify as a pro, and made all the necessary sacrifices, such as foregoing female companionship the night before a game in keeping with standard practice amongst basketball, baseball, football, and hockey players. At the end of that academic year, he transferred to Wake Forest University in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, where he became a standout player. At the time of writing, he is an assistant coach on Eastern Kentucky University's men's basketball staff, and with his wife Carrie, is a proud parent to their young daughter, Juliana Rudy. Patently, the relationship was not serious enough for Meghan to follow him, and she lost no time in replacing him in her affections, though for the remainder of her time at Northwestern, she was never again one half of such a dynamic duo. This had no perceptible effect upon the pleasure Meghan was having at college. She developed 3 friendships which went some way towards replacing the gap left when geography separated her from Nikki Pretty. Although the childhood friends kept in touch, Meghan now found a substitute of sorts in Lindsay Jill Roth, the attractive blonde daughter of Jewish lawyers from the prosperous Long Island village of Laddingtown within the town of Oyster Bay in Nassau County, New York. With a population of less than 2,000, of whom 94% were white, it had no real parallels with Woodland Hills, save for both areas being predominantly white and both having median incomes above the regional averages, with Woodland Hills being a bit less than $100,000 per annum, while Laddingtown was half again as much. The two girls now became fast friends after meeting in a Toni Morrison literature class in their first year at Northwestern. They drank together, partied together, studied together, and later on, when they left college, they kept in touch as Lindsay became a producer for Larry King Now, The Real Girl's Kitchen, and Queen Boss, as well as publishing What Pretty Girls Are Made Of in 2015. Meanwhile, Meghan struggled until she got the role of Rachel Zane in Suits. In 2016, when Lindsay married an Englishman named Gavin Jordan, Meghan was her matron of honor. This is revealing, for when Meghan married Trevor Engelson in 2011, she chose Nikki Pretty to be her maid of honor. Despite this, the bond between Meghan and Roth was strong. "We're the kind of friends," she said, "who can be 3,000 miles away and still be talking about or thinking the same thing, and even texting each other the same thing at the same time miles away. I don't know many people who are as generous and supportive as Meg is. I think people assume that when someone gains notoriety that they change. But she's still the same girl I met years ago, with the same values and priorities. She's selfless, and that's just a part of who she is and who she was raised to be." There's a motto that Meg and I have consistently come back to throughout the years. I choose happiness. It's a constant reminder to be self-aware, be uniquely you, be happy, and to treat people with respect, to be kind, empathetic, and to really learn from those around you in any circumstance. Meg does that. Meg has especially developed into an extraordinary businesswoman, actress, writer, and advocate for women and children. Meghan had made another girlfriend with whom she would keep in touch. This was Genevieve Hillis, her sorority sister from Kappa Kappa Gamma, but her other closest friend at the time wasn't Genevieve, but an African-American named Larnell Quentin Foster. He was a gay but heavily closeted son of pastors who he felt would be disappointed if they knew of his sexuality. He studied acting at Northwestern and would ultimately become a professor of drama. He is now openly gay. In college, though, he lived locally with his parents. He and Meghan became something of an item, often going to avant-garde theater shows or just hanging out. We were very social. We were always doing different things, having fun. She was ambitious to be an actress, but we didn't want to be in rehearsals all day like a lot of the others. We would much rather watch a show than be in one. Meghan often joined the Foster family for meals on weekends, and was so much a part of the family's activities that she would attend services at their church with them. She and Larnell also enjoyed cooking together. Her specialty at the time was Indian cuisine. Larnell would later describe Meghan as being very kind, very genuine, someone who cares deeply about her family, her friends, and the world. Having turned down 3 scholarships to attend Northwestern and study English, Meghan had not been at the university long before she realized that she had made the wrong choice of major. She therefore opted to change to theater arts and international relations. Although she still aspired to stardom, she was now broadening her horizons to include the possibility of the corps diplomatique as a stage. At no time did she consider that hers would be an ordinary life. One of her old-time friends, who asked to remain anonymous, said, "She intended to be a high flyer, no matter what she did. She could envisage herself as a Broadway or film star, or an ambassador or a diplomat whose actions would change the world while improving the lot of humanity." With that in mind, Meghan approached her father's elder brother Michael, a State Department operative whose specialty was U.S. government communications systems. Within the family, it was accepted that he was CIA. He had been posted to such disparate places as Berlin, Guam, Bucharest, and Ottawa with his wife Toni, who would die in 2012. He was known to be popular and well-connected within the State Department. Meghan wanted him to find her an internship with a U.S. embassy abroad. She explained that she was considering a career in international relations and wanted to test the water with some practical experience of the diplomatic life to see if she would like being a diplomat. The difficulty was, she had left it so late that getting her what she wanted would mean calling in additional favors from friends. "I knew the American ambassador in Buenos Aires," Michael Markle said. "I personally talked to him and got her fixed up with the internship she wanted." As a result of her uncle's string pulling, she was offered a 6-week-long internship as a junior press officer at the American Embassy in Argentina's capital city. While there, her duties were those of any other junior press attaché. She answered inquiries, drafted letters, shunted paper from one department to another, generally making herself useful doing what was effectively donkey work. But she struck her superior, Mark Krishik, as both efficient and ingenious. If she had stayed with the State Department, she would have been an excellent addition to the U.S. diplomatic corps. She had all that it takes to be a successful diplomat. Attitude and personality, however, were not sufficient to enter the State Department. One also had to pass the Foreign Service Officer test, which Meghan sat while in Argentina. To her chagrin, she failed it. However, she had planned to fly to Madrid at the end of her internship, under the International Education for Students program, to take their 6-week course in Spanish. She adhered to that plan and would later on find the knowledge she gained useful. She was not tempted, however, to resit the exam. Unused as she was to failure, she decided that her future lay in acting. Diplomacy had only been a pipe dream. She had become aware that that career path would be strewn with too many difficulties. Not only would she have a longer and harder road to travel before she became the star she wanted to be, but the rewards, close up, seemed less attractive than being a star of stage or screen. In that, her assessment was accurate, for no matter how high-flying a careerist diplomat is, the top of the corps diplomatique simply doesn't have the pizzazz or the allure that becoming a stage or screen star does. This taste of failure, however, was but the first gulp of a potion that Meghan would have to swallow time and again throughout her 20s. Shining brightly in high school and university is not always a precursor to worldly success. In fact, those who sparkle in such safe and structured settings often fail to light up the real world, while those who were more mundane students soar to greater heights once they're released into the hurly-burly of the real world. So it would prove with Meghan when she graduated from Northwestern's School of Communication with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Theater and International Studies. While Meghan shone at school and university, Harry, who was born 3 years and 1 month after her on the 15th September 1984, did not. If their scholastic records would prove to be as opposite as it was possible to be, their entry into the world had parallels. The Prince and Princess of Wales's marriage hit the rocks shortly after Harry's birth, and while they remained together for the next 8 years, before he was even a toddler, the marriage was in reality over. For the next 8 years, the Waleses' relationship was a study in a couple avoiding togetherness except on official occasions. Charles based himself down at Highgrove in Gloucestershire, the house the Duchy of Cornwall had bought for his use from Viscount and Viscountess Macmillan of Ovenden in 1980, prior to his marriage in 1981. According to Charles's then valet, Stephen Barry, who used to ferry Diana back and forth between Buckingham Palace and Highgrove for midnight assignations with the prince, she had a great deal of input with the decoration. Once the marriage foundered, however, she opted to remain in London at Kensington Palace during the week, while Charles based himself down at Highgrove. The couple was seldom together, even on the weekends. Whenever Diana was going to be in residence at Highgrove, Charles would frequently visit friends. So civilized was the arrangement that he allowed her to entertain her lover James Hewitt, even in the country. A noted equestrian, with Charles's blessing, he also taught Diana and the boys to ride. Although there was a similar lack of congeniality between Charles and Diana and Tom and Doria, both couples had found a way to navigate around the shoals of disappointment to the extent that their children were able to have good relationships with both parents. Superficially, both sets of parents might have aimed for an absence of overt hostility, but only the Markles were successful in maintaining this consistently. This was largely due to Diana's emotional state. If she was happily distracted by a lover, she and Charles would have a relatively civilized, indeed settled relationship. Sometimes it was even affectionate, in the way a brother and sister who are not particularly close but have a basic fondness for each other would behave towards each other. This was especially true throughout the second half of the 80s, when Diana's affair with James Hewitt was flourishing. However, whenever her love life was not satisfactory, she would turn a fully loaded fusillade on Charles and blow serenity out of the water. At times like these, everything was his fault. He had ruined her life by being the man he was and not being the man she had wanted him to be. But for him, her life would have been perfect. The scenes were traumatic for all concerned, including the children, for while Charles was non-confrontational and would do everything in his power to avoid an argument, Diana was the antithesis. When she was spoiling for a fight, she made sure she got one and that everyone knew about it. She would scream the house down. She would be on the rampage for hours. She would hurl abuse and objects, and always reduce herself to tears of frustration and hysteria. Because Diana was never faithful to any one lover, including James Hewitt and Hasnat Khan, the two men she later claimed she was truly in love with prior to Dodi Fayed, and because she was always on the lookout for the perfect man who would make her life complete, her love life was volatile even when it was relatively settled. There was always an unpredictable element as to what would set her off, for the triggers had nothing to do with her husband or even her lover's behavior, but her inner need to feel loved, and to feel that that love was something she could rely upon. Always careful to direct her eruptions in her husband's rather than her lover's direction, this did not make for a stable or happy atmosphere at home. Then, when things settled down, she would revert to being serene, accommodating Diana, who understood that she had to remain married to Charles, and the best way forward was for them to continue leading separate but civilized existences, he with his mistress, she with her lover. As Diana approached 30, however, she began to question why she had to remain married to Charles. She was frank about wanting a loving marriage and a daughter. This introduced a whole new level of volatility into her family life. No longer was the trigger solely when she was dissatisfied with her love life. Now, whenever she was so satisfied with it that she fantasized about divorcing her husband and marrying whichever of the lovers she wanted to marry at that moment. The main candidates were James Hewitt, Oliver Hoare, and Hasnat Khan. She set about tearing the place apart in her quest for her liberty. Diana had an advantage over Charles that neither Tom nor Doria had over each other, but which Meghan shares with Diana. Both women from early childhood were products of broken homes. Both learnt from an early age how to navigate between opposing factions, how to play Peter off against Paul so that they would get what they wanted. Both were soft and sweet, but both were also tough beneath the ostensibly vulnerable exterior. Both had developed the tactical abilities unique to the children of broken homes. They had learnt at an early age how to palliate, negotiate, and use whatever tools worked well for them to achieve their goal, whatever that goal might be. Although Meghan was brought up in a more superficially peaceable environment, Diana, for all her volatility, was a loving and obliging mother. She was also the ultimate authority figure in the Wales nuclear family. She was insistent that her children would grow up to be spirited. She decreed that they would not be so disciplined the way other royal children were, that they would have the spontaneity drained out of them. Charles was not allowed to interfere, and there was never any prospect of the Queen intervening. Although titular head of the family, Elizabeth II, known in the family as Lilibet, was not its de facto head. That was the Duke of Edinburgh, whose role was consistently challenged and often undermined by Lilibet's powerful mother, Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother. Lilibet was therefore used to two dominant figures in her immediate family, her husband and her mother, neither of whom liked the other and both of whom she assuaged in her desire to have a happy and harmonious family life. Her attitude only further eroded the influence she and her husband had with their eldest son, and by extension his wife. Although Philip tried as best he could to lay down the ground rules within his own nuclear, Mountbatten-Windsor, branch of the family, the Queen Mother was a constant source of opposition where Charles was concerned. She had always been, ever since he was a toddler. She never caused problems with the three youngest royal children, leading more than one royal relation to observe that the only reason why she meddled with Charles was that he was going to be king one day. She had made sure with her daughter the Queen, and now with her grandson the future king, that she would leave her imprimatur on the crown by way of her influence over them. Her avowed reason with Lilibet had been and remained that she knew best what the crown needed, and with Charles it was that neither of his parents understood him the way she did. She felt that it was her right as a grandmother and queen consort to encourage him and give him all the love and direction she discerned he needed. Being supportive of a man who will not stand up to his wife is no way to solve the underlying problem of how children should be disciplined. The Queen Mother was therefore inadvertently reinforcing the vacuum of influence Charles had within his own nuclear family. A vacuum which was also fostered by his hands-off parents, whom he viewed with antagonism, for by this time Charles's relationship with both the Queen and Prince Philip was anything but warm. As William and Harry grew up, becoming ever wilder, word began to spread in aristocratic circles how out of control they were. The late Kenneth Rose, one of the best-connected journalists of his day, whose personal friendships with several of the royals was an open secret, wrote in his diary, following a weekend with Philip's first cousin, Lady Pamela Mountbatten, and her husband David Hicks, how 13-year-old Prince William is tiresome, always attracting attention to himself. Hardly surprising when he is so spoilt by the tug-of-war of his parents and by courtiers, servants, and private detectives. Harry was even more spoilt. Although Prince Philip was the paterfamilias with a huge amount of influence, where his three other children were concerned, his lack of influence with Charles was noteworthy. He and the Queen's position as parents to Charles had been so undermined over the years by the Queen Mother that parents and son were virtually estranged. They saw as little of each other as possible, and when they were together, they were polite the way strangers are. There was absolutely no warmth between them. I think the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh would have liked things to be different, but Charles simply wasn't interested, a prince told me. Philip therefore was not in a position to provide the critical intervention everyone in the family felt William and Harry needed, in order for them to be brought up with a sufficient degree of discipline to enable them ultimately to perform their royal duties properly. So the two boys continued to be reared in their wild way, with all the royal adults bemoaning the lack of discipline their mother had decreed appropriate. At the time, none of the royals realized that Diana was actually encouraging her sons to be recalcitrant, or that she was encouraging Harry to develop the rebellious streak which ran throughout her nature. This the boys would inadvertently reveal later on when they said that she used to tell them, "I don't care what you do, as long as you don't get caught." Of course, Diana expected them at all times to treat the staff well. She would never have tolerated them being rude to strangers when out in public. She never-endingly reiterated how they must always remember they were royal, and therefore they should behave to the world at large in a royal manner. But, beneath it all, Diana was preaching the same lesson Joseph Kennedy had taught his boys. You can break the rules as long as you aren't found out. It isn't the rules that matter so much as making sure no one catches you out when you break them. As long as you don't suffer the consequences of the breach, it's okay. It has often been said that Joe Kennedy encouraged his sons to be immoral by instilling this code. If that is so, Diana was doing the same. This freewheeling attitude was anathema to the royal family. The rules mattered. Humans being human, everyone would sometimes break the rules. But an awareness of being subject to the rules, as opposed to being above them, was an important part of being properly royal. No one exemplified this more than King George VI and his wife Queen Elizabeth. The Queen Mother had ruled her own immediate family, known to themselves as Us Four, with an iron hand in a velvet glove from the very beginning of her marriage. The king had been under the thumb of his wife from before he even slipped the ring on her finger. Their two daughters, Princesses Elizabeth and Margaret, were also reared from birth to defer at all times to their mother. The former Lady Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon had been a stickler for a happy home life, grounded in good form and traditional values. These did not conflict at all with the royal regimen. Indeed, the way the future Queen Mother set up her family life reinforced it, for she overlaid iron discipline with a coating of charm and personability, while adhering at all times to the traditional royal codes of conduct. Lilibet and her sister Margaret were therefore brought up to be perfect princesses, and it would only be after the Queen Mother's death that Lilibet's less formal side was given vent publicly. Till then, she had to be as buttoned up as her mother required. Considering that the Queen was in her mid-70s when her mother died, the degree of control imposed by the Queen Mother was striking. The contrast between that royal way and Diana's could not have been more extreme. Although both Lilibet and Princess Margaret were very much their own women privately, the elder sister was by nature reserved, though a fearsome mimic, while also being a wit and fun-loving, though the younger was decidedly more outgoing and unorthodox. More outrageous and even more fun-loving, but all within the confines of disciplined royal behavior. Despite their fun-loving natures, neither sister ever stretched royal boundaries when bringing their children up. All six of them, Prince Charles, Princess Anne, Prince Andrew, Prince Edward, Lord Linley, and Lady Sarah Armstrong-Jones, were reared in keeping with ancient royal and aristocratic traditions. They were well-behaved children who grew into well-mannered, well-disciplined, and traditionally behaved royals and aristocrats. This meant that when they were in public, they conducted themselves as they were expected to behave, and not as they themselves wished, even though in the privacy of their own homes, their standards might slacken. This was certainly not true of Diana's children. Both boys were allowed to run wild, to quote Princess Margaret. By the time Diana and Charles's firstborn, William, was 3, Elizabeth II was bemoaning how undisciplined he was. In 1986, when he was a page at his Uncle Andrew's wedding to Sarah Ferguson, he endeared himself to the public, though not to his own family, by fidgeting, sticking his tongue out, and generally behaving like the naughty 4-year-old he was. Harry, at a year old, was still too young for anyone to know if he would follow in his brother's footsteps, but the harbingers, which would turn out to be only too accurate, were not good. Diana encouraged indiscipline, and wildness is what she got. Up to that point, there had only been one wild royal child that anyone could think of in the British royal family. That had been the Queen's late Uncle John, the epileptic and, judging from his behavior, autistic youngest son of the late King George III and Queen Mary. Uncontrollable, his father used to say that he was the only person whom he could never get to obey him. The unruly but tragic John had died at the age of 13 of an epileptic fit in 1919, 2 months after the end of the First World War. Although his parents had loved him, there was an almost audible sigh of relief that nature had come to the rescue, for there was every indication that John would have become a major embarrassment to the monarchy had he lived to adulthood. Whether William and Harry would follow on the path of great-great-uncle John remained to be seen, but the question of how the boys should be disciplined was not straightforward owing to the family dynamics. Charles was Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother's favorite grandchild. As far as she was concerned, he could do no wrong. If he wanted to turn a blind eye to the way his children were being reared, she did not feel it was up to her to interfere. Moreover, she understood Charles's predicament. She sympathized with his powerlessness as a father and husband in the face of a wife as powerfully driven as Diana. The Queen Mother's insights into Diana's mode of behavior came not only from what she knew through her own family, but through Diana's as well. One of the Queen Mother's women of the bedchamber was Diana's grandmother Ruth, Lady Fermoy, who violently disapproved of Diana's conduct, to such an extent that by the time of her death in 1993, she was no longer speaking to her granddaughter. Lady Fermoy regarded Diana as treacherous, dangerous, and irresponsible. She felt that she had been an appalling Princess of Wales, had undermined the monarchy, was a bad daughter and granddaughter, had been anything but a good wife, and moreover was proving to be a dangerously lax mother. On the other hand, Diana thought that her own family and the royal family were out of touch with the mores of the time. She felt that they all needed to loosen up a bit, to be less preoccupied with good behavior and become more in touch with their feelings. Not for her, the stiff upper lip. Whether she was happy or sad, she made sure everyone knew about it. She felt it was important to be in touch with one's feelings and to show them, rather than concealing them behind a facade of good behavior. In many ways, Diana's values were more in keeping with her times than either the family into which she had been born or married. She was determined that her children would not grow up straitjacketed by decorum the way royal and to a lesser extent aristocratic children used to be. The royals especially had always been isolated from everyday life and indeed from the equalizing ebb and flow of ordinary friendship. Even in Charles's generation, all British royals expected their closest friends and often their lower-ranking cousins to refer to them as Sir and Ma'am instead of by their Christian names. All Charles's girlfriends were obliged to call him Sir, and the Queen Mother's brother, Sir David Bowes-Lyon, had to address her as Ma'am even when entertaining her at his home, St. Paul's Walden Bury, although the only other person present was his good friend and neighbor, Burnet Pavitt. It was this level of formality which Diana rightly sought to change. Having lived in a less restrictive world, she was determined that her children would have upbringings that allowed them to relate to people on a human level, devoid of the crippling restrictions royal formality imposed upon royals. They were to be referred to by employees as Wills or William and Harry, not Your Royal Highness or Sir. They could go and bother the staff in the kitchen. They would be people first and princes second. Harry, however, had one handicap that was insurmountable. He was the second son. Second sons do not count in royal or aristocratic circles except as spares. Everything goes to the first son. There can be only one king, duke, marquis, earl, viscount, baron, or baronet. Only the firstborn son can inherit the throne, palace, castle, estate, and all its chattels. Second sons, of course, do inherit something. They have secondary titles, secondary possessions, secondary incomes which go along with their secondary status. But the only way to preserve the hegemony is for virtually everything to devolve upon the firstborn son. In the world into which Harry was born, second sons are second-class citizens. The phenomenon is so well known that it even has its own name, second son syndrome. This does not necessarily have to be a problem. My boyfriend before marriage was a second son, I married a second son, and my long-standing boyfriend after marriage was a second son. Some second sons cope with their status better than others. My boyfriend before marriage and my boyfriend after both grappled with it well. But too many second sons are bitterly envious of their elder brothers. They resent the fact that an accident of birth prevented them from getting the lion's share of the money, status, power, and privilege. They forget that their status as the scions of privilege is also an accident of birth. That they could equally have been born into penury in Somalia instead of the lap of luxury in Great Britain. Some mothers deal with second son syndrome better than others. Some bring their children up to accept that life is not fair, that you should count your blessings and be grateful for small as well as large mercies, and not covet thy brother's wife, ass, or goods, in keeping with the diktat of the 10th commandment. They point out to their second sons how lucky they are that they will not have to live up to a patrimony that might be laden with privilege, but is heavily offset by the crushing weight of responsibility for which nature might not have equipped either son, but which the firstborn will have to learn to bear whether he is inclined to do so or not. Other mothers make it so obvious that they prefer the child who will inherit the throne or the peerage that they mess up both the first and second sons for the remainder of their lives. Still others do what Diana did. They overcompensate. Although she always kept the boys grounded with the knowledge that only William would one day be king, she nevertheless tried to equalize an unequal situation, figuring, incorrectly, that she could redress the balance by providing Harry with additional emotional security. Darren McGrady, the chef at Kensington Palace from 1993 to 1997, recounted how she used to tell him, "You take care of the heir, I'll take care of the spare." She openly said that she knew that William would always be all right. Harry was the one she had to look out for. She used to say that Harry was an airhead like me, while William is like his father. This made her more protective and indulgent of Harry. Just as how the young Meghan felt the issue of her race impacting more acutely upon herself than those around her realized, so too was Harry aware from an early age of the disparity between himself and his elder brother. He used to complain that the Queen Mother showered William with attention while virtually ignoring him, that she had William sit close by her while he was relegated to a Siberian seat when they went to visit her. Once, he was terrifically upset when the butler brought sandwiches for her and William, but none for him. I find it difficult to believe that Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, would have countenanced such a slight, and suspect that a crucial element of the story was omitted in the recounting. Nevertheless, the fact remains, from an early age, Harry was acutely conscious of the difference in importance between himself and William, to such an extent that Diana's protection officer, Ken Worf, recounted how, when he was 4 or 5, Harry informed their nanny, "It doesn't matter anyway, because William is going to be king." Worf found it amazing that Harry could, even at that tender age, be so aware of that fact. The 2-year age difference meant that both boys were at different stages developmentally. Harry was a soft and sweet child who loved nothing better than curling up with his mother on a sofa or bed and looking at movies or shows on television with her. He was an unashamed mummy's boy, while his elder brother made his presence felt in such an independent, indeed aggressive manner that he was known as Basher. Given a choice, children are much happier having fun in the country than staying in the city. Palaces are little different from ordinary houses save in scale, and both boys like nothing better than going down to Highgrove for the weekend with their father. Contrary to the misinformation that Diana later on spread about her husband, Charles was a good and involved father whose children loved him as much as he loved them. He used to play with them the way his father, who had been a playful father, used to with him. He had a special pit built for them which was filled with colorful balls, and he used to dive into it with them. He had a tree house constructed for them. He took them for long walks throughout the property, opening their eyes to the beauties of nature while instructing them on the flora which were such a passion of his. He took them to see the newly born lambs, encouraged them to keep pets. Their mother was not an animal lover, and showed Harry how to take care of his favorite, a rabbit. Charles loved the countryside, and as the boys grew up, they too developed a love for it. They learnt to shoot rabbits, to relish being out of doors, which was definitely not something their avowedly metropolitan babe mother enjoyed. Harry and William both had ponies, and from an early age Harry was taught to ride, first by a local instructor named Marion Cox, then by James Hewitt. The young prince was fearless and had what his Aunt Anne, an Olympic equestrian who was a Burghley gold medalist, called a good seat. A love of horses, of course, ran in the royal family. Both the Queen and Queen Mother were avid turfites. Prince Philip had been a world-class polo player and upon retiring had taken up carriage driving. Prince Charles had also been a polo player, and Princess Anne felt that Harry had such natural ability that he could grow up to compete as long as he dedicated himself to the sport. More than horses, what Harry loved from an early age was all things military. James Hewitt told me in the 1990s how he had mini uniforms made for both princes and how they absolutely adored parading around in them, especially after James taught them to salute properly. But it was Harry, not William, who truly relished the military. And even at that early age, it was apparent that his niche would be a career in the armed forces. This was just as well, for once Harry started school, it quickly became apparent that he was as unacademic as his mother had been. At the age of 3, he followed William to a Montessori kindergarten, Mrs. Minor's nursery school in Chepstow Villas in Notting Hill, a 5-minute drive from Kensington Palace. Jane Minor's was a bishop's daughter whose 36 charges started their day with a prayer, following which they moved on to singing, cutting paper with scissors and making shapes, singing, or playing out of doors. Throughout the years that the children were being prepared to begin their formal education, they were expected to learn how to paint and sing, but not how to read. Although Harry seemed to start well enough, his progress was not helped by Diana's propensity for allowing him to play truant. He preferred to stay at home with her, cuddling in her lap for hours while they watched movies, rather than attending school. Diana's friend Simone Simmons remembered how he used to go down with more coughs and colds than William, but it was nothing serious. Most of the time, I think he just wanted to be at home with his mummy. He loved having her to himself and not having to compete with William. Diana also enjoyed having him to herself. Harry's stay at Mrs. Minor's coincided with the height of Diana's love affair with James Hewitt. At various times, she would surrender to the fantasy of being married to him, creating a degree of frustration for herself that cannot have been conducive to serenity. Her children, Harry especially, were her comfort, and she derived as much emotional gratification from interacting with them as they did from her. Once a week, on Wednesdays, Diana took the boys to have tea with their grandmother, the Queen. She would warn them to be on their best behavior, and doubtless they thought they were, but they possessed an uncontained air which was apparent even when they were being good. Harry was especially demonstrative and affectionate, the most huggable little boy, according to Diana's friend Carolyn Bartholomew, which in itself indicated a degree of emotionalism that did not sit well with the royal way, in which emotional containment is prized over demonstrativeness. Already there were concerns that the boys might grow up, under Diana's ministrations, to be as hyper-emotional as she was. And that was something no one wanted, for public roles are best fulfilled with the emotions contained rather than reveled in. At the age of 5, Harry followed William to Wetherby Pre-Preparatory School in Wetherby Gardens, Kensington. This was even nearer to Kensington Palace than Mrs. Minor's. Now that Harry was that much older, staying home curled up on sofas watching movies with Mummy had less appeal, so his attendance record improved. He was a popular student, boisterous and fun-loving, qualities he would carry into adulthood, at least until marriage. When he was not at school, he would haunt the staff quarters, chatting to the staff and begging Ken Wharf, his mother's protection officer, to set him tasks. Harry liked nothing better than being given military assignments. By this time, everyone was convinced his future would be in the military. Harry was also a natural athlete. He was good at everything he did. Having learnt to ski at the age of 6, he was fearless on the slopes, though sometimes stopping was a problem. Once, he had to be dug out of the mud when he ran out of snow and ended up in the bushes. He would soon have greater scope for his athleticism. In September 1992, Harry was sent to Ludgrove School, a preparatory school in Wokingham, Berkshire, near Windsor Castle, and even nearer to his grandmother's racecourse, Ascot. William was already a pupil. Having his elder brother there made the transition easier. For the first few weeks, Harry was, like most new boys, homesick, but he made the adjustment, partly with the help of William, and partly by discovering that he now had a host of athletic activities to choose from. Soon he was enthusiastically playing football, tennis, rugby, and cricket, his physical prowess compensating for his intellectual insufficiencies. It was quickly apparent that Diana was right. Harry was his mother's son. He had no academic bent whatsoever. This was something of a disappointment to his father and the school, for William was following in his father's footsteps and displaying intellectual interest in a host of subjects. Later that year, the Queen would label 1992 as her annus horribilis. It cannot have been easy for Harry to start boarding school at the height of the War of the Walesies, as the spectacular unfurling of his parents' marriage became known. The first shot across the bow had been the publication in March of that year of this author's Diana in Private, The Princess Nobody Knows, which revealed that both the Prince and Princess of Wales had had extramarital affairs, that she wanted out of the marriage, that she suffered from bulimia, and even that she believed that her late lover Barry Manicky, formerly her protection officer, had been wiped out to prevent him from speaking out about their affair, a belief she would later confirm in print and on television. The author never shared her belief, and always thought that Manicky died in a genuine road accident. The book became a worldwide bestseller, hitting the New York Times and London Times bestsellers lists. Several months later, Andrew Morton's book Diana, Her True Story, was published. When it became apparent that this had been written with Diana's connivance, the book made an even bigger splash, the public naively believing that its contents must be true if Diana was behind its publication. The reality was, of course, that Diana had contributed to the contents of both books, and the reason why the Morton book had come to be written was that she and this author had fallen out because of her determination to propound a version of her tale so heavily slanted in her favor that it was more propaganda than fact. From the children's point of view, however, the most excruciating incident must have been the publication of the Squidgygate tapes on the 23rd of August 1992 in The Sun, the best-selling British tabloid. These tapes could also be listened to for a fee, and while the most intimate minutes had been edited out, the remainder left no room for doubt. Diana had been having an affair with James Gilby, and even more importantly, her contempt for the royal family was self-evident. As she put it, resentful that they were not more grateful for her presence amongst them. After all I've done for that fucking family. Worse was to emanate from the Wales Quarter as Harry adjusted to his new school. In November, his parents went on a tour of South Korea. So disaffected was Diana's demeanor, so self-evidently miserable was she in the presence of her husband, that the story became yet again the disastrous state of the Wales marriage, instead of Anglo-South Korean relations, as it was supposed to be. Ludgrove School's response was to deny their students access to newspapers, in the hope that Harry and William would not be affected by the public speculation about the state of their parents' marriage. In many ways, Ludgrove's headmaster, Gerald Barber, could not have handled the situation better. By filtering out bad news, he created a cocoon in which his students flourished undisturbed by the ugly realities of the outside world. Harry and William were thereby protected as much as possible from the consequences of the scandal surrounding the disintegration of their parents' marriage. They would attend classes, play games, interact with the other students as if life were continuing as normal outside the school's precincts, when of course the opposite was true. When Charles and Diana returned from the disastrous South Korean trip, the Queen consented to their separation. Up to then, she and Prince Philip had encouraged her daughter-in-law to stay within the marriage, but by now it was obvious to the sovereign and her consort that the only solution would be for Charles and Diana to part officially. With her goal of separation achieved, Diana arranged with Gerald Butler to meet her boys in his study, where she broke the news to them that she and Daddy would be living apart, though they both still loved their boys, and nothing would really change. In truth, this was much more than a mere figure of speech. The reality is that the Prince and Princess of Wales had been de facto separated since Harry had been a toddler. Very little would change in terms of their actual lifestyle, except that Diana and Charles would no longer have to endure the excruciating pretense of being a couple on the few occasions that duty or convenience pitted them together. As Patrick Jeffson, Diana's private secretary, put it, weekends had been a real source of difficulty for them both, and now that they were separated, it was hoped that the tug of war, which, it has to be said, Diana was largely responsible for, would come to an end. It did not, at least not in the shorter term, for Diana continued to make as many difficulties as she could. Only after she had overplayed her hand in the Martin Bashir interview in November 1995, which resulted in a host of unanticipated and unwanted difficulties for her, did she rethink her tactics and become more cooperative. And by then her boys had grown up sufficiently to be expressing their desire to spend more time with their father and his family in the country, enjoying rural pursuits such as shooting, stalking, fishing, and riding, rather than remaining in London with Diana at Kensington Palace, a metropolis which she found desirable, but whose attractions had palled for both boys, though these would return once they grew a bit older, and nightlife became a bigger feature in their lives than it then was. When Diana broke the news of the separation, Harry started to cry, but William, whose age had given him more insight into the realities of his parents' lives, simply kissed her on the cheek and said he hoped she and Charles would both be happier now. After Diana had left, William, playing the bigger and wiser brother, suggested the way forward for both of them. They should not take sides, should show no preference, and should respect both their parents equally. Harry agreed, and thereafter that became the modus operandi of both boys. For the 3 remaining years that William stayed at Ludgrove with Harry, the brothers' performance could not have been more dissimilar. Harry's academic performance was a repetition of Diana's when she had been at the same school as her academically gifted eldest sister. But Diana saw no more reason for Harry's performance to bother her than it had when she was in the same boat. The message she always gave out to Harry and everyone else was that they were 2 peas of 1 pod. Look at how well life had turned out for her. You didn't need to achieve academically to flourish after school. Of course, she was right, but more than being technically right, she was playing to his strengths and encouraging him to feel good about himself despite his poor scholastic results. In 1995, William left Ludgrove and started at Eton. In September, Charles, Diana, and Harry all accompanied him on his first day. Harry would join him 3 years later, by which time their mother was dead. Diana's death hit both boys hard, but Harry was hit even harder than William. He had always been a mummy's boy, and being that much younger than William, was less well equipped to cope with the loss. By his own account, he shut down emotionally and was very angry. This response did not help him academically, and his stay at Eton was difficult. I know from friends whose children are presently attending Eton that even now the school regards it as a distinction to have educated the heir and spare to the throne. Nevertheless, Harry's Eton days were anything but distinguished. He would never have been accepted had he not been Prince Henry of Wales, an old Etonian who still maintains good links to the school, told me. He simply did not possess the intelligence to perform adequately at such an academic school. He'd have been far better off attending Gordonstown, where character counts far more than academic results. Another Etonian says, "To this day, there are all sorts of stories doing the rounds at Eton of how the school had to alter its academic requirements so that Harry could pass tests, and even then he'd fail them, to the despair of his masters." Many of these claims were borne out by the findings of an employment tribunal in 2005, when Sarah Forsyth, an art mistress, sued Eton for unfair dismissal. She maintained that she had been asked by the head of art, Ian Burke, to assist Prince Harry with text for his expressive art project for his Art A-level examination. During the trial, there was evidence suggesting that Eton had not only thrashed around to find positive ways of marking Harry's entrance examinations, but that thereafter they had struggled to have him pass his further exams. The headmaster, Tony Little, deputy headmaster, the Rev. John Puttifoot, Ian Burke, and other members of staff were bluntly accused by the tribunal of being unsatisfactory witnesses whose words were unreliable when it found in favor of Ms. Forsyth. Damningly, the tribunal concluded that while it was not called upon to find whether Eton had assisted Harry in cheating on his exams, this was because it is no part of this tribunal's function to determine whether or not it was legitimate. That is for Edexcel, the examination board. By the time of Harry's arrival at Eton, William had established himself as a successful student with both masters and pupils. He had done well academically, he was athletic, he got along with his peers. Later on, he would be elected into POP, the group of prefects who ran the school, would be chosen as head of the Oppidan Wall, and was awarded the Sword of Honor as an Army cadet. William was genuinely popular. He was liked by everyone. The same could not be said of Harry. A parent of one of Harry's contemporaries told me, "Harry was not liked. He was bumptious and antagonistic. He was a very angry young man. He swanned around rubbing everyone's nose in being Prince Henry of Wales, just the sort of thing not to do." Eton has always had royalty. The Queen's uncle Harry, the Duke of Gloucester, was at Eton, as were his 2 sons, Princes William and Richard, and his nephews Eddie, the Duke of Kent, and Prince Michael. So too was Queen Mary's brother Prince Alexander of Teck and his son Prince Rupert, whose mother was Queen Victoria's granddaughter Princess Alice of Albany. The King of Nepal, King Leopold III of the Belgians, The list is fairly endless. Harry had a definite chip on his shoulder, and it made him unpopular. Harry would later claim that he struggled not only academically, but also with sports. Although he still excelled in them, even rugby was a problem because boys would see me on the rugby field as an opportunity to smash me up. This, in truth, was only part of the problem. Harry could be needlessly vitriolic, such as when he was pitted against a Jewish opponent from one of the other top public schools and hurled anti-Semitic abuse at him. A fact I received from a priest who was at school with this boy. Just as how Meghan's color was an unseen problem for her, Harry's royal status, or at least his perception of it, was shaping up into becoming a problem for him. I didn't enjoy school at all, he admitted. His solution was to act up and act out. I wanted to be the bad boy. And he was. He snuck out of school, he drank and smoked, he was abusive, and he dabbled in drugs. People, whose children were at school with him, claimed that he was unpopular with the boys, but the masters cut him some slack, not only because he was a prince, though that was the larger part of the reason, but also because he had lost his mother so tragically. Who could forget that poor little 12-year-old walking behind his mother's coffin, with the wreath spelling out mummy? Fortunately for Harry, and to a lesser extent William, at the time of their mother's death, they had a secondary female figure who had already been playing a significant part in their lives since the time of their parents' separation. Alexandra Tiggy Leg Bourke had been appointed personal assistant to the Prince of Wales in 1993, shortly after his separation from Diana. Her brief was simple. She was responsible for the welfare and, to a lesser extent, the entertainment of the two princes when they were in their father's charge. Although she has frequently been described as having been the nanny, this description is inaccurate. If anything, the old French monarchic description of gouverneuse to the royal children more accurately captured her status, for she was most decidedly a member of the upper class, which nannies are not. Then, 28, her royal credentials were impeccable. Her brother Harry had been a page of honor to the Queen between 1985 and 1987. Her maternal grandfather, the 3rd Lord Glanusk, had been Lord Lieutenant of Brecknockshire during the reign of the Queen's father, King George VI. Lords Lieutenant are the monarch's representatives in the various counties. Her mother, the Hon, Sian Leggy Burke, had been a lady-in-waiting to the Princess Royal since 1987, had been appointed in 1991 High Sheriff of Powys, and would later be made Lord Lieutenant of Powys, where the family's 6,000-acre estate, Glanusk Park, was situated. Tiggy's brief was simple: keep the boys occupied. Having been appointed because she was the embodiment of the aristocratic, no-nonsense, down-to-earth way of doing things, she articulated the difference between her approach and Diana's. I give them what they need at this stage: fresh air, a rifle, and a horse. She gives them a tennis racket and a bucket of popcorn at the movies. Diana had always been jealous of any woman to whom her children warmed. When they became too fond of their nanny, Barbara Barnes, she got rid of her with a speed that was truly astonishing to those who did not realize how competitive and possessive she was. However, there was little she could do once it became apparent that both boys adored Tiggy, as Princess Margaret and her cousin Lady Elizabeth Anson both confirmed. The royal family was delighted that the boys had a more rural female in their lives to counterbalance their metropolitan mother's influence. Diana tried using Tiggy's smoking against her, demanding that her sons not be in the same room as she was when she was smoking. This and other ploys, such as demanding that Tiggy leave the room when she was speaking to her sons on the telephone, failed to weaken Iggy's hold over the boys. And within the year, Diana was obsessing about her. Ever prone to seeing squiggles where everyone else saw straight lines, Diana told her solicitor, Lord Mishkin, that Camilla was not really Charles's lover, but a decoy for his real favorite, the nanny Tiggy Leggy Bourke, a fact he attested to during Lord Justice Scott Baker's inquest into Diana's death in October 2007. Diana had also recounted this theory to her butler Paul Burrell in a letter she wrote in October 1993, whose contents were entered into evidence during the inquest. She had stated, This particular phase in my life is the most dangerous. My husband is planning an accident in my car, brake failure, and serious head injury in order to make the path clear for him to marry Tiggy. Camilla is nothing but a decoy, so we are all being used by the man in every sense of the word. If, as Diana claimed over a 3-year period between 1993 and 1996, Charles was really in love with Tiggy and intended to marry her, and Camilla had been nothing but a decoy, that made nonsense of the public's belief that Diana held Camilla responsible for the breakdown of her marriage. However, because most of the dramas surrounding Tiggy's supposed role in Charles's life took place behind palace walls, safely out of sight and hearing of the general public, Camilla never benefited from the anomalies, and the public continued to believe that Diana regarded her as the primary threat, when she did not. By 1995, Diana had become so eaten up with the belief that Tiggy would replace her as Princess of Wales that she managed to convince herself that Charles had impregnated Tiggy. As her private secretary Patrick Jeffson stated, Diana exulted in accusing Leggeborg of having had an abortion. Not content to keep this information to herself, her friends, and cohorts, Diana sailed up to Tiggy at the palace Christmas party on the 14th December and said, "So sorry about the baby." Tiggy was justifiably furious and consulted the celebrated libel lawyer, Peter Carter Ruck. With the Queen's blessing, he wrote to Diana 4 days later, demanding an apology and retraction. This, together with Diana's Panorama interview the month before, when she had angled to have the line of succession altered so that her son William, instead of Charles, would become the next king. She had also written that she believed that the Queen would abdicate the following year, so she was angling to become regent to the next monarch, proved to be a step too far. On the 20th December, the Queen wrote to both Charles and Diana, requiring them to divorce forthwith. This removed the possibility of Diana becoming regent, even should Charles die and William accede to the throne. Meanwhile, the public continued to believe that Diana's comment in her Panorama interview, that there were 3 of us in the marriage, referred to Charles, Camilla, and herself, when in fact it referred to Charles, Tiggy, and herself. The fallout from Diana's fall from grace came fast and furious. On the 22nd January 1996, her private secretary Patrick Jeffson, finding his position untenable now that she had so blotted her copy that she had made her own position untenable, resigned. A day later, so did his assistant, Nicole Cockle. Diana was now a pariah in royal and establishment circles. By the time the press got hold of the story, she was completely isolated. Diana had badly overplayed her hand. In doing so, she had lost the sympathy of her most loyal supporters, had alienated the entire royal family with the exception of her 2 children, had also antagonized the establishment, and found herself so bereft of supporters that she was cold-shouldered in all but her most intimate environments. Thereafter, she would have to play a serious game of catch-up to re-establish herself as a respected and respectable public figure, and by the time of her death had only partially succeeded in retrieving her position. Although the genuine tragedy of her unfortunate end wiped the slate clean, this also provided a whole new host of complications for her children, in particular, her younger son. How much of their mother's antics Harry and William were aware of as the divorce loomed is a moot point. It is likely, off Harry's subsequent statements, that he has never delved deeply into the twists and turns of his parents' relationship, or of the tenuous nature of many of his mother's statements and positions. What is certain, however, is that both Harry and William remained devoted to Tiggy. Indeed, in 1996, William refused to have either of his parents at the Eton 4th of June celebrations, inviting Tiggy instead. And when Diana died, Tiggy immediately flew to Balmoral to be with the boys. Harry did not leave her side until he left the castle, and according to Liz Anson, the boys were always welcome at her house in Norfolk. They loved being with Tiggy's entire family. There were a lot of weekends when the boys were at a loose end after Diana died. They got bored with being at Highgrove, and it had a lot of memories of Mummy. Harry's half-term holidays in October 1997 coincided with Prince Charles's scheduled trip to South Africa. This was only 6 weeks after Diana's death, so he decided to take Harry along with a school friend, Charlie Henderson, and Tiggy. This was an inspired choice. Not only was Harry distracted, but he was being introduced to an entirely new world, one which would hook and inspire him in equal measure. He met President Nelson Mandela and various tribal chiefs and elders, went on his first safari, saw the Spice Girls, and was given a vivid description of the Anglo-Zulu War of 1879, in which the Prince Imperial, heir to the Emperor Napoleon, died. In 1999, Tiggy married Charles Pettifer. She stepped down from her role of gouverneuse, but not from the continuing friendship with William and Harry, both of whom went to her wedding. She, of course, attended theirs and has remained a close friend of the family. She also attended the Sovereign's Parade at Sandhurst in April 2006 for Harry's passing out as an officer in the Blues and Royals, the prestigious household cavalry regiment of which the Queen is Colonel-in-Chief and Princess Anne is Colonel. By this time, Harry was well on the way to finding himself. His teenage had been something of a wasteland. The loss of his mother had caused him to shut down emotionally, although it is arguable he would ever have grown up without some emotional baggage, considering his parents' troubled marriage and his mother's ever-shifting perspectives, as well as the way she spoilt him. He had also inherited her unacademic but highly emotional tendencies. This legacy caused him as much conflict as Diana's own unresolved issues arising out of her parents' divorce had caused her. Like his mother, Harry grew into a sometimes volatile, unpredictable, antagonistic, aggressive, but also charming, endearing, and energetic personality. When the News of the World published a lurid account of his drug-taking and underage drinking at Club H, the black-walled nightclub Charles had allowed the boys to install at Highgrove, and of his incursions to a nearby pub, the Rattlebone Inn, the Prince of Wales responded wisely. He sent him to Featherstone Lodge, a drug rehabilitation clinic in the then unfashionable district of Peckham, southeast London, where he sat in on therapy sessions with addicts and learnt that many of the former heroin addicts had started out on cannabis. Harry was accompanied by Mark Dyer, a former Welsh Guards officer whom Charles had appointed as equerry in 1997 and who had accompanied Harry to South Africa, acting as Tiggy's male counterpart. By this time, Marco, as Harry called Dyer, had become something of a male role model for him, and though Harry was hardly teetotal after this episode, it was enough of an eye-opener for him to avoid surrendering entirely to the lure of drugs. Instead, he surrendered to the embrace of the army. Since I was a kid, I enjoyed wearing the combats, running around with a rifle, jumping in a ditch, and living in the rain and stuff, Harry said. He intended to enter the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst to train as an officer in the army, but first he headed for Australia in September 2003 for the first leg of his gap year. This was at the behest of his father, who had himself spent a year at the Timbertop campus of the Geelong Grammar School in the southeastern state of Victoria while he was a teenager. Harry had actually proposed spending his time playing polo in Argentina and skiing in Closters, but Charles, mindful of the dangers of too much partying, had insisted that Harry follow the example of William, who had gone to Belize and Chile, where he did humanitarian work for the sustainable development charity Raleigh International. Charles therefore organized for Harry to work as a jackaroo at Toowoomba, a 400,000-acre sheep station in Queensland, after which he would go to Lesotho to work with children in emulation of his mother. The Australian part of the gap year was not altogether successful. Although Harry took to the hardy outdoor life of a jackaroo, rounding up animals from horseback from dawn till dusk, and was popular with his fellow workers, he had a more checkered relationship with the press, whom he regarded as intrusive. It did not help that he was fulfilling no official engagements, but the Australian public purse had to foot a portion of the $1.3 million cost of his protection officers, or that he went to Sydney to watch the Rugby World Cup and was tactless enough to wear an England shirt and cap with the Cross of St. George. The Australian press felt that he owed it to them to give them some access. But rather than oblige, Harry retreated, making such pictures as they got all the more precious. To defuse the situation, Harry invited the press to come and photograph him at the ranch, but rather than answer questions, he simply issued a statement. "I have had a great time working out here, meeting people, and learning a bit about how it is to be a jackaroo. And of course, the rugby was absolutely fantastic. It's a great country." However, as he made it clear that he was extremely angry with what he regarded as their intrusiveness, the press were not palliated. Nor, it has to be said, did things improve when he returned to London prior to going to Lesotho. He was photographed lurching from nightclub to nightclub with a series of women, a drink ever present in his hand. There was a contretemps with a photographer outside one club, and by the time he departed for Lesotho for the second leg of his gap year, he was well on the way to reinforcing his reputation as a drunken and awkward lad. Although it was not obvious at the time, this aspect of his personality, while causing adverse comment in the sanctimonious portals of the tabloid press, would work in his favor down the line. Lesotho came into Harry's life as a result of Mark Dyer. Dyer was friends with Damien West and his brother Dominic, star of the American TV series The Affair, who had attended Ampleforth College in their native Yorkshire with King Letsie III of Lesotho and his younger brother, Prince Saiso. Having been to South Africa with Harry and having seen how he fell in love with Africa, when Dyer was told by Harry that he wanted to return there and follow in his mother's footsteps by doing humanitarian work during his gap year, Dyer arranged for Dominic West to introduce Harry to Prince Saiso. Both men had lost their mothers, Queen Mamohato having died shortly before they met in London. She had been a revered figure in the high-altitude, landlocked kingdom which is entirely surrounded by South Africa, having been regent 3 times and having dedicated herself to humanitarian works. Lesotho had the second highest HIV infection rate in the world. Some 30% of the adult population was infected with the virus. Life expectancy had dropped from 60 to the 30s, and in 2000 the king had been forced to declare HIV/AIDS a natural disaster. Lesotho was also an impoverished kingdom where thousands of children were sent into the mountains to tend herds of cattle and sheep from the age of 5, living in wholly masculine environments with neither creature nor emotional comforts. Taking inspiration from his mother's attitude to those who suffered from poverty as well as AIDS, Harry saw this as an opportunity to make a contribution. He leapt at the chance to spend time in Lesotho. For the first few weeks, Prince Saiso played host, taking him around and enlightening him to the tremendous problems the people of his impoverished nation faced. We have shown him all sides of life in Lesotho. He has seen people dying of AIDS, showing very severe symptoms such as blistering and lesions, and with only a few days to live. Harry was very much taken aback. I think it really brought home the whole issue to him. He seems to have a genuine concern to play some role during his stay. Harry moved on to work at an AIDS orphanage called the Mantsos Children's Home in Mohala's Hoek, planting trees for shade, building fences, and generally mucking in doing whatever was required to lend a hand. He has always been good with children, as I can attest to, having seen the patient way he and William played with my sons, despite a decade's age difference, at polo when they were all much younger. He had brought out footballs for soccer and rugby from England, and used to organize games with the kids. He also developed a touching relationship with a 4-year-old orphan named Matsu Patson, who refused to leave his side and with whom he has remained in contact over the years. Despite his antipathy to the press, even at that early age, Harry knew how to use it to garner attention for causes dear to his heart. He therefore got Mark Dyer to invite Tom Bradby of ITN to make a half-hour documentary of his time at the orphanage, stating, "This is a country that needs our help." He also explained, "I've always been like this. This is my side that no one gets to see." The documentary raised $2 million for the Lesotho Red Cross and alerted the world to the desperate straits in which Lesotho's many victims of the AIDS epidemic lived. The documentary also proved to be a turning point in the public's perception of Harry. Up to then, the British public had only known of his troubled, troublesome, and laddish side. Now they could see for themselves that here was a prince with a heart, a man who loved children, who did not care about color or class, who wanted to make a difference. This endeared him to the British public, who have a very kind and compassionate dimension. They now began to take him to their own hearts in a way they had done only when he walked behind his mother's coffin. It was just as well, for Harry's conduct had provided rich pickings for the press to criticize him. He had appeared at his friend Harry Mead's 22nd birthday party in the Nazi uniform, complete with swastika, of Hitler's favorite Field Marshal Erwin Rommel's fabled Afrika Korps. Then his gap year was extended, supposedly owing to a knee injury, to 23 months, during which time he went to Argentina and was fit enough to work on and play polo at El Remanso Polo Farm, before taking off, again for Africa, this time to stay with the family of a girl he had started dating. Despite the patina of controversy his publicity generated, Harry was actually becoming ensconced in the public's affections as one of their favorite royals. From this time onwards, until after his marriage, his popularity would only increase until he was the most popular member of the royal family after the Queen. This process was fostered when Prince Charles married Camilla Parker Bowles on the 8th April 2005. Harry and William's evident pleasure in their father's marriage did much to increase the public's regard for both boys, while also deflecting the Jeremiads who had tried in every way to prevent Camilla from playing any part in Charles's life. Had the press known that for most of the last 4 years of her life, Diana had viewed Tiggy and not Camilla as her threatened replacement, they would have understood why the boys had a more nuanced view of their parents' marriage than the public did. 1 calendar month later, Harry finally entered the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst as Officer Cadet Wales. He joined the Alamein Company, ironic considering the Allied victory at El Alamein had been the beginning of the end for Field Marshal Rommel, who would ultimately be forced by Hitler to commit suicide. The way Harry had breezed through the regular commission board's intensive and difficult 3-day entrance examinations showed that he was truly like his mother. Unacademic, but when his interest was engaged, bright enough, focused, determined, and possessed of genuine leadership qualities. Kenworth had predicted to Diana, here was a boy destined for a career in the army. It was always where he wanted to do. This time he sailed through all the tests, including the leadership and physical tests, which could not have been fudged irrespective of any amount of assistance or coaching such as he had received at Eton. The officer training course at Sandhurst is intended to instill confidence and bring out the leadership qualities in officers. According to Major General Paul Nansen, Commandant of the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst since 2015 and General Officer commanding recruiting and initial training since 2018, it's about teaching new habits and hopefully helping you shake off old ones. The simplest things are transformative. If you are made to get up early, make up your bed properly, keep your room tidy, iron your clothes up to a desirable standard, stand up straight, have a well-ordered environment, be on time, attend to your duties, you will become disciplined, effective, and self-confident. All of these skills can promote broader empowerment, self-discipline, and leadership skills. They equip us for the battlefield, to fight insurgents and prepare for counterterrorism ops. Anyone, according to Nansen, can apply these techniques to develop a confidence that can radiate from our very being. It is not about being born with a silver spoon in your mouth. It's about how good you are. If you look good, you feel good. The road to greatness starts with a perfectly folded sock. It's about having a sense of pride in everything you do, an inner satisfaction in not having cut corners. Harry found the inculcation of discipline and good habits life-changing. I was at a stage in my life when I was probably lacking a bit of guidance. I lost my mom when I was very young, and suddenly I was surrounded by a huge number of men in the army. My color sergeant was someone who teased me at the right moments and gave me the confidence to look forward, to actually have confidence in yourself, to know who you are. In April 2006, Harry, by then considerably more straightened out than he had been when he entered Sandhurst, completed his training. He was commissioned a cornet, second lieutenant, in the Blues and Royals. In attendance at his graduation were his grandfather, the Duke of Edinburgh, his father and stepmother, and William, who had recently enrolled at Sandhurst, having graduated from St. Andrews University in Scotland. Also present were Tiggy, Mark Dyer, and Jamie Lowther Pinkerton, a former equerry to Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, who had been appointed both boys' private secretary on the 2nd May 2005. Harry had finally come of age and had finally found himself. Chapter 3. Unlike Harry, who found stability when he left school and entered the army, Meghan's experience of entering the real world after graduating from university was one of struggle and strife. She returned to California, and her father, who was happy to support her while she tried to get a break in the industry, all thoughts of being a Broadway star replaced with the intention of becoming a star of the screen. If there was one thing she had realized during her studies at Northwestern, it was that she did not have what it takes to become a huge theater star. She was no Geraldine Page, Patti LuPone, or Angela Lansbury. Such talent as she had equipped her for the screen, not the stage. Hers was not, by common consent of the professionals, a major talent, nor did she have the outstanding beauty of a Charlize Theron or the sex appeal of a Jennifer Lopez to catapult her to quick stardom. To Tom and his beloved Flower, it did not matter whether she succeeded on the big or small screen, nor even whether she got her break via commercials. All that mattered was that she become as big a star as she could. Meghan might have hoped that she would be discovered the way Lana Turner or one of the Hollywood heyday movie queens had been, but being a child of Hollywood, she was intelligent enough to realize that this was unlikely. She did not have the natural assets. Although she would later attribute her lack of early success to not being black or white enough, the fact is, her physiognomy, not her race, was the issue. Tyra Banks and Vanessa Williams had not found their color a problem, but then both women were spectacularly beautiful. Although appealing, Meghan was simply not quite so beautiful, sexy, striking, or memorable to jump out at observers the way Banks and Williams did. She did not have a breathtaking enough figure for screen stardom. Her frame was better suited to modeling, except that she was not tall enough to have a successful career as a model. Although she loved the camera and already knew what to do with it to maximize herself, it simply didn't love her enough for her to become another Marilyn Monroe, Gina Lollobrigida, or Sophia Loren. Great female stars were either stunningly beautiful or outstanding talents like Meryl Streep, while Meghan, for all her hopes, ambition, and attributes, was neither. What Meghan had in spades was ambition, but it was an ambitiousness way beyond her discernible attributes, meaning that any success she achieved would be down to her character more than anything else. This could have been a very dispiriting period for her, as she went from audition to audition, go-see to go-see, without being chosen. According to people who knew her then, Meghan refused to give up, no matter how dejected she became at times. She firmly believed that she was special, that she was better than others perceived her to be, that she was so bright and resourceful that she would able to convert any opportunity into something more major once she got her foot through the door. All she needed was a break, any break, even a small break. Once she got that, she'd find a way of making her way into occupying the central position she wanted for herself. Although at first it looked to observers as if Meghan might not succeed, as if she might be riding for a fall, she was intelligent and determined enough to appreciate what many others did not. Success in the public eye is not only about natural assets, it's also about perception and public relations. It's about what you surround yourself with. You don't have to be a great beauty to be acknowledged as beautiful. All you have to be is astute enough to maximize your assets. Stylish enough, photographed enough, praised enough for the general public to associate you with beauty. Diana, Princess of Wales, was a case in point. A reasonably good-looking woman with a nose too large, a mouth too small, cheekbones too flat, but good eyes, good coloring, good clothing, good hairstyle, and sufficient exposure for familiarity to breed acceptance of the illusion as reality. A stylish and attractive woman was accepted as the beauty she was through repetition and expert packaging. All creatures of Hollywood know about Warren Beatty odds. They apply as much to success on screen as to actors working their way through their address book, until they hit upon the girl who will say yes to a last-minute date. Rejection is meaningless as long as you accept that sooner or later, success will come your way. This was Meghan's attitude, and she deliberately chose to be happy irrespective of how long it took for her to achieve the success she wanted. What she did not reckon upon was that all that suppressed misery would have effects down the line. Meghan's first real break came about through her connections, not through her own efforts, and there is every possibility she would not have even got a reading had she not been put up for it by her good friend from Northwestern, Lindsay Roth, who had a casting job on an Anton Kutcher romantic comedy called A Lot Like Love. She pitched Meghan for a one-word role, which she got, though not before Meghan informed Nigel Cole, the director, that she had read the script and thought she'd be better suited for a larger role. Although she did not get the role she sought, she did get the one which Lindsay Roth had suggested, and even managed to get it expanded so that she ended up having 5 times as much to say as before. This did not lead, as Meghan hoped, to further success, nor did her attempt to up the ante affect her relationship with Roth, to whom she remains close, but it was the beginning of her acquiring a reputation for balsiness amongst those who liked her, and bumptiousness amongst those who did not. Her next role was in the sci-fi legal drama Century City, starring Ioan Gruffudd, Viola Davis, and Nestor Carbonell. So poor were its ratings that only 4 of the 9 episodes filmed were aired. Meghan, playing a party girl, delivered her one line in so hyper-animated a manner that she might well have been Richard Burton, overplaying his early film roles, until Elizabeth Taylor taught him to tone things down for the screen. A producer told me that her early desperation to succeed was one of the factors which prevented her from doing so. Later on, after she had become a duchess and narrated the Disney documentary Elephants Without Borders, this criticism would be echoed when her performance was slated as being overeager to please, exaggerated, and schmaltzy. But it didn't stop the British betting company Ladbrokes giving Meghan and the program 21 odds to win the feature-length documentary category at next year's Oscars. Desperation can be a great motivator, especially if you use it to fuel your perseverance. Meghan was ambitious enough to try out different tactics under the premise that if one thing didn't work, another would. Keeping her father sweet helped to keep the wolf from the door, and so too did keeping her spirits up. A real party girl, she went out as often as she could, doubtless with the dual motives of enjoying herself and meeting people who might help her along the road to success. She lucked out one night in 2004 when she went to a happening dive in West Hollywood, where young up-and-coming producers, directors, writers, actors, and actresses all congregated, in the belief that they were being more real by avoiding more conventional and expensive establishments. Meghan heard someone whose voice caught her attention. He was bold, voluble, confident, and charismatic. She also liked what she saw, a burly 6-footer with the body of an athlete and the reddish-golden locks of a surfer whose bright blue eyes exuded certainty. Trevor Ingleson had the persona of a man on his way up. Born in Great Neck, Long Island, New York, in October 1976, he was educated in his hometown before studying journalism at the University of Southern California in Los Angeles. He was also as markedly ambitious and driven as Meghan. He had started off on the lowest rung of the ladder, informing the producer Alan Rich that he wanted to do what he did. Rich suggested that he first work as an agent and got him a job at the Endeavor Talent Agency. Trevor, however, blew it when his boss, the film script agent Chris Donnelly, was away and he was caught sending out unsolicited scripts on the agency's letterhead. He was dismissed, but soon got another job as an assistant to his university alumnus Nick Osborne and his partner Jeffrey Zarno at OZ Films. He admitted they needed a hustler who could bring food to the table, which Trevor did so successfully that when Osborne founded Underground Films, his assistant followed him, before finally taking the company over. One thing led to another, and before the night was through, Meghan had hooked up with Trevor. Their romance thereafter moved at a quick and decisive pace. She moved in with him before a year was out. This suited her well. Living with Trevor, who was earning good money, took the financial pressure off her, but she couldn't live off him entirely, so she had a succession of jobs while waiting for her big break. These included acting as a hostess in a Beverly Hills restaurant, teaching gift wrapping in a local store, and working as a calligraphist doing invitations and envelopes for special events. She was proud of doing the invitations for the singer Robin Thicke and the actress Paula Patton's wedding in June 2005, and claimed that calligraphy not only earned her good money, but also gave her something to do while waiting around at auditions. It also set her apart from the other hopefuls. She felt it was a classy thing to do. And by this time, Meghan was well on the way to developing a classy persona. Some people found her demeanor sophisticated, while others regarded her as pretentious and full of crap, in an early indication of the way Meghan would divide, and has continued to divide, opinion. Although the producers of Suits sang her praises publicly, another Hollywood producer told me that Meghan Markle was not well regarded in the industry. But now that she is the Duchess of Sussex, people who wouldn't give her the time of day are now happy to consider doing business with her. Success does breed success, and I know from friends of hers that Meg is focused on success and doesn't really care if people don't like her. As long as she's getting what she wants, they can feel how they please. This is not a view that others agree with. They say that Meghan loathes rejection, and while she pretends not to mind it, she nurses a slight like no one else. Trevor and Meghan ended up living in a series of elegant rental houses, including one on Hilldale in West Hollywood, and a colonial-style two-story in Hancock Park, a historic area in central Los Angeles developed by the oil magnate, philanthropist George Allen Hancock. Theirs was but one of the many distinctive, architect-designed 1920s houses which make the area as desirable as it is, bounded by Wilshire Boulevard on the south and Melrose Avenue on the north. By the time Trevor and Meghan linked up, he was on his way to becoming a successful producer and talent manager. He lived and breathed work. He spent his whole life reading scripts, pushing for sales, or partying. Meanwhile, Meghan lurched from rejection to rejection, with only sops in the form of cameos and walk-on parts to provide encouragement that persistence might win the day. She encouraged Trevor to put her up for jobs, but he usually refused. He would only propose her when he thought she was well suited. In his own way, Trevor Engelson had integrity. This, according to friends, would ultimately become a cause of resentment for Meghan. She found it difficult to forgive her boyfriend when he overlooked her for roles which she thought were perfect for her. Though she was forced to respect his viewpoint that putting her forward for roles he regarded as unsuitable would result in rejection for her and undermine his credibility in the industry, he was inadvertently feeding a cold fury which would come back to chill him to his bones in the future. Meghan's rage was something which she kept well concealed until she started writing an anonymous blog called The Working Actress. In it, she revealed how distressing she found it when she was turned down or not considered for roles which she knew she was perfect for, even though no one else agreed with her. She wrote about the distressing times she took to her bed, crying her eyes out with a bottle of wine and bread for comfort, because she had not got some role she yearned for. Her hunger for success was never exceeded by the pain of rejection and the frustration of not being acknowledged the way she yearned to be. But the blog showed that it was a close-run thing. In it, she was open about her self-pity and pain, and while she did not spell it out, beneath that lay fury. 2006 was a dispiriting year for both Trevor and Meghan. He had been the executive producer of Zoom, a $75.6 million budget superhero action movie/comedy starring Courtney Cox, Chevy Chase, and Rip Torn. Despite their high hopes, the film took the princely sum of $12.5 at the box office, was universally panned as being dull and anything but funny, and had the further distinction of its lead actor, Tim Allen, being nominated for a Razzie Award in the Worst Actor category. At this time, Meghan had landed a role as a briefcase girl on the game show Deal or No Deal. This brought her a steadier and larger income than she had ever had, but was, by her own account, a daily reminder that she was nowhere near where she wanted to be professionally. By the following year, things were looking up for Trevor once more. He co-produced License to Wed, a romantic comedy starring Robin Williams, then started work as executive producer on the Sandra Bullock-Bradley Cooper comedy All About Steve. Meanwhile, Meghan bounced along on the bottom of the barrel, getting yet more bit parts until in 2010, Trevor landed the job of producer of Remember Me, a melodrama starring British heartthrobs Robert Pattinson and Pierce Brosnan. Finally, Trevor offered her a part, and while it was not a large one, she nevertheless had hopes that it would lead to bigger things. It did not, and not because the film was panned for its ending, which involved 9/11, but because Meghan's attributes remained unacknowledged. Despite this, she remained hopeful, and her relationship with Trevor was stronger than ever. According to Nikki Pretty, who remained Meghan's closest friend while also having become a close friend of Trevor's, they were so completely in love, so well suited, that she could never have imagined either of them with anyone else. Time, however, was running out for Meghan. She was approaching 30. She had not yet made it. She had no ambitions to become a character actress, though she hankered after having her acting talent recognized as if she were one of the greats like Eleanor Duse, Anne Bancroft, or Patty Duke. She wanted to be a star, and she was no nearer achieving her objective than she had been when she had started out acting in school. Then along came the part for which nature, nurture, and her own character and personality made her ideal. Rachel Zane was a tough, ball-breaking, bold, elegant, standoffish, competent, intelligent, but flawed paralegal at an upscale law firm. She had to be good-looking, but not so good-looking that she stole the show. She had to be sexy enough to capture the love interest of one of the stars, Patrick J. Adams, who was playing Mike Ross, but not so sexy that she came across as tardy. She had to be refined enough to convey a background of privilege. She had to be cool and convincing, for Rachel had garnered the respect of her colleagues, all of whom admired her legal ability, even though she could not pass her law exams. Meghan's agent Nick Collins of the Gersh agency had put her up for the role, and while she thought her reading had gone so badly that she asked him to arrange a second one, it had actually gone well. They loved my take on Rachel, and they were putting together a deal for me. It was a really good lesson in perspective. I think we are always going to be our own worst critics, she said. An observation she would have done well to remember when she became the Duchess of Sussex, and things started to go badly awry for her. According to Jeff Wackel, co-president of the USA Network, one of the things that we needed at the beginning of Suits was Patrick's character to come in as the hottest thing in town. He's brilliant, has a photographic memory, and fakes his way into being a lawyer, and then comes up against this girl who turns out to be the love of his life. We needed somebody who had a real authority to shut him down and still be the coolest thing around. Finally, Meghan's characteristics in all their contradictory complexity had come to her rescue. When Nick Collins rang Meghan to tell her that she had got the part, she was ecstatic, but reservedly so. She had previously had her hopes dashed when stardom had seemed assured, and lest history repeat itself, she now refused to let her expectations run away with her the way they had in the past. Nevertheless, she looked forward to the filming of the pilot in New York in autumn. Neither she nor Patrick J. Adams could be sure whether it was a good omen that they had once worked together on another pilot, one which amounted to nothing. This time, however, all the ingredients for success were there. Nor was success limited to what was happening on the screen. At the end of the shoot, Meghan and Trevor flew to Belize, where he asked her to marry him. She accepted without demur. She was marrying up, her brother Tom Jr. observed approvingly, but Trevor was also nailing her down in case she became the star she had always wanted to be. Between the proposal and the marriage, Meghan received the news that filming for the first series of Suits would begin in Toronto on the 25th April 2011. The only downside was that she and Trevor had to commute between there and California, but she was intent on making her relationship with him and the series work, and happily threw herself into both. The show aired on the 23rd June to a positive reception from the critics and audience. It was stylish, entertaining, and sophisticated, and amongst the many elements that played well was her passionate on-screen relationship with Patrick J. Adams. Meghan the woman was sweet and vulnerable superficially, while being tough beneath the surface, and this combination of softness and hardness gave her an authority that was perfect for the role. She and Patrick definitely had chemistry together, both on screen and off, and he explained that he and Meghan were extremely close, because we were the youngest people in the cast and both came in with the least experience. We grew up together over the course of the show. Meghan would later recount how stressful but satisfying she found the demands placed upon her in this her first successful show. She was growing not only as an actress, but also as a budding star. There were the demands of publicity, hair, makeup, wardrobe, interacting with the cast and crew, as well as everyone else whose path crossed hers. She deliberately retained a certain reserve behind a friendly and approachable facade. She was intent on being acknowledged as a team player and made sure that her charm was never superseded by displays of ego. In the midst of all this activity, she was also planning her wedding to Trevor, which was due to be held on the 10th September 2011 at the picturesque Ocho Rios Hotel, Jamaica Inn, whose main feature is one of the finest beaches on the island. Although Meghan availed herself of the services of its in-house wedding planner, she kept her finger firmly on the pulse. She is a control freak, a member of the staff said. She was very exacting in her demands. Although she was perfectly pleasant, she left no room for doubt. What she wanted, she intended to get. Because the Jamaicans were more used to being micromanaged and challenged than the staff at Windsor Castle, her conduct was not viewed as being out of line, so she did not ruffle feathers the way she would later on do with her second wedding. She and Trevor had taken over the entire hotel for a 4-day blast, paid for in part by Tom Sr. The least part of the event would turn out to be their wedding ceremony, which took all of 15 minutes. The rest of the time was dedicated to hard partying and fun activities such as wheelbarrow races. Both Meghan and Trevor were now earning good money. Suits had been commissioned for its second series, and while Trevor was treading water with Amber Alert, a film that would go nowhere, Meghan was thrilled to be marrying him. The wedding she was planning would be a reflection not only of the closeness of their bond, but also of their success. Although Meghan had always aimed at presenting herself as both cool and classy, she very nearly came a cropper when she had the bright idea of distributing ganja spliffs in specially made crocus bags inscribed with "shh" to all of her guests. Notwithstanding its reputation as producing the finest marijuana in the Western Hemisphere, Jamaica had an ambivalent attitude to its main export. There was considerable pressure from the American authorities upon the Jamaican government to stamp out the ganja trade, and using, possessing, distributing, or trading in the drug was punishable by a long prison sentence. They were very lucky no one reported them to the police, otherwise their festivities would have come to a quick halt, and they would have ended up in a Jamaican jail. Moreover, Meghan was so cool that she didn't bother to tell her guests what was in the crocus bags. She expected them to know. Not all of them did, and one of them took it back to the U.S. Only after getting through customs did they discover how Meghan had inadvertently made them into drug smugglers. They were anything but amused. That aside, Meghan and Trevor's wedding was a success. It established them among their circle as cool, happening, and classy hosts, and as Trevor returned to L.A. and Meghan to Toronto, Nikki Pretty and all their other friends confidently expected them to remain married forever. During the filming of the second series of Suits, however, Meghan's life experienced another upgrade. Toronto is a much smaller and more cohesive city than L.A. It also offers tax breaks to the film industry, so has a vibrancy out of all proportion to its location. An ensemble actress in a burgeoning cable series such as Suits is of far greater consequence there than she would be in the film capital of the world. If she is so inclined, she will soon be mixing with all of Canada's elite. And Meghan was very much inclined. By the third series, she had met and become friends with Jessica Mulroney, stylist wife of Ben Mulroney, whose father had been Canadian Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, and Jessica Gregoire and her husband Justin Trudeau. His father had been the former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, and his mother Margaret Sinclair, the hippie First Lady, whose widely reported affairs with Ted Kennedy and Mick Jagger rook place against the drug-addled backdrop of Studio 54 and scandalized Canadians and Americans in equal measure, while her fling with Fidel Castro has haunted her son Justin, whose resemblance to the communist dictator has been much commented upon. Nevertheless, Margaret Trudeau would end up enjoying the distinction of being the only Canadian woman to have been the wife and mother of prime ministers, for Justin, who had been a member of Parliament for Papineau since 2008, became leader of the Liberal Party in 2015 and Prime Minister in 2017. Meghan was very impressed to be mixing with people of that stature. Not only was she becoming a celebrity in her own right, but she was now socializing with a better class of person than in LA, where her and Trevor's friends and associates were successful but not of the top rank. As Canadian columnist Shinan Govani observed, Meghan's success in life owed more to the people she cultivated than her accomplishments on screen. She was a canny operator and took full advantage of any opportunity that presented itself, sometimes even creating opportunities when none was apparent. It was at this juncture that Meghan spotted how politics could further her trajectory to ever greater success. Canada is a more left-wing society than the United States. Although Hollywood paid lip service to leftist causes, its primary aim was success through film. Compared with even the most right-wing of Canadians, woke Hollywood seemed curiously right of center, to such an extent that the former Conservative Prime Minister Brian Mulroney seemed frighteningly leftist to even the most left of American Democrats. If you consider that Meghan's Canadian circles now consisted of members of the political elite of both the left and right, and that there was a consensus amongst Canadians of all political hues that humanitarianism was a social obligation, it becomes obvious that Meghan would be incentivized to resume the humanitarian activities which she had abandoned once she started making her way in the world. During the years that she was struggling to achieve as an actress, she could have volunteered had she been inclined to do so. Often time had lain so heavily on her hands that she had taken to her bed with a bottle for comfort, but the truth is, she was too focused on realizing her ambitions, and was also too intent on having a good time, traveling the world with Trevor, visiting places such as Vietnam and Central America, or just partying with him and making herself as visible on the social scene as she could, to bother with humanitarianism. Now, however, that she was in an environment where such conduct would elevate her from being just another actress on the make to a caring person whose tender sensibilities for the less fortunate would earn her the respect of her new associates, Meghan reconnected with the altruism that had gained her the approbation of her theology teacher at Immaculate Heart, Maria Paglia, all those years ago when she had volunteered at the hippie kitchen. She asked her newfound friends to refer her to a community project and was duly introduced to the St. Felix Center, earning the regard of those she helped, as well as those who had helped her with the placement. Meghan's good works with the center might have gone unnoticed by the world outside of St. Felix Center and her circle of friends and colleagues from that time, if the Duke and Duchess of Sussex had not chosen the center as one of the 12 charities which they highlighted in December 2019 on their Instagram for the good works each charity does to help the lonely, hungry, and homeless. Felix Center then published the sole photograph which had been taken of Meghan while she was volunteering with them and issued a statement. "We feel very grateful to have been highlighted by the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, Prince Harry and Duchess Meghan Markle, as one of the 12 charities doing important work worldwide." This photo has Meghan volunteering in our kitchen. Meghan Markle was an active supporter and volunteer of St. Felix Center during her time living in the city working on Suits. She volunteered on a regular basis in our kitchen as part of our community meals program. The Duchess also donated food from the set of Suits, and on one Thanksgiving she brought all the food, turkeys, and the fixings for over 100 people. The charity ended their proclamation stating what fond memories they had of lovely Meghan, providing an insight not only into the way Meghan functioned, but also why people such as the Mulroneys and Trudeaus held her in such high regard. It was in the third of the 7 seasons, during which Meghan played Rachel Zane, that her marriage to Trevor started to unravel. In his biography, Meghan, a Hollywood Princess, Andrew Morton implies that Meghan began to despise Trevor because she had started looking down on him now that she had moved up in the world. He wasn't doing as well as she'd have liked, and moreover, his exuberant personality had started to grate now that she was mixing in a more refined circle. Trevor had always been laid back, where she was controlled and controlling. He would arrive for appointments slightly late and disheveled, his shirt out of his trousers and maybe a spot of food on his lapel, while the perfectly contained and self-possessed Meghan was always immaculately turned out. Mixing as she now was in a world where people were more restrained than in Hollywood, Trevor's New York enthusiasm came across as tacky, his enthusiasm crass, and his breeziness off-putting. As Meghan had become more and more successful in Suits, he had started traveling to Toronto every few weeks to be with her, even doing as much of his work there as he could. By then, he had also opened an office in New York, as much to be closer to her as for commercial reasons. While he thought being with her in Toronto would improve their marriage, in reality his presence had the opposite effect. Moreover, his career was going nowhere, and that, added to his stylistic deficiencies, lessened his appeal. He had gone from being Trevity Trev, without whom she could not imagine life, to someone she had grown beyond. Meg used to tell me she couldn't imagine a life without Trevor. She said if anything were to happen to him, she wouldn't be able to go on. He cherished her too. You should have seen the way he used to hold her face in his hands. We all felt he was her eternal love, Nikki Pretty said, struggling to reconcile Meghan's volte-face concerning Trevor. This change of heart, which struck Trevor as coming like a bolt out of the blue, had actually been brewing for some time. Success had had an effect upon Meghan. It had liberated all sorts of feelings she had that had been lying latent, including the grudge she had harbored against Trevor for failing to help her when he could have and refused to do so, putting his precious integrity before her needs. Even more importantly, success had empowered her so that she had connected with her inner strength and no longer needed to depend on anyone else but herself. Nikki took a more negative view and thought that Meghan had become harder and more opportunistic with the passage of time. I think Meghan was calculated, very calculated, in the way she handled people and relationships. She is very strategic in the way she cultivates circles of friends. According to Nikki's interpretation of Meghan's motives, having found herself a new and more classy circle of friends, she did not wish to be bogged down with her embarrassing misfit of a husband or even her old and less establishment circle of friends. Once she decides you're not part of her life, she can be very cold. It's this shutdown mechanism she had. There's nothing to negotiate. She's made her decision, and that's it, Nikki said, explaining how Meghan dropped the axe on Trevor as well as on her old circle of friends. Having achieved a new and more elegant circle and a degree of renown in a successful TV show, it was like a light switched off. There's Meghan before fame and Meghan after fame. After 3 seasons of Suits, she called me to say the marriage was over. Maybe she had started to change before then, but I was refusing to see it. Of course, people change with time, and Meghan was no exception. As she grew into the stardom she had worked so hard to achieve, she developed new aspects of her personality. To her long-standing best friend Nikki, it seemed that her tone of voice, her mannerisms, the way she laughed, had changed to such an extent that they didn't seem real to me anymore. Even by season 2 of Suits, she was turning down lunch with us because she said she'd be recognized. I felt if I questioned her behavior, I'd be left on the outside. Moving up in the world can come at a price. Some are willing to pay it, others aren't. Meghan clearly was. Her new status meant that she had changed from unsuccessful actress to successful. She was happy with the changes and expected those who loved her to be happy for her too. According to Nikki, when she was in town, she'd want you to drop everything to see her. If I was busy, it would be, "Why don't you want to see me?" I'm here, let's hang out. However, if she wanted to cancel an engagement, she would do so and expect the friend to understand that she now had demands on her time, so they should accommodate her. This age-old conflict between those who are left behind and those who have done the leaving might have been resolved with a bit of goodwill on both sides. It is impossible to say, from this vantage point, whose lack of flexibility resulted in a severing of ties, but Nikki decided that Meghan had developed a sense of entitlement because of the show, that success had gone to her head, and that she was severing ties with her past, now that her old friends were no longer on a worldly par with her. Tellingly, it would turn out to be Nikki Pretty who dropped the axe on her friendship with Meghan, which gives us a wealth of information about how both women functioned and what they valued. It takes a lot to break the back of a lifelong friendship, but there were two straws that did it for Nikki Pretty. The first was when Meghan fell in love with a rescue dog and tried to wrest it away from someone who had displayed interest in it before Meghan did. She emailed the pet people asserting that the dog would have a better life in the Suits family than it would with the other prospective owner. Nikki felt she was playing the Suits card to gain an advantage to which she had no entitlement, and it left a sour taste in my mouth. Meghan, of course, had another take entirely. She wanted the dog and was prepared to do whatever it took to get it. She would never have thought she was being ruthless, just clever in using everything at her disposal to get her own way, being a winner. The death knell of the friendship became the way Meghan behaved at the end of her marriage with Trevor. Nikki was bemused with the way she ended the relationship, simply posting him back her wedding and engagement rings without any explanation, leaving him feeling like something stuck to the bottom of her shoe. Although there had always been fights between them, there had been no warning that the relationship was even under threat, much less that it was in danger of coming to an end. Nikki, who was friendly with both Meghan and Trevor, telephoned her lifelong friend to speak to her about it, after seeing Trevor and learning what she regarded as being the callous and brutal way in which Meghan had ended the marriage. But Meghan refused to impart any information to the best friend she had had since the age of 2. Nikki felt that she had not only changed personality, but having developed a new circle, really couldn't be bothered with her old one anymore. It was obvious to me that she wasn't the friend I'd grown up with, Nikki said, and decided to cut her out of her life entirely. People who have known Meghan all her life believe that Nikki was wise to jump. Had she not done so, she might well have been pushed, so she at least had the comfort of doing the dropping. This was not a consolation her father would have. If the loss of her closest and oldest friend bothered Meghan, she gave no indication. This was a time of great change for her, and the likelihood is that she was so busy growing into her new life that she barely had time for that alone, much less regrets about those she had left behind or who had dropped her. From January 2010, she had been writing a revealing blog called The Working Actress, about her experiences being unemployed, then employed. It was time and emotion consuming. She graphically described the anguish she had suffered as she failed to land parts. When it's good, it's fucking awesome. The other 300+ days of the year, it's harder than most would think. Humbling, grueling, sometimes mind-numbing, but at the end of the day, it's all worth it. People often describe actors who pop onto the scene as overnight success stories. Here's the reality, it's more like years of hustle. Welcome to the hustle. Meghan imparted penetrating insights into her psyche and the effect her years of rejection and occasional dollops of success had had upon her, writing about how she tricked herself via self-hypnosis into believing that she would succeed, endlessly repeating the mantra, "I'm a booker, I book all the time," in an attempt to give herself enough courage to audition and face failure again and again. Point is, sometimes when you trick yourself, it actually works. I believed my silly little mantra and well, it came to be. During Suits' first year, she continued pouring her heart and soul into the blog, inadvertently giving the reader insight into how success was changing her. In March 2010, before her breakthrough, she confided that, "I loathe walking the red carpet. It makes me nervous and itchy, and I don't know which way to look. I just revert to this nerdy child that I once was. I hate it. I get off the carpet and have to shake it off. Sounds dramatic, but it's really nerve-wracking for me. Meghan remained an unspoilt hopeful, appreciative of a chuckle from Donald Sutherland when her path crossed his during her half-minute appearance on the Jennifer Aniston 2011 black comedy Horrible Bosses. But success was having an effect. Although she was by no means a major star once Suits was underway, she was already positioning herself to cope with fame in such a way that Meghan the individual would not be swamped by the demands of fame. To do so, she had to adopt an attitude of disdain, so she started to denigrate fame and its demands from the lofty height of self-awareness. She wrote, "I am part of the horse and pony show this year. The scruffle has already begun with production and PR, the outfit I will wear, the hotel I will stay at, the parties I will attend." She also alluded to the first-class flights the studio sends me out on. As if she had been brought up in a world of private jets and first-class travel was an inconvenience to be decried rather than a luxury she was barely used to. Instead of frankly embracing the whole experience, the way she had embraced the pain of failure, she distanced herself from the very thing she had sought all her life by disdaining the perks and demands of success. They roll out the red carpet in a major way because they want me, the talent, as they call us, to show up looking and presenting in the best possible manner. This is the ultimate dance monkey dance. Now let me say this. As much as some people might hear this description and feel nauseated by it, that inner monologue of, "but I am an artiste," I say this to you, dear friend, get over yourself. The difficulty with that admonition was, the audience to whom she was speaking was in reality an audience of one, and her injunction was nothing but one part of herself speaking to another. It was obvious she adored being on the road to fame, and was mesmerized by her newfound success. She had striven for the better part of a decade to get where she was, and who could begrudge her how she felt about her success? This is part of the job, and it's fucking awesome. It's fancy and it's cool, and it's the business of what it takes to make it in this business. However, Meghan's next statement showed that somewhere in the deep recesses of her being she had not entirely given up on her old dream of being a Broadway star or a serious actress who was way above movie or, God forbid, TV stardom. If you are pursuing television, then realize that you have already sold out and take your big fancy paycheck to produce your artiste-driven plays on hiatus, because you can now. She then revealed how she could not help intermingling delight in her good fortune, self-congratulation, and disdain as she continued. Because flashing those pearly whites, veneers, and working the red carpet with your sexy little body, Spanx, is part of the job description you jumped on board for when you were lucky enough to sign on the dotted line that day you were testing. This is what we call a high-class problem, and compared with the problems of what feels like many moons ago, not having money to fill up my gas tank, scotch taping my headshots as CVs because I ran out of staples, crying because I couldn't get a callback, or even an audition when I knew in my core that I was the best possible one for the part, I will take this any day. As if that had not been revealing enough, she also gave the first hints of the schizophrenic attitude to recognition she would later exhibit once she became truly famous. When the handyman who came to fix her dishwasher recognized her and asked her to pose for a selfie to prove to his brother and dad that he'd met me, she complained about having her private space violated. She also demonstrated the early sproutings of the exacting demands she would become known for once she became a member of the royal family. In the blog, she bemoaned the conduct of the driver who collected her from the airport. He had committed 3 cardinal sins. Firstly, he brandished a sign at the airport with her full name. This, the discerning and authoritative Meghan tut-tutted, was kind of a non-no. Usually it's just a first initial and last name. Secondly, he had the temerity to invade her personal space and show her photographs on his iPhone as they waited at the carousel for her luggage. Thirdly, he exasperated her when he delivered her to the wrong address. This was the first recorded instance of the newly privileged Meghan seeking the sympathy of her audience by demonstrating how hard done by she was by the ineptitude, insufficiency, or plain, plumb insensitivity of people who were there to make her life easier, but somehow managed to become a problem to her. The only difficulty with this scenario was that drivers are given their destination by their controller. The fault was therefore not the unfortunate Jim's, at least not on that front, but the controller who had given him the wrong address. Meghan also admitted on the blog that she had been ignorant of what being a working actress would entail. I work long hours, I travel for press, my mind memorizes, my mind spins, my days blur, my nights are restless, my hair is primped, my face painted, my name is recognized, my star meter is rising, my life is changing. To capitalize upon those changes, Meghan stopped writing The Working Actress in the summer of 2012. She would wait 2 years before starting another blog. The TIG was an altogether more professional enterprise. Created by a successful Toronto digital agency named Article, it derived its name from Tignanello, a wine created in 1970 by Piero Antinori of the eponymous winery dating from 1385. This was a lifestyle blog which cleverly and self-consciously traded upon her success as an actress, while at the same time earning her some $100,000 a year and ratifying her aspirations to being perceived as a classy and authoritative figure, or, as Meghan put it, the hub for the discerning palate, those with a hunger for food, travel, fashion, and beauty. I wanted to create a space to share all of those loves, to invite friends to share theirs as well, and to be the breeding ground for ideas and excitement, for an inspired lifestyle. Meghan was positioning herself to be as much an authority figure off-screen as Rachel Zane was on it. Make no mistake about it, Meghan is clever. She intended to use the blog to boost her profile as well as her bank balance. Thereafter, she approached celebrities who crossed her path and offered them a platform to air their views. It was a masterful move, one which elevated her and gave her ballast. For while the stated objectives of the blog were lightweight, she also roped in writers, artists, activists, as well as celebrities. It quickly became successful, and by the time she ended it in 2017, just before her marriage to Harry, it had some 2 million followers. Because Meghan was intelligent and a quick learner, absorbing as if by osmosis all the lessons gleaned from the talented people who crossed her path, she was polishing her act at the very moment that the blog was growing in importance. Being a lifestyle blog, it covered everything from tennis with Serena Williams to stars like Elizabeth Hurley and Heidi Klum, with just enough coverage of serious issues such as gender, race, activism, and poverty to balance the overt superficiality of its otherwise aspirationalism. The TIG proved instrumental in another area of Meghan's life. She had fancied the celebrity chef Corey Vitiello ever since she had first seen him in his downtown Toronto restaurant, the Harbour Room. He was a highly desirable man about town who had enjoyed a series of high-profile romances, including with the former Member of Parliament, businesswoman and philanthropist Belinda Stronach, whose billionaire father Frank is one of Canada's richest men, and television personality and humanitarian Tanya Kim, who co-hosted a popular talk show with Ben Mulroney. Corey would be a feather in her cap if she could somehow contrive to bag him, which she did through the simple expedient of publishing a glowing review of his restaurant in the TIG, which contained an even more glowing regard for the chef himself. According to one of Meghan's childhood friends, who wishes to remain anonymous, she is extremely seductive when she targets people she wants to impress. It doesn't matter whether it's a man or woman. If Meg wants to suck you into her orbit, she pulls out all the stops. She learnt a long time ago that flattery works, especially if it's dished out with lashings of self-abnegation along the lines of, "You're so marvelous, everything you do is so great, I want nothing from you except to admire you." She's wonderfully spontaneous. No one is more enthusiastic, especially when she wants to ensnare a man. She envelops him in a miasma of adoration. She makes out that his every mundane action is a unique gift to humanity. Few people and even fewer men can resist an onslaught of such positivity from someone as appealing as Meghan. This makes her very seductive. Men don't want to resist the outpouring, and because she seems so sincere, they end up hooked on her. Meghan has tremendous charm, apparent vulnerability, sweetness, and personability. She has a great deal of sex appeal, most of which emanates from her personality and those big brown eyes which beam with delight when she wants to bedazzle. She is also highly intelligent and excellent company. Above all, however, she is self-confident. By her own account, she found leaving Trevor behind an empowering experience. Once she shed that skin and discovered how strengthening it was to be liberated from many of the anxieties and insecurities she had suffered from previously, she became a far more potent and powerful person than she had ever been. She knows her power and she enjoys wielding it, someone who knows her well told me. Meghan believed that once she got her foot in through the Vitiello door, the establishment was hers for the taking, and so it proved. Before too long, Corey had moved into the 3-bedroomed house at 10 Yarmouth Road in Seaton Village, where Meghan had replicated the stylish pale colors, modern paintings, and contemporary furniture of the cozy, yellow-painted marital home she had shared off Sunset Boulevard with Trevor. She lived here very quietly, said Bill Kapitanos, a Greek native now in his late 70s, who was her next-door neighbor. They had a cordial relationship, and he occasionally helped her out when she needed neighborly assistance. When he met Doria, she did not merely thank him for being such a good friend to her daughter. She thanked him for helping out her angel, which shows the level of parental adoration Meghan was used to receiving. Meghan's quiet lifestyle lasted until Harry came on the scene. Only then did she start to entertain, having dinners, throwing large parties, and generally having a social buzz going that was actually uncharacteristic of the way she normally functioned. In reality, Meghan was a homebody who loved hunkering down with her man when they were not out on the town partying. Her main company on a day-to-day basis was her 2 rescue dogs from L.A., Guy the Beagle and Bogart the Alsatian's Labrador Cross, and ironically enough, her blog, to which she dedicated so many hours that it was like a living companion. This homely, loving side to Meghan's personality meant that the parents of the men with whom she was involved invariably liked her. Trevor's parents, David and Leslie Ingleson, had treated her as their own daughter, which was quite something when you stop to think that Jews often want their sons to marry Jewesses. So too did Jerry and Joanne Vitiello, who described her husband as my high school sweetheart and declared that family is everything. They hosted their son and Meghan, whose relationship Joanne Vitiello would later characterize as serious, during Christmas 2015 at their home in Brantford, 2 hours outside of Toronto. She believed that Meghan was very interested in being with the people she was with. She has a good sense of humor and is very personable. Meghan and Corey were living together. They were in their 30s. They weren't kids. And while she never actually said it, she intimated that marriage was a possibility. Not everyone, however, had a rosy view of Meghan as she was ascending the greasy pole. The social columnist Shinan Govani regarded her as just a cable actress who didn't mean much when she met Corey Vitiello. He, on the other hand, was a huge star locally. He was known by everyone and well-liked too. Within the confines of the city, being with him was definitely a useful platform for her. He was much bigger in terms of the establishment in Toronto. He was leverage for her. He was also friends with people like the Mulroneys and Marcus Anderson, global membership director of the elite private club Soho House, which has a branch in Toronto. Although Meghan's path had crossed theirs, she now became close friends with all of them. Their homes and Soho House became like her second home. Govani believed if she had never come to Toronto, she would never have married Prince Harry. There was something about coming to Toronto, becoming friends with the Mulroneys, and having a high social cachet. It was the perfect storm that created the opportunity. Govani thought that there was an element of deliberateness about the way Meghan advanced herself socially, and that she took advantage of the opportunity that came her way. He also felt that she wasn't content with just being an actress. I mean, what would happen after Suits? She wasn't getting any younger. Through Corey, Meghan's star ascended exponentially. Not only were they a glamorous couple who functioned in the most elevated circles, but the power of two and the connections she made through him allowed her to spread her wings in a way that a cable show like Suits never could have done. While Corey was vital to Meghan's progress, it would be a mistake to ignore the role her effort and ambition played in her growing success. The TIG was her creation. It was, in some ways, her baby as well as her platform, and it was proving invaluable in raising her profile while giving her gravitas and access that she would otherwise not have had. She ensured this by shoring its content up with features that were heavyweight as well as aspirational. According to Meghan, a part of her newfound ascendancy was the realization that she had been standing in her own way by failing to jettison her misgivings and just let herself rip. She had decided to do just that and had, in the process, strengthened herself. Having consciously resolved to let go of all the negativity that had been holding her back, she began embracing aspects of herself that had previously been problematic. Chief amongst these was her racial identity. In Canada, Meghan had been discovering that being biracial was more advantageous than it had been in the US. Canadians are much more relaxed about issues like race and status than Americans, and aside from using her race in a way she had never done before, she began using her sex through the blog to branch out into areas where race, gender, and activism could be utilized positively. Meghan was on a mission, and the mission was to thrive rather than survive. She would use everything she had to make her life better and richer. She would flourish. In September 2014, Meghan was due to have a week off work. She decided to offer her services as a volunteer to the United Nations in New York. There are few bigger names in the humanitarian world, and Meghan rightly saw that if she could associate herself with that organization in some capacity, considerable benefits would accrue to her down the line. She was careful with the UN to utilize such starriness as she possessed, and there really wasn't very much. Suits was still a relatively minor cable TV show, in such a way that she came across as modest and willing. She therefore told them she would be happy to serve coffee and answer phones. Though once she was there, she shadowed Fumzile Mlambo Nkuka, the executive director of UN Women, and Elizabeth Naimayaro of the He for She movement, for the one thing above all that Meghan had going for her was her dynamic personality. Within moments of meeting her, people realized that she was exceptional, and while this did not appeal to all tastes, it was enticing to sufficient for it to work in her favor. Having put her charm and networking skills to good use and acquired a reputation for brightness and cooperativeness, the following year, Meghan was back at the UN, this time giving a speech before the Secretary General of the UN to a packed house as the United Nations Women's Advocate for Political Participation and Leadership. For 9.5 minutes, she spoke eloquently, engagingly, and movingly about the airing of the now infamous Ivory dishwashing liquid commercial, telling how it had set her on the path of feminist activism. Her speech was a tour de force, which garnered her much respect in the political circles in which she now moved. It reinforced her aim of being taken seriously, not only as an influencer through her blog, but as a political activist. To the Suits audience, she might have been merely Rachel Zane, the ball breaker who couldn't pass her law exams, but nevertheless had the legal practice and Mike Ross eating out of her hand. But to the Mulroneys and Trudeaus, who were the audience she really wanted to impress, she was growing into a heavy hitter whose humanitarian credentials established her as worthy of their attention and friendship. Despite the spectacular way her public profile was progressing, Meghan's need to be noticed was beginning to affect her relationship with Corey. Although Corey has always been careful to only say positive things about his ex-girlfriend, friends of theirs, who did not wish to be identified, said she was extraordinarily pushy beneath the soft and sweet exterior. She was always angling for the best table in a restaurant, wanting to sit in the best seat, reminding everyone not so subtly that she was this huge star when she really wasn't. Suits wasn't that big a deal, and Toronto is full of actors and actresses. The city gives tax breaks to film companies, so film and TV stars of a far greater stature than Meghan Markle are two a penny. It was just embarrassing. Corey's not that sort of guy, and I think after a while it began to get on his nerves and he started to lose respect for her. Although Meghan could be very loving, she was so impassioned that she sometimes came across as a prima donna. Friends believe that Corey had become increasingly disenchanted as a result of that aspect of her conduct, but what did it for him was when she started snatching credit from him for recipes that he had created. Meghan is a good cook, but she's also extremely vain and always wants praise, one of the Vitiello circle said. She and Corey had hosted a dinner party at which she had served pasta with courgette spirals. Upon being complimented on the dish, she tried to take credit for its invention. However, it was Corey's creation, and this pissed him off royally. No matter how loving you are, once your boyfriend realizes you're a phony, that's it. Someone who liked him but had never liked her said. Shortly after that incident, Meghan left for England to watch her friend Serena Williams play tennis at Wimbledon. One of the attributes which friends of hers find endearing is her willingness to cross the world to support their efforts. Her detractors do not regard this as a virtue, suggesting that she promotes herself under the guise of supportiveness. They question why her support is always for the very rich or the very poor, and defile her motives with the observation that a camera is often present to record how marvelous Meghan is. One person who had no such reservations was the tennis ace. They had met in February 2014 when the satellite television channel DirecTV threw a huge televised party on a man-made beach created out of 1 million tons of sand in a heated tent at Pier 40 on the Hudson River in Manhattan. According to Meghan, we hit it off immediately. On the TIG, she described their first meeting, taking pictures, laughing through the flag football game we were both playing, and chatting not about tennis or acting, but about good old-fashioned girly stuff. Serena confirmed that their friendship had grown from strength to strength by saying, after the royal wedding, "We have known each other for a long time, but we really kind of are relying on each other a lot recently." Meghan's relationship with Serena would prove to be pivotal in more ways than one. Aside from the fact that she would never have met Harry had she not gone to watch her friend play at Wimbledon, it was the tennis star whose dexterous use of the media inspired her to develop the TIG in the way she did, and even more importantly, whose presence in her life helped Meghan overcome the hurdles she had faced all her life concerning her racial identity. Had Meghan not become as friendly with Serena as she did, had she not seen how positive an advantage being a woman of color could be if she embraced her African-American identity the way Serena did, she might well have continued sitting on the fence the way she had done all her life. It was fortunate that Meghan had finally made the leap from the areas of uncertainty which she characterized as grayness to embracing her biracial identity, for this would prove to be yet another of the pivots which saw her make an even more important leap, from actress on a cable television show to member of the British royal family. There is some doubt as to whether the relationship between Corey and Meghan had actually ended before Meghan met Prince Harry. Although Meghan would later claim it had, Corey has refused to be drawn, which leads one to suspect that it had not. Overlap or not, it was definitely limping to an end. And if Meghan was fortunate enough to replace one handsome and celebrated Adonis with an even more famous and important hunk, she would have been crazy not to seize the moment. Amongst the many things Harry and Meghan had in common was a checkered romantic past. Shortly before entering Sandhurst, he had started a romance with Chelsea Davy, a bright, bouncy, blonde Zimbabwean, whom he had met the year before through Simon Diss, one of his Gloucestershire friends, who formed the circle known as the Gloss Posse. She had been educated in England at Cheltenham College before transferring to Stowe School to do her A-levels, but when they met, she was about to return to South Africa where her family lived, to read PPE, Politics, Philosophy and Economics, at the University of Cape Town. It was while he was in Lesotho and in need of diversion that Harry reconnected with her. Chelsea Davy is a very attractive girl and bouncy, as I can attest, having met her at polo. She is bright and sociable. Harry joined her and a group of her friends for a night out at a nightclub called Rhodes House, and the evening went so swimmingly that they ended up spending most of their time on the dance floor, entwined in passionate embraces. It was the beginning of a romance that would last on and off for 7 years. They had much in common. Both were fearless physically. She was a superb horsewoman who could ride bareback and had been known to wring the life out of a snake with her bare hands. Both she and Harry loved Africa, whether it was going on safari in Botswana or just chilling at her family properties. Her father, Charles Davy, was one of the largest white landowners in Zimbabwe, with properties covering 800,000 acres, while her mother Beverly Nee Donald had been Miss Rhodesia in 1973. Upon discovering that Charles Davy was also in business with Webster Shamu, Minister of State for Policy Implementation, at a time when Robert Mugabe's government was being reviled internationally for its policy of land grabbing, not to mention the intimidation and abuse of power which were characteristics of the Mugabe regime, the British press created such a monumental hue and cry that Davy ultimately had to sever his connections with Shamu. This cannot have been easy for either Chelsea or Harry, who were innocents caught up in a game not of their own making. Once news of their relationship broke in the mail on Sunday with staff at the lodge in Argentina where they had gone for a romantic weekend, tipping off the newspaper that Harry and Chelsea were like any young couple in love, kissing and holding hands, and he seemed quite besotted. They looked madly in love, and at one point, Harry admitted that she was his first true love. The publicity proved an unwelcome pressure on the relationship. Of course, the press can never get enough of a good romance, and once Harry turned 21 and gave the customary interview to mark the occasion, he was inveigled into commenting, "I would love to tell everyone how amazing she is. But, that is my private life, and once I start talking about that, then I've left my own self open, and if anyone asks me in the future, then they'll say, 'Oh, well, hang on, you told them, but why aren't you telling us?'" This was just enough to satisfy the newspapers, whose absorbing interest in the Harry and Chelsea affair seemed never-ending. In the beginning, though, the real strains between the couple were their youthfulness and the enforced separations they had to endure. Chelsea remained in South Africa for the first 2 years to obtain her BA from the University of Cape Town in 2006, while Harry entered Sandhurst, completed his officer training course, before being commissioned into the Blues and Royals. Although royal protocol deemed it inappropriate for her to be in attendance at his graduation ceremony, she flew in for the graduation ball. In 2006, Chelsea moved back to England to take the LLB law degree at the University of Leeds. Harry, meanwhile, was flourishing in the army. It was announced that his unit would be deployed to Iraq the following year, which created a tremendous kerfuffle, with the defense secretary agreeing with Harry, who wanted to be sent to the front line. "If they said, 'No, you can't go front line,' then I wouldn't drag my sorry arse through Sandhurst, and I wouldn't be where I am now," Harry announced, gaining the admiration of the public. The Queen, who had previously allowed Prince Andrew's life to be put on the line during the Falklands War, just like every other serving soldier, sailor, and airman, agreed with her grandson. Although Harry would ultimately not be sent to Iraq, because his presence would provide a magnet for insurgents, endangering the lives of the other men, he was sent instead to Afghanistan for 2 separate tours of duty. This gained him the respect of the public in a way nothing else could ever have done. The fact that he was brave, determined to do his duty, happy to muck in with his cohorts and expect no special treatment, gained him a regard which he had hitherto not had. Even when he did silly things, such as being photographed cavorting nude in Las Vegas with a group of drunken friends, including his wingman Tom Inskip, the respect he had earned remained intact. Indeed, the public admired him all the more for being a bit of a lad. It showed that he was not only a brave man, but a prince who was fundamentally just another accessible and likable human being. If Chelsea was prepared to cut Harry slack where his drinking was concerned, she was not so willing to overlook what she regarded as being taken for granted. When Harry chose to attend the Rugby World Cup final in Paris, rather than be with her for her 22nd birthday, she dumped him. This was but the first of the endings that led to reconciliations, but by 2009, she was sufficiently resolute, After Harry had decided to embark on a 2-year training course to learn to fly helicopters for the Army Air Corps, to alter her online Facebook profile to relationship not in one. She knew it was only a matter of time before the news leaked to the press, but she welcomed the respite, as by then she was heartily sick of the media intrusions, and also looked forward to a break from the strains of a long-distance relationship. For the next 2 years, Harry and Chelsea's relationship was on and off. There was genuine affection there, but their youthfulness and Harry's career in the army meant that she had to endure the same sacrifices that other army wives and girlfriends do, all the while running the gauntlet with the press, who followed her every move. By the time of William's marriage to Catherine Middleton on the 29th April 2011, their status remained unresolved, yet the trust between them was so strong that Chelsea not only helped Harry to write his best man's speech, but was also his +1 for the wedding and the events following it. By 2012, Harry and Chelsea were definitely headed in opposite directions. Princess Eugenie knew that her first cousin wanted a girlfriend, and that her good friend Cressida Bonus had recently split up with boyfriend Harry Wentworth Stanley. They had been an item at the University of Leeds, but when Wentworth Stanley took off for his gap year on his own, the relationship came to an end. So Eugenie introduced them, and Harry and Cressida hit it off. For a while, it looked as if they were ideally suited. Both were athletic, good-looking, bohemian, and she had the advantage of being resolutely British upper class, with a family that was as colorful as Harry's. Unlike the Davy family, Cressida's was used to the press. Her mother and aunt had been noble. It girls in the 70s, when we were all young, and few weeks went by without all of our names featuring in the gossip columns. Her mother, Lady Mary Gay Curzon, was the elder of 2 daughters of the 6th Earl Howe's second marriage. Her aunt, Lady Charlotte Curzon, was a year younger. And in the 1970s, the Curzon sisters were such social luminaries that you couldn't go to a party anywhere in London or the Shires without running into one or the other of them. At the time, Mary Gay was married to her first husband, Esmond Cooper Key, who was even better connected than the Curzon girls, if such a thing were possible. His maternal grandfather was the mighty press baron Esmond, 2nd Viscount Rothermere, and his uncle the Hon Vere Harmsworth's wife Pat was one of the most outstanding figures in society. While Vere was so laid back that he was almost reserved, with a delightfully droll sense of humor, Pat, who relished becoming the 3rd Viscountess Rothermere in 1978, was an unpredictable firebrand, perennially bedecked in LaCroix, a large bow in her curly chestnut-colored hair styled like Shirley Temple, her ears and hands weighed down with stones the size of almonds, the inevitable pair of sneakers contrasting with the whole costume, which was finished off with a glass of champagne in one hand and a dazzling swizzle stick in the other. Pat drank only champagne, but hated bubbles, hence the gold swizzle stick and the ironic nickname Bubbles, which she loathed and friends hesitated to use to her face. By the time Cressida was born in 1989, Mary Gay was on her 3rd marriage to an old Harrovian businessman called Geoffrey Bonus. His family had once had a lot of money, but no longer did. Cressida was their only child, but she had 7 half-siblings, 3 paternal half-brothers from her father's first marriage, a half-sister from Mary Gay's marriage to Esmond, and 2 other half-sisters and a half-brother from Mary Gay's second marriage to John Anstruther Gough Calthorpe. Fortunately for her parents, Cressida was athletic and won a sports scholarship to Park Pryor College in Bath, after which she attended Stowe before heading to one of the aristocracy's favorite universities, Leeds, where she studied dance. She was a beautiful girl, which was just as well, for she wanted to become an actress. The years between Cressida's birth and her introduction to Harry had seen profound changes in British society. These had loosened up everyone, including the royals and aristocracy, with the result that everyone now had greater choice as to what they could do with their lives. This was as a result of the flipping of the hierarchical ladder, which had once defined the social order from the bottom to the top, from vertical to horizontal. The divisions between the classes still existed, but they were now perceived as being surmountable. Although the aristocracy still had a degree of influence, in national terms it had ceased to be the oracle it had been in the days when deference had accompanied vertical hierarchy. British society no longer being deferential, this gave everyone the freedom to explore their desires and ambitions in a way that had been unthinkable in a previous generation. Cressida and Harry, who were exploring the possibilities of what their lives could be, whether together or separately, was beside the point, were therefore typical of the open-endedness that now characterized British society. In many ways, Harry and Cressida seemed ideally suited. They were a good match not only physically and in terms of background, but also in terms of interests and outlook. The word in aristocratic circles was that Mary Gay was keener on her daughter marrying into the royal family than Cressida was. But since Cressida and Harry seemed to be so well matched and so good together, everyone crossed his or her fingers and hoped there would be no slips between the cup and the lip. Cressida, however, was struggling under the harsh glare of the press's attentions. When she appeared on Woman's Hour, she highlighted some of the difficulties. I think it's that thing of being pigeonholed. Especially in this country, I find that people are very quick to put you in a box or put you in a corner and think, oh, well, you're that, so you must be this. It's incredibly frustrating. She was confronting the reality that friends of mine, who could have married into the royal family when they were her age, had also faced. Unless you were so gut-wrenchingly in love with the man that you would sooner be pilloried than live without him, and unless you knew with complete certainty that you would remain so in love with him that the torture of being royal would be endurable, or you were so ambitious that you'd endure the heat no matter what, you had your day in the sunshine, got scorched, and headed for shelter and the chamomile lotion. By 2014, Cressida was ready for the shade. She and Harry parted on amicable terms, just as he had with Chelsea, both of whom would be asked to his wedding. She then quietly returned to her previous boyfriend, Harry Wentworth Stanley, another tall, good-looking second son, whose mother is the present Marchioness of Milford Haven, wife of the head of the Mountbatten family, of which Prince Harry's line, Mountbatten-Windsor, is a distaff branch. She remained on such good terms with the royals that she attended Harry's wedding to Meghan and Princess Eugenie's to Jack Brooksbank last year. By this time, Harry was something of a hero with the public. His first deployment to Afghanistan, as a forward air controller in Helmand Province, had come to a sudden end when the German newspaper Bild and the Australian magazine New Idea had breached the embargo concerning his presence. Disappointed that he was being forced to abandon his men, but understanding of the danger his continuing presence would place them in, he was airlifted out before the Taliban had a chance to attack. Frustrated and disappointed at how his posting had ended, he was nevertheless pleased to be presented with the Operational Service Medal for Afghanistan by his regiment's Colonel-in-Chief, his Aunt Anne the Princess Royal, at Combermere Barracks. Aside from loving the structure, discipline, and camaraderie of the army, one of the greatest delights of that life for Harry was that he was just another human being. His royal status made no difference, except occasionally as a preventative, stopping him from being assigned postings or being able to accept assignments that would endanger his fellow troops if it became known that HRH Prince Henry of Wales were involved. The challenge, for him and his superiors, became how to carve out a meaningful role for himself, which would give scope to his abilities without exposing his fellows to increased danger. Like his father, brother, and uncle, Harry then became a helicopter pilot, which is how he came to be posted to Afghanistan a second time. This time, there was no secrecy, his assignment being announced beforehand in an act of confidence and defiance by the British authorities. His arrival at Camp Bastion for a 4-month posting as a co-pilot and gunner for an Apache helicopter was greeted by the Taliban, whose spokesman Zabiullah Mujahid told Reuters, "We are using all-out strength to get rid of him, either by killing or kidnapping. We have informed our commanders in Helmand to do whatever they can to eliminate him." It was obvious that there was little likelihood of the Taliban succeeding. Camp Bastion was as secure as Fort Knox. By making the announcement the way they did, the Taliban had set themselves up for failure. The British and American press thrilled to Harry's presence, which did as much for morale amongst the Allied troops in Afghanistan as it did for Harry's reputation in England. Harry's status as a brave soldier consolidated his popularity and helped to enlarge his options both as an army officer and a prince. These, however, did not include more tours of duty in battle zones. His presence was too risky for all concerned, so to his disappointment, he was quietly transferred to a staff officer's role at Army headquarters in London. His office was in Horse Guards, and his duties included helping to coordinate Army significant events in London. This might have been a disappointment to someone who liked getting himself dirty in the trenches, who loved nothing better than mucking around with the men, but it was also an opportunity to leave his mark in a creative way. Unlike Charles and William, whose position as immediate heirs to the throne made their roles relatively easy to define, Harry, being a second son, had more scope. Within reason, he could do what he wanted. The role of spare could provide opportunities that an elder son could not have, if only he had the imagination and commitment to avail himself of them. What Harry did next covered him in glory, and showed that his humanitarianism was not an empty drum to beat for his own glorification, but a genuine and deep-seated desire to create opportunities for those who lacked them. He created the Invictus Games, a Paralympic-type sporting event for wounded, injured, or infirm soldiers of either sex, launched officially by him in combat gear at the former Olympic Centre in Stratford, East London, in March 2014. Inspired by the highly successful 2012 London Olympic Games and by the Warrior Games, which had been created by the United States Olympic Committee in 2010, these games would take place that September. By this time, everyone understood that Harry truly felt for those less fortunate than himself. He had been a patron since its inception of Walking with the Wounded, founded in 2010, had walked to the Arctic on their behalf in 2011, and would walk to the South Pole in 2015. He also beat the drum for Sentebole, putting both the charity and its country on the map in a way no one and nothing ever had done before. His sense of humor also garnered him many admirers, such as the time in 2012 when, on an official visit to Jamaica, he beat the fastest man on earth, Usain Bolt, by out-and-out cheating, running to the finish line before the race had begun. When Bolt then did his characteristic lightning bolt movement, Harry was right there beside him, doing it as well. The Jamaicans loved him, the Jamaican High Commissioner told me. They couldn't get enough of him. He was just such a delight. In March 2015, the palace announced that Harry would leave the army in June. The constraints he had had to endure would help in his personal life, should he find himself a girlfriend or wife. Whether the lack of structure he would have to cope with in civilian life would be beneficial to him personally was another matter. All his life, Harry had needed to be kept occupied. He had flourished in the army because he was the sort of personality which needed structure to bring out the best in him. Even as a little boy, he used to beg Ken Worf to give him assignments. He had leadership ability of the median rank, was also good at taking orders, had energy and courage, and he loved being surrounded by the men and mucking in with them. He was the perfect army man. But he did not possess the inner spark or self-discipline that enables people to flourish in an unstructured environment. To further complicate matters, Harry was headstrong and had been brought up by Diana, and to a lesser extent his father, to overestimate his importance in the scheme of things. He was a second son, whose role could never be as well delineated as his elder brother's, and with the passage of time, that role would become of increasingly less consequence constitutionally. It was inevitable that he would suffer the fate of Prince Andrew, who had started out as second in line to the throne and found himself being pushed further and further down the table of succession with the birth of each child who supplanted him. There were doubts that Harry had the internal resources to realize his full potential without the clear boundaries that an institution like the army provided. But the enthusiasm with which he embraced royal projects in civilian life heartened observers. Maybe he did have what it took to become a successful civilian prince after all. In contrast to his public life, Privately, Harry struggled to find a girl who wanted to take him on full-time. No one wanted the job. Although he was a nice enough guy and undoubtedly physically appealing, with the robust athleticism of a fit soldier, he had emotional problems. He was often unjustifiably angry. I know of one instance when he tried to attack a contemporary of his father's for no reason at all. He was dragged off by his protection officers and is only lucky that nothing was made of the incident. He could be churlish and placed many demands on those closest to him. He could be overly clingy while being out of touch with his emotions. He seemed to believe that his troubles all stemmed from his mother's death, but people who knew the family well disagreed. Relations of his tell me that he was always going to be trouble, because Diana simply refused to provide consequences. Patrick Jeffson, her private secretary, bore this out when he recounted the 3-year-old Harry deliberately riding his tricycle at full speed into the shins of a senior cavalry officer who had come to pay his colonel-in-chief an official call. Although Diana scolded him, she did not punish him, and Harry rode off without contrition or consequences. Such a joke did Harry's quest for a girlfriend become that his sister-in-law Catherine even gave him a grow-your-own-girlfriend kit in 2016. It was no secret in aristocratic circles that he desperately wanted to marry and start his own family. Unlike many men who want to sow their wild oats and will flit from woman to woman with no thought of emotional involvement, Harry had an almost feminine attitude to relationships. They were more about love than sex. And while he could get sex easily, lasting love had proven so far to be depressingly elusive. Indeed, Harry's quest for love had become almost pathetic. He would ask friends to set him up with girls who were well-bred and attractive, and to ensure that they wanted him for himself and not for his name and rank, the very things, ironically, that turned off most well-bred girls. He would pretend to be someone else. He did this with a friend of my children's, Baroness Jessica Heidel, who found the whole experience so bizarre and discomfiting that she was hamstrung into stupefaction. How does one of the most famous men in the country expect a well-educated, well-bred, intelligent girl to react when he tries to start off a relationship incognito? Is she supposed to go along with the deception, or is she supposed to call his bluff? Why would he think she would care so much about his rank, style, and title that he had to pretend to be someone else? How does a girl begin a real relationship with someone who isn't who he says he is? Crazy, just crazy. Although Jessica thought Harry was a perfectly nice person, she couldn't see herself having a relationship with anyone who started out on that footing. The loss, I can tell you, was Harry's, not hers. She is a beautiful, blue-eyed blonde with a perfect figure. She is stylish and tasteful, and more to the point, the real article. She would have made the most wonderful Duchess of Sussex. Then Harry met Meghan. As stated earlier, Meghan had flown to London to watch Serena Williams play tennis at Wimbledon. This trip would be pivotal, and the way it came about gives a real insight into how Meghan has scaled the heights she has. Nearly 2 years before, she had acquired a powerful British manager named Gina Nelthorpe-Cowan, who had been upping her profile and getting her assignments while making connections Matee. Meghan would never have been able to make on her own. Because Meghan would never have met Harry without Nelthorpe-Cowan's assistance, and the business manager is one of the few people who were witness to what actually happened, her input is vital. Not the least of which being that her outstanding success in her chosen field indicates that she is an authority on the traits that make for success or failure in public life. It is through Nelthorpe-Cowan's observations that we can verify the qualities that made Meghan the success she became. The main tools, she decided, were a charming, seductive, and charismatic personality, allied to physical beauty empowered by a fierce intelligence and a unique determination to succeed. The two women met in Ottawa in 2014, when the managing director and co-founder of the prestigious Kruger-Cowan Talent Management Company was in that city to promote the One Young World Summit, a conference for 18 to 30-year-olds opened by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, with such stars as Emma Watson and Kruger-Cowan client Chair in attendance. Meghan was there not only as a successful, if still minor, actress, but also as the founder of the TIG. On the blog, she wrote about how she had come to be a counselor and how One Young World invites young adults from all over the world who are actively working to transform the socio-political landscape by being the greater good. They are delegates who are speaking out against human rights violations, environmental crises, gender equality issues, discrimination, and injustice. They are change. The two women had spoken on the phone and emailed each other a number of times before meeting in person. They had already clicked with an instant connection before the South African-born, London-based Nelthorpe Cowan had even set eyes on Meghan, whom she first met when she showed up at the hotel room in Ottawa that Meghan was sharing with Corey Vitiello for the duration of her stay. I could immediately tell she was special, that she had star quality. I've been in the business a long time, and I know that's not something you can train someone to be. You've either got it or you haven't. She just has it. Had Nelthorpe Cowan considered the circumstances of the meeting, she might have understood that Meghan was inadvertently giving her an insight into how she viewed others relative to herself. Corey is the one who opened the door, while Meghan, unprepared for her prearranged appointment with her visitor, was dressed in a toweling bathrobe with her hair tied back. Without displaying any compunction for what could have been interpreted as a discourteous display of disrespect, Meghan advanced effusively, and we hugged as if we had known each other for ages. She was delightful, warm and personable, and hugely charismatic. Meghan's social skills now completely sucked Nelthorpe Cowan in. She made perfect eye contact and then the connection. She instantly brings you right into her world. She also makes you think that there is no one else in the world with whom she would rather be. What people don't realize about Meghan is that she is ferociously intelligent, and so ambitious that she is in a class of her own. Frank about the desirability of capitalizing upon every opportunity, Meghan used the summit and her blog to advance both the TIG and herself, while also giving it the attention it deserved. She had done her homework, so knew that the Kruger-Cowan Talent Management Company represented 300 top names in more than 70 countries, including Cher, Bob Geldof, Sir Richard Branson, and Elle Macpherson. Their specialty was drumming up corporate bookings, public speaking, and appearances for their clients, while negotiating literary, publication, and brand endorsement deals in areas as disparate as sport, design, fashion, media, and broadcasting. If Meghan could get Nelthorpe Cowan to take her on, she would have climbed the next rung on the ladder to becoming the towering success she wanted to be. Moreover, she would have made the leap from North America to England, which, she would later confide to the English socialite Lizzie Cundy, was where she wanted to go. Meghan and Nelthorpe Cowan immediately became what Diana Wales used to call fast friends. The business manager soon asked Meghan if she would like to be represented by her. Meghan's technique, as described by others and confirmed by Nelthorpe Cowan's account of how they came to be involved, both personally and professionally, is to make the first move, go in gangbusters, let everyone realize how marvelous she is, then step back and let them make the running. It is a brilliant way of operating, for the other person thinks they're in control, while in fact Meghan has been the driving force and remains in control. Nelthorpe Cowan became her commercial agent, helping her obtain endorsements and sponsorship deals with leading brands. In her opinion, Meghan is first and foremost a businesswoman. She was razor sharp, creative and meticulous, with a good business brain and an American entrepreneurial attitude towards life. As the two women developed an easy friendship after only a few meetings, Nelthorpe Cowan developed a deep affection for her and was under the impression that she felt the same. She said as much. They even traveled together, enjoying their time as more and more recognition came Meghan's way. In June 2016, Meghan flew to London for a PR junket, which allowed her to watch her friend Serena Williams play at Wimbledon. She struck up one of those immediate friendships, which are a talent of hers, with Violet von Westenholz, the well-connected director of public relations at Ralph Lauren. Violet was a childhood friend of Prince Harry's, her father Piers, Baron von Westenholz, being a former Olympic skier who is one of Prince Charles's oldest and closest friends. As a result, Violet and her siblings Frederick and Victoria grew up with Princes William and Harry. The families had remained close, and Violet knew how desperate Harry was to meet someone. A royal told me she set him up on a blind date with Meghan Markle. The rest is history. Violet has never confirmed that she played Cupid, but then, as the royal says, she wouldn't, would she? By the time the public found out about the relationship, the word in aristocratic circles was that the royal family was tearing its hair out as a result of the background checks having provided very mixed feedback, with some people praising her and others suggesting that Meghan Markle was known in Hollywood and Toronto as an operator par excellence. It was like introducing Typhoid Mary to New York. But Meghan had one redeeming feature. Her biracial identity was an answer to the family's prayers. As Nelthorpe Cowan has stated, Meghan is ferociously intelligent, and she played a flawless hand from the time Violet suggested introducing her to Harry until they were about to be married. By Meghan's own account, when she wanted to set us up, I had one question. Is he nice? Because if he wasn't kind, then it didn't seem like it would make sense. Meghan was displaying just the right degree of reluctance, and it reassured Violet that she was truly the lovely, sweet, personable, and loving young woman that she appeared to be. She continued to be seen like this until she and Harry were about to get married. It was only then that cracks began to emerge in the perfect facade she had hitherto presented to the royal world. But no one is perfect, and few people believed that Meghan would be anything but a positive addition to the royal family. While none could have imagined that within a year of matrimony, she was laying the ground for her and Harry to step down as senior royals. Beyond the royal world, however, the fissures were forming as Meghan and Harry's romance gathered pace. The first to fall through the cracks was Piers Morgan, whom Meghan had cultivated on earlier visits to London. They had a last drink before she left for her first meeting with Prince Harry, and, as Piers says, thereafter she ghosted him. While she doubtless felt the need to err on the side of caution and protect her budding relationship from the prying eyes of the press, the fact remains she made a tactical error. Piers Morgan is an honorable man. For all his rhetoric and controversialism, he would never have betrayed her confidence. By behaving as she did, she was laying the ground to make herself an enemy if anything went wrong. And when it did, the chickens came home to roost. Another of the friends Meghan had made in the last couple of years, as she jetted back and forth while Nelthorpe Cowan raised her profile and added to her bank account, was the former wag, model, television presenter, and socialite Lizzie Cundy. They had become friendly enough for Meghan to confide that she wanted to leave Suits, move to London, join the upper-class cast of the reality show Made in Chelsea, and marry a Brit. The fact that she was neither upper-class nor British seems not to have entered into Meghan's calculations, as she confided her ambition to join the cast of the reality show about upper-class Brits living in Chelsea, and before long she was imploring Lizzie to find her a rich and famous Englishman. Lizzie suggested introducing her to the multi-millionaire footballer Ashley Cole, but Meghan declined the offer once she realized who he was. Lizzie thought it might be because both their marital pasts had been checkered, but one of Meghan's critics suggested that it was because Meghan's taste doesn't run to men of color. You only need to look at her history to see that all her significant others have been Caucasian. There is, of course, no reason why a woman of color should limit herself to men of color. And one of Harry and Meghan's English circle believed that Lizzie's suggestion would have offended Meghan, who was sensitive about her racial identity. Was Lizzie trying to say that she was fit for fixing up with only mixed-race men? To Meghan, that would have been a put-down, but she met Harry shortly afterwards, so had no need of any further fixing up. When Lizzie heard the news, she texted Meghan saying what a catch he was. Meghan replied, "Yeah, I know," then ghosted her too. The next to be cut out of her life was Nelthorpe Cowan. Despite being such close friends that they confided in each other about their personal lives, had traveled together, and formed what the business manager though was a genuine bond, when Meghan informed her after her third date with Harry that they were serious, that they were planning a future together, and that she and Harry had said to each other, "We're going to change the world." Nelthorpe Cowan tried to warn her of the reality of being a member of the royal family. "I had real misgivings when I realized she wanted Harry to propose to her. It wasn't just the media attention. I distinctly remember explaining as we sipped wine in London's West End that she must cope with the enormous expectations of the British public, the royal family and their courtiers. I told her, this is serious. This is the end of your normal life, the end of your privacy, everything." Meghan's reaction was to hold up her hand and silence Nelthorpe Cowan. "Stop," she said in a steely manner I had not noticed before. "I don't want to hear any negativity. This is a happy time for us." The end had begun. It arrived shortly afterwards, a week before the news about Meghan and Harry's relationship became public. She wrote an email saying that she was giving up her career and we had to terminate our contract. Thereafter, Meghan ignored Nelthorpe Cowan's existence, acting as if they had never had a productive professional relationship or a close personal friendship, or indeed had even ever met. For all her fierce intelligence, Meghan seems not to have realized that cutting people out of her life the way she was doing made them feel that she had been using them, and when they had ceased to be of use to her, she had discarded them as if they had never existed. One can make a case for the fact that Meghan was being cautious and self-protective, but the fact remains, she was building up trouble for herself. She was arming people who had been her friends, who had wanted to continue to be her friends, and no matter how successful she was or how grand she became, should her relationship end in marriage, as both she and Harry already felt it would, the day would come when those chickens would come home to roost. And roost they did. Although Meghan would later claim to Tom Bradbury during her controversial South African interview that she had been naive when friends had warned her against the dangers of the media, Nelthorpe Cowan regards her as being anything but naive, and made a point of letting the world know it. She is a very ambitious woman, and when it is time to move on in her life, Meghan has a way of closing the door on the past, as she did with her father, her siblings, her first husband, and me. Although she has tried to present herself as an innocent, she was no ingenue, but a worldly wise woman on the mission of her life, the mission to bag not any old prince, but the prince. Nelthorpe Cowan stated that her experience of Meghan was that she is disingenuous and has no compunction about spinning the greatest yarn so that she can hide her calculatedness behind a veil of non-existent innocence. She rejects Meghan's assertions of purity of heart and purity of purpose when she met Harry. Meghan claimed that being American, she didn't even know who Harry was. This made Nelthorpe Cowan laugh out loud, for not only did the young Meghan have books about Diana and she had watched her funeral repeatedly and thereafter used her as a role model, but Meghan had confessed to her when they were having a drink at the Delaunay, the day she was due to meet Prince Harry for the first time, that she had Googled him. She not only knew exactly who Harry was, but had been very excited to meet him, knowing that he would be her ticket to international fame if they clicked. I looked at how stunning she was, and I just thought, there's no way he's going to be able to resist her. Of course, Meghan would have had to be blind and stupid, neither of which she is, not to have seen how Harry could change her life for the better, should they bond. But what really made her irresistible to the lonely prince wasn't really her looks, though they helped, but the fire which burnt bright within her. She possessed a warmth and determination to make her mark that scorched the earth as she traveled over it to her destination. With each rung that she had scaled up the ladder of success, her personality had become stronger, her social skills greater, her presentation more polished. As it did, her patina of softness and vulnerability shone ever more brightly. In the nearly 7 years that she had gone from failed actress to being on the cusp of worldwide celebrity, Meghan had indeed shed all the negativity, as she put it, which had once held her back. Nowadays, whenever she turned on the heat of that outstanding personality with the goal of melting someone's defenses, she usually managed to do so. She was utterly convincing in her displays of care and sincerity. If there was a hint of the steel beneath the surface, That was a positive, not a negative, for it indicated her tremendous strength of character and purpose. Meghan was so open about being ambitious, about her desire to put her imprint on every situation that was to her liking, about her ethics, that people supposed that the gentleness which she displayed was the only Meghan, and that all the evidence of toughness masked a soft and noble heart. While those Meghan left behind had a cynical view of her, those with whom she remained involved were convinced that she was a truly wonderful, selfless, delightful, loving, and giving person, as friends such as Jessica Mulroney have stated, and strong. "She is the strongest person I know," Serena Williams said. Upon meeting Harry and deciding that she liked him, he became the latest in a long line of people to experience her gravitational pull. They first met for a drink in early July 2016 at Robin Burley's private club, 5 Hertford Street in Mayfair, and clicked. Harry said, "I had never even heard about her until Violet von Westenholz mentioned her name." He asked that Violet give him a bit of background. "I had never watched Suits. I had never heard of Meghan before, and I was beautifully surprised when I walked into that room and saw her, and there she was, sitting there. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to have to up my game." If you analyze what Nikki Pretty and others who have known Meghan well over the years have said, a pattern emerges. Meghan is so controlled but so vivid, even when she is silent, then so enthusiastic and apparently spontaneous and warm when she is not, that she brings out the best in everyone she wants to impress. But her control conveys the unspoken message to men that they have to up their game, as Harry put it, without realizing that he was confessing that from the very beginning he understood that the name of the game would be pleasing Meghan. She is proudly and overtly a feminist, and one who not only advocates the joys of empowerment, but also makes no pretense about wishing to retain control over her destiny. This is not possible without commanding her relationships as well as the other circumstances of her life. When Meghan had said, after leaving Trevor, that she did not find separation frightening but empowering, she was actually saying that she would never again be involved with a man who didn't fulfill her demands as and when she wanted them to be fulfilled. All those years of swallowing her resentment while Trevor clung to his integrity and refused to find her parts had taught her that a man was worth having only if he gave her what she wanted in the here and now. If he couldn't or wouldn't, she would move on to someone else who could and would. This attitude gave her a degree of autonomy that was attractive to men who like powerful men. They interpreted it as strength and independence, not callousness or opportunism. This was not the only aspect of Meghan's personality which captivated Harry right from the outset. She was open about her need to have a voice, not only with the man in her life, but with everyone else. He was transfixed by how opinionated she was. She also made it clear that she must remain in control and that she had no time for those who do not please her. I think very quickly into that we said, "Well, what are we doing tomorrow? We should meet again," she said. Not for a nanosecond did she convey the slightest degree of deference. To a prince used to it, but hungering to be accepted as a man, this was an extremely attractive quality. It was, ironically, the very quality that had won Wallace Simpson, the former King Edward VIII's heart. It had also worked for Richard Burton when he treated Elizabeth Taylor, who was used to being revered as a movie goddess, as just another woman. Harry and Meghan both left 5 Hertford Street knowing that something special had happened. The following evening, an excited prince, flying high with anticipation as only someone who is genuinely emotional can, met up with the supremely confident but very warm and responsive Meghan at Soho House. Her friend Marcus Anderson had arranged a discreet space for them where they could knock back the wine undisturbed. "Back to back, 2 dates in London," Harry said. "It was 3, maybe 4 weeks later that I managed to persuade her to join me in Botswana, and we camped out with each other under the stars. They were together for 5 days out there, which was absolutely fantastic. Then we were really by ourselves, which was crucial to me to make sure that we had a chance to get to know each other." Meghan said, "Everything that I've learned about him, I've learned through him, as opposed to having grown up around different news stories or tabloids or whatever else. Everything that I learned about him and his family was what he would share with me, and vice versa. So for both of us, it was a very authentic and organic way to get to know each other. Although Meghan's critics would accuse her of being disingenuous, in that she had done her homework and knew much more about him than she claimed, the fact remains that they gelled. If her motives were more mixed than his, it does not alter the fact that they patently had something special between them. This they now set about nurturing, creating a bubble which allowed the relationship to develop with speed. It was after the third date that Meghan told Nelthorpe Cowan that she and Harry were so serious about each other that they were already plotting their future. The couple would later claim that they had 5 or 6 months of privacy before their relationship went public. That was not so. They had met only a handful of times over a period of less than 4 months before the news of their relationship broke. This shows the intensity which they shared. Meghan was filming Suits in Toronto, so Harry flew out to see her a few times. She also came to London once or twice, staying quietly with him at Nottingham Cottage, which was then his home in Kensington Palace. This cottage is small and quaint, and used to house retired private secretaries such as Sir Alan Tommy Lascelles, whom Princess Margaret rightly blamed for destroying her chances of marrying Group Captain Peter Townsend. Whenever PM saw him walking in the Kensington Palace complex, she would tell her chauffeur to run the bastard down, an instruction he wisely avoided implementing. But the cottage was discreet, so Meghan and Harry were able to have the privacy they needed to take their relationship to another level. Then on the 30th October 2016, the Sunday Express blew the lovers' cover. The world now knew that Prince Harry had a girlfriend called Meghan Markle. He was actually staying with Meghan in Toronto when the story broke. Within hours, she had become a household name for the first time in her life. Meghan had finally arrived where she wanted to be, and the fun had really begun. Chapter 4. Nowadays, news travels almost at the speed of light. Pre-internet, stories that broke on a Sunday had to wait until the Monday for other newspapers to pick them up. Afternoon papers were never published on weekends. The result was that the public always had to wait until Monday morning for the full account only newspapers provided. This was true even when a major event, such as the death of the Princess of Wales, occurred. The internet changed all of that. Within hours of the Sunday Express revealing Meghan's existence in Harry's life, all the major publications had cobbled stories together and posted them onto their web pages. The degree of information, all positive, was impressive. At the time, no one thought anything of it. The producers of Suits were expected to have an efficient publicity department, and Meghan had positioned herself with the practiced eye of the true professional in such a way that she would emerge glowingly. Nevertheless, publications as disparate as People magazine in the US and the Daily Mail in England had access to such flattering, in-depth information about Meghan within moments of the story breaking that it begged the question, who was fashioning the narrative behind the scenes? The existence of the TIG did not trigger the suspicion that Meghan herself might be pulling the strings for the marionettes to jump the way she wanted. Most journalists assume that actresses are too dumb to write their own lines, much less fashion their own narrative. The TIG, they assumed, was written by someone else, and always had been. Yet there were clear clues that the timing might not be completely accidental. Meghan had dumped Nelthorpe Cowan the week before, and Monday, 31st October 2016, the day after the Sunday Express leak, the Vancouver Sun ran a story about her promoting her 5-piece collection of spring dresses, all items under $100, for the Canadian chain store Reitmans. Although Meghan was too canny to mention Harry by name, her profile had surged so exponentially in the previous 24 hours that when she said, "My cup runneth over, and I'm the luckiest girl in the world," she was verifying her status as Harry's girlfriend. This point was driven home that same day by People magazine, which would soon be revealed to have special access to her, as it delivered the message to the world that Prince Harry is so serious with actress Meghan Markle that an engagement could be in the not-so-distant future. Insiders suggest. The headline stated, "Prince Harry has already introduced Meghan Markle to Prince Charles," meant that the information could only have come from Harry or Meghan or someone very close to them. The question to ask was, whose interests were best served by confirming that Meghan was Harry's girlfriend and they were involved in a serious relationship? Having myself been a victim of leaks to the press, and having lived through the extraordinary 90s when Diana Wales would tip various writers off, then present herself as the victim of hounds, I have developed a nose for a plant. Sometimes the information imparted in a story is so personal that it can only have come from one of the people involved. As soon as I saw the personal details in those stories, I could tell someone very close to the couple had been the source. Knowing how Harry hates the press, whom he blames for his mother's death, and knowing that he had no motive for leaking the news of his relationship with Meghan, I tried to get to the bottom of things. I therefore rang up Adam Helliker, then the social columnist of the Sunday Express and someone I have known, liked, and respected for decades. Adam told me the tip-off came in the age-old way, from a servant. This did not explain the detail in the other stories, but for the moment I was content to let matters rest. Until you have enough information to come to a considered conclusion, it is always best to keep an open mind. Unsurprisingly, Harry and Meghan's romance became worldwide news, with publications everywhere digging for the nuggets which would give each of them an edge over their competitors now that the Sunday Express had broken the story. There can be no pretense that some countries looked more favorably than others upon the potential of a mixed-race American actress marrying into the British royal family. Her color was always going to be an issue. Even though it was a plus in Britain, the US, Canada, and many other Commonwealth countries, in other, less progressive states, especially in cultures where there was little intermingling between the colors, classes, and creeds, it was always going to be viewed through another prism. There was also the issue of Meghan's past, as well as her position as an actress. Although the British press chose to present her as a major star, and one moreover covered in respectability, the press in many other countries took a more jaundiced view. Their reservations might have seemed outdated to us, but to them, they were valid. These were based upon the traditional values they still held dear, even if we no longer did. In their scheme of things, it was unseemly for a man of one class to consort with a woman of another, unless she is a tart with whom he is having an affair, in which case it is conducted out of sight. Anything more serious would be unacceptable. If you added the difference in color into the mix, this created a whole new dimension. While we in the West took the view that these were old-fashioned and offensive viewpoints, and that relationships such as Harry and Meghan's could only advance the cause of interracial inclusivity, as well as social cross-pollination, the more bigoted view was that there were disparities beyond class and color, which the Western media were obfuscating. There was also the issue of status. According to this line of reasoning, Meghan was not a major star. She had not been a household name. 2 weeks before, no one had been able to identify her as a star, even of Suits. That show was of such minor significance that even now, few people knew the names of any of the other cast members, despite hers having become so memorable. Why did the Western media have to exaggerate her status if she was truly a suitable match for a British prince? Journalists from these skeptical societies soon discovered a wealth of treasure about Meghan that lay scattered like so many disused relics on the plains of her past. In this hunt, they were joined by many of their British and European colleagues from countries such as Germany, whose media have a vigorous tabloid element. These are not tame publications. They never were. Although in tone and content, some of them are akin to the National Enquirer in the United States, many others are more serious and solid publications. The very word tabloid connotes something of the sleazy supermarket variety to Americans, but in the rest of the world it lacks those pejorative overtones and is simply a description of the more has-popular end of the press. Nevertheless, all these publications share one aim with the sleazier element of the American market. They aim to unmask, and will stop at nothing to get to the bottom of a story as long as it is topical enough. Meghan was in her mid-30s. She had lived a full life. She had had a series of men. She had tried her hand at many different activities. There was never any doubt that there would be layers to unfold, newsworthy stories to dig up. The only question was, how dirty would the dirt be? Speaking as someone who has had to sue every major newspaper company in Britain for libel in the course of the last 45 years, I can confirm that even relatively reputable publications seldom resist the temptation to put a sensational spin on perfunctory incidents in a celebrity's past, so that the most anodyne features are represented as appalling flaws. Alan Frame, one-time deputy editor of the Daily Express, sister paper of the Sunday Express which broke the Meghan story, once told me that his paper had received so many contradictory accounts of my past, from so many people claiming to be my best friends, that he would have thought me the most popular woman on earth had they not been so vitriolic. Many of the informants, naturally, wanted financial recompense for their tales, tall though they were. The corrupting influence of filthy lucre also travels in the opposite direction. British newspapers especially are renowned for paying handsome sums to informants who might, but equally might not, have a firm handle on the facts. Many publications are cynical enough not to let the truth get in the way of a good story when they wish to present East as West and North as South. It takes no imagination to see the meal journalists of this persuasion will make of sensational and verifiable facts. It took very little digging to discover that the beauteous A-lister of the 30th and 31st October had a backstory, and one, moreover, that there was no need to embellish. Before the week was out, half of Fleet Street knew through their investigations in Hollywood and Toronto that Meghan had a history of cultivating, captivating, denigrating, and discarding both men and women in her ascent to the top. A male journalist told me, "As she climbs up the next rung of the ladder, she plants the soles of her shoes on your head, and when you wipe your face off, you see that it's covered in cow dung." Meghan, in other words, had discarded a whole load of friends of both sexes, aside from men with whom she had been involved, and done it in such a way that they had become enemies. These people were happy to talk to the press and, when they were not, to direct journalists to someone else who would. Throughout the first week of November 2016, reporters from all over the world were offering huge sums of money for some of these discards to talk. And some did. Even when they did not, a capable journalist would have enough of a whiff to know that there was a body buried somewhere nearby. So rich were the pickings that the male journalist told me, it's not often that we find ourselves having to downplay instead of exaggerate, but with Meghan, that's what we had to do. From the outset, it was the only way to get stories past the legal department. There was another, and rather more touching dimension to the way the British press approached this scenario. A journalist from the Mirror encapsulated the whole thing perfectly by saying, "No one wanted to hurt Harry. He was truly popular, and if that was the girl he wanted, and if she could make him happy, which she certainly seemed to be doing, no one wanted to rain on his parade. Almost by common but silent consent, we all took a soft line." The line, however, wasn't soft enough for Meghan, who wasn't used to an inquiring press, but to a tame one, which slavishly reported whatever she or her representatives fed them. By the end of the first week of real fame, she was so perturbed over the possibilities of what might be said that Harry issued a statement. Since he was young, Prince Harry has been very aware of the warmth that has been extended to him by members of the public. He feels lucky to have so many people supporting him and knows what a fortunate and privileged life he leads. He is also aware that there is significant curiosity about his private life. He has never been comfortable with this, but has tried to develop a thick skin about the level of media interest that comes with it. He has rarely taken formal action on the very regular publication of fictional stories that are written about him, and he has worked hard to develop a professional relationship with the media, focused on his work and the issues he cares about. But the past week has seen a line crossed. His girlfriend, Meghan Markle, has been subject to a wave of abuse and harassment. Some of this has been very public, the smear on the front page of a newspaper, the racial undertones of comment pieces, and outright sexism and racism of media trolls and web article comments. Some of it has been hidden from the public, the nightly battles to keep defamatory stories out of the papers, her mother having to struggle past photographers in order to get to her front door, the attempts of reporters and photographers to gain illegal entry to her home, and the calls to police that followed, the substantial bribes offered by papers to her ex-boyfriend, the bombardment of nearly every friend, co-worker, and loved one in her life. Prince Harry is worried about Ms. Markle's safety and is deeply disappointed that he has not been able to protect her. It is not right that a few months into a relationship with him that Ms. Markle should be subjected to such a storm. He knows that commentators will say this is the price she has to pay and that this is all part of the game. He strongly disagrees. This is not a game. It is her life and his. He has asked for this statement to be issued in the hopes that those in the press who have been driving this story can pause and reflect before any further damage is done. He knows that it is unusual to issue a statement like this, but hopes that fair-minded people will understand why he has felt it necessary to speak publicly. This statement was a masterstroke. Not only did Harry breach boundaries, but he also waded in to protect Meghan in a way he had never done with Chelsea Davy or Cressida Bonas, both of whom had had to endure years of press attention with never a word from him to protect them. This revealed that Meghan was in a class of her own. The statement also showed both of them in the most positive of lights, garnering them sympathy from the legions of romantics and admirers who were rooting them on to long-term happiness. Furthermore, it stymied further inquiry. In so doing, it muzzled not only unfair critics but also fair ones, who could thereafter be unfairly accused of racism if they did not back off. It brilliantly confused the role of valid inquirer with the trolls by the expedient of apportioning equal blame between those who write valid stories and those who use the internet as a forum to vent their dubious opinions. Speaking as a public figure that has many friends in the public eye, I can tell you that no one ever reads the comments made about them on the internet, unless you're in the mood to have a good laugh. All public figures are regularly trolled. It goes with the territory. Only when there is a genuine legal issue do publications monitor their comments sections. Otherwise, everyone takes the view that the crazies who haunt the internet are such a tiny, albeit vociferous proportion of the newspaper-reading public that they should be dismissed rather than acknowledged. But in his statement, Harry had conflated responsible writers with crazy opinionists, using the latter to silence the former. It was a commendably effective technique and certainly bought him and Meghan enough time and space to develop their relationship in peace. Sexism was another red herring thrown into the mix to useful purpose. By this time, the press had discovered that Meghan was indeed personally responsible for content on the TIG. In it, she regularly beat the twin drums of racism and sexism. In the context of the blog, sexism might have made sense when it prevented women from achieving their full potential. But in the context of the British press reporting on the relationship between one of its princes and a love interest, there was no sexism when they tried to garner further information about her past. They had been merely trying to substantiate the rumors swirling around about her activities. Bringing up sexism not only muzzled the press, but also diverted them away from the knowledge that Meghan will have known they would alight upon sooner or later. How appropriate is it for any member of a royal family in a constitutional monarchy, which has to remain politically neutral and respectful of the opinions of all its citizens, to take up with an aggressive, proactive, ambitious, opinionated, left-wing political activist? The TIG was visible proof that her beliefs and personality were incompatible with the royal role which she would inevitably have to fulfill if her relationship with Harry should end in marriage. The valid question which she and Harry managed to divert the press away from was a simple one. How will someone as vociferous as Meghan Markle, whose posture is that she needs to use her voice, fit into a role that requires the silent acceptance of viewpoints which do not accord with her own? It is interesting to speculate upon whether much trouble would not have been avoided if such issues had been addressed from the outset. But by issuing the statement that Harry did, he and Meghan avoided the inherent problems until after they had married, and it had become apparent to her that she preferred utilizing her voice to a life of silent service. By buying themselves time the way they did, Harry and Meghan were actually only postponing the inevitable. They actually believed that they had successfully silenced all those organs of the press which might have been gearing up to shut their romance down. Each of them clearly failed to understand the importance of immutables. In his case, her. In her case, the role the press plays in Britain. By incorrectly assessing the extent of their success in seeing off negative publicity, Harry and Meghan were opening themselves up to a host of misconceptions regarding their control over the press. It is a pity Harry was too young when his mother was alive to appreciate how utterly her attempts to influence the press had rebounded to her detriment. As for Meghan, she was utterly ignorant of the way the British press works. She was confusing American and Canadian publications which had given her publicity with an entirely more subversive, inquisitorial, irreverent, and chippy lot. She was like a child whose beloved pet is a docile and loving Cavalier King Charles Spaniel walking into a lion's den thinking that she can train it. She tweaks its nose, pulls its cheeks, threatens it with her fists, and orders it to sit still. She walks away confident that she has it under her control, little realizing that it simply can't be bothered to show her who's boss. But the next time will be different. No public figure in Britain can function without an in-depth understanding of how the British press works. It is unique. There is no other press like it in the world. It is so radically different from the North American press that Meghan was used to, that she was totally unprepared for what living with its attentions would mean to her life. Had she and Harry not bought themselves the respite they did by issuing that statement, she might have understood before her marriage that she was like a swimmer used to a well-heated door pool being plunged into the icy chill of the North Sea in winter. The press worldwide is tame compared with the British. This is as true of the American and Canadian as it is of the European, Middle Eastern, Asian, or subcontinental. The only press that has faint echoes of the British is the Australian, but even so, it is a very muted affair compared with Fleet Street. This is largely because in Britain we have a tradition of robust iconoclasm dating back to the 18th century. At a time when monarchies in Europe were both secure and autocratic, with the press rigidly controlled and public opinion shaped by the crown, the British monarch was a usurper, invited by Parliament to sit upon the throne while the real king stewed in exile across the water. This inevitably led to instability and the possibility of regime change, causing divided loyalties, which drove dissent and gave a voice to those who would not otherwise have had one. The world's freest press was born. No one thereafter would be impervious to the reach of journalists. No king, prince, aristocrat, government, official, public figure, or even private individual who caught the attention of scribes. By 1714, the first club of satirists had been formed. The Scriblerus Club's members included two of the age's most powerful writers, Alexander Pope and Jonathan Swift. They paved the way later in the century for William Hogarth, the social critic, pictorial satirist, and editorial cartoonist whose best-known works are A Rake's Progress and A Harlot's Progress. By the end of the century, satirists such as James Gilray were so well established as social commentators that they could get away with poking the most outrageous fun at all public figures, including King George III and his family, especially his heir, the future George IV. To his credit, the Prince Regent had enough of a sense of humor to frame some of the cartoons which mocked him, and Farmer George, as his father was known, also embraced the affectionate ribbing. It was against this bedrock of satire that the British tabloids, so called because they were the popular press, despite some being of broadsheet size, were born in the 20th century. My sister-in-law's grandfather, Lord Beaverbrook, and his competitors, Lords Northcliffe and Rothermere, were the titans of the popular press. Through their efforts, the satirical tradition was converted into something equally populistic and insouciant, but more palatable to a vast reading public. They were soon joined by other newspaper magnates such as Cecil Harmsworth King, maternal nephew of both Northcliffe and Rothermere, and Sir William Emslie Carr, who edited the News of the World for 50 years. To them, no story should be written exactly as told by the subject of an interview. A journalist's role was not to report uncritically what the subject of an interview said or did, but to portray the subject without deference and with enough sensationalism to bring the story alive while bringing the subject down a peg or two. It was taken for granted that public figures always take themselves more seriously than others are willing to take them, so a dose of irreverence was healthy. Even when these publications were writing flatteringly, they managed to include just enough pokes to make the point that everyone and everything was imperfect, and it was their duty to balance the positive with the negative. Their message was, "We are no respecter of persons." This has remained true till now. Despite this, the more upmarket broadsheets such as the rightist Times and Telegraph, or the leftist Guardian and its sister paper, The Observer, the oldest Sunday paper in the world, were not iconoclastic. They did not seek to reduce everyone or everything in the self-conscious way their more populistic peers did. When writing their articles, they did not puncture people's balloons for the mere sake of it. If denigration was beside the point, they did not gratuitously include it the way the popular press did. This remained true even after the arrival of Rupert Murdoch in England in the last 2 decades of the 20th century. Although he altered the tone and content of the most august broadsheet in the country, making the Times's content akin to what you could read in middlebrow papers such as the Mail and the Express, one fundamental difference remained. The Times was still not iconoclastic. It remained like the other upmarket broadsheets, each of whose coverage was free of the snide tone of the tabloids. In 1977, when I was the private secretary to the Libyan ambassador, I always placed stories with broadsheets, because only they could be trusted not to twist and turn what you told them. In that, they were like the North American press Meghan was so used to. Her failure to appreciate these important differences would lead her down a very slippery slope. Had she tried to understand what she was dealing with and why it functioned as it did, she might have stood a chance. But in her ignorance, she lost the ability to cope. Britain has more national newspapers than any other country on earth. There are too many to enumerate, but aside from the ones listed above, the most popular are the Sun, the People, the Star, and the Mirror. No other country has a freer or more vigorous press, and none has as many titles fighting for a share of the available readership. The result is that competition is fiercer than it is in any other territory in the rest of the world. In the United States, for instance, there really is not one significant daily newspaper that is read by the broad mass of people nationwide. There is the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times, and their more down-market brethren, such as the New York Post, all of which are locals. Nowhere is there a major national publication to compete with them. In any given area, therefore, the competition is less intense than in England, where each paper has to fight its corner against the incursions of its competitors. The combination of competitiveness and iconoclasm is exacerbated by another feature unique to Britain. The United States, Canada, and most of the European nations long ago acknowledged the leveling of their societies, either because they became republics, or if they remained monarchies, their royal families were perceived as being powerless and purely ceremonial representatives of the state. Despite the fact that Britain is at least as egalitarian and meritocratic a society as any other Western democracy, and is more so than many others, the fallacy persists in many segments of British society that the old hierarchy remains in place, powerful and obstructionistic as ever. This misconception gives added bite to many a transaction in daily life, because several organs of the press, whether popular or broadsheet, pander to outdated prejudices as if they were still relevant today. In doing so, they perpetuate damaging and misleading myths about the structure of British society. Of course, there are sound commercial reasons why various publications behave as they do. By playing upon the prejudices, envy, fears, hopes, and dreams of their readers, they sell their papers to readerships whose opinions they shape as well as reflect. A more dispassionate take would result in commercial failure, so they justify their actions and sometimes even convince themselves that they believe the fantasies they purvey. Beyond the infighting, there is also the courtesy one shark has for another. Like many politicians and lawyers, they recognize that, irrespective of which side they're on, they're all in the game together. I have seen many a journalist best of friends with an adversary whose every principle is antithetical to his own. I know of cases where they've knowingly destroyed the lives of innocent people to achieve what they regard as a more important objective, such as the unseemly display in 2016, when certain publications set out to ruin the reputation of someone I know in the hope of bringing down the Secretary General of the Commonwealth. When I intervened on this individual's behalf with one of the publications, I was told that they had nothing against him personally, but the destruction of his life would be a small price to pay if they got rid of Baroness Scotland. Harry, of course, knew only too well what a viper's nest the British press can be. He had a real hatred of it, born of his belief that they had killed his mother. In fairness to them, they had done no such thing. Diana would have survived that car crash had she been wearing a seatbelt. She was also responsible for the press following her that night. She had telephoned journalists before leaving Sardinia to tip them off about her arrival in Paris. She continued tipping them off once she arrived in that city. If you're being chased by people you have encouraged to chase you, you surely bear responsibility for creating the chase. Of course, Harry was only 12 when his mother died. He was too young to have a mature judgment about her as an individual. By his own account, when he met Meghan, he had still not worked through the trauma of her death. This was not necessarily a failing on his part. There have been reams written on the emotional impact to children below the age of 14 when a parent dies. Failure to Mourn and Melancholia by Jonathan R. Petter, 1982. Carried on from Sigmund Freud's Mourning and Melancholia, 1917, and Erna Furman's A Child's Parent Dies, 1974, which was informed by her own experiences at Theresienstadt concentration camp when her mother died there. Harry's failure to grieve was therefore a natural part of the phenomenon of a child losing its parent, but that does not mean the press were to blame. Most people in Britain with positions that warrant press attention have a healthy suspicion of the media. Sadly, most of them also have an exaggerated fear that triggers hysterical and irrational responses at the very moment level-headedness is called for. In this regard, I speak from a lifetime of experience. I was fortunate enough to spend the first 24 years of my life cosseted by the attentions of a tame press. For the next 46 years, I've had to endure the unwelcome attentions of the British tabloids. I therefore understand where both Meghan and Harry have come from, as few others can, if only because most people have never experienced the full horror of British media intrusion, while I have. If you look at how open Meghan was in her 2 blogs, it is obvious that she committed the most cardinal of all errors for anyone in public life. She revealed too much of herself. While she thought she was gaining admirers through her openness and honesty, she was also giving potential detractors information that they would ultimately be able to use against her. I can think of few people in public life who have exposed themselves to the extent that she did. One of the cardinal rules is that you batten down the hatches when journalists or servants are present. You dole out information about yourself, about your feelings and activities, as if you are a miser being forced to make a donation to a cause for which you have no regard. If you need publicity for a valid reason, such as for a charitable or commercial purpose, you put on your glad rags and monitor every word you say. You do not tell reporters what are your greatest hopes, fears, desires, ambitions, or any of the myriad of things Meghan revealed on her 2 blogs. You do not write articles that are so revelatory you might as well be talking to a psychiatrist. In interviews, you project an open personality while keeping your trap shut about all but the subject you are speaking about. When you see reporters out and about, you are pleasant, anodyne, uninformative, and discreet. You do not leak stories about yourself or anyone else you know. There are, of course, such things as ethical journalists, but it does not behove you to test the water unless you are sure it's not going to chill you to your bones. Princess Grace of Monaco, for instance, was such a close personal friend of the former women's editor of the Evening News, Gwen Robbins, that she used to stay with her at her flat in London when she wanted to escape from palace life in Monaco. I have enjoyed personal friendships with journalists like Sue Douglas, former editor of the Sunday Express, and freelancer Catherine Olson, Lady Mancham in private life. Nevertheless, these are the exceptions, not the rule, which was best laid down by Sir John Falstaff in Shakespeare's Henry IV, Part 1. The better part of valor is discretion. Many celebrities and royals have good working relationships, as opposed to friendships, with select journalists. Before meeting Meghan, Harry was chummy with Rebecca English of the Mail and one or two others, establishing human links with them, which benefited both him and them. In that regard, he was following in the footsteps of his mother. Diana used to cultivate relationships with journalists such as Richard Kay and Sir David English, editor of the Daily Mail. These were not personal friendships, but expediencies through which she would manage her public profile. The fact that Harry was doing the same suggested a level of maturity which was commendable. Nothing is more uncivilized than a public figure who cannot treat a pleasant journalist in a friendly manner. In the week between the Sunday Express revealing Meghan's presence in Harry's life and his issuing the statement which effectively warned the press off, she woke up to the difference between the tame press she was used to in the US and Canada and the British. Up to then, she had managed her profile with admirable dexterity. She had never had negative publicity, notwithstanding the fact that the landscape traversed by her was littered with the remnants of former relationships. The reason why was simple. Up to then, she had simply not been famous enough to warrant negative attention. This comes about only when someone has a sufficiently high profile to attract unsolicited publicity. Until the 30th October 2016, however, all Meghan's media coverage had been solicited either by herself or through the studios. She had in reality been a column filler, the sort of semi-celebrity that journalists use to pad out the pages when there's nothing worth reporting upon, or when they have to pay back film companies in a quid pro quo way. Now Meghan had arrived and the press were eager to flesh out the picture. The first wave of stories had been so positive that the tabloids wanted to redress the balance with a touch of sensationalism. Their first port of call was anyone from her past who could inform them of what she was really like. To their credit, none of her formerly close friends, boyfriends, ex-husband, or even family went on the record spilling secrets. They all maintained a dignified silence when they had nothing positive to say. And when they did not, they were so measured in their statements that they could not be accused of rubbishing her. In large measure, that was because Meghan has always had the good sense to associate with decent people, or, as she put it to Violet von Westenholz, is he nice? Even so, there was deafening silence from some of the people journalists would have expected to comment positively. This was unmistakable evidence that something was afoot. So they tried people she had known less well, people who would have less loyalty. Sure enough, there was less reticence. The picture that emerged was a mixed one. Some people, like her neighbors, had nothing negative to say, while others confided that she was a piece of work and an operator who was ruthless, ambitious, and practiced at dumping people past their sell-by date. It might be surprising to outsiders to learn that the British press will sit on incendiary stories, but they do, as their behavior now proved. Harry had asked for a break, and because he was so popular, and because even those segments of the media that were not particularly royalist could see the merit of a woman of color being the girlfriend of a senior member of the royal family, and even more importantly, because none of them wanted to be accused of being racist, they all decided to back off and give the couple space. Although Harry and Meghan might have thought the clear run they had been given was the sole result of their statement, this was far from the truth. The reasons were more complex than that. Despite the press and the palace knowing that dirt existed that could damage Meghan, fear played a smaller part in backing off than a combination of expediency and enlightened self-interest. The uninitiated might believe that there is a total disconnect between the palace and the press, but the reality is otherwise. Both entities have a symbiotic relationship. The palace needs the press to publicize the activities of the royals and keep the public's interest in them alive, while the press needs the royals because they are the world's mega celebrities and, as such, reliable fodder. Beyond that, the newspapers provide a valuable function for the palace. They assisted in gathering information which is useful to the maintenance of the monarchy and the protection of the royal family's interests. Because journalists are obliged to ask the press office at the palace for a comment before publishing a story, they are a rich and frequently inadvertent source of information. Many a royal has tried to conceal his or her activities from the family and the courtiers, only to be rumbled by an inquisitive reporter asking an awkward question of a press officer. The royal family had actually known of Meghan and Harry's relationship before the press did. When it became apparent that it was developing into something more than a three-night stand, the palace did what it always does. It launched its own investigations into Meghan's background, the way it always ascertains the backstory of everyone who becomes a close associate of any member of the royal family. I was told by a courtier that there was concern about Meghan's past, but because it was just an affair, the view was, don't cross the bridge in case we don't come to it. Nevertheless, there was anxiety at the palace about the press wading in, though it was my view that that would have been the best thing they could have done. It would have stopped the affair in its tracks before it had a chance to develop into something more serious. It was fairly obvious from all we discovered about her past that she might be trouble with a capital T. The palace, of course, was not about to convey any of its concerns to the press. No competent press officer would do such a thing, but the hope was that the romance would run its course. Harry would meet a girl with a less complicated background and a more pliable character. Then everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. As we all know, the press did not break ranks, nor did anyone close to Meghan for the next 6 months. The first person to wade in was her half-sister Samantha, who announced in April 2017 that she was writing a book called The Diary of Princess Pushy's Sister. At that stage, her criticisms were implied rather than asserted, but this did Meghan no harm and Samantha no favors. She came across as a jealous attention seeker intent on muscling in on her younger half-sibling's success. But I learnt that there was actually a more poignant reason. Although neither sister had ever been close, they had always had a cordial relationship. But when Samantha reached out to Meghan to congratulate her on her success, she was iced. Meanwhile, the romance continued to flourish. In September, the Invictus Games were held in Toronto, and for the first time, Meghan and Harry officially appeared in public as a couple. She was chic in an oversized man's white shirt tucked into fitted blue jeans, while he was equally informally attired. In breach of royal protocol, they held hands, something they would continue to do thereafter. Throughout that appearance, they continued to be overtly physical, their hands and legs touching in a very public display of attraction, generally conveying the message that they were a hot couple completely besotted with each other. It is said that everyone loves a lover, and this certainly seemed to be true of Harry and Meghan. They were seen as a breath of fresh air, a good-looking, delightfully informal couple who seemed to be totally in love. In establishment circles in the UK, people were generally pleased that Harry had found himself such a beautiful girl who seemed as much in love with him as he was with her. Her color was much commented upon, not as a drawback, but as an attribute. The timing of the romance was regarded as being particularly propitious with regards to the Commonwealth of Nations. For some time now, the headship of that august institution had been a feature of discussion amongst the 53 member states. The position is not hereditary. King George VI had been its first head, followed by his daughter Queen Elizabeth II, whose love of the Commonwealth is superseded only by that for the country of her birth. She is respected greatly amongst the many heads of government representing the other 52 formerly British colonies, with whom she has worked throughout her long reign. There had been many occasions, such as the crises involving Rhodesia and South Africa, when the Commonwealth had come perilously close to fragmenting. The Queen was credited with having kept it together, her commitment, wisdom, and colorblindness the glue that had held it together. But she was now over 90, and the subject of her successor had been mooted for at least a decade. Some of the countries wanted one of their own to be appointed the next head, while others, being mindful of the self-interestedness of some states and the dangerous corruption of others, thought the neutrality of the British monarch would safeguard its integrity in a way no one else could. The troublesome issue of race sometimes reared its ugly head, with some of the black nations querying why an institution with a larger black than white population should be headed up by the head of a family that was exclusively white. However, if Harry should marry Meghan, the British royal family would no longer be purely white. That would play well throughout the Commonwealth, especially as how the process of designating its next head was due to come up for discussion at the next meeting of the heads of government in April 2018. Buckingham Palace announced Harry and Meghan's engagement on the 27th November 2017. The news was greeted with genuine enthusiasm publicly. There was even more excitement than when William became engaged to Catherine Middleton. For all its overlay of tradition, British society had jettisoned snobbishness and embraced inclusiveness. Both engagements confirmed this. Catherine's solidly middle-class background and Meghan's color and class were seen as confirmation that the British monarchy had become like the American presidency. Anyone, irrespective of background, can aspire to it. On the 20th April 2018, the Queen got her fondest wish when Prince Charles was named as her successor to the headship of the Commonwealth. Several of the Commonwealth High Commissioners told me that there was little doubt that Harry's engagement to Meghan had made the appointment easier for all the states involved. Between the announcements of the engagement and of Charles's appointment to succeed the Queen as head of the Commonwealth, the most glorious cock-up concerning color took place. Only Princess Michael of Kent, a woman universally deplored in royal circles, could have orchestrated something so pointlessly self-defeating. At the Queen's annual luncheon party for all the members of the royal family at Buckingham Palace, a few days before Christmas, she was photographed wearing a blackamoor brooch on her coat. She is not someone people in their right mind would aspire to emulate. She is vain and tiresomely affected. I would stake good money that she wore that brooch to garner the attention she seeks at every turn. Although she would later issue a statement claiming to be very sorry and distressed for any offense caused, I for one could not help feeling that she had deliberately set out to knock the newcomer off the front pages, which she did. And while she did it with a flourish, it would be doing her an injustice if I did not point out that the brooch she was wearing cannot fairly have been regarded as possessing racist overtones, for it did not represent a sub-Saharan black slave, but a North African aristocrat. It was a Moretto Veneziano, as the figures are known. These originated in Venice and have been made there from the dawn of the modern age until today. Alberto Nardi, the Venetian jeweler who created the brooch, took strong exception to the way ignorant commentators in Britain and America jumped on the racist bandwagon to condemn an item of jewelry he had made, without even being aware of its cultural significance in its place of origin. A whole lot of nonsense has been written, and I wish to defend an object that is rich in history and unique to Venice. The brooch depicts a Moorish Venetian prince. This was verified by the jewelry historian Anastasia Butita, who explained the blacks in these pieces were essentially being depicted as aristocrats, and over the years, these objects became one of the city's most important symbols, symbolizing to Venetians their openness to other cultures. Not only are such items not racist in origin, but they give off the most powerful message of inclusivity. Could Princess Michael have actually been conveying a positive message rather than the negative one she was accused of? If so, it would have behooved Meghan to note that it is always dangerous for public figures to ignore public misconceptions, even when they are more knowledgeable and in the right. She too would soon hurl herself into the pit of public disapproval, the way the Princess Michael, who is as overconfident as Meghan, and equally blind to the effect she has when choosing between her own desires and the sensitivity of others, did. No sooner did the furor caused by Marie-Christine Kent's choice of brooch die down than Harry committed an equally injudicious faux pas. Sadly for him and for Meghan, his would have rather more devastating consequences. It began innocently enough, following a successful Christmas at Sandringham. The Queen had broken precedent. For the first time ever, a fiancé had been asked to join the royal family for the sacrosanct Christmas celebrations. Meghan could not say, as Diana had, and Catherine could have, but never did, that she was not welcomed with open arms before the wedding ring was on her finger. Not only was she treated by everyone as if she were already a member of the family, but the press had gone wild when she, Harry, William, and Catherine had walked to church from the big house. The Fab Four were born that day, heightening expectations and raising Meghan's stock exponentially. It now really looked as if she was on her way to becoming one of the world's most famous women, as well as a beloved part of the royal family. On the 27th December, Harry guest-edited BBC Radio 4's Today program. He was not its first guest editor. In fact, the tradition of Christmas guest editors had begun 14 years before. Nor was he the first royal editor. That had been Sarah, Duchess of York, in 2004. William and Catherine had also been invited by BBC Radio 1 earlier in the year to speak about the Heads Together mental health campaign, which they had started with Harry. This was now his opportunity to showcase a range of topics, including youth violence, conservation, and mental health, according to the announcement the palace had made. Harry acquitted himself admirably. He was warm, concerned, considered, charming, and interesting. He came across as a genuinely nice and kind man. Like his mother, he was no intellectual, but like her, he had emotional intelligence in spades. Then he committed the solecism to end all solecisms. Speaking about how successful Christmas at Sandringham with Meghan had been, he said that she had finally got the family she had never had. My sons are friendly with Meghan's nephew following their appearance with him on MTV's The Royal World. He and his mother have stayed with us as guests at our castle in Sussex. I do not think I am breaching confidences to repeat that the whole family was upset when they heard Harry expunging them out of existence. The fact is, both branches of Meghan's family had been close to her. Tom Sr. had literally bankrupted himself supporting her. By her own account, he had been an excellent father. Her uncles had done whatever they could to help her. Everyone was there for her. Tom Sr. was a wonderful father and grandfather. Nothing was too much trouble for him. He is a truly kind, decent man, just as Meghan said on her blog. She wasn't lying when she said all those things about him. According to Meghan, Tom Jr., Samantha, Tyler, and his mother, Tracy Dooley, Tom Sr. is a generous man who would give you the shirt off his back if he thought you needed it. The Markles had played a far larger part in Meghan's upbringing than the Ragland family. Her mother had been away for large stretches of time. Although the Ragland family also emerged as warm, by the account of Doria's own half-brother Joseph Johnson, the times they spent together were not so frequent. But nevertheless, it was always nice for family to get together. It was always a good time. We've got a little small family, not a lot of cousins, uncles, and that kind of thing that we know of, so when we got together, we were always happy to see each other. Samantha was the first off the mark. She waded in accusing Meghan of being a shallow social climber and said their father had always given Meg everything. While the public might have thought that Samantha was just a jealous sibling, their father hinted that the reason might have something to do with Meghan ignoring Samantha's approaches. The two sisters had never been close, but nor were they estranged. They simply lived in different parts of the country. Meghan spurning Samantha's approaches was therefore surprising. It caused hurt, and the wounded party struck out. Nevertheless, they were family, and families might have their ups and downs, but they still remained family, or so the Markles believed. The wedding was scheduled for the 19th May 2018. As the day neared, both the Markle and Ragland families were humiliated in front of the whole world when only her mother and father received invitations. Her paternal uncle Michael, who had organized the internship for her with the American Embassy in Buenos Aires, was perplexed. So too were her maternal uncle John Johnson and his wife. Her nephew Tyler, whom she used to babysit when they were young, wished her well and wondered why she wasn't inviting everyone. They were certainly a small enough number to take up very little space, although they had all scattered to the wind, living in different places, some in Florida, Mexico, California, Oregon, etc. They had all been on good terms with Meghan. Even Samantha had. None of them had fallen out with her, though some, such as her brother and sister, did not speak to each other. Up to the last moment, several members of the family hoped that their invitations were on the way. When it became apparent to the whole family that they had been deliberately overlooked en masse, some of them became angry. Although some refrained from going public, Tyler's father, Tom Jr., wrote an open letter to Harry, stating in part, "As more time passes to your royal wedding, it becomes very clear that this is the biggest mistake in royal history." Such conflict brought no credit to anyone. Although the press loved the drama of it all, the reality was that the whole thing was just embarrassing and uncalled for. While some commentators thought Meghan's siblings behaved badly by berating her, others thought that they were justifiably outraged. Whatever people's points of view, the one unarguable fact was that failing to invite her family had rebounded badly on Meghan, who was barraged with bad publicity. What the public and the press did not know was that the anger of not being invited to the wedding was not limited to the paternal and maternal branches of Meghan's slighted family. Practically none of the European royals was invited either, nor were the many royal cousins in England who are normally asked to the weddings of the royal family. This was in defiance of the established custom, whereby even third and fifth cousins are asked, weddings and funerals being the two occasions in life when royal and aristocratic clans gather together in tribal affirmation. Although the public were never privy to this, anger amongst the relations turned to fury when it emerged that Harry and Meghan had not filled St. George's Chapel to capacity. Aside from the hundreds of empty seats in existence, there were the hundreds of charity workers, strangers all, who had been asked. But most offensive to the many relations who had been overlooked was the presence of celebrities Harry and Meghan barely knew. "Pray tell," said a cousin who would ordinarily have been present, "why are we not there but George and Amal Clooney, Oprah Winfrey, and the Beckhams are? The invitation list smacks of a career move." Behind the scenes, an even worse scenario was unfolding. This played right into the hands of the British press, who were delighted to be released from their self-imposed restraint. Although Meghan's failure to invite either side of her family led both the Markle and the Johnson-Ragland clans to feel that they had been cast in the role of pariah in front of the whole world, the British media were careful not to mock the Raglands, presumably because they feared accusations of color prejudice should they do so. But they had no such compunction where the Caucasian Markles were concerned. The whole Markle family felt that Meghan had set them up for ridicule by not inviting them, a view which was confirmed as accurate when the British papers set about making them all look as ridiculous as possible. There was a cruel and inhumane element to the reportage, which was the British tabloids at their worst. They behaved as if they had a right to mock the family because Meghan and Harry had such scant respect for them that they had not even condescended to acknowledge their existence with invitations. Although Tom Senior exceptionally had been the only one to be asked, this did not stop them from portraying him up as a sloppy, sleazy slob. He was pictured in the most unflattering poses, the implication being that he was a drunkard as well as a dolt and an oik. Because his whole life had been spent in television, Tom Sr. knew that they were making a fool of him, so he agreed to stage some photographs with what seemed a friendly paparazzo. When he realized that he had been set up and had been made to look a complete idiot, he was so distressed that he suffered a heart attack and was hospitalized in Mexico. The Mail on Sunday then ran an expose presenting him in the most unflattering light, after which he had a second heart attack. This time he was taken to the Sharp Chula Vista Medical Center in California, where he had stents inserted to open up his blocked arteries, running up a bill of some $130,000. He was discharged on the 17th May and warned that he could not travel. Although Tom Sr. and Meghan were in touch after the first heart attack, and she encouraged him to come over and not pull out of walking her down the aisle, as he had said he intended to do, so great was the embarrassment, once he had his second heart attack, that she declined to contact him and refused to respond on the many occasions he tried to get in touch with her. Harry, on the other hand, did text Tom. He berated him for upsetting Meghan, while failing to ask the man who was about to become his father-in-law how he was following his second heart attack. Wounded feelings and poor judgment were about to make what the press had already dubbed the Markle debacle into something which was not only damaging and destructive, but would cause unnecessary damage and pain to all the parties involved. Chapter 5. As marriage loomed for Harry and Meghan, the Markles and Raglan Johnsons were not the only families whose equilibrium was dashed along with their hopes and expectations. So too were the royal families, though for them there appeared to be compensations which would balance the downside. Despite the considerable advantage that Meghan's color was, and the demonstrably apparent love between the couple, there was the inconvenient fact that Meghan had a past that could damage the prestige of the royal family if the press did not remain on side. As stated elsewhere, no one associates closely with the royal family without their background being investigated by the palace. I know of many examples where the royal concerned has been quietly informed that it will not be appropriate for him to continue seeing so-and-so. The palace broke up Prince Andrew and Coo Stark, and tried to break up Charles and Camilla. They would have succeeded, too, had the Prince of Wales not informed the powers that be that she was a non-negotiable part of his life. The interventions have not been limited to royals' personal lives. Sometimes it has been someone with whom a royal is involved professionally. As long ago as the 1970s, Princess Alexandra's husband, the Han Sir Angus Ogilvy, was made to resign his directorships and cease functioning as a businessman in the light of the Lonhro scandal, when that company was discovered breaking sanctions against Rhodesia. Not even charity provides a sanctuary. Because it is deemed to be a valid professional part of a royal's life, and there are many donors who have made fortunes dubiously then tried to gain respectability by donating large sums to royal causes, the fundraising activities of royal charities, or of charities involved with the royals, are closely watched. I know of one case, which has never been made public, in which one of the most senior royals was banned from taking further sums on behalf of his primary charity from a particularly generous donor who was reputed, whether fairly or otherwise is beside the point, to have murdered 2 spouses. The ban extended to that individual being admitted into any royal palace in any capacity whatsoever. Because the palace has always functioned under the premise that there are times when the quid simply isn't worth the pro quo, intervention never comes as a surprise to royals who are intent on pushing the boundaries. They know that these lines of demarcation have been drawn to preserve the integrity and reputation of the monarchy. It is rare indeed when a royal does as Prince Charles did when he refused to give up Camilla. Meghan's color was an advantage that gave her and Harry flexibility they would never have otherwise had. There is little doubt that there would have been behind-the-scenes maneuvers to break up the relationship before it could lead to marriage, had she been white. The objections lay with the tales of her past, which Harry referred to in his statement at the time their relationship went public, as well as Meghan's open advocacy of political causes which could politicize the apolitical character of the monarchy. There was also her unpopularity amongst the people she had crossed in the past, some of whom would inevitably come out of the woodwork if she married into the royal family, and brief journalists against her. But even worse than any of that were the hardcore porn tapes purporting to be Meghan Markle performing in flagrante delicto. I have seen the tapes. We all know that nowadays it is possible to convincingly doctor tapes so that what looks like one individual is actually 2, with the head of one superimposed on the body of another. Maybe the woman in the tapes is Meghan's doppelganger. Maybe the face is Meghan's, superimposed onto someone else's body in a cynical money-making exercise. Either way, there is no doubt that someone who looks exactly like Meghan is being robustly penetrated by an immense penis belonging to a stud of the first order, and that the Meghan character is groaning in a manner reminiscent of her performances in Suits. Supposed Meghan's body looks very much like what we can imagine hers to be, except that the breasts are mercifully larger than the ones Meghan presents us with nowadays. This, however, did not deter her detractors, because if one examines photographs taken of her in her early 20s while she was starting out in the industry, one observes her breasts in halter necklines being much fuller towards the armpits than they are nowadays. This suggests that she might well have had her breasts augmented, then had them reduced once she became more successful, as Victoria Beckham did, because the timeline of the sex tapes dovetails with Meghan's penurious period. Doubting Thomases took comfort from the coincidences which allowed them to remain convinced. This was anything but a desirable scenario for any respectable institution, much less a royal family. In some ways, it didn't even matter whether the tapes were authentic or fabricated. Their very existence was a problem. The idea that any member of the British royal family could have had a past that permitted a sex tape, real or fake, to exist, that it was out there on the internet for all to see, and that there would always be a percentage of people who believed it to be genuine, even if it was not, was anathema. The one thing that kept all critics of the marriage at bay was Harry's determination to marry Meghan, no matter what. Nevertheless, there was great concern because Meghan herself is the sort of personality who people either love or loathe. While some people, such as the Archbishop of Canterbury and Harry himself, were convinced of Meghan's sincerity, others worried that she might be an opportunist who trots out the lines that work to her advantage. Was she just too glib, too practiced in the art of conveying convincing vulnerability, too adept at portraying herself as Little Ms. Wonderful, for red flags not to be raised? One critic noted that her performance was uncomfortably like all genuine phonies. She has perfected the art of projecting a convincing display of sincerity. That in itself would have raised hackles, even if we didn't have access to all the other information emanating from those she had crossed over the years, not to mention the gobbledygook she'd been spouting for years. Many of her statements were all the evidence we needed. Those blogs hoisted her on her own petard. Meghan's statements about how desirable self-love was, about how you could be anything you wanted to be, about how it was okay to lie to yourself as long as you were doing it to achieve your ambitions, rang loud bells of caution. She's obviously never heard the maxim, "A word once uttered cannot be recalled," nor the one about never putting pen to paper. She definitely raised our hackles. Her avowed humanitarianism, mixed up as it was with political activism, also caused pauses for thought. The British establishment is one of the most sophisticated in the world. Its more intelligent members are infinitely less gullible than most of their counterparts situated elsewhere. Although these people are often highly principled, their guiding light is realism. They are refreshingly free of prejudice, very up to date with the zeitgeist, interested in workable solutions rather than cant and hypocrisy. They know that humanitarianism is often a mask put on by hypocritical attention seekers to disguise their true intentions as they seek to gain approbation through pretending to be more wonderful than they are. To use an example, I witnessed Sir David Eadie, the senior judge of the Queen's Bench Division, who used to preside over defamation cases, dismiss the attempt of a billionairess to impress him by declaring her occupation as philanthropist, when in fact she is known as a rampant social climber. "Philanthropist?" he said bitingly, conveying in that withering question what he thought of her pretensions and, by implication, her character. No one actually cared whether Meghan's humanitarianism was genuine or not, as long as she was prepared to do the job of royal consort as and when she was required to do so. But her avowed politicization was a real worry. It could taint the crown if she and Harry married. The British monarchy, like all the other constitutional monarchies in Europe, is resolutely apolitical. All of them appreciate that their survival depends upon absolute apoliticism. Their very raison d'etre rests upon their ability to provide society with the protection only apolitical heads of state are capable of giving against the encroachments of ambitious politicians. Privately, it is no secret that most of the royals are either extremely centrist or slightly left of center politically. They are, in reality, liberal conservators. This has come about in the last century because reigning royal families appreciate the need for change. They desire the improvement of their citizenry's lot. However, they also appreciate that it is necessary to retain elements of the past if a society is to remain stable. Change, to be truly effective, has to be measured and gradual. The lesson learnt from revolutions has been that throwing the baby out with the bathwater renders people childless, even when it clears the bath. Meghan's advocacy of change, as if it were inevitably a positive, indicated a degree of naivete which could be dangerous once she had a royal platform, for she was clearly ignorant of the destabilizing aspects of change. Insofar as anyone could tell, Meghan's political sentiments were also resolutely American. America is a young country while Britain and all the other European monarchies are ancient. In the last 2 centuries, European society has undergone extensive changes, as all the states have democratized and some have become republics. The present-day monarchies are often more stable and meritocratic than their republican counterparts, with the result that contemporary constitutional monarchies regard themselves as not merely a form of government, but as the best form of government. In their opinion, their system of government protects the welfare of all in society, not only as a bulwark against power grabs by ambitious politicians, but also by representing all the citizens of their country, irrespective of their political persuasions. Republican government only ever represents those citizens who voted for the party in power. There was concern in palace circles that Meghan was not experienced enough to appreciate the subtleties of the world she would be joining, and that Harry would not assist her in seeing the light. In the year between the Sunday Express exposing Harry's relationship with Meghan and their engagement, the powers that be had been able to get what they believed to be an accurate measure of her. Although she had endeared herself to the Prince of Wales by smoothing out some of the ruffles in his relationship with Harry, and the Queen liked her because she likes anyone who is bright, vivacious, and has a sense of fun such as Meghan conveyed, the feeling amongst dispassionate observers was that she might turn out to be more troublesome than they hoped. This was because she was so strong-minded, had such pronounced political bias, was so strident where silence would be desirable, and was so upfront about having to have her own way, that an air of confrontationalism followed her wherever she went. At the palace, where an atmosphere of agreeability has always been valued above any one person getting his or her own way, this made people pause for thought and question whether Hurricane Meg wouldn't be blowing down all sorts of edifices, which everyone wanted to remain upstanding. What also perturbed observers was the control Meghan exerted over Harry. Admittedly, he was happy. Indeed, both he and Meghan seemed to be flying high as they sparked each other off to ever greater heights. Their relationship also seemed to be fairly layered, with Harry strutting around playing the alpha male, protecting the hyper-feminine flower against potentially adverse elements, while she stroked his back and clucked after him like a mother hen with her chick. So what if she did most of the talking, and even when he wanted to make a point, she would either talk over him or finish what he was saying? She was extremely feminine while he was extremely masculine, on some level playing out the yin and yang almost stereotypically. But some people who were concerned about Meghan, being the stronger, more intelligent, and capable partner, noted that hers was the femininity of a strong and assertive matriarch, not of the obliging and docile little woman. They questioned, possibly unfairly, whether she wasn't too dominant for everyone's good, her own and Harry's included. The surprising thing was that the only person who couldn't see it was Harry, someone who has now left the palace told me, quite missing the point that if Harry was happy to follow in Meghan's wake, the dynamic suited him. Putting the relative strengths of the couple aside, she and Harry were tripping, someone close to him told me. He is a very emotional guy, and she knows just what buttons to press to get him going. While admirers felt that she was very much in tune with Harry emotionally and managed him well, detractors felt that she'd slam the physical button, wrapping herself around him like bindweed, stroking his back as if she were his nanny, and he a vulnerable 6-year-old in need of reassurance. I, for one, felt that she was manipulating him emotionally, undermining him by playing on his vulnerabilities, doing so under the guise of caring for him when in fact she was really gaining power over him. The way he used to look at her when she was on the other side of the room was painful to see. He was like a puppy looking adoringly at its master. His eyes would swivel in his head as his gaze followed her around the room. But she's clever. She would be constantly reinforcing her control over him by agreeing with him, indicating how clever he was, how wonderful. Laying on the adulation with a trowel. It was pure treacle, and I wonder if he would have seen through it if the sex hadn't been so good. You could tell it was fantastic. He couldn't keep his hands off her. She also touched him a lot, though I felt that she used touch as another device to control him. I got the distinct impression that she'd reward him with pats when he was good, shades of nanny. She'd also snap at him if he stepped out of line. She did it at Princess Eugenie's wedding in full view of everyone, and I've seen her do it on many other occasions. But if he moved too much out of her orbit or was in danger of eluding her, she'd re-establish contact physically. This would have the effect of sucking him in again. There really was no escape from her. Not that he seemed to want to escape. On the contrary, a controlling, dominating, ultra-feminine woman playing upon the masculinity and weaknesses of a handsome and vulnerable prince is one interpretation. Another is a couple so in tune with each other, so in love with each other, that one finishes the sentences of the other because they have ceased to be two individuals and are now functioning as a unit. Certainly Meghan had a lot of time for Harry. It didn't seem to be a sacrifice for her to be with him. Yes, he was in her thrall, and seems to have been from very shortly after they met, but like many alpha males, he had found himself an alpha female who was a stronger personality than he was, and he was happily enchanted by her. The fact that Meghan was also far more intelligent than him, and more worldly wise than any prince, who has spent his whole life being cosseted by nannies, servants, private detectives, staff, and courtiers, could ever be, might well have been a plus where Harry was concerned, even if critics felt it should be otherwise. Hungry for love, feeling love, and believing that it was reciprocated, he was placing his fate in her hands. To those who questioned her motives, this was frightening, not only in practical terms, but in emotional ones as well. But to those who did not, their relationship was something to celebrate. Because Harry was so far down the line of succession to the throne, no marriage of his would ever possess such importance constitutionally that it would threaten the fabric of the monarchy the way the direct heirs could. It was therefore safe to leave the problem, should there really be one, for family and friends to solve. The first person to try to influence Harry into taking things at a more considered pace was William. By this time, it was obvious to everyone that Harry and Meghan were hurtling at great speed towards matrimony. By their own admission, by their third date, they were planning their future together, and even telling each other how they would change the world together. Harry had never before shown such a predilection to make his mark on the world at large. And observers became worried that such potent headiness could lead to problems unless he took a step back and pursued the relationship at a more considered pace. These concerns would have existed even had Harry and Meghan's worldly positions been more equal. But the fact that they were not raised a red flag. When one had so much and the other so little in comparison, the question that Meghan might be using Harry was bound to arise. But Harry himself had no such reservations. He might have been blind to the dangers of the adage, marry in haste, repent at leisure, just as how I was until I found a wedding ring on my finger and a millstone around my neck. But William was only too aware of the possibilities. He tried to introduce an element of caution into Harry's reckoning, even warning his brother how their mother had always preached the virtues of long-standing relationships rather than sudden passions. Harry, however, had already burnt his bridges emotionally, and now started burning them personally as well. His response to William was aggressive, unappreciative, and resentful. He even accused him of being jealous and trying to deprive him of his right to happiness, which really was ridiculous, as William has always loved his brother and had always sought his happiness. But that still did not stop Harry from resenting his brother's intrusion and putting a wholly personal and somewhat irrational spin on his motives. It was relatively easy for Harry to burn his bridges with William, because he was now one half of a couple who were both at one remove from everyone else. Meghan has always been one of those women who backs up her man fully, who displays loyalty so utterly that she always takes his side against everyone and everything, with the result that there were elements of an us against the world posture. One only needs to look at the almost identical black and white photographs she had both husbands pose for following their weddings to see that she has a vision of her husband and herself, arms intertwined, their backs to the world, as they jointly gaze upon a distant but unseen horizon, entwined together but apart from everyone else. This us against the world attitude has powerful appeal to men who want to shelter and protect the woman with whom he is involved, which is why alpha males are ideal partners for women who want to be protected. And Meghan is undoubtedly a woman who wants to be protected. Such a dynamic has great appeal for the couple involved, but it can trigger concern in loved ones, especially as how there are elements which can be evocative of paranoia. As the couple becomes increasingly detached from the world around them, and they become more and more intertwined with each other, loved ones can begin to feel that they are becoming unhealthily wrapped up in each other. The couple might then become hypersensitive to what seems to them to be attacks upon their relationship, but are in fact mere attempts to maintain a healthy equilibrium, which is what happened when William tried to get Harry to take things more slowly. No one likes to lose a loved one to a burgeoning romance which has exclusionary overtones. It is therefore understandable that William would have been concerned that he was in danger of losing the brother he loved, as, indeed, he did. While cynics may take the view that Meghan set out to detach Harry from his family and friends, Harry was always going to be susceptible to a powerful, dominant woman because he was the mama's boy of just such a woman. For all her warmth and affection, Diana was obsessively jealous, possessive, and dominating. She was also a very strong personality. Like Meghan, she appeared to be soft and sweet and vulnerable when in fact, she was all of those things, as well as all of their opposites. She could be charming, captivating, and fun, just like Meghan. In fact, there were so many similarities between the two women's characters, personalities, modus operandi, and performance, that it was almost inevitable that Harry would quickly and irrevocably fall under Meghan's spell. There is nothing more appealing to a mama's boy than a woman who is like his mother. It is said that most men marry their mothers, and while I would dispute the accuracy of such a blanket statement, the truism is that men who love their mothers gravitate towards women who are like their mothers. They are the most devoted of spouses, because there are few things more potent than a man replicating his mother in adulthood. To understand Meghan's hold over Harry, and why he was so eager to place his fate in her hands, one has to appreciate how his mother primed him for just such a woman. Diana was a very contradictory personality. For every virtue, there was a corresponding vice. She could be warm and kind and natural and affectionate then. When she wanted to turn, she would be cruel, cold, and vengeful. She was extremely manipulative and definitely did not hold by the maxim that charity starts at home. She frequently cut out friends and family for little or no reason then. If it suited her, picked them up back again as if they were a toy. As a child, she had been badly damaged emotionally by her parents' divorce. It left the most dreadful imprint upon her and was responsible for much of the misery that dogged her into adulthood. According to people who know her well, Meghan displays many of Diana's personality traits. This includes the positive ones as well as the negative. Diana isolated Charles from all his friends in the early days of their marriage, and Meghan was already shaping up to be the sort of person who would be so engaging that Harry had little time, energy, or desire for anyone else. Meghan never forgives nor forgets a slight, real or imagined, which was classic Diana, and, like the mother-in-law she never knew, when she decided to charm, she would charm, but when she decided to discard, she would drop someone as if they were a leper in biblical times. Being as powerful a personality as she is, she also has the ability, whether she wishes to or not, to instill real fear in men who fall in love with her. If they are anything less than completely enthusiastic about providing her with the response she requires, she will let them know that they were letting her down. In a variety of ways, the mature, post-Trevor Meghan has made her men aware that they'd better give her what she wants if they want to keep her. Trevor's failure to give her the breaks she wanted from him taught her never to sell herself short again, as she told a friend. In Meghan's scheme of things, couples are meant to fulfill each other's requirements. Her talent ever since the collapse of her first marriage has been to make them want to, or, as Harry put it, what Meghan wants, Meghan gets. The psychotherapist Basil Panzer once said that men are much more fascinated by women who challenge them than those who don't. They think they want all sweetness and light, but in reality, what they want is some of that, and being kept on their toes at the same time. Meghan, like Diana, learnt the art of variable reinforcement. In common with her mother-in-law, Meghan also possessed a cold fury when she did not get her way that made it impossible for others to disagree with her and maintain a pleasant relationship in which adults agree to disagree, while also maintaining a healthy degree of personal autonomy. Those who did not please her were in danger of losing her, which could create a terror of losing her in people, not only men but parents and friends as well, with whom she was involved. Although Diana could equally instill the terror of loss in those with whom she was involved, hers was anything but a cool technique. She used to get so caught up in her own emotions that she would have to disentangle herself before she could detach herself from someone. This meant that Diana's relationships seldom ended without a bang, while Meghan, who was far more self-possessed, had perfected the art of terminating hers so silently that there wasn't even a whimper when she dropped the axe. Yet the parallels between the two women's modus operandi were so pronounced that onlookers feared that Harry, familiar since childhood to the terrible consequences of going against his mother's will, had been so primed that Meghan has been able to obtain a hold over him that has made her power invincible. Whether that is a fair assessment, only time will tell, but what is undoubtedly certain is that Meghan is the dominant partner in their union, and she tolerates no threats from any quarter. A case in point was Harry's reaction to William's suggestion that he should take things at a more measured pace. His reaction had been so adverse that the brothers fell out in a wholly unnecessary way. Catherine was caught up in the crossfire. Meghan could now appeal to Harry's protective instincts, as she capitalized upon the family's reservations about the speed with which the relationship was hurtling towards permanence, detaching him further from his old support network. Rather than loosening Harry's connection to Meghan, William's intervention had tightened it. In doing so, Meghan's influence over Harry had increased. This caused concern not only within the family but amongst the courtiers, all of whom only wanted a marriage if it would work, but were nervous of one that might not. Then Harry brought things to a head by asking to see his grandparents and told them that he wished to marry Meghan. Any family confronted with the possibility of a union, which had the hallmarks of becoming problematic, would try to delay the ultimate commitment in the hope that time might bring insight, and it would collapse under the weight of its unsuitability if that turned out to be the case. Both the Queen and Prince Philip had a good relationship with Harry. Philip is known within royal circles for being an accommodating pragmatist who will always try to find a way that reconciles royal duty with personal urges. In his eyes, there would be no better outcome than Harry and Meghan pursuing their relationship without matrimony until all the doubts were cleared up. And if they were not, Harry could still remain with Meghan, but without the ultimate commitment. Harry knew that his grandfather was of a generation and persuasion in which marriage was not only about personal fulfillment, but also about dynastic obligation. In the past, paramours had been people's private business. A man could sleep with whomever he pleased, but marriage was another matter entirely. Issues such as duty to the nation and the family, as well as suitability, must be factored into any marital equation, and if you could not guarantee a positive outcome, you must resist the urge to marry. History was littered with awful warnings, such as the marriage of Prince Philip's cousin, Princess Ina of Battenberg, to King Alfonso XIII of Spain, which ended in predictable misery and helped to undermine the Spanish crown. But when a man gets the bit between his teeth and wants to marry a woman, caution doesn't always prevail. It has been widely, and I gather accurately, reported that when Harry brought up the subject of marriage to his grandparents, Prince Philip, already up to speed about why Meghan Markle would find it impossible to fit into the role of royal duchess without a personality transplant, pointed out to him that we step out with actresses, we don't marry them. This was not snobbishness on his part. The qualities that make an actress successful are the absolute opposite of those which make a good royal duchess, and there was no doubt in his mind that it would be unfair to both Meghan and the monarchy to expect her to fulfill a lifetime of royal duty with a fully developed personality at odds with the requirements of the royal role. What has not been reported is the remainder of the conversation, which came to me via two different sources, one a close friend of the Queen, another a prince. Harry, desperately in love with Meghan and willing to do anything to keep her, discounted his grandfather's suggestion with the intensity of an addict being threatened with deprivation. He informed his grandfather that he would be marrying Meghan no matter what. In fairness to Harry, Meghan also wanted to marry him. She had also closed her eyes and ears to all warnings, such as given by Gina Nelthorpe Cowan, about why she would find it impossible to make the adjustment from television actress to royal duchess. No one had actually envisaged a scenario in which she could marry Harry, and rather than adjust to her new situation, she would convince him to create a new one that suited her better by abdicating their royal roles. So, the three participants to the conversation had imagined only one possibility, namely Meghan adjusting to the royal role, when in fact there existed an alternative, Meghan and Harry abandoning their royal roles and inventing new ones for themselves. A material fact in agreeing to the marriage was Harry's place in the line of succession. Harry, the Queen, and Prince Philip were aware that he would shortly be slipping down to 6th place once the Duchess of Cambridge's third child, due in April 2018, was born. This position was crucial, for, following the repeal of the Royal Marriages Act of 1772, which was replaced with the 2013 Succession to the Crown Act, Harry was peripheral in the true meaning of the word. The likelihood of his succeeding to the throne was now so remote that withholding permission for any marriage, even one which might be problematic, would seem like an act of spite, or worse, prejudice. The Queen likes consensus, and is always extremely well briefed as to what is going on in the world as well as within her own family. So when Philip's interdict raised the temperature, Elizabeth II intervened with the intention of lowering it. Harry did not even let her finish what she's saying. He cut her off mid-sentence with the imprecation that he was going to marry her, and if you don't like it, you'll just have to suck it up. The Queen had never heard the expression before, nor indeed had I until the conversation was recounted to me, but I fully identified with her comment that I didn't need any explanation as to what it meant. As soon as I heard it, I knew. That, however, was not the end of the matter. The prince who recounted the conversation to me said that Harry then issued the coup de grace by telling his grandparents that they would be accused of racism unless they agreed to the marriage. Of course, Harry knew only too well that Meghan's race was not a negative to the family, but a positive. But the public would not know that, so this was his ace in the hole. Faced with what the Queen's grandmother, Queen Mary, called a fine kettle of fish, Elizabeth II and Prince Philip had no option but to give way to their determined grandson. We all only hope to God it doesn't turn out to be the catastrophe everyone fears it will be, the prince said. The family's great fear was that, aside from Meghan's unsuitability for the royal role, she loved what she could achieve as a result of being Harry's wife, and that, rather than love of him, was her motivation. Although they hoped that their doubts were unfounded, her track record made them unsure, which was unfortunate, for they had been sure that Catherine loved William and Sophie Wessex loved Prince Edward. They hoped that with time their fears would be dissipated. Ironically, the one unexpurgated consolation acknowledged by everyone within the family and at the palace was Meghan's biracial identity. It was the single most important aspect of her identity that overrode all the reservations created by her dominating personality, political inclinations, and past conduct which had generated such mixed reports. As the prince told me, had Meghan not been a woman of color, they would never have allowed the marriage. It was the only thing that was unreservedly in her favor. It reinforced the diversity of British society and was viewed as an updated version of Queen Elizabeth's statement when the Germans bombed Buckingham Palace during the war. I'm glad, now I feel I can look the East End in the face. With the die cast by Harry's determination, everyone tried to be positive. Meghan definitely had many virtues. She was beautiful, stylish, vivacious. She was bright and energetic. She had a good work ethic. She was good company if you agreed with her. She had set out to charm Charles and the Queen, and to an extent she had succeeded. Everyone hoped that such misgivings as had arisen would be laid to rest when she became a member of the royal family. The Queen and Prince Charles were particularly delighted with her virtues, not the least of which was her color, a European royal told me. To show how welcome Meghan was, the Queen even included her in the Sandringham Christmas house party in 2019. Although everyone did their utmost to make her feel welcome, although she responded with the charm and grace which she possesses when she wishes to respond positively, there was nevertheless an undercurrent emanating from her that some people picked up as disdain or disapproval. One of the British royals told a European counterpart that she made it clear that she disapproved of hunting and shooting, and would therefore not be hanging around to participate in the traditional Boxing Day shoot. I suppose it's to her credit that she has the strength of her convictions, but what worries me is this. Why can't she be like my cousin's wife, who would sooner die than kill a fly? She doesn't make a point of disapproving of us. She has her ways and we have ours. We all rub along happily despite our differences of opinion. I'm just worried that someone who is so dogmatic that she makes it clear that hers are the only opinions worth having isn't going to fit into our world, or indeed into any world at all where anyone disagrees with her. What gets me is the underlying disrespect she seems to have for anyone who doesn't agree with her. I hope I'm wrong, but I can't shake the feeling that young Harry's picked up a right little madame. I only hope Havoc isn't her middle name. Havoc comes in many forms and is precipitated by many things, and in the run-up to the wedding, the white side of Meghan's family proved a rich hunting ground for the British tabloids. The black side of the family was deemed to be off-limits, not through any humanitarian sentiments, but because the British public would have attacked the press for being racist. But the Markle family was seen as rich pickings to be got at every turn. Tom Jr., Samantha, Tyler, and his mother Tracy were all made to look ridiculous. Their every action picked to pieces as the tabloids competed with each other to relate how un-English, how working people American they were. What hicks. There really was no excuse for such conduct. It was unedifying and unconstructive, but the price you sometimes have to pay for a free press is injured feelings. These are infinitely preferable to politicians who can't be called to order owing to a toothless tiger which has lost the ability to inflict damage when it bites. But that did not help the unfortunate Markle family. All of them were pilloried in varying degrees, very occasionally with some merit, but largely without any whatsoever. Embarrassing though the Markles found the way they were being represented in the British tabloids, it was nothing compared with the way they now started to portray Tom Sr. He has rightly stated that they made him look like a slob, like white trash, like a drunkard. They hounded him day and night for the 6 months from the announcement of his daughter's marriage until the week before the wedding, when he fell out of view following his heart attacks. Tom Sr. has spoken on television about how embarrassing it was to be made to look like a dolt in front of the whole world. From morning till night, his every action was observed, his every movement commented upon and decried. Harry and Meghan's advice to him was as impractical as it was impersonal. "Don't talk to the press at all," they said. When, at the beginning of the couple's romance, Doria had been given the merest hint of what Tom Sr. had been having to endure for months, Harry had waded in, specifically complaining about the tabloids' treatment of his future mother-in-law. Now that his father-in-law-to-be was being dished up an even more intensive dose of the same poison, he was left to fend for himself with what was really ineffectual, even silly, advice. If they did not realize how unrealistic it was to tell him not to talk to the press when every day his every action was dogged by them, they should have. If you are a man on your own, living in a house in the middle of a populous town, you are exposed as you come and go on a daily basis. You can't stay holed up like a bear in its den. Whether you want to be or not, you are accessible. Even if you don't speak to the press, they will still follow you, photograph you, and make you look ridiculous if that is their intention. Which it clearly was, even when he did something as innocent as shop for food in his local supermarket. Harry and Meghan seemed to have no empathy for the mortification Tom was facing, as he was portrayed on a daily basis in the most unflattering light. They could have hired a media advisor to run interference for him. They should also have done the same for Samantha and Tom Jr. Such basic consideration would have been humane as well as clever, for it would have assured Meghan of positive responses from her relations, and the negativity which emanated from her spurned relations would not have existed. Instead, she and Harry decided to blank out what was happening, which was somewhat perplexing. Harry had always had such sympathy for his mother's plight, despite the fact that she usually tipped off her supposed pursuers, and had also expressed concern when Doria was subjected to undue attention. But Tom Sr. was given neither support nor consideration beyond the repetition of empty platitudes. To the embarrassment of the palace and the astonishment of the public, the Markle debacle, as it was soon called, intensified as the wedding date approached. It could not have been more obvious that Meghan's family was unsophisticated with regard to the press, but why would they have been otherwise? They were not public figures, nor were they aristocrats or royalty. They were simply American working people, and if they were looked at askance in America, they would soon gain admirers in Britain for what was regarded as their forthright and unpretentious honesty. Nevertheless, the situation as it developed became increasingly embarrassing for all the Markles, who were held up to ridicule, the tabloids feeling that they were fair game for mockery, as the message Meghan had given out was that they were such undesirables that they couldn't even be included in her wedding. Tom Sr.'s response was to fall for the line of a journalist who suggested that they stage photographs of him pursuing more upmarket activities than the resolutely downmarket ones he had so far been pictured enacting. Instead of buying beer in his local deli, he should be measured for a suit, should be looking at computer images of his daughter and her fiancé. And what about doing gentle exercises while jogging up a hill with weights in his hands? Tom Sr. was undoubtedly naive in thinking that such activities would improve his image, or that other journalists wouldn't find out what he and one of their colleagues had cooked up between themselves. But who can blame someone who is being pilloried for trying to regain a bit of dignity? The week before the wedding, his unfortunate attempt to divert the narrative into something more presentable was exposed in the Mail on Sunday. Stripping him of whatever remained of his self-respect, the paper revealed that he had cooperated with a paparazzo, staging photographs for a vast sum of money, which was not accurate. The tabloids being the tabloids, exaggeration was the order of the day. Tom's humiliation was so complete that he not only had a heart attack, but also offered to withdraw from the wedding. To their credit, Meghan and Harry declined his offer and insisted he fly over and give her away. However, they lost patience with him when he had his second heart attack shortly after being released from hospital in Mexico following his first. Meghan stopped speaking to him, while Harry berated him by text. Tom told them that he suspected they were really sorry he hadn't died, so that they could pretend to be sad and not have to bother with him. Their response was a complete lack of response to him and to all subsequent messages and phone calls from him. The palace's worst nightmare, at least until Meghan and Harry bolted, had now begun in earnest. Chapter 6. To the hundreds of millions of people who watched Harry and Meghan marry at St. George's Chapel on the 19th of May 2016, theirs was a fairy tale come true. The bride looked so beautiful, so demure, so modest, so radiant, while the groom seemed so happy, so handsome, so proud. She was the apex of femininity, he of masculinity. Theirs was not merely a love story, but one with a message, the most important part of which was that the glass ceiling had now been removed for people of color. The formerly marginalized could now aspire to anything. One of their own had achieved the greatest height apart from the presidency of the United States of America. She was now a royal highness, and not just any old royal highness either, but a fully paid-up member of the most prestigious family on earth, the British royal family. Meghan had now become the embodiment of hope and accomplishment for people all over the world, a beacon of light for billions who could thereafter look at her and think, if she could achieve this, maybe my children can scale great heights, even if I can't. Meghan had reached a pinnacle that no other woman of color ever had before. It was, by any measure, a tremendous accomplishment. It was also a great responsibility, and those of us who were aware of how many people's hopes were vested in her hoped and prayed she would have the attributes to live up to it. The American entertainer Pharrell Williams summed it up well when he told Meghan and Harry, "I'm so happy for your union. Love is amazing, love is beautiful. Don't ever take it for granted. But what it means in today's climate, I just wanted to tell you it's so significant for so many of us. Seriously, we cheer you guys on." Harry and Meghan's response was indicative of their attitudes. While he nodded graciously, completely in tune with the sentiments, she said, "Oh, thank you," before stating that her critics don't make it easy. She had missed the point entirely, which is that she now had a sacred duty to live up to, and no matter how difficult it was, she would be dashing the hopes people everywhere if she should fail. It was therefore beside the point whether her critics made it easy or not. Indeed, the mere fact that they did not was all the more reason to ensure that she succeeded in the role she now embodied. Of course, it is not easy to live up to the expectations of others. Being royal is in many ways a thankless task, rather like being a secular nun, albeit one who is called upon to be a style icon. The personal rewards are there, but not in the emotional way that Meghan was used to, either as a volunteer serving in soup kitchens or in the applause she would receive from a good performance in front of the camera or an audience at the UN. There is a very self-sacrificial aspect, which is never entirely offset by the superficial glamour surrounding the high-profile aspects of royal life. Meghan was something of an expert on Diana, Princess of Wales. She will therefore have been familiar with Diana's complaint to Princess Grace of Monaco on the occasion of her first official engagement with Prince Charles at the Royal Opera House, Covent Garden. As Diana bemoaned how horrendous she was finding all the public attention, incidentally, which she ensured she maintained till the very end of her life. Attention, in fact, which actively contributed to her death, in that it could not have existed without the participation of the press. And this Diana was careful to nurture, despite her protestations to the contrary. Grace said with equal parts of wit and truthfulness, "Don't worry, dear, it will only get worse." And it did, though it never got so bad, for all Diana's complaints to the contrary, that she swapped the approbation that came her way as a result of being the Princess of Wales for a more retired way of life. Plainly, Meghan was taking a leaf out of Diana's book, resenting the demands and intrusions while contradictorily fulfilling the glamorous aspects the press and public demanded of their new style icon. Like Diana, who was also very in tune with her feelings, Meghan had conflicting attitudes to the pros and cons of being royal. Had she had a more open and less personal approach towards her new role of royal duchess? Had she focused less on the sensations it generated within her and accepted the rough with the smooth in a more comprehensive manner, she would have been entirely in tune with what Pharrell Williams was saying. She would have realized that when the going gets tough, the tough get going, towards success, not towards complaints or self-pity. One way or the other, you are obliged to pay for your privileges, and though the downside was disagreeable, the upside should have been well worth the effort, especially if she hoped to undertake the massive humanitarian role she and Harry had indicated they intended for themselves. Meghan's adjustment to her royal role would have been more successful if someone close to her had pointed out that she had been perfectly happy to pay the price for being a cast member of Suits. And now that she had an even bigger role, with greater potential and more rewards, she should be focusing on the positives rather than wallowing in the negatives and jeopardizing her chances of success as a result of her attitude. She had had no problem with keeping her feelings in their rightful place when she had been a working actress. She had willingly hung around the set waiting for her 3 minutes of filming while she shot the breeze with the film crew for hours on end. She had not objected to the hours of primping and priming when her hair and makeup were being done, when her costumes were being fitted, and she hung out affirming her status as a down-to-earth team player with the crew. She had willingly allowed herself to be used on publicity junkets, and when none was in the offing, had volunteered for others under the aegis of humanitarian work. Now she had well and truly arrived. Now she had the platform from which she could undertake all the philanthropic projects which had seemed to inspire her, and it was disappointing to learn that she seemed unable to realize that there was still a price to be paid. In some ways, being royal was not that different from being an actress in a television series. Yes, there were differences. There was more scrutiny, and you were expected to conform to entirely different standards. But if she had moved on to playing another role in another television show, she would not have expected, now that she had a new role, to call all the shots, with scriptwriters, producers, directors, gaffers, cameramen, and everyone else associated with the new show the way she had been doing with everyone at court. Having moved up in the world from minor to major stardom, her head seemed to have been turned and her sense of proportion displaced. Diana Wales had suffered a similar fate when she had married Prince Charles, but she had been half Meghan's age, and she at least had had the good grace to keep her struggles quiet until she was ready to bolt. Yet here was Meghan, barely married, already bemoaning her lot and wanting to be taken for a hardship case, while also demanding that everyone do everything her way. Success as a royal duchess was only possible if she remained a team player, if she understood that the game had changed, that she had a new role and a part to play, but that there were still boundaries, and in this bigger, much expanded role, the approbation she yearned for she would receive only if she understood that it would take an entirely new form from what she was used to. She couldn't expect emotional gratification the way she had got it from the crew or cast of the show, or even from the occasional reviewer. She would have to settle for an entirely different sort of gratification. At this time, a more intellectualized, spiritual version that would be less obvious but no less real or significant. The hyper-emotional interchanges upon which she had relied had to be a thing of the past. Instead of 20 indigents or a camera crew, she would be interacting with tens and hundreds of thousands of people on an annual basis, some for no more than 30 or 50 seconds, others for only a matter of minutes, and all within a more formalized, less emotive setting. There would seldom be the opportunity for people to express the approbation they felt, for the life of a royal on public duty is so transient, so busy, the interactions with people so fleeting, that there simply is not time to get feedback the way she was used to from the lighting engineer or the cameraman with whom she had interacted on a daily basis for hours on end on set. However, if she gave herself the chance, with time she would come to appreciate that there was feedback. It was simply more subtle, but the rewards nevertheless existed, and they were profound. There was also the issue of discipline and control, and here the balance was radically different from what she had been used to. Had Meghan and Harry exercised the patience and diplomacy that his grandparents, the Queen and Prince Philip, did at the time of the accession, laying down their imprimatur slowly and cautiously, rather than stating, as Meghan did, that she intended to hit the ground running upon marriage, thereby conveying the message that everybody had better watch out, as the new broom intended to sweep clean, she would have received a more positive response. Meghan was used to a structure on the Suits set whereby she could interact with the producers, directors, and scriptwriters. Prior to that show, she had had very little luck in influencing anyone to expand her role, but, by her own account, on it she had had so much success that she had got them to tone down the sex scenes and build her character up into something even more potent than the powerhouse they had originally envisaged Rachel Zane as being. Royalty has a different structure. The courtiers organize and advise. The royals perform, but do so within well-defined boundaries. Royalty is an ensemble act. Each player exists to enhance the crown. The monarch is the chief player. The importance of each player thereafter is determined by their proximity to the throne. After the monarch comes the immediate heir. After him comes the next heir in line, and so on down the scales of precedence. If you are the sixth dancer in the chorus line, and you are supposed to kick after number 5 and before number 7, you screw up the whole routine if you do so out of time. In royal families, as in Broadway shows, each player needs to know his or her place. If you break ranks, you are damaging the show. You are especially destructive if you break ranks in such a way that you make it clear to the audience that you are a better player than all the other members of the ensemble. In doing so, you are not only boosting yourself at the expense of the whole show, but you are also showing up the other players adversely. Since the whole purpose of a royal family is to represent its nation as a whole, there is only ever one game in town for each royal family. An undisciplined and destructive ensemble player who breaks rank will therefore ultimately be nothing but a force for destructiveness where the royal family is concerned. And the idea of setting up your own dance routine, separate from the one everyone expects to see, was so beyond all comprehension that no one conjured it up as a possibility. With the exception of Meghan, who plainly had contemplated just such an eventuality, for why else would she have failed to disband her Hollywood team when she got married? It was against this backdrop that the wedding took place. Behind the scenes, it was a massive relief that the day itself went off as well as it did. Aside from the unfortunate publicity involving Meghan's father and the rest of the Markle family, her own conduct and that of Harry in the run-up had created fear rather than comfort. With his backing, she had demanded control of the wedding, notwithstanding neither of them having any financial responsibility for it, and despite her being a newcomer to the royal scene, and him acting as if she should be allowed to break every existing precedent and rule. Meghan had never been disruptive or disrespectful of the parameters laid down by the producers of Suits to ensure that it was a success. She had been happy to fit herself into that scheme of things. Yes, she was known to have been demanding and challenging, to push for better lines for herself, to want to expand her character. But all of this had been done in a professionally respectful way. If she could understand and respect those parameters, why would she and Harry seek to disrespect and disregard the parameters of the royal world? It was no secret in royal circles that Diana had been a maverick who had often not only disrespected but also denigrated the royal world, despite it being her platform for greatness. Harry had also, from time to time, shown himself to be inclined to kick over the traces, quite mindless of the fact that he was rebelling against was the very thing that gave him any degree of greatness that he possessed. Could it be that the combination of Meghan and Harry, with his emotional issues and maternal heritage, and her dominating and exacting nature, might result in a challenge to the very way the monarchy expected the royals to conduct themselves? As far as everyone in the royal circle was concerned, Meghan and Harry's demands to be allowed to do as they pleased, without very much regard for past practices, did not bode well for an easy adjustment for Meghan as an individual or for them as a couple. In royal and aristocratic circles, as in any other establishment, newcomers are expected to have some respect for the values and traditions of the world they are joining. This would be so whether the establishment is a company, a law firm, a television series, or anything else. Newcomers are not expected to demand fundamental changes to the lifestyle until they have had time to adjust to it and see what suits them. Everyone has quibbles over certain things and is given latitude to ignore minor rules that are not fundamental to the existence of the institution. But the idea that someone at entry level will impose a new way of doing things on an old order is unthinkable. The idea that an establishment figure like Harry would consider it acceptable to expect everyone to fall into line as he and a newcomer like Meghan flouted tradition at every turn would never have entered into anyone's head until it happened. And when it did, it received the expected reaction. This is because there was a genuine conviction that the values adhered to in a royal or aristocratic lifestyle are laden with wisdom, gleamed over hundreds and sometimes 1,000 years of trial and error. The British actor Larry Lamb once observed to me and the late Elizabeth Stuart Fotheringham, the chatelaine of 2 stately homes in Scotland, "There seems to be a rule, or at least a guideline, for everything in your lives. But I've come to realize that a lot of it makes sense. It's the wisdom of the ages. Even the way you drink. Soup is practical. You scoop it up away from yourselves, unlike all of us. But that's so. If it spills, it doesn't spill on you. I bet you've never realized how clever little things like that are." Aside from the practicality of many of the modes of behavior, there is also the underlying code of conduct in which duty, honor, reliability, decency, and all the other sterling virtues are living concepts to which one is expected to aspire. Nobility is not just a matter of rank, but a way of being, which is why one of the biggest insults in elite circles is to accuse someone of not knowing how to behave. It therefore came as something of a surprise for Meghan to indicate, with Harry's full backing, to many of the people she was now associating with, that she regarded their way of life, their values, and their codes of conduct as way beneath hers. She almost spelled it out that she was here to rescue us from our pathetic way of doing things, a courtier said. She is so breathtakingly sure of being in the right at all times that she is beyond arrogant. I've never seen anyone in my life so entirely lacking in self-doubt. She is so upfront about it that she is beyond shameless. She walks into a room, takes over, tells everyone how she wants things to be, and sachets out expecting everyone to fulfill her demands. She is beyond dominance, beyond being a dominatrix. She fancies herself a force of nature, and a perfect one at that. And Harry considers her perfect. One of the royals bore this out, stating, "She is so self-confident it's frightening. I used to think Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, was the most self-confident person I'd ever encountered." Meghan puts her in the shade. It is here that we see the line going back into previous generations. Meghan is not the first of the powerful personalities to have been absorbed into the British royal family. The Queen Mother was the first. Admitted into the family as the Duchess of York in 1923, she was such a force of nature, so determined and strong-willed, so wily and effective an operator, that even Hitler felt compelled to describe her as the most dangerous woman in Europe. Her husband Bertie, better known to history as King George VI, was as besotted with and entranced by her as his brother David, then Prince of Wales and afterwards King Edward VIII and Duke of Windsor, was by Wallace Warfield Simpson. I knew the Duchess of Windsor slightly, but will save my comments regarding her for later. Suffice it to say that Meghan and Harry are continuing a long tradition of powerful women, captivating the House of Windsor's princes, many of whom seem to have a susceptibility for placing their fate in the hands of these women, each of whom has been treated as the Delphic oracle by her prince. All 3 were frankly ambitious, but only 2 of them actually ended up getting what she wanted, the third living out her worst nightmare. With hindsight, it is obvious that Meghan had an agenda where her wedding was concerned. She wanted it to be the most beautiful and glamorous occasion. It must be the perfect setting for her introduction to the world at large. It would establish her as a beautiful, desirable, classy woman of style and taste, as someone who had everything, every virtue, from superficial style and beauty to profound depth of character. She was a jewel that the royal family was lucky to have in its crown, and the world must see this. She did not want any of her family, with the exception of her parents, there. She wanted none of them or her oldest friends raining on her parade. She was flying high and didn't want too many links with the past she had left behind. Then she had been an ordinary girl on the make. Now she had made it. She was now an extraordinary woman, and one, moreover, who conveyed the message that she was full, complete, and as perfect as it was possible to be. This was the beginning of a new life, a glorious life, a life where she would enjoy the approbation she had sought all her life and had been gaining in increasing measure for the past 7 years. Her wedding was also an opportunity to cultivate people she'd barely met but who were potentially useful in the future, such as Oprah Winfrey. She would hereafter be an A-lister, and she intended to reinforce her status by having real A-listers such as George and Amal Clooney there, notwithstanding knowing them only slightly. By Meghan's own account, she is supremely aspirational. Quite how so still remains to be seen, though the past 2 years have shown that she is a woman of boundless ambition and vision. No one actually realized just how ambitious she is, nor how financially driven, a royal cousin told me. However, once she and Harry announced that they were retiring from royal life to make their fortune financially, it became clear that being a senior royal, having one of the most eminent positions on earth, was not sufficient for her. It was too limiting, and rather than adjust herself to it, she had decided to have it adjust to her. In doing so, she demonstrated to what extent she is a true game changer. This is something which her admirers applaud, and ironically, one of the people who have been most supportive of her has been the Queen. Elizabeth II and Philip were in their day game changers too, but they did it in such a way that they did not rock the royal boat. The Queen still hopes that Meghan and Harry's float into the future will allow them to function in such a way that they make their way without damaging their royal heritage, while creating a new way of being from which future generations of spares might benefit. Although Meghan and Harry emphasized when departing from the royal family that their goal was financial independence, not everyone thinks that her ambition is limited to lining her pockets to the full extent of her capacity. I've heard that she intends, down the line, to run for President of the United States, one of Harry's old friends told me. I believe she's using her royal status to improve her chances. Let's see if she achieves her objective. Long before the public knew that Meghan was encouraging Harry to step back from his royal role, she was laying the ground for them to do so. She did it in a variety of ways, one of which was to convey the message to everyone with whom she came into contact that she had no awe for the monarchy. As his friend said, one thing's for sure, she's never had any respect for the institution she married into. From the word go, it was obvious that she felt she knew better than we did and could enlighten all us poor slobs in how we should be living our lives. While Meghan's supporters will consider it admirable that she could be so rock-solid in her beliefs and attitudes that she remained unmoved and unimpressed by her inclusion into the world's most eminent family, those who crossed paths with her were astonished by what they took to be disrespect for themselves. Her conduct in the run-up to her marriage was an illustration. From the outset, she bucked royal tradition with the full backing of Harry, who went around saying, "What Meghan wants, Meghan gets." There were incidents, such as Meghan reducing Catherine Cambridge to tears over Charlotte's dress, Meghan virtually calling a member of staff a liar when the woman was patently telling the truth, which resulted in Meghan being advised that royals do not speak to staff like that, and the kerfuffle over the supposed mustiness of St. George's Chapel, which had resulted in Meghan being blocked from spraying scent all over the ancient chapel so that it would smell like the ladies' room at Soho House. I have attended many events at St. George's Chapel over the years, including Prince William's induction as a Knight of the Garter. I can tell. It has the reassuring bouquet of the ancient, well-tended, and clean chapel that it is. The pews glow with the patina of centuries of beeswax, which also gives off a subtle but delightful fragrance. This was clearly anathema to someone as classy as Meghan, who by this time was viewed by her followers as not only the Petronius arbiter of classiness, but as its quintessential embodiment. Despite having had some exposure to what passes for antiques in America by way of her grandfather's antique shop, Meghan was still not au fait with an older way of life, so would not have known that what passes for antique in America, i.e., something older than 75 years, is almost new in Europe. She would not have been familiar with the aroma of furniture well polished over centuries, rather than recognizing the appealing fragrance of a well-tended building like St. George's Chapel. She found the scent alien and therefore off-putting. People do not enjoy a newcomer telling them, in word or deed, that their way is not as good as the newcomer's. This causes a special offense when the recipient of the criticism believes that his way is the better one, and moreover, has proof of that fact in the thousands of compliments he has received over the decades from compatriots of the critic, which run absolutely contrary to the critic's criticism. Since Meghan was accusing the chapel of malodorousness, when it is often praised for its subtle and ancient scent, this caused offense. It also resulted in many people at Windsor coming to the conclusion that she had a lot to learn, and Harry would be wise to inform her of that fact, instead of acting as if everyone else was ignorant but the two of them. A good starting point, in their view, would have been the couple understanding how limited her knowledge of their world was. Instead, she was so supremely self-confident that she gave the impression of being a disdainful know-it-all. And where the wedding was concerned, she knew exactly what she wanted, and they both intended that she get it. Harry and Meghan were throwing their weight around in the most extraordinary fashion, a royal said. Their conduct did not bode well for the future. "It's our wedding, and we want it done our way," Meghan said. But since Harry had little or no input beyond repeating the mantra, "What Meghan wants, Meghan gets," no one was deceived into thinking that her use of the plural first-person pronoun meant anything but the singular. The invitation list was the first of the many traditions that were jettisoned at Meghan's command with Harry's full backing. Hundreds of people associated with charities were invited, which ratified their credentials as humanitarians who think in terms of charity. They also weighted the list heavily in favor of every celebrity she had ever crossed paths with and was still speaking to. Some she had barely met, others only 2 or 3 times. But she and Harry asked them all, and they all came, adding glamour to the occasion while embarking on what Andrew Morton observed was a clever career move. For once they had been asked, they were thereafter in the couple's debt. Marrying into the British royal family was not an everyday occurrence. It was a once-in-a-lifetime occasion. For Meghan's family, it was more than that. It was a source of great pride that had turned into worldwide humiliation. Prince Philip especially understood how painful it is when relations are not asked. His 3 sisters had been excluded from his own wedding because their husbands had been German officers during the war, which had ended only 2 years before his wedding. This had caused him pain, and Princess Gottfried von Hohenlohe-Langenburg, the Margravine of Baden, and Princess George of Hanover tremendous embarrassment. Meghan and Harry, however, were indifferent to the effect of their actions upon her family. As far as they were concerned, she had a new family, one which he was now gravitating towards. This was not the royals, who by this time they were already reeling away from, despite Harry's comment over the radio that she had bonded so well with his relations that they were substitutes for the family she had never had. No, this new family was the many showbiz or celebrity-related representatives from a life which seemed to have begun, with few exceptions, only after Meghan had gained her role in Suits. This new family included what Meghan and Harry called her Suits family, all of whom were out in force at the wedding, as well as friends like Jessica Mulroney, Marcus Anderson, Oprah Winfrey, Gayle King, and Amal and George Clooney. To everyone at the palace, Harry and Meghan's management of the invitation list seemed inappropriate as well as dangerous. Royal and aristocratic weddings are not occasions for the bride and groom to ratify their humanitarian credentials before the eyes of the world, or to include celebrities who are actually thrilled to be admitted to royal circles, and are not ordinarily asked to such family occasions, but to other, less personal events, like premieres and parties. Weddings are meant to be celebrations of union, with all branches of the bride's and groom's families being asked, as well as all close or long-standing friends. By excluding her family, Meghan and Harry had not only harmed them, but themselves as well, Meghan herself especially. For the conclusion most people would draw would be that Meghan more than Harry bore primary responsibility for the exclusion. The one thing the palace didn't want was someone entering the royal family as damaged goods. But as Harry and Meghan's wedding was not a state occasion, no one at the palace had the right to intervene. There was another dimension to Meghan and Harry's approach which also seemed destructive. To justify the exclusion of Meghan's relations, they had also neglected to invite what one royal, who expected to be asked and was not, called the wider cousinage. This caused no end of offense, all of which was totally unnecessary, especially as how there were hundreds of available seats in the chapel. Although everyone put a good face on it, it rankled. The Duke and Duchess of Kent's grandchildren, Lady Amelia Windsor, Lord Downpatrick, and Lady Marina Windsor, were but 3 of the many glaring omissions. So too were all the European royals. Although Harry's marriage was not an affair of state, hence why no heads of state or government were asked, it was a family affair. Everyone in royal circles knows how important such occasions are as bonding exercises. On a human level, they were even more important to the royals who had lost their thrones. Such occasions as marriages and big birthdays are a rare form of ratification of their once glorious and now lost status. Confusing family occasions with social networking events or career moves not only deprived these people of a meaningful opportunity, but also led many to conclude that Harry and Meghan were being heartless. What was also viewed as cruel was the way some of Harry's oldest and most loyal friends were brushed aside. They had been true to a fault. People like Tom Skippy Inskip had taken flack for Harry when he had been caught taking drugs. Tom had allowed the press to pillory him unfairly, accepting blame that was rightly Harry's, remaining silent to save his friend's skin. It was beyond belief that Tom and Laura Inskip were excluded from Frogmore House. His offense? To warn Harry against rushing into marriage. Harry had been an usher at Tom's Jamaican wedding to Lord St. Helens' daughter, the Hon Lara Hughes Young, at Round Hill in 2017. They had been such good friends that he and Lara made the ultimate sacrifice to satisfy Meghan's desire for privacy by preventing their guests from using their mobile phones throughout their marriage celebrations. This had not gone down well with many of the guests, but best friends are happy to accommodate other best friends even to the inconvenience of lesser friends. Yet, once Meghan knew that Skippy had been less than enthusiastic about her existence, he was given the deep freeze treatment and excluded along with his wife from the Holy of Holies, giving out the message to everyone, including the world's press, which picked up on their humiliation, that the Inskips had been demoted from first to second class. All the score settling Meghan and now Harry are involved with is just pathetic, a royal cousin said. Totally uncalled for and so much the opposite of life-enhancing. The Inskips, however, would get their own back. Normally, royals are invited to be godparents of their friends' children. Failure to issue such an invitation can be interpreted as a snub. With Lara about to have a baby, their friends wanted to know if they'd be inviting Harry to be a godfather. They said they would be doing no such thing, and said it so often that the slight ended up in the Mail on Sunday's gossip column. Royal weddings are memorable occasions not only for those who watch them on television, but those who attend them and those who do not. There were so many surprising omissions at both St. George's Chapel and Frogmore House that several people asked the question, what is going on? Had Harry and Meghan abided by royal and aristocratic tradition, all the relations whom custom decreed should have been invited would have been. Very few invitees would have declined. So the chapel, would have had a plethora of obscure royals and 50 or so attendees from Meghan's past. These would have included people like her paternal Uncle Mike Markle and her maternal Uncle Joseph Johnson and his wife Pamela. They most likely would not have made the cut for the evening celebration at Frogmore House, but honor would have been served all around, and Meghan would have shown the world that, proud as she was of her ascent in the world, she was not ashamed of her roots. This would have enhanced her reputation, instead of which the omission called her values into question. It was a fatal error on her and Harry's part. Admittedly, Meghan and Harry had sufficient supporters who would have behaved exactly as they did, for their viewpoint to enjoy merit in some quarters. But the controversy they created meant that they started their marriage in a maelstrom, and once that tone was set, it became difficult to alter it. Nevertheless, the church service, the reception at Windsor Castle, and the subsequent black tie celebration at Frogmore House were great successes. According to one attendee, it was a lovely party, a very happy occasion. The couple was obviously very much in love, though they spent quite a lot of their time posing for photographs. Despite this, the absentees generated a great deal of talk and an even greater deal of speculation. Because such exclusionary conduct seemed atypical of Harry, people asked whether Meghan could have got such tight control of him so early in the game that she was already freezing out his friends. To the older generation, this was reminiscent of the way Harry's mother had used the invitation list to her own wedding and the wedding breakfast following it to wield power. She had struck her step-grandmother-in-law, Dame Barbara Cartland's name off the list on the grounds that she would garner too much attention from the public, thereby stealing thunder that Diana reserved for herself. The diarist Kenneth Rose wrote how Diana's father, Johnny Spencer, tells me that he wanted to wear his Grey's uniform when Diana marries the Prince of Wales, but that Diana herself objected. She thought it would detract from her own appearance. This is most extraordinary, like something out of King Lear. Showing that she could embody both Goneril and Regan, when Johnny Spencer showed Diana his draft list, she crossed out all the family who had not bothered to come to the weddings of her sisters. One day, she will be very formidable. In fact, Diana was already formidable at 19, and she had used the occasion of her marriage to deliver messages to many of her husband's circle, as well as to the world in general, in much the same way that Meghan and Harry did. She had even tried to prevent Charles from asking many of his closest friends, such as Lord and Lady Tryon, and when he had dug his heels in, she had insisted that they could only attend the church service and not the wedding breakfast at Buckingham Palace. In doing so, she had made the point that they had been demoted, a tactic her son and his wife would deploy with people like the Inskips. People who noticed the parallels between the way Diana and her son and daughter-in-law behaved started asking the question, will the axe be falling in a discomfiting echo of the way it had fallen on staff, friends, and relations once Diana joined the royal family? In 1981, within months of being married, she had insisted that Charles get rid of his loyal valet, Stephen Barry. She then forced out his private secretary, the Hon Edward Adine, son of the Queen's former private secretary Michael, Lord Adian, despite the fact that Edward Adiane had given up a highly successful career at the bar to work for the Prince of Wales. She also shoved out her own private secretary, Oliver Everett, because he had kept on giving her briefing papers she didn't want to be bothered to read, even though he too had given up a successful career as a diplomat to take up the post with her. Were the parallels with Diana coincidental, or should people steel themselves for an onslaught like Diana's? The answer was not long in coming. 3 days after the wedding, Harry and Meghan attended the garden party at Buckingham Palace, celebrating Prince Charles's 70th birthday in the presence of representatives of his many charities and associates. Meghan looked beautiful as she and Harry stepped out onto the lawn. They plunged in, glad-handing those who had been selected for introductions. She charmed everyone. 15 minutes into the event, she turned to Harry and said, "Harry, this is really boring. Let's leave." To his credit, he informed her that they would have to stay. "But Harry," she said, "this is so boring. We've done our bit. Everyone knows we've been here. Let's go." Harry asserted that they had to stay, and they moved on. As mentioned in Chapter 1, I was having dinner with a scion of the aristocracy with impeccable palace connections the following evening. The main subject of conversation was Meghan's desire to bolt once she had taken her bow and boredom had set in at the garden party. Formal events stultified her. If she could not be emoting, she had no interest in being present. The individual who had overheard the exchange between her and Harry had been so gobsmacked that he could not keep it to himself. We all agreed that this was a very bad sign. Meghan had patently believed that it was enough for her to doll herself up, radiate delight and glamour as she posed for the cameras, then depart after 15 minutes once boredom set in. She clearly did not appreciate that the civic duties of royalty and aristocracy involve meeting and greeting as many people as you can on occasions such as these. In our world, there are no shortcuts. You either fulfill your duties to the full extent of your capacity, or you are a failure. Much of the goodwill that is generated does not take place in front of a camera, but off it, when you're interacting with people who have come great distances to meet you, sometimes at considerable expense and with great inconvenience. She clearly did not understand the difference between a movie star's appearance and the reality of a royal appearance. "She thinks life is a photo op," the scion said. "She has a lot to learn," I added. It then emerged that they've started taking bets at the palace as to how long the marriage will last. Most people opt for 2 years, the optimists say 5. A third party gave it 18 months, while I refused to bet at all. Aside from not possessing enough knowledge to make an informed guess, I also hoped she will realize how important a role she has been assigned. I wanted her to live up to it. I saw it for what it was, a unique place in history. The conversation concluded with the information that the recently created Duke of Sussex had gained himself a new nickname at the palace. He was now known as Blowjobs Harry, because people there were convinced that his brains had been addled through mind-blowingly good sex. "It would be touching if it wasn't so dangerous," a royal cousin told me. "His eyes follow her around the room as if he's a devoted puppy, and she's the most marvelous master that ever existed." It was David and Wallace, the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, or Bertie and Elizabeth, Albert, Duke of York, King George VI and Lady Elizabeth Bowes-Lyon, Duchess of York, then Queen Elizabeth, all over again. Yet Harry had stood up to Meghan when she wanted them to shun what he knew to be their duty, though she hadn't understood the importance of it. That in itself was a promising sign. It meant that where his duty was concerned, he might fulfill it, and moreover might encourage her to do likewise. As long as that continued, there was hope for Blowjobs Harry and me gain, as people such as the writer David Jenkins, partner of former Vogue editor Alexandra Shulman, had already started calling the newly minted Duchess of Sussex. Little did any of us know, but in less than 2 years, Meghan and Harry would chuck the royal way of life, stating that they wished to make themselves financially independent. Since Harry had never given any indication of being financially driven prior to meeting Meghan, it seems safe to conclude that she was the driving force behind that decision, and that Gina Nelthorpe Cowan had been right all along. Meghan Markle is a businesswoman first and foremost. While there is nothing wrong with that if that's what you are, it does strike me as a significantly lower calling than being the altruistic and living embodiment of the hopes of billions of people. Maybe, just maybe, Meghan really had been truthful when she had said in her first blog that she wasn't interested in fame for its own sake. Maybe her true purpose was a combination of activity and the rewards that go along with success. She had indicated that she loved the perks of celebrity, the primping, priming, promoting, titivating, and money. It wasn't the money alone that counted, but financial recompense was an integral part of her reckoning. And since royalty is compensated for its activities by respect rather than being rewarded financially for them, the business of royalty, of duty done without financial profitability, wasn't for her. Chapter 7. In the immediate aftermath of Meghan and Harry's marriage, no one had any idea that her ambitions exceeded the platform of royal duchess. Everyone in royal circles believed that she had acquired the greatest role of her life, that being the actress she was, she would play it to the hilt. To quote her, she hit the ground running following her marriage. She was an exemplary performer. And at first it looked as if her acting skills would be successfully deployed onto the wider stage that she had acquired, along with the title when she became Her Royal Highness the Duchess of Sussex. Meghan has great charm. At first, as she performed her royal duties, she came across as warm, kind, down-to-earth, sweet, modest, and eager to please. Her first post-marital engagement without Harry was to join Queen on the royal train to Chester in the northwest of England. The monarch had a full schedule of engagements, from unveiling a plaque declaring open the Hatton Bridge which crosses the Don River, to inspecting a group of Syrian refugees doing traditional craft work, a dance performance by a group of local recovering addicts called Fallen Angels, performances of set pieces from a production of A Little Night Music, local primary school children performing songs alongside actors from the 2016 film Swallows and Amazons, which was first published by Arthur Ransom in 1930, at which point the Queen unveiled the second plaque of the day before the two women headed into lunch at Chester Town Hall as guests of honor of the Chester City Council. They also went on a walkabout, the Queen working the crowds to the right, while Meghan was instructed to walk to the left. Royal aides informed the press that Elizabeth II had asked her new granddaughter-in-law along specifically to show her the breadth of work the royal family carries out. Meghan said how pleased she was to be there, and the Queen, notably undemonstrative as a matter of course, was unusually animated, smiling up a storm and laughing at Meghan's asides when they were seated together. Although the press judged the event a great success, those who were more dispassionate queried Meghan's boycotting of royal attire. The Queen was dressed in one of her typical outfits, a mint green Stuart Parvin coat over a silk floral dress with a matching Rachel Trevor Morgan hat and the inevitable white gloves, pearls, and diamond brooch. Meghan wore an off-white Givenchy dress with a black belt, black clutch bag, and black shoes. While she looked chic, she did not look royal, and to those in the know, she had broken several sartorial guidelines. She had worn no hat when the custom is for royal women to wear hats on such occasions, especially when accompanying the Queen. She had worn black and white, which are two of the royal mourning colors, along with mauve. She had worn a French designer, not a British, which was in breach of the protocol whereby British royals wear British designers to drum up support for British trade when on royal duties. While it had been just about acceptable for her to wear a wedding dress from the French couturier because its designer was British, the same did not hold true for everyday attire. While it was some comfort that the press did not revile Meghan for the breaches, they did notice that she had ignored royal protocol for what was her introductory engagement with Her Majesty. This was hardly the way to garner praise, yet Meghan seemed so eager to please that she was given the benefit of the doubt. Behind the scenes, however, those of us in the know soon learnt that Angela Kelly, the Queen's dresser, personal designer, and even more importantly, personal friend, had rung Meghan up and informed her that the Queen would be wearing a hat, which was palace speak for "you are to wear one too." Meghan had informed her that she would not be wearing one, and that was that. Was this a sign of a policy of deliberate disregard on her part for the traditions of the institution into which she had married, or was it an unintended slight born of ignorance? Since Meghan was known to have always fulfilled the sartorial demands of the producers of her television shows and films when she was promoting a product on their behalf, could this be an early display of independence and a message that she would not be abiding by the traditions of the monarchy, but would be making up her own rules as and when she wanted? Recently, there had been so many little signs that she did not feel it necessary to be constrained by any rules of conduct but her own, chief of which had been her failure to curtsy to the Queen on her wedding day following the signing of the register at St. George's Chapel. Soon it emerged that Meghan had indeed chosen to devise her own protocol where attire was concerned. Despite being undeniably stylish and chic, her choice of colors was more New York 7th Avenue than House of Windsor, or, come to it, Houses of Orange, Saxe-Coburg Gotha, Bernadotte, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg-Nassau, Schleswig-Holstein, Sonderburg-Gluckstein, Bernadotte, or Grimaldi. As she appeared in public more and more, it was as if she were starring in her own interpretation of a sitcom, in which a chic American woman decides that she is too stylish to be bothered to respect the sartorial mores of the institution into which she is married. Not surprisingly, the British press noticed. They knew only too well that royal women usually wear colored garments so that they will stand out in a crowd. It is deemed polite that you make yourself visible to those who have taken the trouble to come to see you. It is one of the many minor and unspoken protocols based upon consideration under which all royal women function. It is a form of respect for the public, and disregarding the protocol disrespects both the public and the sentiment behind the custom. Although color suits Meghan, her concept of chic is very French bourgeois, a mode of attire that crossed the Atlantic 70 years ago and has become engraved on the hearts and minds of those fashionistas whose taste is circumscribed by safety and a reverence for any color as long as it is black. She was seldom seen in anything but a mourning color, black being her favorite, but gray and white also featuring as variables. It was only a matter of time before Meghan's choices began attracting press attention. Although she was so beautifully presented that practically everything she wore looked wonderful on her, and anything that wasn't couture sold out so rapidly that the Meghan effect became a phenomenon, she was nevertheless building up a bank of hostility which seemed counter to her efforts. She so obviously cared about looking as good and as glamorous as she could that it was inconceivable she would deliberately seek to bring criticism down on her head. Yet some of her choices so flagrantly breached the rules of what constitutes acceptable attire for women of rank that she either had bad advice or refused to take any at all. For instance, her tendency to wear cocktail attire during the day meant that she was either ignorant of what was acceptable attire in certain situations, and at certain times for a woman of her station, or then she cared more for looking good than she did for dressing with appropriate respect for the customs of her adopted land, and was thumbing her nose at British customs at the very moment she wanted everyone's approbation for how beautiful she looked. There were one or two examples which demonstrate the mistake she was making. On one of the few occasions upon which she wore a multicolored print on a cream background, rather than her inevitable black or gray, the dress was made from a transparent material lined on the body, but with sheer long sleeves and a square neckline front and back, which was so scooped that there was barely an inch between the bodice and the sleeve. In one fell swoop, she had breached two diktats. One, you do not wear transparent sleeves during the day except with formal morning wear. They are cocktail wear, to be worn only after sundown. And two, you do not wear necklines that are so scooped out during the day, unless the fabric of the garment is clearly daytime attire, such as opaque cotton. Worse was to follow when Meghan joined the royal family for her first appearance on the balcony at Buckingham Palace, following the Trooping the Color ceremony at Horse Guards Parade in 2018. Although she wore a beautiful pale pink Carolina Herrera dress with huge covered buttons that screamed couture, it sported an off-the-shoulder neckline, as if the dress code had been cocktail or evening attire, not formal day wear. She complemented the dress with a fetching Philip Treacy hat of the same color, though her choice of handbag was also unorthodox, a white Carolina Herrera clutch bordered in gold metal. One does not wear gold accessories in the day. They are regarded as vulgar and inelegant, or what the interior designer Nikki Haslam would dismiss as common. A month later, Meghan was back in cocktail wear during the day on the Buckingham Palace balcony, wearing yet another couture dress by yet another foreign designer. Yet again, the dress by Dior was beautiful, but once more it was, in British terms, inappropriate for the occasion. It was of black silk with a bateau neckline, a style that is only ever worn after dark or with informal attire such as beachwear, except for wedding dresses. Her hat was another stylish concoction, mercifully by another British milliner, this time Stephen Jones. But again her handbag was an evening bag, now a black silk clutch that was luckily more discreet than the gold medal chosen the month before. To the sartorially knowledgeable, what made this faux pas even more undesirable was that Meghan had chosen to attend church in cocktail wear. The occasion was celebrating the centenary of the founding of the Royal Air Force on the 1st April 1918. It had started off with a service at St. Paul's Cathedral, commemorating the many members of the RAF who had endangered or sacrificed their lives for the nation. Princes Harry and William being helicopter pilots, the event had personal significance for them. Following the service, there was a fly-past of 100 aircraft over Buckingham Palace. The royal family watched it from the balcony, Meghan enjoying pride of place immediately beside the Queen. One princess said, "I only hope the press doesn't notice her breaches of the dress code. We don't want them criticizing her. I gather she is extremely sensitive to criticism. In fact, she requires constant adulation. Presumably that's why Harry keeps his mouth shut." I could not help pointing out that Harry might well have remained silent through ignorance, for prior to Meghan's arrival in his life, he had invariably looked unkempt. Fashion was clearly not his forte. Unfortunately, Meghan's inappropriate attire was not the only thing exciting comment. The cognoscenti also noticed that she had no idea what constituted good British form when greeting strangers. Again, it was hoped that the press would not pick up on her approach. Whenever she was greeting strangers, she would inform them how pleased she was to meet them. For a plethora of good reasons, the standard greeting has always been, "How do you do?" Firstly, it is friendly and neutral while covering a multitude of possibilities without opening you up to criticism. While that might seem reserved to those of a more effusive nature, the reason why it has always been standard is simple. You cannot know that you are pleased to meet people until you have met them. You are therefore laying claim to a sentiment you do not yet possess if you tell them how pleased you are. This is at best insincerity and is tantamount to hypocrisy, as in the original meaning of the word, which is lack of critical faculty. Avoiding insincere and hypocritical conduct is a matter of principle as well as policy. For A, insincerity is a mark of bad character, and B, hypocrisy is indicative of weakness as well as duplicity. If you really want to stretch the boundaries and show strangers how warm and friendly you are, it is acceptable to say, "Thank you so much for coming." Though the old standard royal questions such as, "Have you traveled far?" or "Have you been waiting long?" are equally cordial without running the risk of overstepping the mark and inadvertently descending into either insincerity or hypocrisy. Within the establishment, people regretted that Harry, who had grown out of his schoolboy tendency to antagonize and had become a popular public figure, was not pointing out to Meghan how some of her modes of conduct jarred. In fact, rather than tucking her under his wing and steering her in the right direction, he either ignored her breaches or then backed her up, even when she was being injudicious or unreasonable. This was counterproductive, for Harry could not expect a whole institution, much less an entire nation, to alter its modes of conduct to facilitate a woman who, either through ignorance or because she honestly thought her way was the better way, wanted to do as she pleased. And, if she ruffled feathers, the failing was not hers, but the owner of the feathers. By taking the stance he did, Harry was losing respect left, right, and center. This was a pity. He had gone from being a trying teenager to a respected young man who had the common touch and was popular with everyone he came into contact with, from those with whom he worked closely to strangers. His conduct when he had been with Chelsea Davy and Cressida Bonus had been so markedly different from what it was with Meghan that observers surmised Meghan must be responsible for the changes within him. With Chelsea and Cressida, there had been no awkwardness with anyone except the press, except when he was in his cups, feeling lonely and subject to striking out angrily at the nearest onlooker. Otherwise, he had fitted in with both girls' circles, and they had fitted in with his. They had all had vibrant social lives, with everyone rubbing along well. Harry has always said he wanted nothing more than to be just a person, just Harry, and with them he had shared equal footing with their peer group. They had been just another couple, maybe more glamorous, maybe more high profile, but nevertheless equals. By the early days of Meghan and Harry's marriage, this had changed. Harry and Meghan were no longer just another couple amongst friends. There was an aura of specialness that now emanated from them jointly. They were more evolved, more mindful, more conscious, more woke. They were no longer ordinary human beings, but extraordinary people whose awareness of their destiny to change and save the world separated them from mere mortals like Harry's friends. As they settled into marriage, Meghan's us against the world attitude began to predominate. They had been putting distance between Harry and some of his oldest and closest friends, whom she clearly thought were too frivolous or too traditional for an aware and enlightened couple like Harry and herself, and he had adopted her attitude as well. Not only was there payback time for those who had done as William and Tom Inskip did when they had advised Harry to take things more slowly and who now found themselves being marginalized, but those who remained in favor began to notice that Harry was no longer as open nor as much fun as he had been. Under Meghan's influence, he was far more serious. Where before he was up for a good laugh, now he had to save the world with her. Woke rhetoric, hyper-political attitudinizing, yoga, and meditation had replaced the fun sessions the couple had enjoyed prior to meeting each other. The Meghan, who used to knock back the booze with Lizzie Cundy, who was a girly girl with Serena Williams, might still maintain the structure of her A-list friendships and behave in such a way that they could truthfully say that she hadn't changed at all, but with Harry's friends, she couldn't even be bothered to be friendly. Nor did she make any attempt to fit in the way she had done while she was on the up and up in Canada, New York, and London prior to meeting Harry. Now that she was a princess of the United Kingdom, she had a gravity to match, and to the regret of his old friends, so did Harry, who had become as heavy-going as Meghan. Even when Harry remained in touch with the few old friends from the past who had somehow miraculously escaped the cull, Meghan made it clear to them that she had nothing in common with any of Harry's friends, or their wives and girlfriends, with very few exceptions. Nowhere was this clearer than at the wedding of Harry's Ludgrove schoolmate, Charlie Van Straubenzee, to Daisy Jenks. Held in a field adjoining the family home, where dogs and other animals came and went, and bales of hay were everywhere, the atmosphere was typically English upper class. Everyone was relaxed. Most people knew one another well and had done so for many years. These were the crème de la crème of English society, people who were warm, friendly, without side. Those on the periphery who did not know Meghan were delighted to meet her. Contrary to what foreigners often think, the British are very friendly and forthcoming, at least in the upper classes. It was therefore entirely within expectation when a girl went up to Meghan, introduced herself, and said how beautiful she thought she was. She said she knew it was Meghan's birthday and wished her a happy birthday. Meghan looked at her as if she had committed a great faux pas by speaking to her and, without saying a word, walked off. It was so cold, someone who witnessed the exchange told me. Really rude. One can only hope that Meghan was under the impression that people aren't supposed to speak to royalty first, otherwise her reaction was inexcusable. Even if she believed that, no such rule applies within Harry's social circle. If it did, royals would have very lonely lives indeed, for no one would be able to go up to them and initiate a conversation. But even if the rule had applied, none of the other royal women would have behaved as she did, with the exception of Princess Michael of Kent, who takes herself as seriously as Meghan does. Worse followed during the wedding breakfast. Another girl told Meghan how much she admired her and how wonderful she thought it was that she and Harry were married and how well she thought she was doing. She told her she was rooting for them and wished them well. Meghan's response? She looked her up and down, turned away without saying a word, and froze her out for the rest of the wedding breakfast. She was beautifully turned out, one of the guests told me. I was surprised at how small she is. But she is undeniably good-looking. She was really well-dressed, but more for a town wedding than one in the country. She had on high heels while everyone else was in espadrilles. I mean, the wedding was in a field. You don't wear high heels to a wedding that you know is going to be in a field. You could see she wasn't comfortable around us. It was your typical English wedding. Everyone knew everyone else, and everyone was bright and bouncy. Maybe she felt like a fish out of water. Harry was the best man, but when he wasn't performing his best man duties, he and Meghan kept themselves to themselves. Someone else told me Meghan actually walked off and went to sit on her own on more than one occasion, and that Harry joined her every time he noticed that she was missing. This has the ring of truth. I was told by many different sources that Meghan has a habit of walking off from big groups. If she doesn't feel comfortable, she doesn't make any effort to fit in. She removes herself from the scene. However, she only does this when she is with a man, or when there is a man around on whom she has her eye. He then has a choice. He either leaves her to stew on her own, or he goes and joins her. That way, she detaches him from the group and has him to herself. A Canadian who has observed her over the years explained. She is very good at getting men to dance to her tune. This technique is one that Meghan has been using since childhood. She used to withdraw from Nikki Pretty whenever things weren't going the way she wanted them to. As Nikki observed, she is stubborn, she would not relent, and if you didn't go to her, she'd never come to you. By this time, Meghan's various techniques had worked so well with Harry that he was happily, willingly, and entirely in her thrall. While his friends were pleased to see him happy, they were perplexed as to how anyone could have undergone such a complete change of identity that he was now virtually a new individual. Putting aside the leaden quality that had crept into the newly serious, world-changing Harry's behavior, there was a new and disturbing dimension that worried his friends. He and Meghan had begun to behave as if they functioned in a bubble, with no thought or care for how their actions impacted upon their associates. Although they could be perfectly charming when they wanted to be, they often crossed a line where the traditional modes of behavior with which most of his friends conducted themselves. This was nowhere more apparent than when they attended dinner parties. Their public displays of affection were so ostentatious that onlookers found their conduct embarrassing. Firstly, they would huddle together, putting up an invisible barrier between themselves and everyone else, as if they were the only couple who had ever been in love, and that everyone present was of such insignificance that they had no time for them. Rather than partake of the occasion by fitting in with the group, they would be completely absorbed in each other, whispering into each other's ears as if they were the only two people who existed. Whispering is bad manners. It excludes others, but Harry and Meghan seemed to have no awareness of the offense they were causing as they froze everyone out from their hallowed communion. While this was going on, they would be pawing each other, and, if that wasn't enough of a display of how much they desired each other, they would periodically kiss like teenagers on a fifth date. Distasteful as such displays were to people who had been reared from childhood with the injunction no PDAs, no public displays of affection, what catapulted their conduct into insupportability was the havoc they created when it came time to be seated for dinner. The custom has always been that married couples are never seated beside each other. Engaged couples, yes, but married couples, no. There are sound reasons for this. Aside from the fact that people who live together will ordinarily have less to say to each other than to those they see less frequently, the main purpose of a dinner party is for people to mix, have good conversations, and a good time. This is not possible unless couples are dispersed around a dinner table. Hostesses take seating arrangements seriously because place a table is not only important in terms of creating good interchange, but also for other reasons. The most honored man is placed at the right hand of the hostess, the next at her left, while the rule is reversed for the host and women. Harry and Meghan ruined several dinner parties by refusing to be separated. Someone who witnessed them in action told me, rather than take part in the occasion, they behaved as if they were new lovers on heat, exhibitionistically asserting their absorption in and sexual desire for each other. In the process, they created embarrassment for everyone present, and while there is little doubt that they did not intend to convey disrespect or create an obstruction around which conversation had to flow, the effect of their conduct was nevertheless disrespectful and obstructionistic. A royal cousin told me, unsurprisingly, people stopped asking them to dinner. Another complaint about the newlyweds was that they had become heavy-going. Conversation was no longer the pleasure it had been before they had discovered each other and set out on the journey to reshape the world. Gone were Harry's light banter, Meghan's giggly wit and girly charm. On the few occasions they actually gave anyone space to enter their magic circle, their conversation was intense and leaden. While Meghan could still be personable with her own friends, with Harry's she created a chasm of disinterestedness deepened by her flamboyant wokeness, and he mirrored her. To people who knew Harry's parents, Meghan was doing with their son and his friends a variation of what Diana had done with Charles and his. Diana had been a metropolitan babe who had found country life boring. Charles and his friends had been country lovers. Although she was more of a naturalist than Diana, for instance, she used to fish with her father, Meghan was so pointedly anti-everything that the royal world represented that people feared that she intended to detach Harry from his roots, and he seemed to be so completely under her spell that there was no point in trying to intervene, especially as how everyone who had previously tried to intercede had been frozen out. Everyone who cares about him simply hopes that Harry won't be too hurt if things go wrong, which, by the look of it, has become an increasingly likely scenario, one of his friends said. The old Harry had ceased to exist and a new Harry had taken his place. But, despite the reservations his circle now had about the effect his marriage was having upon him, in the wider world, he and Meghan had become global superstars. She was revered as a style icon while he was admired for being the down-to-earth charmer that he had once been. Word had not yet got out that his personality had undergone a change. Her untraditionally British and, in British terms, unsophisticated demeanor was not apparent to her admirers, even while style arbiters such as Nikki Haslam started to condemn her as common. This was ironic because Meghan considered herself classy, little realizing that in Britain, anyone who is too self-consciously classy is automatically dismissed as being anything but. It is possible that Meghan did not appreciate that she was behaving in a way that would trigger opposition. Display of willingness to be harmonious as opposed to the overt assertiveness, which some interpreted as aggressiveness, would have won her supporters instead of gaining her detractors. Softly, softly might have bought her and everyone around her time to make the adjustments necessary to a positive accommodation, but by declaring that she intended to hit the ground running when she became royal, then doing it with the expectation that everyone should appreciate her different ways, without her appreciating that others too had a point of view and there might be room for mutual respect rather than everyone having to defer to her superiority, made waves where a more gentle approach would have created something more constructive. Meghan is indubitably strong-minded and upfront about her beliefs. She expects others to admire them and brooks no opposition. She is also a very sensitive person who basks in the appreciation of others and withdraws when she fails to get it. Then she nurses her wounded feelings as she takes deep and personal offense at not receiving what she regards as her just deserts. Someone who knows her well told me, if you don't appreciate her, she doesn't waste time trying to win you over. She excises you. She has no time to waste on what she calls naysayers. She's on a mission to change the world as she sees it for the better and to achieve what she wants. And if you don't sympathize or agree with her, she can't be bothered to waste her time or energy on you. While her supporters regard this as proof of her strength and integrity, such decisiveness does not always make for a smooth ride. By hitting the ground running at the time of her marriage, she was not only asserting her postures, positions, and beliefs, but also managed to get the backs of many people up by riding roughshod over them. Forces of nature who advocate change and militantly declare their intention to alter scenarios others might want to remain intact inevitably face a backlash. It would not be long in coming, as Hurricane Meghan, as she was sometimes called at the palace, blew through the corridors of power with Harry's full backing. Within months of their marriage, it was apparent to both Harry and Meghan that their desire to initiate profound change was not being received with the enthusiasm they had imagined it would be. Meghan's naivete as to how real power actually works amongst institutions which possess it, and Harry's expectations were not so easily explained away. He had spent his whole life as a royal. He should have understood that reform cannot be sudden or dramatic, and certainly not as frequent or impactful as they now both desired it to be. Impactful was one of Meghan's favorite concepts, and he had adopted it along with her zeal for constant change. Neither of them could see that constant and relentless alteration had the potential to precipitate instability. They regarded themselves as humanitarians who should, on a daily basis, seek out areas that needed improvement, shine a light upon them, and set about implementing the modifications they deemed desirable. They had come to the conclusion that their role in life should be to call out each and every area throughout the world that required change, and refused to see how damaging shining a light, to use another of their favorite expressions, could ultimately become. Rather than accept the dangers inherent in their postures, Harry and Meghan decided that those who preached caution to them should be dismissed as traditionalists who simply didn't get it. They decided that tradition was the problem. The word tradition, as used by them, became a catch-all for any aspect of the status quo with which they did not agree. Soon they were complaining that they were being hemmed in by tradition. Tradition became a dirty word which they used to pour scorn on anyone who stood between them and what they wanted to do, as they extrapolated their concept of this bright new world where they would lead everyone into the light. Both Meghan and Harry had always had excellent social skills. They shared the gift of being able to articulate their points of view with such conviction that even those who disagreed with them could not deny how heartfelt they were about the positions they adopted. They also used buzzwords to annihilate their adversaries. Whether it was a hostess trying to seat them where she wanted to at her dinner table, or a courtier wanting Meghan to respect the dress code of royalty, or Harry dismissing the concerns of courtiers who were trying to rein him and Meghan in as they bombarded their staff with 20 and 50 new ideas every few days. They dismissed all concerns about potentially undesirable consequences as if nothing untoward could ever come of their good intentions, and blamed tradition for standing in the way of change, which was another of their favorite words. It was now apparent to everyone surrounding them that Harry and Meghan were feeling aggrieved about what they saw as unnecessary restrictions being put in their way. They were both so impassioned, so messianic, about their need to change the world for the better, that they were soon complaining that their efforts to modernize the monarchy were not being acknowledged or rewarded, that no one appreciated their talents or knew how to exploit their special qualities. They openly disparaged other members of the royal family for their style of doing things, disdaining it as being stiff, out of touch, traditional, uptight, and old-fashioned. They criticized the courtiers for being hopelessly out of date and inefficient, declaring that they weren't savvy like Meghan and her Hollywood colleagues, who really knew how to get the message out there. When this criticism did not gain them the latitude to function with the freedom they desired, they looked around for who was behind the restraints being placed upon them. They concluded that everyone in the royal family, with the exception of the Queen, was jealous of them, of their popularity, their star quality, their unique gifts, which, if properly exploited, could change the monarchy and the world for the better. This was taken to mean William and Catherine, and sure enough, it was only a matter of time before they started making it clear that they believed that William and Catherine were indeed jealous of them and their greater star quality. These complaints did nothing to improve the atmosphere surrounding the couple, but some of the wording was so alien to anything royal or aristocratic, and so characteristic of someone of Meghan's type and background, that listeners concluded that she was writing the script even though both she and Harry were voicing identical concerns. A few words, in particular, were viewed at the palace as giveaways as to who was really the architect of the dissatisfaction. Meghan and Harry were vociferous in using the word exploit to describe the failure of the palace to capitalize upon what they described as their unique or special gifts and star quality. Aside from the fact that the deployment of terms such as unique special gifts and star quality are redolent of Hollywood but alien to the British tongue, Harry and Meghan were using the word exploit in a purely American way. In Britain, the word exploit has pejorative connotations that include taking undue or unfair advantage, being mercenary, or milking something to excess. Had Harry and Meghan complained that the palace were not utilizing their talents, the question of who was the source of the dissatisfaction might have been blurred, but their deployment of so many Americanisms led everyone to suspect Meghan. Both Meghan and Harry are headstrong. There was no doubt at the palace that they were both sincere in their desire to achieve their goals, but there was also no doubt that they had become troublesome. He has always taken skillful handling. Volatile and emotional, he is very much both his parents' son, for Charles and Diana shared explosive and at times doggedly temperamental personality traits. Meghan was equally impassioned and determined. Even in Hollywood, where pushiness is often regarded as a virtue, and being called a hustler is complimentary, Meghan had acquired a reputation for being in a class of her own. While her admirers commended her for her tenacity and toughness, one producer told me that he regarded her an odiously pushy, voracious piece of work. She was greedy, had far too high an opinion of herself, and was a player who has a compulsion to always push for more. If you offered her California, she'd demand Arizona as well, and if you didn't give it to her, you were victimizing her. Meghan was proud of living by her mother's advice. Don't give the milk away for free, but she had now reached the stage in life where her old habit of requiring more and more might have outlived its usefulness as a tool for further success. Such conduct only got many people's backs up unnecessarily, and made them question her suitability for the role of royal duchess, or even as a Hollywood sophisticate. It seemed to those of us who were rooting for Meghan to be a huge success that she and Harry were throwing up obstacles instead of keeping them to a minimum. One hurdle which they had introduced to keep everyone at arm's length and which began to acquire a life of its own was their ever-increasing demand for privacy. As this was often directed at the most surprising and unexpected of sources, it caused consternation within their social and family circle. It was also articulated against a backdrop of conflict and controversy in such an inconsistent manner that those close to them were left wondering against whom they were protecting themselves and to what purpose. A case in point was the way they behaved at Princess Eugenie of York's wedding to Jack Brooksbank, brand ambassador of George Clooney's Casamigos tequila. Who knows whether there was an element of payback because Meghan hadn't been allowed to pinch Grand Duchess Xenia's tiara from Eugenie for her own wedding, or whether they were now so wrapped up in themselves that they couldn't think beyond their own immediate concerns, a royal cousin told me. But they found the perfect way to steal Eugenie's thunder, and to drive home the point that they were a unit beyond the reach of everyone else. They spent the whole time going from person to person sharing the news that Meghan was pregnant. This from the couple who had only a few short months before caused grave offense when, asked how their honeymoon had gone and where they had been, had responded, "We're not telling anyone. We're keeping that for ourselves." It was as if Meghan and Harry had decided that they had to protect themselves against all sorts of people who wished them well and were cheering them on to success. By creating walls, they were deliberately excluding people who were deeply offended to be shut out. This created antagonism, and the royal cousin observed, "You should have seen her expression when they refused to say where they'd spent their honeymoon. She was just so smug, like a 12-year-old in the schoolyard scoring points over everyone else by keeping secrets from them. Just preposterous." Since Meghan and Harry had been married for only a few months, and the first year of marriage is customarily viewed as a period of adjustment, everyone erroneously marked down the increasing signs of alienation to something it was not. Had they known that Meghan was either unwilling or unable to make the compromises necessary to fit into her new role as a royal, they would have been horrified. But no one knew. What was rapidly becoming apparent, however, was how trying the situation had become for all concerned. Despite the increasing hostility that seemed to be emanating from Meghan and Harry's quarter, the palace remained eager to take full advantage of their attributes, hers in particular. Both she and Harry were outstandingly popular. Even before their marriage, plans had been afoot for them to open the Invictus Games on the 20th October 2018 in Sydney, following which there would be a 16-day tour of Australia, New Zealand, Fiji, and Tonga. There were high hopes for it as it was being organized, to include Meghan and Harry doing so well that they would be pleased by their place in the scheme of things. On the 15th October, 3 days after Eugenie's wedding and just before they were due to fly out of Britain, Kensington Palace announced, "Their Royal Highnesses, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, are pleased to announce that the Duchess of Sussex is expecting a baby in the spring of 2019. There was genuine delight that the royal family would soon possess progeny of color. Before their plane had even taken off, Meghan and Harry had the world at their feet. They landed in Australia to mass adulation. They drew huge crowds wherever they went. Unlike Harry's previous visit, when there had been friction with the press, this time there was nothing but approval. It has been said that every time there is a royal visit, the cause of republicanism is set back years in Australia. Their popularity bore this out. The only red flag throughout the whole of the tour occurred in Fiji, where Meghan gave a speech to youngsters, ostensibly inspiring them to educate themselves. She used the occasion to take a swipe at her father. It rankled with her that Tom Sr. and sister Samantha, from time to time, gave interviews stating that he had been a good father and had paid for her education. She disliked the implication that she was an ungrateful daughter who should be mending fences with him rather than a put-upon VIP whose public profile was being sullied by her garrulous relations. She had also contradicted Tom Sr. and Samantha's version of events privately, including with Harry. One of the things he especially admired about her was how she had pulled herself up by the bootstraps from a life of little into a world of a lot. He not only took pride in how she had surmounted the many obstacles she had told him about, but how pained she was that her father and sister would proffer an alternative version of her history, which effectively denied her claimed accomplishments. Fed up with her image being defaced the way it was being by them, she took advantage of the opportunity the speech in Fiji gave her to shoot down her father's claims of having put her through Northwestern University. She categorically stated that she had done so herself by taking part-time jobs and resorting to student loans. Honor and her image were restored. Depending on your point of view, this was either a terrible mistake on Meghan's part, or it was a tactically clever move which went some way towards shoring up the sympathy she deserved and thrived upon from her supporters. Nonetheless, royals do not use official tours to further their own personal vendettas. They are there to represent the nation and to further its objectives, not their own. Mixing up the roles pollutes the pond and distracts attention away from the true purpose of the visit, which is what Meghan now did. Although it was not yet generally known, her father had the bills to prove that he had put her through college. All he would need to do, and as he would ultimately do when she embarked upon her lawsuit against the Mail on Sunday, was to give a newspaper sight of them. This would prove that Meghan's struggles, though real enough, were mostly within herself and not external the way she was claiming they were. That, of course, is not to denigrate them. A woman who struggles with her identity the way Meghan has confirmed she struggled with hers is deserving of sympathy, and the fact that she surmounted her complexes and achieved what she did was commendable in anyone's language. But, by mixing up the struggles, she opened herself up to all sorts of interpretations and misinterpretations, few of which were comfortable to hear. By far the most unfortunate consequence was that she had reopened an old wound that was best left to heal on its own. Most of the damage to her reputation had been caused by her troubled relationship with her father. Although the consequences seem to have been very slight in the United States, where pride in Meghan as an American princess was still pronounced, and few people seemed to understand why she was not being relished in Britain the way she was on the other side of the Atlantic. Here her estrangement with her father had been particularly damaging. Her critics were noisome in their assertion that everyone makes mistakes. They expected her to forgive her father for what, after all, struck them as a relatively trivial offense, a source of embarrassment rather than something serious. Failure to forgive a stranger was one thing, a friend another, but a parent? That degree of harshness did not sit well with the average person in Britain, and, unsurprisingly, Sister Samantha then waded in, accusing Meghan of being a liar and an ingrate for having denied their father's generosity. The internet came alive with what they had dubbed the Markle debacle, and while Meghan's failure to respond might have come across as quiet dignity to her admirers, to her critics it was affirmation of callousness allied to haughty indifference. It was not yet as apparent as it would subsequently become, but a turning point had been reached. No matter what Meghan did thereafter, her troubled relations with her father had put her in such an unflattering light that, as far as half the internet and a goodly proportion of the general public in Britain were concerned, she was now singing to the deaf and dancing for the blind. This was not an enviable position to be in, and one would have had to possess a heart of stone not to be concerned for Meghan, Harry, and her father, as well as for her reputation. Could the first acknowledged woman of color in the British royal family have become such damaged goods that the chances were that she would fail in the role of Royal Duchess? Because much of my life is lived in the public eye, and I deal with the general public with a frequency known to few private individuals, and because in Britain most people know who I am and want to speak to me about the royal family, I now learnt from Mr. and Mrs. Joe Public how catastrophic a fall from grace Meghan and Harry had suffered. People were now dismissing him as a pussy-whipped weakling who was brain-dead, pathetic, and being led by the nose, by a stronger and brighter woman and by his nether regions. Catastrophically, most of them thought that Meghan was a phony who was on the make and an avaricious opportunist to boot. As far as they were concerned, she was a hypocrite, a sanctimonious, pretentious, affected fraud, a liar, and a hard-hearted, self-seeking bitch who had treated her father in a manner they wouldn't treat a rabid dog. Repeatedly, they reiterated that they had seen through her, and no matter how many hoops she jumped through, or the cacophony of righteousness emanating from her, people had made their minds up about her and weren't going to change them. This was not a desirable position for any public figure to be in, especially one who embodied the hopes of hundreds of millions of people all over the world. Not only would all those who were cheering her on be disappointed, but their hopes would be dashed and a golden opportunity lost. I hoped then, and I hope now, that she will find a way to retrieve her position, and with it, the goodwill and respect with which she was endowed, as she stood on those steps in May 2018 and exchanged vows to become the Duchess of Sussex. But I also know from personal experience that the British public has a nose where public figures are concerned, especially after it has seen them on television a few times and had an opportunity to get their measure. While the press can bury public figures in misrepresentations which are not easily dissipated, once the British public decides that it has seen through someone, there usually isn't much that figure can do to alter their opinion. For the British public, unlike the American, do not like resurrections. As far as they're concerned, once a corpse, always a corpse. In Britain, there are few second acts in public life. Although things had not yet come to the pass where Meghan and Harry were so unpopular in Britain that they had crossed the Rubicon and been relegated to has-been status, they were now in danger of approaching it. Then came even more negative reports from people close to her and Harry to further lessen her popularity. It was now being whispered that she was acquiring a reputation for treating staff in a manner most Britons disapprove of. The one inexcusable in the upper reaches of society has always been treating staff in an untoward way. No matter how charming you are to your equals, no matter how apparently philanthropic with good causes, if you get a reputation for treating employees unacceptably, it is akin to a man being known as a wife-beater. You can be as rude as you want to your friends, family, or social equals. If you want to mistreat them, and they are dumb or weak enough to let you get away with it, that's between you and them. They are your social equals, and therefore they are in a position to defend themselves. However, staff are not your social equals. They are therefore at a disadvantage from the word go. Treating them indecorously breaches every code of noblesse oblige, and as that matters greatly to people who regard nobility as a commendable aim in life, once you acquire a reputation for mistreating those who work for you, you lose a lot of respect and are viewed with suspicion. It had been one thing for Meghan to acquire a reputation for being unfriendly towards Harry's friends and family, but it now became quite another as word began to spread that she behaved dubiously towards people who were not in a position to defend themselves. Prior to the marriage, people had cut Meghan some slack when they heard about how she gave vent to her frustrations when her expectations were dashed. All brides lose their rag. She's nervous, she's only human. Give her time, she'll settle down, she's in a strange country. Sometimes the line between compassion and gullibility is a fine one. Most people prefer to give someone the benefit of the doubt. But when the doubts reverberate symphonically, the sound carries. So it now proved in Meghan's case as first the elite, then the press, got wind of various incidents which she and Harry would be at pains to deny, but which did her reputation no good. One incident, which is meant to have taken place shortly after her marriage, did not bode well for the future if it was not invented. Meghan, who is well known to be something of a perfectionist, was accused of hurling onto the floor a dress that had not been ironed to her exacting standards with the imprecation, "You call this pressed. This hasn't been pressed. I want this pressed. Properly. Now." Could this be true? Could anyone with aspirations to civility speak to staff like that? Hopefully this was nothing but Chinese whispers. The next incident involving staff was even more astonishing. I only hoped that it too was apocryphal. Though the more apocrypha there were, the more likely it was that the tales were rooted in the truth, even when exaggerated or twisted. This time Meghan was on tour. She lost her temper and threw a hot beverage in the direction of someone who had annoyed her. This had resulted in the member of staff resigning and being paid £250,000 to leave without disclosing the incident. In a way, whether the incident had taken place or not was almost beside the point. If it had, it was appalling, and if it had not, it was equally appalling that stories like this were being spread about someone who had not behaved like that. Meghan and Harry were supposedly of the opinion that all the negative stories about her were racist or snobbish in origin, but this seemed unlikely for several reasons. Firstly, most of the people who were spreading these stories were not racist or snobbish. Many of them were frankly concerned with the way Meghan and Harry had been conducting themselves. They wanted them to behave in a less aggressive, assertive, and demanding manner. They felt the Sussexes' attitudes were antagonistic and patronizing when not being dogmatic and insulting. They wanted Harry and Meghan to conduct themselves the way William and Catherine did. They were often and openly at a loss as to what they could do to improve the situation, but Harry and Meghan were so caught up in their own bubble that they had become unreachable. Then the departures began in earnest. One departure that was definitely not imagined was Senior Communications Secretary Katrina McKeever. She had been the liaison with Meghan's family in the early days. She quietly left the Kensington Palace press office in September 2018 amidst reports of flurries of emails descending upon her from Meghan starting at 5 a.m. every morning. Meghan was a volcano erupting with idea after idea about how she wanted to shape her role. Her work ethic was formidable, and so staff said was she. Too much so. 2 months later, Meghan's personal assistant Melissa Tubati left amidst claims that Meghan frequently reduced her to tears with her endless demands. Tubati had previously worked for Robbie Williams and Ada Field, and was so capable that a palace source was authorized to praise her performance and make special note of the crucial role she had played in helping to organize the royal wedding. To those in the know, this was code for Meghan being impossible, though Meghan and Harry themselves believed that their demands were reasonable. They were on a quest to save the world, and nothing mattered more than that cause. If people were petty and needlessly negative, they had no place in the grand scheme of things. Meghan had a strong work ethic, so drove herself and everyone else hard. Harry appreciated her commitment and, by his own account, her values. She gave of her all and expected others to do likewise. If the faint-hearted wanted to discard themselves by the wayside, they were entitled to do so. But they mustn't expect her to deviate from her path of righteousness because they were too weak to stay the course. 2 months after Melissa Tubati's tearful departure, the revolving door again creaked into action when it was announced that Amy Pickerell, Meghan's assistant private secretary, who was often described as her right-hand woman, would be exiting when Meghan and Harry's baby was born. She was joined by the communications secretary for the Sussexes and the Cambridges, Jason Knopf, who was leaving to become chief executive of the Royal Foundation of the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. The Royal Foundation had been set up in September 2009, before William and Harry's marriages, as the vehicle for their charity work. Both brides had joined their husbands upon marriage in what became known as the Fab Four. Then, as the world awaited the birth of Harry and Meghan's baby, word leaked out that the fractured relationships hadn't been limited to staff, and that the brothers' once close relationship had also hit the rocks. There was confirmation of a sort when Harry and Meghan announced that they would be moving offices from their shared space with William and Catherine to their own office at Buckingham Palace. And moreover, they would be leaving the Royal Foundation which the two brothers had set up to set up their own charity, Sussex Royal. They would have their own public relations chief and Instagram account. They would also be leaving Kensington Palace to live at Frogmore Cottage, ironically Grand Duchess Xenia's refuge following the overthrow of her brother Tsar Nicholas II. Meghan might not have got to wear her kokoshnik, but she would be living in her house. That Christmas, the newlyweds joined the rest of the royal family at Sandringham for their first Christmas as a married couple. By then, the rumors of estrangement between the brothers and their wives had gained enough traction for the press to be speculating upon its cause. The story was not going the way royalists wanted it to, and even the tabloids were at pains to put as positive a spin on things as they could. But it was proving difficult to pretend that nothing was wrong. Although there were no verified reports, it's no secret that the problem arose because William warned Harry against leaping into marriage, and Meghan has never forgiven him. That girl demands nothing less than total adoration, and if she doesn't get it, you're iced, a royal cousin told me. The press, not quite sure why there was froideur, were full of reports of the Queen ordering the Fab Four to put on a united front, which they did as they walked on Christmas Day from the big house to St. Mary Magdalene Church on the Sandringham estate. Although Meghan and Harry's profile in America was high, and they could often be found on the cover or in the pages of magazines like People, the reality was, in Britain, they were not just celebrities the way they were on the other side of the Atlantic. They were intrinsic and fundamental members of the British royal family, two parts of the Fab Four whom the press wanted to succeed so they could write about them ad nauseum. The sisters-in-law were perfect foils for each other, as well as obvious evocations of their respective stances, and as the two couples gave the press the photo op they yearned for a few short hours, the media were able to run with the idea that the Fab Four would continue long into the future. Catherine. Cambridge was the picture of traditional royal elegance in a beautifully tailored, buttoned-up, highly visible berry-red double-breasted woolen coat with velvet pockets and collar and matching hat, while Meghan wore a black coat open to reveal her bump, with a form-fitting matching dress and a Philip Treacy hat. By this time, the palace were painfully aware that they had a whole host of problems on their hands. Not only were there the tensions within the royal family itself, plus the wastage of Harry's friends, but the issues between Meghan and her relations had grown into an ongoing concern. Not only were the public in Britain turning against her as a result of her attitude, but people closer to home wanted to know how any daughter could have dumped her father the way she had. especially when she herself had always said that he had been an excellent father. This is a question I found the answer to by speaking to people who know the various parties well, including relations of his and hers. I came to the conclusion that Meghan had little choice but to behave as she did. She had established common ground with Harry in the most effective way possible. She had hooked him by appealing to his emotions, by presenting herself as a person whose strength had been forged in the crucible of deprivation and pain, just like his, and that she held the keys to happiness. Because theirs was a love match, and there was nothing to hold it together but the bonds that they forged together, the relationship's very existence would be threatened if third parties began to feed him information that was contradictory to her representations. Meghan Markle is her own creation, as she confirmed in her 2 blogs. As she put it, you can be anything you want to be. All you need to do is become it. Fish can become foul, pink-green, and boundless ambition-carrying humanitarianism. Like all fabrications, the back of the picture is never as polished as the front, but that in itself signifies nothing. As with all self-inventions, there was a gap between the reality of what Meghan had once been and the facade she was now presenting to the world, Harry included. That was why she had not been able to maintain many of her truly intimate friendships from her past. For Meghan in the present was not the same person as Meghan in the past had been. Indeed, as one Canadian said, the only thing the 2 Meghans had in common was her body. Virtually everything else was different. As Nikki Pretty said, the Meghan she knew before fame was not the same person she became after it. And while she had liked the former, she deplored the latter so much she did not want to have anything to do with her. Spoilage of friendships can be viewed as the natural process of growing apart. It's not so straightforward when parents are involved. Although Meghan had praised her father to the skies publicly, privately, she had become concerned that a garrulous loose cannon like Thomas Markle Sr. would cough up inconvenient facts which might cause Harry to query aspects of her past which did not accord perfectly with her present version of events. For instance, she had led Harry to believe that she had had a far harder life than she had. She had gained his admiration by making herself out to be far more self-sufficient than she had ever been, to have surmounted struggles that did not exist. She had told him how hard she had had to struggle to put herself through university, when in fact her time there had been one long joyride on her father's bandwagon. She didn't want Tom Sr. giving the game away and shining a light on those aspects of her persona which were, to put it politely, self-generated rather than organic. These were sound reasons for not introducing Harry to her father before the wedding. The worst possible scenario for Meghan would have been father and fiancé getting along so well that Daddy would give Harry enough information for him to realize that Flower had not been forged in quite so much steel as Harry thought she had been. He loved her strength. He drew strength and certainty from it. She could not afford to have him question the authenticity of the struggles she had evoked, though ironically, there had been challenges. They had simply been between Meghan and herself, largely based around her identity and the embarrassment she had felt as she passed for white while being biracial. They had not been between Meghan and a harsh, racist world, as she now wanted people to believe. For no one could identify one incident throughout the whole of her life when she had been subjected to racist prejudice, though everyone could remember many times when she had not been subjected to any prejudice at all. Such strictures as she had faced with the world at large had been based solely on her desire to be acknowledged as special, as a star, as someone who was exceptional and out of the ordinary. These were the ordinary, mundane, everyday frustrations of an ordinary but ambitious person who viewed herself as special, pitting herself against the world until they acknowledged her view of herself as being more accurate than their own. In summation, her struggles were the ordinary tussles of an ordinary woman, as she surmounted the restrictions of ordinariness until she could change them for the acknowledgement of specialness. It was the conventional journey of people pre- and post-fame, nothing more, nothing less. It was an everyday tale told by countless people of all hues and creeds. It had nothing to do with racial or sexual prejudice. It certainly had nothing to do with a deprived background, and all to do with the deeply unglamorous strictures of ambition. Meghan is not an actress for nothing. She understands drama and appreciates its value. She is bright and talented enough to understand that a theatrical narrative is more engaging than a pedestrian one. One plucks at the heartstrings, the other leaves the emotions cold. She had worked herself into the position of prima donna assoluta, and now faced the task of maintaining her ascendancy without having inconvenient relations like her father opening her version of events up to inspection. Nor could she convincingly eradicate her father without arousing suspicion. So she controlled his attendance instead. It was obvious that the safest course of action had been to get Tom Sr. to fly over just before the wedding. There would be so much going on then, that there would be no time for him to interact too deeply with Harry. Her devoted swain would continue to believe that she was this brave lioness who had fought her way up in a cruel world, instead of being the pampered flower who had been nurtured the way she really had been. Harry is a very emotional person. He has great emotional intelligence, even though he is not outstanding in its intellectual equivalent. Meghan, on the other hand, is highly intelligent, highly skilled socially, and highly effusive. She functions at a fever pitch of passion, enthusiasm, and spontaneity that come across as warmth, though people who have been dumped by her regard her as insincere and opportunistic to a fault. Whether they are right or wrong, she is superficially appealing and captivating, has a talent for making people believe that she is what they want her to be, knows just what note to strike to gain the regard of those she wants to impress, and possesses sang-froid in its fullest meaning. According to people who know them well, Meghan won Harry by appealing to his genuinely humanitarian instincts. She did this by demonstrating her own humanitarian credentials, articulating philanthropic values which she knew he possessed, while making herself vulnerable in his eyes. She endeared herself by appealing to his sympathies, by mirroring them, by making him aware of how much she had suffered at the hands of a cruel world, while gaining his admiration for the brave and noble way she had coped. She could not have Daddy blow this touching picture of suffering, which she had never actually experienced, out of the water by shooting his mouth off. There is much evidence to suggest that Meghan is by far a stronger and more forceful individual than Harry. Beneath the blustering alpha male lies a sensitive boy who identifies and sympathizes with those who have suffered. For all the good works Meghan has done, she has never really suffered loss, and therefore does not possess a similar degree of empathy. She is also more strategic than Harry. Like many army officers, he is good at giving orders, but he is also good at taking them. He functions best in an environment in which he can flex his muscles while having the cover of a safe roof. This the army used to provide. Now Meghan does. She, on the other hand, hates taking orders. If necessity requires it, as occurred when she was in Suits, she will cooperate, but only to the extent that it is expedient. And while she's cooperating, she also negotiates and haggles, making it clear that her cooperation is a sign of strength, not weakness, and certainly not mindlessness. In other words, Meghan is a dominating personality who only surrenders control when she has to. At all other times, she insists on being in the driver's seat. Because she has a nurturing, considerate side to her personality, she makes an ideal mate for a man who loved his mother. She makes an even more ideal mate for one who loved and lost his mother. Her dominance comes across to him as caring. He thinks he's being mothered when in fact those who know and question Meghan's motives believe he's being controlled. One indication that there might be some substance to that suspicion is the vow Meghan wrote into the marriage service. She swore to protect Harry. How she came to position herself as the protector of a prince is what fascinates. She was able to convince him that she had successfully survived so much pain and suffering that she had the strength to protect him, a boy who lost his mother and has suffered thereafter. Because her suffering had transformed her from an ordinary woman into an extraordinary human being, he, ordinary man that he is, needs her protection. People can say what they want about her, but Meghan is truly an amazing woman. Only someone with her remarkable gifts, uniquely imaginative, personality, and undoubted cleverness could have forged the bond she did with Harry. Chapter 8. Although Harry truly believed that Meghan and Meghan alone knew the route to the Holy Grail, and she still had her admirers, as she and Harry settled into marriage, an uncomfortable and growing percentage of the populace, as well as the press in his native country, were coming around to the distressing viewpoint that she was a pretentious piffler with the depth of a teaspoon, the sincerity of a phony, and the trustworthiness of a fraudster let loose in a roomful of cash. This was disastrous for anyone who had hoped that she would turn the role of Duchess of Sussex into a glorious one. To those of us who understood that she represented something no amount of money could buy, the tainting of her image was laden with long-term repercussions. These had the potential to affect race relations negatively, for her supporters might not realize that her detractors' objections were based largely or entirely upon her performance and what it said about her character, and might instead erroneously conclude that color prejudice was motivating her unpopularity. This would do no one any good. No one, that is, with the possible exception of anti-monarchists and Meghan herself, who would be given a free pass if she could behave in an inappropriate manner without suffering any adverse consequences, and indeed, be taken to be a victim when she was anything but one. As the situation deteriorated, those who believed that Meghan was a non-contributory victim to her worsening reputation began questioning whether the negative attention might be due to covert color prejudice, while those who saw her as a contributory factor to her reputation's demise became increasingly perturbed that they were being accused of racism when in fact her race had nothing to do with her unpopularity. A courtier said, "No one at the palace believes that either the Duke or the Duchess of Sussex deludes themselves into thinking that racism plays any part in this. But we're all aware that they're not above playing the race card if it works to their advantage. They did it before at the time their affair became public knowledge, but we're all hoping they won't ever do it again. It would be too damaging to the national interest. Prince Harry will see that and will hopefully prevent it from being played. But it will nevertheless be damaging to the national interest if they remain silent and allow their supporters to continue blaming racism for something any fool knows has nothing to do with it. Because Meghan and Harry's conduct was creating divisions instead of being the unifying force the monarchy is meant to be, and because the issues being thrown up were larger than simply their personal popularity, the press were on heightened alert. Controversy is always more newsworthy than dullness. A mixed narrative is always more interesting to the media than a straightforward one. Whether Meghan fully realized that her actions were geared towards gaining her ever-increasing amounts of press attention, or she was unintentionally blundering into being a newspaper's dream figure, with equal parts of glamour, controversy, conflict, conciliation, and opposition, all heightened with a massive question mark over what lay beneath her buffed surface, the fact is, the move she made shortly after returning from the Antipodean trip, which had ended in such drama over her family background, catapulted her further into the forefront of media attention. On the 11th December 2018, barely a month after a lithe and svelte Meghan had returned to England from their tour, she dramatically burst onto the stage as the unexpected guest of honor at the British Fashion Awards at the Royal Albert Hall. She was there to present an award to Claire Waite-Keller, the artistic director of Givenchy, who had designed her wedding dress. Depending on your opinion, Meghan either showed what a wonderfully warm and natural human being she was, or the actress turned on the charm which had started to wear thin with many of her critics, striding out onto the podium, her beautifully and professionally made-up face beaming brightly as only hers can, radiating delight and projecting joyousness as only a professional actress occupying a stage can. Royalty is not known for its surprises, its predictability, and reassuring lack of eureka moments, being two of the features its supporters find so welcome in this age of hype and unpredictability. Glamorous to a fault, but in the estimation of her critics in too Tinseltown a way, as opposed to the regality royalists require, Meghan was yet again in a black dress, this time a sleek, elegant, one-shoulder figure hugger, from the award-winning couturier's foreign atelier. Her demeanor was pure Hollywood, that purveyor of glamour where big-hearted immediacy cannot be bested, though. To contrarians, it is a center of artifice where everyone smilingly walks over the carcasses of their discards as they project apparently sincere hearts of gold along with equally real white veneers. Meghan could not have been more gracious or indeed loving towards Claire Waite-Keller. As her friends have often said, she is a truly loving human being who never fails to give expression to her loving nature. Though her critics decried her displays of affection with the jaundiced comment that they wished she could summon up something approximate for her father or the members of her husband's family with whom she was now known to be on cool terms. In reality, both sides had a point. Meghan had been declaring behind the scenes that she felt hemmed in by royal protocol. She thought it was nonsense, cold, stiff, and inhibiting. She wanted to be free to indulge the love she felt for people. She believed in hugs and thought nothing was better at letting someone feel welcome than enveloping them in a huge embrace. She did not wish to be limited by dictates of how she should behave. Whether it was a friend, lover, or stranger, if she wanted to show love to someone, she should be able to do it. She had made it clear that she would not be allowing all that royal protocol nonsense to stand in the way of demonstrating how loving she was. Whether in private or in public did not matter, nor did whether she was functioning in an official or a personal capacity. Her heart was too big, her light too bright, for either to be hidden under a bushel. So she enveloped Claire Waite-Keller in the most massive bear hug, all the better with which to let the critical world know that they were meanies, and her display of affection signified a warmer heart and truer nature than they possessed. Behind the scenes, Meghan had been greatly taken aback by the adverse reactions she had been generating. Like most actresses, she thrives on public acclaim and approval. The slightest criticism disconcerts her, so the level of hostility she had been receiving had rattled her to the very core of her being. Her response was to continue holding her course, projecting the image of the warm and wonderful woman she was, while also letting her friends leak stories to the press about how down-to-earth she was. Proof of this now surfaced in accounts of how she functioned as her own stylist, despite being the worldwide style icon she had become. How she did her own makeup up to a professional standard, even when she did not have her favorite makeup artist on hand, and how she often did her hair as well. While such information added to her luster with her fans, with her critics it was beside the point. They did not care about such superficialities. They were more concerned with the profundities. And following Meghan's appearance at the Royal Albert Hall, they had alighted upon a profundity of great importance. The Daily Express summarized this phenomenon best when it howled, "Pregnant Meghan Markle shows off prominent baby bump at Fashion Awards." When Meghan had stepped out onto the stage to present the award, the hall exploding in cheers, what people noticed more than the award this latest royal was handing to the designer, or the hug she enveloped her with, or even how loving she was the dramatic way in which her pregnancy had progressed. In 4 short weeks, she had gone from flat as a pancake to what one journalist described as the size of most women at 7 months. Nor was Meghan content to let the immense and unexpected development speak for itself. It should have been obvious that she was so thrilled to be pregnant that she was mesmerized by the life within her. Being the sort of personality who must convey what she is feeling not only in word, but indeed, before and after handing over the award, she clutched her belly, and continued clutching it, and clutched it some more, and some more still, her hands rooted to the bump in a display of such delight at the happy condition she found herself in, that she had to draw the whole world's attention to it. There was something so frankly exultant about the display that it was akin to sharing a secret of which one is inordinately proud with the whole world. Not everyone accepted such an ostentatious display in such a flattering light. To her critics, Meghan was simply confirming that she was actressy, attention-seeking, attention-demanding, and attention-creating. One fashionista told me that she had never seen such a palaver before, and questioned whether Meghan was afraid that people would miss that she was pregnant if she didn't clutch her belly like a lizard clinging to a tree. Or did she fear it would jump off her body if she didn't hang on to it? Some people unkindly asked whether she was so proud of having royal seed growing in her womb that she had to draw constant attention to her condition. Or was she so full of herself and her own importance that she had to remind everyone that she was now a duchess and on the way to being the mother of a royal baby? Counterbalancing this viewpoint were those who defended Meghan's conduct. There was much speculation that someone as new wave as her might believe that the fetus flourishes better when its mother communicates with it from outside the womb. Let Meghan do what she pleased, was their message. Leave her alone. So what if she wants to clutch her belly? She's not harming anyone. Nevertheless, the turn the pregnancy had taken opened up other questions. How many months gone was she? Because the due date was being kept secret at the insistence of the couple, in defiance of accepted royal practice, there was speculation that she might be approaching her 7th month, and the baby would arrive in March. This at least explained the Vesuvian explosion that had erupted abdominally. The anomaly inherent in all of this was too good for Meghan's growing band of detractors to ignore. The belly clutching and the sudden growth of the bump fed right into their incredulity. They quickly leapt to the conclusion that she wasn't pregnant at all. The internet now came alive with speculation. While all reasonable people accept that it is a forum where conspiracy theories proliferate and crazies have their say without anyone taking them too seriously, events such as the Arab Spring have also shown that it can be a platform for the dissemination of factual information that established circles, including the press, can and do suppress. All political institutions, including royal ones, monitor the internet. Their survival depends on it. Some groundswells can wash them away unless they are careful. Underlying the more bizarre speculations, however, was a message that Meghan might well have profited from, had she cared to listen to it. This was that too many people didn't believe that she was what she was projecting. She did not ring true to them. She did not convince them. Despite the decades she had spent acting up a storm, they were simply not buying her act. Since much of royal life is about getting the tone and content right, of projecting the appropriate image and doing so in a believable and constructive way, Meghan would have been well advised to have listened to some of the criticism. Beneath this, there was another issue. Royalty doesn't act, it is. The message being delivered was that she should stop projecting and start being. She should be more like the Queen, or Princess Anne, or the Prince of Wales, or Camilla, and less like Princess Michael of Kent, whose affectations and pretentiousness had made her a mockery, which her detractors asserted Meghan was quickly matching and now in danger of exceeding. In fairness to both sides, Meghan is an actress, and actresses act. Asking someone whose whole life has been about performance to unlearn the art of projection is a tad optimistic. This, of course, is one of the reasons why Prince Philip did not think Harry should marry Meghan. He foresaw the problems she would have as she went about her royal duties, not only in terms of executing them behaviorally, but also in the discomfiture she would endure as her performance was rated. With rating inevitably comes slating, which no one as thin-skinned as Meghan would find tolerable. The Queen and Prince Philip had been friendly with Princess Grace of Monaco. They knew the struggles she had had before she was taken seriously, and how, once she had settled into the role of ruling princess and been accepted in it, she had chafed against its restrictions. Moreover, Grace had taken the whole business of royalty far more seriously than Meghan did. She had been highly motivated to fit in, and had made the sacrifices even when she was tempted to do otherwise. But that hadn't made them any the easier to bear. By the time of her untimely death, she had taken to poetry readings as a means of satisfying the undying yearning to be on stage. Would Meghan have the motivation to do something similar? Or would the actress within her prevent her from adjusting to royal demeanor, while also propelling her to make a hash of a role which, with a bit of willingness on her part, she might be able to master successfully, to the benefit of herself, the monarchy, and her ethnicity? Although the public will have thought nothing about the struggles of an actress adjusting to a role that requires the absolute opposite of projection, Meghan's actressy demeanor was turning out to be both a plus and a minus. Being a more polished and dramatic performer than any of the other royals, she wowed where they did not. But this, for many, was a part of the problem. Only time would provide a solution, for until people got used to her and realized that her actressiness might not be a sign of insincerity, but merely the manifestation of an innately dramatic personality, they would continue to look askance. In the meantime, they would be faulting her on the grounds that she was a little too conscious of what she was doing, that she deliberately projected just that little bit more than they were used to with the other royals. In reality, there was an exact corollary between Meghan when she was starting out as an actress and Meghan when she started out as a duchess. In both situations, her eagerness to project what she believed the role required was so excessive that she did not strike the right note. It was for that reason that she took so long to achieve success as an actress, and it was the same reason why she got some people's backs up. Putting the admiration of fans to one side, public figures are most convincing when they are not focused on their performance, nor on conveying any message except authenticity. When a public figure is so busy enacting an underlying message that onlookers are made to feel they are being railroaded into sidings not of their own choosing, they rebel against the celebrity's message and come to their own, oftentimes entirely opposite conclusions. They feel that they are being manipulated, and they do not like it. This, of course, is the failing of all hams. This is why the Queen has declared that she will not act. This is why royalty and aristocracy are brought up from the cradle, never to simulate, but to be authentic, even to be perceived as inadequate rather than false, to avoid anything that will smack of manipulativeness, to be forthright or at least bland rather than hypocritical, even to be considered rude rather than insincere, to avoid pretending but to behave properly and authentically. Meghan's projections by now were proving to be her undoing, for too many people who wished to be convinced by her but were not. These projections, ringing the hollow note they did, now added fuel to the fire where her expanding bump was concerned. The result was that she, and by extension the monarchy, became involved in one of the most distasteful stories since 1688. Not being a conspiracy theorist, I was prepared to consider that Meghan's conduct as she drew attention to what she called the bump owed more to her actressiness than to anything else. However, the word had spread on the internet amongst an uncomfortably large number of contributors that she was attempting to con the world into believing that she was pregnant when she was not. While it was possible to discount some of the contributors as crazies, or something even more odious, like racists, there were just too many people piling in, some quite sane-sounding, for the problem to be dismissed out of hand. Plainly, there was a problem, and it needed to be addressed respectfully and, if possible, learnt from. According to the doubters, Meghan had got too big too quickly. She had then continued to grow at a pace that was more in keeping with a woman having triplets than one who was having one child or even twins. Soon, I had journalists approaching me every time I attended an event in public. Then they started ringing me up. Did I know what was going on? What was the inside story on how the palace was coping with the deluge of internet stories about the bump being a prosthesis? The palace was stonewalling them, as it ought to have been doing. The speculations being fed to Fleet Street for Meghan's conduct would have been entertaining had the matter not been so serious. A male journalist told me that there was a persistent rumor that the reason she's always clutching the bump is because she needs to keep it in place. This journalist also said that there were stories circulating about the bump slipping, about photographers having taken pictures of Meghan when the bump had slipped, about the bump being sometimes too high, sometimes too low, other times just right. Although all segments of the mainstream press, from the respectable broadsheets to the most downmarket tabloids, avoided reporting on these stories, their very existence was an embarrassment to the monarchy, as well as a concern that these rumors might gain further traction. Also embarrassing and of growing concern was Meghan's increasingly flamboyant conduct as she answered criticism of her belly clutching by clutching her belly ever more resolutely. This was not the sort of story people who wanted Meghan to succeed cared to see. It was at best distasteful and more realistically damaging, not only to her status but to the aspirations her supporters had for her. Aside from the occasional woke journalist, the only other category of individual in society who seemed to commend her rebellious flamboyance as she met criticism with further ostentation was minor celebrities who were pregnant. I attended several premieres where some virtual unknown would encircle her unborn child in front of the cameras. None, however, did what Meghan did. Only she kept her hands firmly planted on her protuberance after the flashes had faded. Although there were simple explanations ranging from rebelliousness to New Age communication, which could explain away Meghan's determination, as far as many of the people who came into contact with her were concerned, the belly clutching really was too much. The chief ground for criticism was that ladies simply do not clutch their bellies, pregnant or otherwise. No one except the New Agers were buying the line that Meghan was soothing the baby, and as the pregnancy progressed and the bump grew apace while her hands continued to hover over it, the criticism grew louder because there has always been a generally accepted viewpoint that modest women simply don't clutch their pregnant bellies. Doing so draws undue attention to a fact which all societies have traditionally treated with respect and circumspection, irrespective of class or color, whether one is in the US, Canada, Britain, Europe, Africa, Asia, the Middle East, the Far East, the subcontinent, South and Central America, the Caribbean, or the Antipodes. Another consideration from the point of view of Meghan's critics was the fact that, until fairly recently, pregnant royal women were so discreet that they did not draw attention to their condition or even say they were pregnant. Some might allude to being enceinte, while in the aristocracy women might breed, but they would not make a spectacle of themselves by wearing clothes that accentuated their condition. Nor would they flaunt their pregnancy the way Meghan was flaunting hers. Once more, people in certain circles began to query why Harry was letting this groundswell of criticism grow. He knew what was acceptable behavior to the British and what was not. Pregnancy is a fact of life, but one which has personal connotations. Like all bodily functions of a personal nature, it is treated with finesse irrespective of class, color, or creed. Just as how British men do not advertise their private parts through their clothing, nor do they scratch or make adjustments except out of view. Nor does anyone go around belching and farting as if the public arena is a private lavatory. Pregnant women do not draw undue attention to their condition. While it is acceptable for a pregnant woman to fleetingly pass her hand over her bump occasionally, accentuating it the way Meghan was doing was exceptional, and her conduct was not only exciting comment amongst all classes of people, but doing so without merit. This was not a good scenario where Meghan and Harry were concerned. However, rather than respond to the sensitivities of those whose feathers they were ruffling, they dismissed them out of hand by refusing to alter conduct which a too large percentage of the population found objectionable. Their attitude was, Meghan can do what she wants. If you don't like it, lump it. However, some of those sensitivities were not stylistic, but went to deeper fundaments within all societies, civilized or otherwise. Pregnancy touches upon many invisible strands, and, as Harry and Meghan's roles within British national life were as representatives of the very people whom she was offending, they were in effect abnegating their responsibilities and coming across, whether thinkingly or otherwise, as arrogant and uncaring. What also lost Meghan and Harry admirers was that, as the bump got bigger and bigger, her dresses got tighter and tighter. Possibly this too was an issue they did not understand the significance of, living as they were doing in a mutually admiring bubble where Meghan could do no wrong and Harry backed her up uncritically at every turn. However, skin-tight clothes on pregnant women are a breach of the code of ladylike conduct by which vast swaths of the British public, irrespective of class or color, live. Just as how modesty forbade the extreme public displays of affection to which Meghan and Harry were prone until they ceased being invited to dinner parties, So too did the wearing of extremely tight clothes when pregnant, except in the confines of one's own bedroom and bathroom. The question to be answered was, why was a royal duchess wearing thin, stretchy fabric pulled tight over her bump, her belly button displayed for all to see, in defiance of all accepted custom in her adopted country? To show how wide a spectrum of objection there was, a black West Indian said, "It's not seemly." A duchess said, "This is exhibitionism run riot," while a young Nigerian woman put it slightly differently, "I would be stoned back home if I went out in public dressed like that." In the light of such disapproval, it was symptomatic of the deference and latitude with which Meghan was being treated, that no one in the royal family or at the palace read her the riot act. This had not been the case when Diana and Sarah York used to step out of line. They would be called to order by the Queen's private secretary, who was the brother-in-law of the former and the first cousin once removed of the latter. Diana Wales once complained to me about how Bobby Bellows, as she called Sir Robert, now Lord, Fellows, had carpeted her for not wearing tights. Although times had changed, society's concept of decorum had not to such an extent that Meghan's sheer attire was broadly acceptable to the average Briton. Because I was rooting for her to succeed, I felt that it would be in her best interest if someone pointed out to her that this was causing disquiet where one would have hoped to find approval. I therefore suggested to a royal cousin that someone sympathetic have a quiet word with her and point out how important it was that she clean up that aspect of her act, if none other. I was told that that would never happen. She was so opinionated, so calculated and deliberate in all her actions, so sensitive to criticism, so resentful of anything but the most fulsome praise and displays of approval, that she would eat off the head of anyone who dared to say anything to her. Then she'd dump them. This was sadly reminiscent of the past. "It's Diana all over again," I said. To which the royal cousin bitterly replied, "You said it, not me." Knowing that the Queen had once invited the Fleet Street editors to Buckingham Palace when Diana was pregnant with William to ask them to lay off her, and that the press had also kept its distance from William and himself when they were growing up in a compact agreed between the editors and the palace, Harry approached both his father and grandmother. He wanted them to intervene on Meghan's behalf, to put an end to the critical commentaries. She was very upset about the backlash her behavior was causing. She was especially put out about the comments about her belly clutching. She felt everyone was being mean and cruel to her and wanted a stop put to it. It hadn't occurred to either herself or Harry that the way to achieve closure was to stop behaving in the way that was triggering the objections. They genuinely felt that Meghan should be able to clutch her belly as much as she wanted, and that the entire British press should be muzzled rather than she desist from the practice that so many found noteworthy. As far as Harry was concerned, it was his duty to protect his wife, who was very sensitive and took things very much to heart. He had become as obsessed with the concept of protection as she was, and they used the word all the time. It was one of the catch-alls, along with change, the greater good, humanitarianism, negativity, and progressive that littered their language. As far as they were concerned, if she wanted to clutch her belly till the cows came home, he would defend her right to do so to the death. No one had the right to upset her with their negative responses. Hypersensitive to criticism and hyper-emotional in their reactions, they claimed that their lives were being destroyed by all the negativity. It was up to his father and grandmother to help him protect her. He really didn't know how much more of this torment they could endure. Unless Charles and the Queen assisted him in protecting, the word he kept on using, they would be preventing him from fulfilling his role as a husband. His and Meghan's lack of proportion was breathtaking, a royal cousin said. The Queen and Prince Charles heard him out and expressed regret, but said there was nothing they or anyone else could do. Effectively, they pointed out in as gentle a manner as possible. Harry is extremely emotional, and it's almost impossible to get through to him when he has the bit between his teeth. That this is a free country, and the royal family values a free press, even when they don't like what it's saying. They made it clear that they could not interfere with the freedom of the press when it is making what it believes to be fair comment on the behavior of a member of the royal family. Harry was very unhappy with their lack of support, as he put it. Neither he nor Meghan could see that their personal comfort did not come before the freedom of the press, but both the Queen and Prince Charles did. Little did anyone know at the time, but in refusing to join forces with Harry, the Queen and Prince Charles had triggered unforeseen consequences. Thereafter, Harry and Meghan would be looking for ways to break the back of their critics. And they didn't care if there were constitutional consequences either, for they were in the process of working themselves into the uniquely contradictory position of being royalty when they wished to swathe themselves in that cloak, and private citizens when that mantle suited them better. By this time, the mainstream public were beginning to pick up on some of the concerns that were feeding the rumors at grassroots level. "She isn't even a good actress," the Nigerian who alluded to stoning said. "If you've seen Suits, you've seen the act. Sometimes she's acting out a scene from one episode, sometimes another. There's nothing real about that woman." I pointed out that Meghan might merely be projecting how she genuinely feels, and was silenced with, "Then someone ought to tell her to stop all the projecting." With that, I had no argument, though I could see how her admirers would be disappointed if she stopped beaming them her subliminal messages. Matters of sartorial taste aside, the real danger was what would happen if the wider public came to believe, as a vociferous segment of the internet commentators and the press did, that Meghan was faking a pregnancy. Because the palace were alert to the danger, there were teams of people working behind the scenes to shut down some of the internet sites and shut up the more extreme commentators. Buckingham Palace has traditionally had a very competent bureaucracy. They may be colorless compared with savvy, aggressive American media, management specialists like Sunshine Sachs, but they do know their business, and they go about it quietly and efficiently. The courtiers who run the monarchy direct not only royal operations, but the royal family itself. All royal diaries are agreed 6 months in advance. If the Queen is doing something in Aberdeen that warrants press attention, the remainder of the family undertakes pedestrian duties that will not make the papers, but will address the needs of the community the royal is serving. The same rule applies across the board. One royal does not steal another's thunder. Doing so undermines the whole system and defeats the long-term goals of the monarchy, which are to further various initiatives in a meaningful way so that the public appreciates what is being done in its name. The only person who ever bucked that system before Meghan and Harry started to was Diana. She used to compete, at first with her husband, then, in the run-up to her separation, and thereafter until her death, with the entire royal family. She delighted in causing discomfort up at Balmoral, the diarist Richard Kay said, giving away only part of the reason for her mischievous behavior. The truth is, Diana liked being the center of attention. She was also competitive and addicted to the attention she got from the press, and the only time she was satisfied was when she, rather than any of the other royals, was the item of the day. Although no one at the palace yet suspected that Meghan might be Diana's reincarnation, they did feel that there were discomfiting resonances between the two women. Both were troublesome in that they did as they pleased, refused to take direction, and had a talent for whipping up controversy. "The bad old days are back," a courtier said during the pregnancy. "We waste so much time dealing with the fallout from all that's going on around the Duchess of Sussex that some of us have time for little else. There's a sinking feeling of déjà vu." One consolation was that the rumors surrounding the falsity of Meghan's pregnancy would come to a natural end once she gave birth. There was an established regimen for royal pregnancies and births, and these would silence the doubters. Royal mothers-to-be invariably used court gynecologists and obstetricians, leading men in their field whose reputations were beyond reproach. There would therefore be no doubt as to who was carrying the baby, or who had given birth to it, once it was delivered so transparently. The birth of royal babies used to require the presence of the Home Secretary, who would remain in attendance throughout labor until the infant was born. This custom had arisen following the birth in 1688 of James, Prince of Wales, son of King James II and Queen Mary of Modena. Because James II and his consort were Roman Catholic, once they had a son to supplant the king's two non-Catholic daughters from his first marriage to the Earl of Clarendon's daughter, Lady Anne Hyde, in the line of succession, the possibility of Catholicism being reinstated as the nation's official religion became the hottest topic of the day. This was intolerable to the Protestant lobby, who overthrew the king in what is known to history as the Glorious Revolution, by accusing him and his queen of smuggling in a male baby in a warming pan into the palace as a ploy to secure the Catholic succession to the throne. This was a farcical notion, for the custom was that all royal accoutrements were witnessed by countless courtiers aside from physicians and family. Nevertheless, the ploy worked. James II, his queen and heir, were driven into exile to the court of his first cousin, King Louis XIV, in France, and a law was passed requiring the Home Secretary to be present at each royal birth thereafter, to prevent the passing off of infants. James II's elder daughter, Mary, was then invited by Parliament to take the throne with her husband and paternal first cousin William, Prince of Orange, who reigned as King William III, while the rightful kings of England remained in exile abroad. The custom of the Home Secretary bearing witness to the delivery of all royal infants was only discontinued after the birth of Princess Alexandra in 1936, by which time it was deemed to be redundant, qualified court physicians being seen as equally safe preventatives to the smuggling in of illegitimate babies. Until the last quarter of the 20th century, royal infants were born at home rather than in hospital. The Queen's 4 children were born at Buckingham Palace, while Princess Margaret's son was delivered at Clarence House, home of the Queen Mother, and her daughter at her own home, Kensington Palace. There was no secrecy. The medical professionals in charge were all known to the public. This tradition extended into the next generation, but for one important difference. Royal babies started being delivered in hospitals. The Lindo wing of St. Mary's Paddington in London became the favored place. Once more, there was no secrecy. The royal mother was surrounded by medical staff, the senior doctors' names being made public as a way of eliminating any suspicion of subterfuge. Although it is unlikely to have been common knowledge, this was an extension of the age-old practice whereby royal births were always publicly verifiable through unimpeachable witnesses. The public, after all, had a right to know that their potential monarch had a right to the throne, and both sets of rights were respected through the reinforcing presence of witnesses. This was true even under absolutist monarchies, hence why Marie Antoinette's room was so stuffed full of courtiers at the birth of her first child that she grew faint from the lack of air, necessitating the removal of several of the witnesses. This might have been an extreme example, but the reality is, potential monarchs are living representatives of the people, and as such, a form of public property. Their provenance needs to be beyond doubt. It was therefore contrary to all known custom for Harry and Meghan to decide that they would not be revealing the names of her medical team. This, they stated, was private. Their argument was that they were private individuals and as such entitled to the same degree of privacy as anyone else. This premise, of course, was simply not factual. Harry was 6th in line to the throne. A child born to him and his wife would automatically be 7th in the order of succession. William and Catherine sometimes traveled with their 3 children in the same aircraft, something which no other heir to the throne had done before. Should the plane crash, Harry and Meghan would be the heirs assumptive after Prince Charles. As the Queen was in her 90s, there was the presumption that sooner or later Charles would be king. But if he should die before the Queen, and the Cambridge family had been wiped out in an accident, that meant that Harry and Meghan would become the next Prince and Princess of Wales, with their child 3rd in line to the throne. Once the Queen died, they would become King and Queen, their child its father's immediate heir. The possibility was not so remote as to be beyond contemplation, which meant that their demands for privacy were spurious and unconstitutional. Moreover, by creating a degree of opacity that had never before existed, Harry and Meghan were, whether through ignorance or obduracy, was beside the point, feeding the rumors that she was not pregnant and that their expected child was being born by a surrogate. Had Buckingham Palace wanted a worst-case scenario to deal with, they would have been hard-pushed to invent one. And this, to the courtiers, meant that their lives were being made quite unnecessarily impossible, for no better reason than that Harry and Meghan were putting their desires before the crown and the nation's interests. Bad as that was, Harry and Meghan then decreed that the baby would not be born in a hospital, but at home. There had been no home births for 2 generations. Not only was this bucking the trend, but it was adding a whole new layer of opacity to an already needlessly dark situation. Medical wisdom was that home births might be relatively safe for young mothers, but geriatric motherhood starts at 28, and Meghan was a decade older. Putting aside the political inadvisability of a home birth, Harry and Meghan were putting herself and the baby in unnecessary danger. The whole thing was just insane, a courtier said. Despite all of this, Meghan and Harry had decreed how they would disport themselves, and they were not prepared to countenance any opposition. They continued to insist that they were private individuals who had a right to have their baby as and when and how they pleased. They wanted this time for themselves and could see no reason to change their minds. Britain is a free country, and it is virtually impossible to force an implacable adult to do something he or she does not wish to do, even when the national interest is at stake. As long as no laws are being broken, and Harry and Meghan were breaking no laws despite flouting a whole range of protocols and precedents, the powers that be had no choice but to accede to their demands and allow them to proceed with the home birth they were demanding. The way to clear up a mystery is to shed light upon it. The way to increase its power is to lure it further into opacity, as Meghan and Harry were doing. It is hardly surprising that even people who had doubted the stories about Meghan's bump being a prosthesis, who had thought that the doubting Thomases were being silly in their suspicions, now began to question what was really going on. In the midst of this turmoil, Meghan did something which shored up the disbelievers in a way only one's worst enemy would wish. At nearly 8 months pregnant, she attended a function, elegantly accoutered in the highest of high heels. She greeted a child, got down on her haunches, legs spread wide open, displayed her undoubted skill in dealing with children, then without missing a beat, bounced right back up. This was an exceptional display of agility, even for an advanced yogi like her, and it caused astonishment. Indubitably, Meghan is an extraordinary woman, and this proved it, for while most women start waddling like a duck by their 7th month and find it difficult to walk straight in flats, much less balance themselves on their haunches while wearing high heels in the final trimester of pregnancy, there she was, giving everyone sight of how truly amazing she is. Whether it was Meghan's natural ability to gain attention, both positive and negative, or her intention to remain at the forefront of all news reports, by always providing the press with some new angle or snippet with which to run, thereby knocking all the other royals off the front pages, or whether she was so naive that she honestly didn't realize that her behavior was feeding a frenzy of her own creation, what she did next was pure genius in terms of headline nabbing. She announced that she would be retreating from public view until the baby was born, and moreover, that she and Harry had no intention of revealing when the birth had taken place until they were good and ready. She would not be parading around with a newborn. She objected to the custom whereby royal women stepped out of the Lindo wing shortly after giving birth, with their baby wrapped up in blankets, while they themselves were beautifully coiffed and attired. That sort of thing was barbaric, she maintained, yet again conveying the message that she disapproved of royal traditions, and her way was the more enlightened one. As far as she was concerned, the custom put too much pressure on the woman, and being an avowed feminist, she wanted to protect herself and all royal women by changing the practice. She therefore wouldn't be playing ball. She would be enjoying being a new mother in the privacy of her own home, with her husband, as is the right of all mothers and fathers. This was their time, she said, and they wanted to keep it to themselves. Only when they were good and ready would they share their joy with the world. On one level, her argument was sound if one accepted the premise that she was a private individual and not a constitutionally significant national figure. But on another, it was guaranteed to provoke a reaction, and sure enough, it triggered a whole new wave of speculation about the baby. The basic theme was that Meghan and Harry had gone to ground to await its arrival, but where, the internet and too many speculators wanted to know, was it coming from? A damaging number of people were now convinced that Meghan would not be giving birth at all. Had they known about James II, Mary of Modena, and James, Prince of Wales, they would have concluded that this was an updated version of the baby in the warming pan. Only this time, it was being smuggled in right under the noses of the world's press, according to the conspiracy theorists. To add even more fuel to the fire, the Sussexes now issued instructions stipulating the degree of privacy they required. These were new and increased demands, coinciding not only with the impending birth of the baby, whose due date they were careful to keep secret in defiance of precedent, but with their move from Nottingham Cottage at Kensington Palace to Frogmore Cottage. An exclusion zone was declared around their new residence. Press, public, and neighbors were banned from its environs. Local residents, who were used to seeing members of the royal family out and about, such as the Queen, the Duke of York, even the late Queen Mother and Princess Margaret when they had been alive, and who were used to exchanging nods and sometimes even brief words, were informed that they must not approach, acknowledge, or even look in the direction of either Harry or Meghan. Some of the strictures were so taut that the recipients interpreted them as impertinent rather than merely offensive. For instance, if the locals saw the couple walking their dogs, they were not even to look in their direction, and if one or other of their two dogs bounded up to them, they were not to pet it. This was a new way of doing things, one that the locals believed claimed all rights for the Sussexes, while stripping them of their own rights, so that they could not even be civil or respectful to the couple or neighborly with the pets. This did not sit well with any of their neighbors, some of whom made their sentiments known to such an extent that word leaked out to the press. The reality was, Harry and Meghan had created a cordon sanitaire around their property, themselves and their pets, such as had never been done before. Had they been trying to make enemies and create mysteries, they could not have gone about things more efficiently. But if they were trying to protect themselves and their privacy, they had gone about their objectives so cack-handedly that they had triggered suspicion, resentment, and hostility, where a lighter touch, fewer demands, and some respect for the rights of others and the traditions of this country would have given them, if not the privacy of private individuals, at least the respect and admiration which they presumably still wanted from the British public. Several journalists told me they had misgivings about what was happening, but the press nevertheless fell in with the party line. This was that the Sussexes were obsessed with privacy and were insisting upon being treated as private individuals instead of the royals they were. So, rather than the newspapers printing the suspicions that the ground was being laid for a deception on a massive scale, they ran with the story that Harry and Meghan were behaving like spoilt, demanding, hypocritical brats who contradictorily wanted to be treated as private citizens when it suited them, despite requiring at all other times that they must be accorded all the privileges and constitutional dignities that went along with being royalty. These demands were uncomfortably reminiscent of those made by autocratic royals going back a century or two, and since Harry and Meghan claimed to be progressive game changers who wanted to be forces for good and to leaven the inequities of society, there seemed to be an innate contradiction which got the press's back up as well as the neighbors. Worst of all, however, was the suspicion, so far unaired in the mainstream press, that their restrictive imprecations smacked of paranoia unless they have a secret they need to keep, as a journalist from the Mail observed. Quite how Harry and Meghan had worked themselves into the position whereby the choice for journalists was between spoilt, hypocritical, mentally unbalanced brats displaying signs of psychosis, or an astute pair hearkening back to the bad old days when royals could do as they pleased and everyone had to fall into line, was not so easily unraveled. But the fact was, their erection of an unseen fence around their new home fueled the fires of suspicion that they could possibly be preparing to practice a massive sleight of hand on an unsuspecting public, while their excessive secretiveness further fanned the flames. From the outside looking in, it might have appeared as if the British press were carping and petty, but to those of us in the know, their restraint was surprising and commendable. Unsurprisingly, Meghan and Harry's behavior had the undesirable effect of increasing internet speculation regarding the impending birth. This ran to theories that the royal couple needed to create a buffer zone between themselves and the world, behind which they could have a baby delivered that would then be passed off as one to which she had given birth. Many a questioner wanted to know why couldn't the doctors' names be made public. What was the big secret? If Meghan and Harry had nothing to hide, why were they hiding away like that? What was so confidential about the names of the attending physicians? Were they afraid that a doctor might confirm that the baby had been born to a surrogate and not to Meghan? Weren't doctors' patients protected by client confidentiality as a matter of course? Since their privacy was protected by legal and professional protocols, why the secrecy unless they were covering something up? The whole thing smacked of too many cloaks and daggers, and the common thread that emerged on the internet was that only those who are intent on practicing sleights of hand demand the extraordinary degree of protection Harry and Meghan were demanding. As far too many people now believed, the extraordinary lengths to which the couple had gone led them to believe that Harry and Meghan were not protecting their privacy, but themselves against the possibility of exposure. This was hardly a viewpoint any supporter of the monarchy wanted. It mystified many within the establishment that Harry and Meghan would prefer to continue tripping down the path that had given rise to these suspicions, rather than taking steps to overcome the suspicions. However, they dug their heels in and stubbornly refused to alter their plans. Indeed, they began to behave as if they were being victimized. They simply could not see that their own behavior was almost entirely responsible for what was happening. The palace would have had to be particularly inept not to understand that Harry and Meghan's behavior was feeding rather than defeating the latter-day version of the warming pan rumors. You can imagine how people were tearing their hair out at the palace, a royal cousin said. This was just the sort of conjecture no reputable organization wants. But Harry and Meghan had done everything possible to increase rather than decrease the speculation with which the internet was alive. No one was pleased by what was happening, but it was impossible to get through to the couple. He faithfully backed up her demand that she was entitled to give birth however she pleased, and supported her requirements to such an extent that even people who had originally thought that the warming pan rumors were preposterous began to question whether there might not be some substance to them. Quite how such rumors could be in anyone's interest, much less a royal couple's, seems to have eluded them. But Meghan and Harry are a united couple, and one which adheres to its chosen path despite opposition, for the lesson Meghan had learnt over the years was to stick to her guns and do what she thought best. The lady is most definitely not for wavering. It was amidst this extremely dubious background that the birth of the baby was first announced on the Instagram account that the Sussexes had started the month before. The announcement was simple, stylish, and effective in a classy way, as befitted the mother from Hollywood who had recently announced to someone in the presence of a deeply insulted onlooker, "I'm here to show 'em how things should be done. They're just not classy enough." Certainly the account was a lot more stylish than anything any other royal had hitherto thought up, and so too was the announcement. It was nothing like the dull, conventional notice posted on an easel in a plain frame later that same day behind the railings of Buckingham Palace, when the Queen and the royal family announced how pleased they were that the Duchess of Cambridge, later altered to Sussex, had been safely delivered of a boy, with mother and baby both doing well. Meghan and Harry's Instagram announcement rocked with updated glamour and contemporary chic. "It's a boy," the communique rang out, the white lettering of the words tastefully contrasting with the royal blue background, beneath the stylishly regal ducal coronet, and the intermingled H&M initials of the couple in Meghan's own calligraphic handwriting at the top of the page. Underneath those three dramatic words was another, equally emphatic, and surprisingly revelatory hint of those aspects of the Sussex identity which were being highlighted. Their Royal Highnesses, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, are overjoyed to announce the birth of their child. To those in the know, this slick, highly professional, hyper-glamorous, and attention-grabbing presentation was only to be expected. According to Liz Brewer, socialite doyenne of the British aristocratic PR world, whose information came from someone at Buckingham Palace's press office, and according to a European prince whose information came from a British royal, Meghan had flown to LA shortly after the baby's conception, with the specific objective of employing the best Instagrammers in the world. The brief she gave them was straightforward enough. "I need you to create the world's #1 Instagram account for me. It needs to end up having more followers than any other Instagram account on Earth. I want to be bigger than Diana, Princess of Wales. I need you to make me the most famous woman in the world." If Meghan was naive enough to think that the palace wouldn't hear about her plans, she was mistaken. There is very little that happens in the royal world that the palace doesn't get wind of, usually sooner rather than later. As long as she functioned within royal parameters, no one objected to her ambitions, though the feeling was that it is always safer to err on the side not being too driven. Excessive ambition being somewhat suspect in royal circles since the days of Lady Macbeth, and certainly something to be avoided since Charles I lost his head to the axe in 1649. Although Meghan's well-wishers, myself included, would have liked her to set her sights lower, she has always been astonishingly open about her objectives and ambitions, including to the professionals she briefs. As Nelthorpe Cowan has stated, Meghan told her that she and Harry intended to change the world, which she actually interpreted as meaning that Meghan wanted to rule the world. While that might seem an exaggeration of Meghan's aim, the admission that she and Harry felt they could change the world showed that they both had no issues with confidence and that they were eager to wield influence above and beyond what royals are expected to possess in this democratic age. She also told her media people that she wanted to break the internet, and would later on that year be disappointed when the Vogue magazine issue, which she guest-edited, failed to achieve that objective. Despite her specific instructions that her American media representatives, Sunshine Sachs, should strive to achieve that objective. For all her forthrightness, Meghan did not seem to appreciate that articulating such ambitions, when you're a member of a royal family, might be acceptable in the United States, but in Britain, they leave the listener wondering whether you really have any understanding of what your role should be. It is no more appropriate for a royal duchess to want to break the internet, to be the most famous woman in the world, or to have the largest Instagram following, than for her to want to pose nude in Playboy magazine or become the Pope of Rome. Each ambition is equally undesirable for the reasons which follow. The royal world is not a platform for personal achievement or the realization of personal ambitions, but a fully established and functional organ of state. Popes, prostitutes, and princesses should not aspire to certain degrees of recognition, for in doing so, they denigrate their proper function and disparage the institution of which they are a part. Once the palace were informed about Meghan's brief to her people in LA, they naturally worried that she might inflict damage upon the monarchy, as she set about achieving such contemporary and inappropriate ambitions. Nowhere in her brief had there been the typically royal concepts of duty, obligation, unsung public service, or any of the other driving forces behind the monarchy. If the information as reported back to them really was as stated by the well-placed source, and there was no reason to doubt it as it came from an impeccable quarter, Meghan's objectives seemed to them to be fame for fame's sake. This was truly frightening to them. For everyone of rank and status knows that the pursuit of fame as an end in itself is invariably destructive. Partly this is because positive publicity never gives sufficient column inches to fame-hungry people. The only thing that keeps the flame of fame flickering brightly is variability. The narrative has to have twists and turns, negativity and positivity, drama and conflict, controversy and unpredictability. Without these elements, the level of fame each individual achieves is determined by the degree of interest that his or her activities and talents genuinely attract. This is true of even the most famous people in the world. For instance, the Queen, the Pope, the Dalai Lama, or Albert Einstein when he was alive. The flame of publicity will flare up intermittently for them, but no matter how famous you are, unless you're actively pursuing attention, you are often out of the news. The only people who remain topical with any constancy are those who court publicity, who do what it takes to keep themselves splattered over the papers and before the eyes of the world on a daily or weekly basis. The palace had been down this route before, and they had no desire to do so again. Diana, Princess of Wales, had been a fame junkie. If a day went by when she was not in the news, she could become depressed and find some way of inserting herself back into the narrative. At the very moment that she was bemoaning how the press were pursuing her, how she could get no surcease from their unwanted attentions, and how no one must let the press know that she would be attending this or that event, she herself would violate her own privacy. There is a very entertaining description in former Condé Nast International President Nicholas Coleridge's memoir, The Glossy Years, of Diana attending a luncheon at Vogue House under the most secretive of conditions. As Coleridge is walking her out to her car at the end of the meal, they are papped. He wonders who on earth could have betrayed their trust. Upon making inquiries, he discovers that Diana herself had rung up the press to inform them that she would be leaving Vogue House at such and such a time. There were many different variations on this theme, several of which were known to Buckingham Palace, if only because Diana tried just about every trick in the book to ensure that she remained a figure of interest to the press. She was so resourceful that her tactics are still regarded as the ultimate manual for press manipulation. The idea that Meghan might develop into another Diana filled them, everyone at the palace, with terror, according to a princess who is a close friend of mine. Their reasoning was simple. Fame-hungry people are only satisfied when they are the story of the day. Scandal and controversy must inevitably form a major part of the narrative, otherwise there is no story for the press to report upon. Fame junkies will therefore do the most bizarre things which they would never have done otherwise, had there been no press about to report on their activities. It's what playing to the gallery is all about, and it rattles all sensible people. If Meghan truly wanted to be the most famous woman on earth, as her brief stated, that must mean that she is a fame addict. A fame addict is like any other addict. Addicts do not play by the same rules as ordinary people. One of the first warnings the friends and relations of alcoholics receive in Al-Anon is, never get between an alcoholic and his bottle. If you do, you'll always end up the loser. Addicts are notoriously ruthless in achieving their fix. Because the palace understood the consequences of Meghan's brief, as it was reported back to them, there was real fear that she would deliberately stoke the fires of controversy in a quest to achieve her objective. You don't become the most famous woman on earth by being a dutiful duchess, a courtier said. You become the most famous woman on earth by creating drama, chaos, controversy, call it what you will. You only need to look at what made the Princess of Wales and Elizabeth Taylor so famous to see that that degree of fame is a 5-word letter spelt AVOC. Because only time would tell whether Meghan really was as fame-hungry as her brief suggested, the question remained unverified. What was beyond doubt, however, was that she had a gift for scripting her own narrative. 2 days after the baby's birth, she and Harry presented him to a select crew of cameramen and journalists at Windsor Castle. They gave a brief interview while Harry held the baby, swaddled in white from head to toe, with only the tiniest glimpse of his nose and mouth visible. Gayle King voiced the complaint of everyone everywhere when she said on CBS's This Morning that the baby's face wasn't visible. The very proud mother, and top giddy dad, as she called Meghan and Harry, radiated joy but failed to provide the baby's name until later in the day, when they announced that he would be known as Master Archie Harrison Mountbatten Windsor. They also posted on their Instagram page a black and white photograph of his presentation at Windsor Castle to the Queen and Prince Philip in the presence of Doria Ragland, who had been staying with them at Frogmore Cottage since April. His great-grandparents were plainly thrilled with little Archie, as they ought to have been, for he is undoubtedly an adorable baby, and he was the first member of the British royal family who was indubitably mixed race, though the Queen and Prince Philip are descended from one, and possibly two, women of color, in the forms of Madragana of Faro and Philippa of Hainault. While Harry and William undoubtedly have Indian blood as a result of their many-times Scottish great-grandfather, Theodore Forbes's progeny, Catherine Scott Forbes, the daughter of his Indian mistress Eliza Kewark. Prince William even gave blood to stand up the supposition, which plainly shows that he is proud of his mixed-race heritage. Archie's name showed that Harry and Meghan's gift for surprise had not deserted them. The baby's name broke every rule in the royal book and was as maverick, unexpected, untraditional, and woke as could be. Royal children have always been named after royal antecedents. Harry and Meghan, however, proved that they so seriously took their goal of change as a perpetual precept that no area of their lives would be safe from their innovations. These might have been gratifying to their admirers, and were certainly fodder for the press, who thrive on novelty, but the dizzying array of newness was starting to become disturbing to traditionalists. Never before had a royal child been given a nickname instead of a Christian name. Had he been called Archibald, there would have been no issue, for Archie is a diminutive of that name, though Archibald is not actually a Windsor family name, being one of the 4 or so names the ducal house of Argyll has reserved over the centuries for its dukes and lords. The 9th Duke of Argyll had been married to Queen Victoria's daughter Princess Louise, so to that extent there was a royal connection. But Archie? It is a name which has customarily been given to dogs belonging to the upper classes, and only latterly to working-class Britons, so its choice caused consternation. Meghan and Harry would later claim that their inspiration for the name came from the ancient Greek word arch, whose primary and secondary meanings are beginning and origin, with the tertiary meaning being source of action. It is this third meaning which they have stated led them to call their son Archie. Their choice of name was commendably erudite, to say the least. Few people nowadays are as familiar with ancient Greek as they are, so it shows that they really are far deeper thinkers, with far greater sensitivities and far greater vision than the other royals, who call their children such mundane names as Charles, James, William, Henry, Andrew, Edward, David, George, or any of the other names the royal family has used throughout the centuries. It also shows how liberal Harry and Meghan are in selecting only those aspects of something which suit them. For the word arch is not pronounced Archie, as in Master Archie Mountbatten Windsor, but Archie, as in the Archangel Gabriel, and the IE sound at the end Penelope. The source of the baby's middle name was equally innovative. In British terms, Harrison is not a Christian name, but a surname, though the American custom of endowing children with family surnames as Christian names has resulted in the actor Harrison Ford possessing it as a first name. Claims that the name had been chosen by Meghan to honor the baby's father were greeted with perplexity, for no one in Britain attaches the Scandinavian suffix of son to a father's first name and uses that as a middle name, nor does it seem to be a practice followed in North America. Only in ancient times, and in countries such as Denmark or Norway, would Harry's son gain the distinguishing suffix and become Harrison. Even then, it was not a middle name, but a distinguishing mark, which is how surnames came about. The uniqueness of the baby's names aside, one consolation was that Meghan and Harry could not complain about being denied their choices the way the Yorks had been, when they were prevented from calling one of their daughters a non-royal Christian name because there was no royal precedent for it. This was proof, yet again, that the royal family and the palace were tearing up the rulebook to facilitate Meghan and Harry's choices. Although the family and the courtiers might have thought they were doing the couple a favor, in reality they were not. Sufficient people in the world at large knew about royal rules, regulations, practices, and customs to be alert to the possible meaning of this latest game changer. It wasn't only the baby's unconventional names that were flying in the face of convention, but his moniker, and that could mean something huge. All legitimate royal children, like all legitimate progeny of peers, are born with titles. If the child of a peer or royal is born without a title, the implication is that it is illegitimate. The eldest sons of dukes, including royal dukes who are the grandsons of a monarch, with the exception of the eldest son of the Prince of Wales, whose children are granted the style and title of Royal Highness and Prince or Princess, take their father's subsidiary title, and their eldest sons take the tertiary title. The style and title of the firstborn legitimate son of the Duke and Duchess of Sussex is Earl of Dumbarton, and his firstborn legitimate son would be Lord Kilkeel. When the Sussexes therefore announced on Instagram that their son would be known as Master Archie Harrison Mountbatten Windsor, this fed the supposition that Meghan had not carried or produced the child, for he should by rights have been Lord Dumbarton, and if he is not, that means he is not legitimate in the eyes of British law. British and American laws governing surrogacy are completely different. In Britain, a child is deemed to be illegitimate even if it is the biological issue of a married couple, as long as it is born by a surrogate. The law in the U.S. states that a child born of a surrogate is the lawful and legitimate child of the mother and father who have arranged the surrogacy. In England, however, the legal mother is the surrogate even though the legal father is the inseminator. Under English law, the woman whose egg produced the child has no legal status at all. If she wishes to be acknowledged as its mother, she has to adopt it. Even then, the child remains illegitimate at birth. Under the laws governing titles, no illegitimate child can succeed to a peerage, and no illegitimate child can therefore use the secondary and tertiary titles which customarily attach to peerages. Illegitimate children cannot have royal or aristocratic titles. Even if they are subsequently legitimized, they are disqualified from inheriting peerages, though they can acquire the style and title of second sons or daughters, i.e. courtesy titles. This puts them on a par with adopted children, who until 30th April 2004 were prevented from using even courtesy titles. Only the persistence of the Marchioness of Aberdeen and Temare on behalf of her 4 adopted children resulted in a change to the law, but illegitimate children are still denied any titles at all unless they are then adopted or legitimized. The baby's style and title were not the only indications alighted upon by the skeptics that the internet stories about her bump being a prosthesis might have merit. Archie was allegedly born weighing 7 pounds 3 ounces. This was hardly a huge baby. While it was impossible to discern his size with accuracy during that first interview at Windsor Castle when he was 2 days old, the internet came alive with comments that he was suspiciously big for a 2-day-old baby whose birth weight had been so slight. The gist of the comments was that, unless Archie had been padded deliberately, which seemed unlikely, his size suggested an infant of his birth weight who was rather older than 2 days. Harry's comments during the interview further fostered the theories about Archie not being born when and to whom it was alleged. Had Harry wanted to increase rather than decrease the rumors about his son's birth, he could not have done so more effectively than the response he gave when asked who the baby looked like. He said, "Everyone says the baby's changed so much over 2 weeks. We're basically monitoring how the changing process happens over the next month." This was an extraordinary statement to make. Archie was 2 days old. Babies don't change appearance markedly and frequently in a 48-hour period. Yet here was Harry asserting not only that his son kept on changing appearance over a 2-week period, but that he had done so to such an extent that it was impossible to say whom he looked like, notwithstanding the baby being officially 2 days old. Any student of behavior looking at that interview can see Harry trying to retrieve his slip of the tongue. Not only does he waffle on about monitoring the changing process over the next month, but he then slips back in that his son has been around, but it's only been the last 2.5 to 3 days. Notwithstanding the fact that Archie wasn't officially more than 2 days old. In reality, English and Scottish law are such that Archie Mountbatten Windsor, being the son of a royal prince, makes his position very straightforward. If he is the natural and legitimate son of Harry and Meghan gave birth to him, he is not Master Archie Mountbatten Windsor, but Archie Mountbatten Windsor, Earl of Dumbarton. By law, he would only be Master Archie Mountbatten Windsor if he had been carried by a woman other than Meghan. Whether she is the biological mother is irrelevant under English law. A famous jurist told me, the father is the person who usually registers a child's birth. If the father informs the registrar of births, deaths, and marriages that the baby had been born to him and his wife, the certificate would be issued without further ado. Hospitals don't register births. Parents do. And no one checks the information given. In such an eventuality, the child would therefore be apparently legitimized, but would not be able to succeed to his father's peerage. And he would have no place in the line of succession, as illegitimate children cannot inherit the crown. Nevertheless, Archie Mountbatten Windsor is listed as being 7th in line of succession to the throne. This is on the strength of the birth certificate which was issued, stating that Harry is his father and Meghan his mother. A royal told me, "You see the mess." No prominent family, royal or otherwise, welcomes speculation about the arrival of a child, and the fact that this speculation has been all over the internet has been a monumental embarrassment. While Meghan's supporters will say that she has every right to conduct herself as she pleases, and the more extreme ones will even say, "And damn the consequences." One member of the establishment who supports the monarchy expressed the view shared by many of Meghan's critics on the internet. She's the one who's caused all these problems. People pick up on her not being real. That's the root cause of all of this. She's incredibly spoilt and utterly selfish. She's also the most pretentious person anyone will ever meet. Have you seen her handwriting? Almost as contrived as her personality. Her whole life's an act. Like all people who are basically hollow, she covers it up with all sorts of gush intermingled with unreasonable demands, including wanting a buffer zone between them and everyone else. But he's completely captivated by her. He truly adores her, and I know he honestly believes that she loves him. He'll do anything to keep her happy. He's terrified of losing her. I think his feelings are caught up with having lost his mother. Remember, death is the ultimate rejection. He can't afford to have another mummy leave him. She mothers him as well as lays it on with a trowel, being the little woman to his big man one minute, then the big bad mama to the naughty little boy the next. He goes along with everything because he's terrified of losing her. He'll do anything to keep her happy. What people on the outside looking in might not realize is how very much the human factor counts in this story. People close to Harry are genuinely worried that he could suffer a total mental breakdown or even commit suicide if his relationship with Meghan should be threatened or fail. A psychologist who knows him told me that he displays all the symptoms of someone who is codependent. If Meghan is addicted to success, Harry is addicted to her. People like Nikki Pretty believe that Meghan is tough and will sacrifice anyone or anything if they stand in her way. Harry will sacrifice anyone, including himself, to maintain her regard and remain by her side. Because Harry's emotional fragility plays such a part in everyone's calculations, Meghan is beyond the control of everyone but herself. This is not as enviable a position to be in as it might appear to be. In fact, there is much to be said for the fact that Meghan's strength of character has isolated not only Harry but also herself. Had she had someone who could have stood up to her, who could have helped her adjust to a new way of life in a truly meaningful way, instead of enabling her when he should have been informing and at times diverting her, she might well have gained greater appreciation of a way of life she was dismissive of. Everyone needs guidance at times, strong people included. They also need resistance when it is necessary. When they are making mistakes, they need someone to tell them. In situations such as Harry and Meghan's, it is fruitless to apportion blame, for Harry is highly emotional without the outstanding intellectual capabilities a woman as strong and intelligent as Meghan would require to divert her from the path of certitude upon which she consistently treads. And without a naysayer, she has made mistakes which she could easily have avoided. These have affected her popularity and brought condemnation down upon her. Two incidents in particular which turned the British public against her stand out. The first was when Meghan flew to New York for a baby shower, which was reported as having cost $300,000. One must remember that the press often exaggerate how much things cost, but even so, there is no doubt that the event was lavish. It was organized by her friends Genevieve Hillis, with whom she has been friendly since their days together at Northwestern University, when they were sorority sisters in Kappa Kappa Gamma, Jessica Mulroney and Serena Williams. Gayle King said, "I think her friends just wanted to celebrate her. Those were the three women who put it all together. It was a very, very small, private affair and just a very special time for her." Held at the Mark Hotel in its most luxurious suite, it was attended by her 15 closest friends, including Amal Clooney, on whose jet she was given a lift coming and going. For the 48 hours that she was in New York, Meghan provided photo op after photo op for her admirers, to the annoyance of her detractors. She was a news editor's dream, her hand perpetually hovering over her bump like a helicopter above a landing pad, a faint smile playing on her lips as if she had some secret only she knew about. But wasn't it wonderful? This patent enjoyment of life appealed to her admirers but riled her detractors, who kept on saying they wished she'd look a little less smug, while the former group exulted in her open joyousness at her good fortune. While the battle raged, Meghan treated all onlookers to a fashion parade. Whatever her critics say, they cannot deny that she is a beautifully dressed, stylish woman who knows how to wear clothes and shows them and herself to advantage. It was interesting to see how radically different the American newspaper and television coverage was from the British. In the U.S., there was universal celebration for Meghan's good fortune in not only having hooked a prince and become a duchess, but also in luxuriating so effortlessly and stylishly in a paradise only a hallowed few will ever be able to occupy. In Britain, there was universal condemnation for what was perceived as crass and vulgar, wallowing in a tasteless display of conspicuous consumption. The British don't mind their grandees living in palaces and castles, don't even mind them wearing millions of pounds worth of inherited jewels and sitting upon tens of millions of pounds of chattels, but they do object to royalty cadging lifts on celebrities' private planes, staying in hotels where suites cost tens and tens of thousands of dollars a night, wearing tens and tens of thousands of dollars worth of clothes, which will only ever be worn once. To them, palaces, castles, furniture, artwork, and jewels are heritage, and therefore acceptable. But putting a match to that amount of money for one night's stay, for one outfit's outing, for one party which will be over in a few hours, is offensive to them. These are fundamental cultural differences which it would have behooved Meghan to understand and Harry to explain. I was told that Meghan was extremely upset by the criticism leveled against her. She simply could not understand why the British weren't thrilled with her the way the Americans were. So what if she'd got a lift on Amal Clooney's aeroplane? What was all the fuss about? Amal was using it whether she was on it or not. And in any event, who flies commercial if they have the chance to go private? She found the British attitude stupid and unreasonable. This clash of cultures could have been avoided with greater discretion. But the fact is, Harry did not help negotiate Meghan's way around the twirl. He was simply not canny enough to spot the sinkhole into which she was stepping. He also shared a damaging trait with his great-great-great-uncle David, the Duke of Windsor, who was so also enraptured by his wife that he too could never prevent her from hurling herself headlong into unnecessary pits. Like David, who thought that Wallace was a paragon of perfection, Harry thought that Meghan had much to teach his compatriots. He honestly believed that the monarchy was run by stuffed shirts and several members of his family were jealous of him and Meghan to such an extent that they all wanted to keep them down when everyone could learn so much from her. In his estimation, the monarchy could have become so much more relevant under her guidance. It could have been a force for change in a way it was not and had never been. He earnestly believed that they'd be able to show everyone how they could shake things up, if only the prigs would give them free rein. This, of course, was precisely what the courtiers and family did not want. They didn't want Meghan and Harry chucking out the babies with the bathwater when, in their view, those babies were the future of the monarchy and the country. They were only too aware that only a small percentage of the country shared Meghan and now Harry's perspective. The monarchy needed to represent that vast swathe of people whom Meghan especially looked down upon for being traditional. Old-fashioned, politically unenlightened, sticks in the mud. But then Meghan's focus had never really been on Britain, but on the United States, and gradually she had induced Harry to share her vision. No one knows precisely when Meghan decided that Britain would not work for her. Some of her old friends believe that she never had any intention of making the transition from the US to the UK. They posit that she is the archetypal businesswoman who saw the opportunity a takeover of Harry Incorporated presented. Being dished up with a handsome and eager prince whom she found physically and personally attractive, who was so keen to please her that he slotted into the role of adoring poodle without her even needing to train him up, was too good an opportunity to miss. They postulate that she walked into this with her eyes wide open, with no intention of fitting in. If Britain wouldn't mold itself to suit her, she would bide her time, complain about how unappreciated she was, and move back to the US with the added benefit of royal status, with or without her husband. This, of course, is pure speculation. What is not is the fact that Harry and Meghan tried to strike out on their own by setting up their own household independent of all the other palaces when they split from William and Catherine prior to Archie's birth. Going rogue is what such ambitions are known as in palace circles. To say that their attempt was greeted with incredulity would be to minimize the disbelief felt at the palace. A prince told me that he is sure that Lord Geet, the Queen's former private secretary, who was shoved out in 2017 by the Prince of Wales and the Duke of York, but still has the Queen's ear, was behind the move blocking Harry and Meghan from going completely rogue. He argued for their office relocating to Buckingham Palace, where the Queen's advisors could keep an eye on them. Otherwise, they'd have been like two cars hurtling down a dirt track with no brakes, kicking up dust in everyone's eyes, the prince said. From Harry and Meghan's perspective, all they wanted was the freedom to indulge their tastes and values, and where they thought appropriate, to update the monarchy. They actually complained vociferously to all and sundry that their special talents were not being used, that they weren't appreciated enough, and that left to their own devices, they'd be real forces for change. They simply could not understand that it was unreasonable to expect any newcomer to any institution to be given the freedom to enact change the way Meghan and now Harry proposed. Insisting on being given the license they wanted was a recipe for change. All right, but not change the way they originally intended, and certainly not change the palace wanted. In the meantime, the turmoil continued both privately and publicly. No sooner did the furor over Meghan's baby shower in New York die down than she found herself caught up in yet more controversy. She and Harry moved out of Nottingham Cottage at Kensington Palace into Frogmore Cottage, amidst fury at the cost of the refurbishments. These came to some £2.4 million and were being paid for by the state. Their critics wanted to know why taxpayers should absorb the cost when they were being given free accommodation. One could equally have taken the view that since Frogmore Cottage is a state-owned building, the state should pay to keep it updated, though the outlook that would have covered all bases, and which is what the Grosvenor estate used to utilize with its grace and favor leases, was that Meghan and Harry should be responsible for the full cost of repairs and refurbishment in return for living there gratis. This, however, was an age-old dilemma, and Harry and Meghan viewed the criticism that came their way as unfair, for who wouldn't opt for the state paying for their refurbishments given the chance? Within a month of Archie's birth, Meghan burst back onto the scene, displaying the remarkable aptitude she has for generating interest. A very slender and flat-bellied Duchess of Sussex turned up at Wimbledon to watch her friend Serena Williams play tennis. She was accompanied by Genevieve Hillis and her other Northwestern girlfriend, Lindsay Roth. Both women were appropriately dressed, as were the men and women who accompanied the trio. The rebellious Meghan, however, struck a blow of sartorial freedom by defying yet more British traditions as she breached two of Wimbledon's cardinal rules. She was wearing jeans, which are banned, and a hat, which is never worn. She had actually taken the same hat, or an identical-looking one, to Wimbledon the year before, when she sat with Catherine Cambridge. Then she had been perspicacious enough to keep it in her lap, but this time she had it planted firmly on her head. Although Meghan either did not know or did not care, there is a reason why women do not wear hats at Wimbledon. They have the potential to block the view of the person sitting behind the wearer. It is therefore considered poor form to wear hats. But Meghan's attachment to the hat suggested that she was living out some sort of fantasy of what California girls do when they get a chance to attend Wimbledon, and as such, one has to feel for her. Nevertheless, Meghan's breach of the Wimbledon dress code earned her criticism, though what really incensed her critics was their perception that her conduct conveyed both contemptuousness and arrogance. She had ensured that she could wear a hat by clearing out the 40 or so seats behind her. The only people allowed within spitting distance of her were her suite. Behind and beside her, there was row after row of empty seats. Outside, there were queues of people being prevented from witnessing the match, from occupying seats which they had paid for, while Meghan and her Northwestern University mates were flanked by her suite and a buffer zone of empty seats to keep her comfortable. To the British people and to the British press, this was a gross abuse of power. No other royal had ever caused 40 surrounding seats to be vacated, all of which would normally be occupied by people who had paid for them. The Queen, Prince Philip, the Duke and Duchess of Kent, the Cambridges, Princess Alexandra, even the late Diana, Princess of Wales, had never had cordons sanitaires created for them at Wimbledon. All the seats around them had always been filled. Yet here was Meghan surrounded by a sea of empty blue seats, attired in jeans and a hat in defiance of the established dress code. If Meghan and her team had tried their hardest to come up with something that was unpopular, they could not have bettered what happened next. Her security people had the temerity to go up to two members of the public who were taking selfies and inform them that they could not use their cameras in the presence of Her Royal Highness, as she was attending Wimbledon in a private capacity and required privacy. Privacy in a public place, in front of television cameras which were beaming images into hundreds of millions of homes around the world, while Meghan was a guest of a national institution which she would not have had access to had she been a private individual, caused national outrage. Just who did she think she was? The respected British television presenter Eamonn Holmes gave voice to the sentiments of many people when he said that Meghan had got above herself. If Meghan's objective was to garner herself column inches, her conduct made sound sense. However, if it was to rewrite the rules regarding the conduct of the press and public when members of the royal family were guests in public in an unofficial capacity, she had only shown how naive she was. No one who appears in public has a right to privacy. To courtesy, yes, but privacy, no. By its very definition, being in public means that you are a part of the public and therefore no longer private. If you wish to be private, you remain in the privacy of your home or the privacy of other private places. You do not, however, go out in public in front of television cameras which are beaming into hundreds of millions of homes and demand that others respect your right to something you do not possess, while you are actually stripping them of their rights. The public have a right to look at anyone around them. They have a right to treat a public figure with the appropriate degree of recognition, attention, and respect that the said public figure's presence realistically generates. All civilized and well-mannered public figures understand that fact and treat the public with the courtesy they deserve. Speaking as a public figure who was born into a prominent family, married into another, who has spent her whole life surrounded by public figures, I can say with absolute authority that it is inappropriate for a public figure to think that he or she has the right to regulate the conduct of the public to the extent that people can't look at you, smile at you, or even if the moment seems right, approach you respectfully. I know that there is a category of Hollywood personality who does not agree, but in civilized circles, they are dismissed as the pretentious pifflers which they are. As for the message that any public figure is so special that there has to be a buffer zone, whether of empty seats or something else, is beside the point, between him or her and the public. Since when did the odious expression, the great unwashed, gain such acceptability that any public figure, much less a member of the royal family, can now claim the right to have barriers erected whereby ordinary people are kept so well away from them that the message has to be, "Your presence defiles me"? In fairness to Meghan, there are significant cultural differences between the British and the American ways of life. She might well have not realized how offensive a message she was relaying when she embarked upon what she regarded as progressive behavior at Wimbledon. This is where she would have been well advised to have taken the time to learn the nuances of British life, rather than hitting the ground running to update and modernize the monarchy, as she put it. You cannot modernize an institution when you do not even understand the basics of the culture whence it emanates. Such attempts are doomed to failure. Your conduct will antagonize large swaths of people who start out being charitably disposed towards you. Whether you intend to or not, if you don't understand their culture, don't bother to learn about it. Think that your way is better than theirs. You are not only telling them that you regard your way and yourself as better than their way and themselves, but you are ultimately conveying lack of respect for them and their ways. That is not how one garners respect. Despite the Queen and Prince Charles refusing to go along with Harry and Meghan's request that the royal family alter the protocols by which it and the media relate to each other, and in so doing, muzzle the press so that they could no longer criticize Meghan, the hypersensitive and determined couple decided to begin the process of cutting the Fourth Estate down to size. Meghan had been media savvy for years. Not only had she cut her teeth on her blogs, but she also took professional advice from media managers and understood that the best way forward was to use social media to reach their public directly. Instagram became their platform of choice. They would drip feed news as and when they wanted. This would give them total control and cut out the hated tabloids, so on privacy grounds, they refused to allow Archie to be photographed by the press, but posted an artistic black and white picture of his feet in her hand. Whether it be a star, publicist, producer, director, agent, or wannabe, everyone knows that nothing keeps the press hotter than someone who tries to elude them. Everyone also knows that nothing infuriates the press quite so much as public figures who bemoan intrusions into their private life, while seeking to control the narrative so absolutely that they violate their own privacy by posting precious artsy-tartsy photographs and meaningful messages on their Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook accounts. As Harry himself had observed when he turned 21, you cannot on the one hand demand privacy from the press, and on the other violate your own privacy by revealing information about your private life as and when it suits you. Yet that is now precisely what he and Meghan started doing. As they sought to gain absolute control over the information they imparted to the public, few people outside the press and palace realized just how dangerous a ploy they had embarked upon by trying to cut the press out of reporting on them. Once more, the couple had decided to change the game, this time by excluding the press from photographing Archie. Up to then, royal babies had traditionally been photographed by a well-known photographer, whose pictures would be disseminated throughout the media. That way, the royals would get positive coverage, the press would make money, which was becoming harder and harder since the advent of the internet, and the public would be kept informed. Because of the threat the internet has presented to the media, it had become an increasingly important duty of the royal family to cooperate with the mainstream on such anodyne occasions as photo sessions with royal babies and other happy royal events. As stated earlier, the British press and the British royal family have a symbiotic relationship. Each needs the other. The existence of each furthers the security of the other while advancing the cause of freedom in Britain, a free and robust press being a guardian of democratic freedoms, and a constitutional monarchy being a preventative to the grabs against democratic freedom to which politicians are prone. You therefore undermine the media at your own peril, whoever you are. All enlightened people understood this, and even made personal sacrifices, such as I made when I refused the police's invitation during Operation Weeding to complain officially against the Murdoch papers and the Mirror Group for having hacked my phones. My reasons for inaction are relevant to this subject. During Operation Weeding, the hacked-off movement was launched by public figures such as the actor Hugh Grant, who had been exposed for using the services of a prostitute, and Sir Max Mosley, whose penchant for prostitutes and Nazi paraphernalia had been written about in the tabloids, with the public being reminded that his father, Sir Oswald Mosley, had been the head of the British fascists, while his mother had been the former Diana Mitford, friend and admirer of Adolf Hitler. Despite my own personal suffering at the hands of the tabloids, I took the view that Britain needs a vigorous, free press. Why should a few jaundiced celebrities muzzle the media out of spite for having had their debaucheries revealed, and in so doing put everyone's liberty at risk? I therefore told the inspector, who almost begged me to reconsider, the price people like me have to pay for our privileges is a free press. There are already sufficient laws in place to protect our rights. Maybe some of them need beefing up. But we certainly don't need new laws that muzzle the press, so absolutely that they can't have a go at us or at crooked politicians. What Meghan and Harry were in effect doing was undermining the press by trying to cut them out and deal directly with the public through social media. Royals have an even more important part to play in the functioning of a free British press than public figures like Hugh Grant or Max Mosley. Yes, celebrities are tabloid fodder, and yes, it's a two-way street that frequently benefits both press and public figure. But the part the royals play is of far greater significance. I would go as far as saying that only an ignoramus, someone who is truly irresponsible, or someone who is utterly naive, would seek to behave towards the press as Meghan and Harry now started to do. You do not push your hand into the lion's mouth, tickle the back of its throat, scratch its tongue, as a parting shot pinch its lips, and expect to emerge unscathed. Of course, if you have on impenetrable armor and you wish to gain an advantage out of the lion's response, that's something else. Provocation then makes sense, especially if the provocateur or provocatrice intends to flip things and emerge intact as the lion's pretended victim. It was against this culture clash, and Meghan and Harry's refusal to deal with its causes and effects, that the questions surrounding baby Archie's arrival on Earth were dealt with by both the press and the palace. There is no doubt that most British publications took a very responsible line. So did the palace. One of the royals told me that there was genuine fury intermingled with despair that Harry and Meghan's conduct had created such doubt about the baby's legitimacy. There was serious concern that the royal family's reputation for integrity would be damaged. There was also real fear the monarchy would suffer if it became an accepted and generalized belief that Archie had been born by a surrogate. No monarchist wanted a situation in which a member of the royal family was believed to have practiced a deception upon the public by pretending to be pregnant when she was not. It was felt that the honor and integrity of the monarchy could be called into question if the public believed that the royal family and its courtiers had colluded with faking a pregnancy when they had done no such thing. The dilemma was obvious. If the public believed that Meghan had been guilty of a sleight of hand and that the royal family was innocent of any collusion, that was one thing. The public would look at the powers that be as innocent bystanders who knew nothing about it. But if the public believed that they had cooperated, that would be something else. The passage of time has provided a degree of relief. Since Meghan and Harry have stepped down as senior royals and moved to California, the fear that the royal family itself would be implicated has receded. Partly, this is because there has been a growing awareness within the general public that Meghan and Harry are both mavericks. They are also increasingly perceived in Britain as fragile personalities whose mental health demanded that they be allowed to do as they please. In America, of course, they are celebrated as freedom fighters who have broken free of the shackles of royalty and are now at liberty to pursue the humanitarian and commercial activities they were hampered from doing in Britain. In fact, this is only partly true. There is no better platform for humanitarianism than constitutional monarchy, but there have been human elements governing their departure which have received scant attention, especially in the American press. By Harry's own account, he has struggled with mental health issues, and though Meghan has been less forthcoming in making admissions of that kind, the evidence of her blogs and their conduct suggests that she, too, has personality issues. It is these mental health concerns that have allowed the royal family and the powers that be at Buckingham Palace to cut them slack. What would otherwise have been intolerable has been made tolerable by these considerations. But the idea that being royal turns you into a victim entrapped in a cruel world where you aren't even allowed to make money could not be more ludicrous. Even anti-monarchists accept that being royal is a great privilege. Chapter 9. The palace had known, for a year before Meghan and Harry's bombshell announcement in January 2020, that they were making plans to achieve what they would later call financial independence by entering the commercial world. This was something no member of the royal family who was publicly funded had hitherto done, and that the possibility existed that Meghan's ultimate aim was to enter American politics, which was also incompatible with her royal status. They found out easily enough because Meghan had flown to the United States in 2019 and met with the three leading members of her business team from when she was a jobbing actress. They were Nick Collins, Andrew Meyer, and Rick Jeno. Nick Collins is co-head of talent at the Gersh Agency, Inc., a talent and literary agency ranked 6th of the top agencies in the country. It is the only agency which has never diversified from its core purpose, the representation of acting and literary talent, although in the last decade it has taken active steps to plump up its divisions, which include talent, alternative, books, branding, film finance, literary, personal appearance, production, and theater. Its primary client base is what The Hollywood Reporter calls a roster of steadily working actors whose faces might be more recognizable than their names. It has 2,000 clients, 175 employees with 75 agents, and 16 partners, with offices in LA and New York. Founded in 1949 in the golden age of Hollywood by Phil Gersh, his sons Bob and David are the co-presidents, and the senior managing partner is Leslie Siebert. It also has a reputation for an aggressive left-wing political profile and became involved in controversy when it fired one of its best-known actors, James Woods, by email on the 4th July, 2018. He accused it of political bias, stating that they had stopped representing him because he is a Republican. Their signature clients are Kristen Stewart, Kyle Chandler, Adam Driver, J.K. Simmons, Taylor Schilling, and Patricia Arquette, who has such an impeccable liberal profile that she apologized publicly for having been born white and privileged and took part in the Women's March against President Trump. Nick Collins started out as an assistant to Bob Gersh in 2005, since when his rise within the company has been stellar. He became an agent in 2007, a partner in 2015, and was appointed co-head of talent in February 2018. His clients include Courtney B. Vance and Eric McCormack of Will and Grace. He is regarded as sharp, bright, reliable, and possessing great taste, something which matters greatly to the stylish and tasteful Meghan, though she makes an exception for her husbands, both of whom have been stylistic messes. According to The Hollywood Reporter, Andrew Meyer is listed, along with his partner Steve Rodriguez, as one of the top 25 business managers in Hollywood. Meyer handles the talent, while Rodriguez deals with music and production. The former's clients include Ellen Pompeo and Catherine Hahn. They have a reputation for being good managers. Like Gersh, they are capable and reliable, but their clients are not generally of the first rank. Harvard graduate Rick Jeno is listed as one of Hollywood's top 100 lawyers. He is a partner in Stone, Jeno, Smelkinson, Binder, and Christopher, a boutique firm specializing in the representation of actors, writers, directors, and producers in the film and television industries. He also works with emerging filmmaking talent as well as established veterans, packaging, producing and setting up projects, and representing the sale of distribution rights for finished films. The firm boasts that it has a knack for finding exceptional projects that are creatively satisfying, commercially appealing, and cost-effective. They also assist financiers seeking material. Tellingly, Meghan never disbanded her trio of commercial representatives when she married Harry. Then the palace discovered that pregnant Meghan had instructed them to drum up commercial opportunities for her to exploit. And not small-time things either. Each project should be worth millions of dollars. Insofar as Buckingham Palace was concerned, royals cannot be both fish and fowl. You cannot be a British royal and an American businesswoman at the same time. The word trickling back to England was deeply ominous as far as they were concerned, for it appeared as if Meghan intended to breach one of the cardinal rules under which royalty functions, namely that it cannot involve itself in commercial activity for personal gain. Not only were they being told that Meghan had articulated an interest in maximizing her earning potential, but she and Harry were also rumored to have cut deals which, if true, were decidedly beyond the ken for royalty. A princess told me in 2019, there are rumors, hopefully untrue, that Meghan has been entering into deals with all sorts of people on behalf of herself and Harry. Meghan was rumored to have even asked designers to give her credits for dresses which she had worn and which the Duchy of Cornwall had paid for. She was also alleged to be making deals with suppliers, people like jewelers, for promoting their wares. It is to be hoped that these stories are untrue, the princess said, but the mere fact that they exist is disturbing. Perturbing as those rumors were to the royal family and the people running it, they were less shocking to Americans than to the British. Partly, this is because Americans admire an entrepreneurial approach even if it has covert elements, and partly because it is a well-known fact that Jackie Onassis used to run through her dress allowance of $30,000 per month from Aristotle Onassis as a means of exploiting, again that word with such differing connotations depending on which side of the Atlantic it was being used, it to feather her nest. Sometimes she wouldn't even bother to wear an item before sending it to the resale shop. She would then pocket the money and repeat the whole process month after month. When her husband found out, he accused her of being a cheap hustler and little better than a thief. This was no rumor either. Ari himself told his first wife, Tina's sister-in-law, Lady Sarah Spencer Churchill, who was a close friend of mine and at whose 72nd Street townhouse in New York I used to see both Onassises, as well as Jackie alone at Sarah's Jamaican home, content. If Meghan was doing a variation of a Jackie, the British needed to appreciate that she would not have been viewing her conduct as anything but entrepreneurial and resourceful. Double recovery and double dealing might be the height of dubious behavior in Britain, but in the circles whence Meghan originated, they were commendable resourcefulness. Nevertheless, commercialism, whether overt or covert, was anathema to the powers that be at Buckingham Palace. But it was nowhere near as bad as politicism, and they had been told that Meghan had let it be known that she had political ambitions. Nor were her ambitions modest. Characteristically, her ultimate goal was to be President of the United States of America. She had even told people that she saw no reason why she couldn't do a Reagan. Aside from the constitutional conflicts inherent in a member of the British royal family seeking political office in a foreign country, even the country of her birth, there was the question of Meghan's suitability for the American presidency. To the courtiers, with their British attitude towards political office, which is at variance with the American, she was not qualified for any political office, much less one of the magnitude of President of the United States of America. She hadn't even passed her State Department examinations, Yet here she was voicing ambitions to be the commander-in-chief. Self-belief does not have the magical quality in Britain that it does in the United States, so to them this was something to be suspicious of, rather than to celebrate. The fact that Meghan had voiced the belief that her career as an actress put her on a par with the late 40th President of America, because Ronald Reagan had been, like her, a moderately successful actor before moving on to greater things, struck them as incomprehensible. To the courtiers, whose colleagues had had dealings with the late president and had a great deal of respect for his wiliness as well as his sophisticated overview, Meghan seemed not to realize that the limited success as actors which she and Reagan had shared was the full extent of what they had in common. She was confusing the role-playing she did when she appeared in soup kitchens and gave speeches to the UN about having changed the face of advertising at the age of 11, with actual political experience. Meghan had never held down a political role of any type, much less one of any significance. Reagan, on the other hand, had had an extensive political background, even while he was a jobbing actor. He was first elected to the board of directors of the Screen Actors Guild, SAG, the powerful actors' union, in 1941. In 1946, he was elected their third vice president. In 1947, he was elected president and would subsequently be re-elected 6 times, the last being in 1959. He successfully steered SAG through the McCarthy era and the dark days of the Hollywood blacklist, implemented the controversial Taft-Hartley Act, oversaw various labor management disputes at a time of tremendous political and economic upheaval, during which Hollywood's studio system collapsed under the weight of television, before sitting twice as governor of California from 1967 to 1975. Meghan also looked to President Trump, for whom she had nothing but contempt, as a comparable. If Trump can be president, there's no reason why I can't be, she said. Harry would echo a variation of this sentiment when he spoke to the Russian pranksters who pretended to be Greta Thunberg and her father Svante on New Year's Eve 2019 and in January 2020, and stated that if Trump could be president, pretty much anyone could be as well. As regards Trump, Meghan was on firmer ground. Prior to holding office as president, he had possessed no more political experience than she did. He had been a well-known businessman and television personality, but there the parallels between the two of them began to diverge. While she had engaged in commercial activity as well as becoming a television personality, the degree of his renown had not been comparable with hers. Whatever his track record commercially, Donald Trump has had vast experience of deal-making. He had become a household name long before he became a television personality. Meghan had never been a household name prior to her marriage to Harry. She had never owned hotels or casinos or a successful club like Mar-a-Lago, nor had her name ever appeared on airlines, hotels, and iconic New York buildings. While she regarded herself as a businesswoman because she had agents who had successfully obtained minor endorsements for her, she was out of Trump's league both as a businesswoman and a television personality. He had fronted one of the United States' most popular television network shows, while she had been an ensemble player on a minor, albeit reasonably successful, cable TV show. But she was now a member of the British royal family, and her profile would continue to grow exponentially. Being a superb strategist, if Meghan played her cards right, her springboard could be every bit as appealing to a different category of supporter, and she could be equally electable. There was, however, an important difference between the Donald's acquisition of the presidency and Meghan's ambition to achieve it. Over the years, I have met members of the Trump family socially. 3 of my oldest friends know them very well. Some like him, some don't. On one thing, they are all agreed. Donald Trump fell into the presidential contest to boost his profile commercially. Being someone who likes winning, he then set out to win. But no one was more surprised than he when he was actually elected president. Accidental success is patently different from focused ambition, and though Meghan disparages him, there is no doubt that he has thrown himself into the presidential role with gusto. To his admirers, he has made a success of it. To his critics, Everyone else is responsible for the successes of his administration. As a character, Trump superficially has more in common with Diana, Princess of Wales, than he appears to have with her daughter-in-law. Somehow, Diana always managed to grow into the role, whatever her latest role was. To his supporters, Trump has done the same. This is not an attribute which Meghan's critics regard her as having displayed during her brief tenure as a working royal. They would have us believe that even her supporters cannot claim that she successfully lived up to the role she then abandoned after less than 2 years. But they could actually have misinterpreted her actions and ambitions. Meghan's apparent lack of tenacity, allied to her unwillingness to adjust to her royal role and fulfill its requirements, filled her supporters within the royal family, the establishment, and the Commonwealth with perplexity. Behind the scenes, people really struggled to understand how someone who had been made so welcome could be making her life and theirs so difficult when, with slight adjustments, she could so easily succeed. I was told early on that her inordinate self-belief would be her downfall unless she was careful. She was too confident, too inflexible, too convinced that her way was both the best and the only way, and that all other ways were beneath her contempt. Her attitude was that she had better things to do with her time than consider, much less negotiate with, points of view that did not accord with hers. She came across as disrespectful, narrow-minded, and self-satisfied, with more than one person who dealt with her ending up thinking that she was too arrogant, smug, and sanctimonious to ever fit into a solid institution like the monarchy, or indeed to succeed as a politician anywhere. What they seem not to have understood was that Meghan might well have had a more sophisticated game plan than they were giving her credit for. Why adjust to something if it's only ever going to be a small part of your future goal? If that was the case, and her real end game was the presidency of the United States of America, just how does Meghan propose to achieve her goal? Politicians, even more than constitutional monarchists, need to be pliable enough to forge alliances. They have to duck and dive, bend and weave far more than royals, because the electorate is their judge. And that electorate is even more nuanced than any royal institution. It consists of a plethora of special interest groups, some clashing with others, few of whom want to be lectured to by politicians as if they are 9-year-olds in Sunday school, much less by a former actress and a royal prince who preach one thing but practice another. The end result was that many of the courtiers who came across Meghan while she was adjusting to her royal role ended up thinking that she was naive, politically inept, a loose and dangerous cannon who was delusional about what she had going for her and would muck things up if she didn't alter her attitude. But they could have been wrong, and she right. They had misjudged Diana, and there is every likelihood that they misjudged Meghan. Both women were, so to speak, playing poker while the courtiers thought the game was canasta. Yet many of the very people who were now perplexed by Meghan's failure to adjust to her royal role had initially been optimistic about her inclusion in the royal family. "We misjudged her," one courtier told me. "We thought she was more open-minded than she is. She's bright, but she's not as clever as she thinks she is. She's so up her own bum-bum that she miscalculates at every turn. She has a real gift for making enemies of people who want to be her friends." An attitude like that is not a winning formula, unless, of course, victory lies in failing to adjust, in which case it is the best tactic to employ. By the time Meghan's pregnancy had been announced, it was obvious in court circles that she was not growing into her role, but was expecting it to change for her. In short, she was not acquitting herself as successfully as her supporters, this author included, had hoped she would. There is always a transitional phase between hope and despair. In the early days, everyone hoped that Meghan would learn and adjust. They still did not understand that she might actually have no need to adjust. They still thought that she was in for the long haul as a fully paid-up member of the royal family. To many of the courtiers, who believed that their jobs serve a valuable purpose in national life, it was inconceivable that any newcomer to the royal family would treat such an august position as just another career move, of no more importance than a secretarial job or a role in a cable television show. This attitude was so beyond their contemplation that even when the evidence began mounting up that this is precisely how Meghan approached her royal role, they simply could not absorb the fact. They therefore continued to function in a state of suspended disbelief and thrashed around for explanations as to why the Duchess was not adjusting. One canny courtier, however, summarized Meghan's underlying problem to me once the palace discovered that Meghan had gone to the States to consult with her agents and representatives there. If being a royal duchess was just a career move, as now seemed possible, that would explain why she could not and or would not make the necessary adjustments to fulfill her royal role satisfactorily. A priest who's an atheist is always going to be problematic to the church. The Duchess of Sussex doesn't have the subtlety, sophistication, or self-restraint to be another Talleyrand. She's more like Princess Diana. This courtier did not consider her to be a formidable adversary. He thought that she was too naive and unsubtle an operator to be truly effective. She's so obvious that she'll tie herself in knots rather than follow the clear lines of the turncoat Bishop of Autun. He was as self-interested as she is, but he had self-restraint and a solid enough self-regard to put success above applause. I don't see Meghan Markle doing that, nor did Princess Diana. In my not-so-humble opinion, this analysis misread the skill and subtlety of both Meghan and Diana. Just because they had the gift of being able to project their feelings with the commensurate reward of gaining followers did not mean that they lacked self-restraint. On the contrary, it seemed to me that they both had a winning combination of self-restraint allied to self-projection, and by discounting one of those two elements, their detractors were underestimating them. Since their critics acknowledged that both women were wily, it seemed to me paradoxical that they would be judged only on their superficial actions, rather than on their underlying motives and ultimate achievements. Their goals, after all, were neither straightforward nor obvious, and since their journeys took place with much subterfuge and double bluffing on their part, why fail to acknowledge their skill in playing canny hands successfully? Could it be that they were more skillful than was thought? If Meghan and Harry's agenda was to elevate themselves using their royal status for their own material and political gain, there was no way Meghan could sustain the way of life of a British royal. The patrician world is tough. It is one which Diana rebelled against and had contrived to leave behind prior to her death. She was in the process of doing what was then known as a Jackie when she had her accident. Both Diana and Jackie Kennedy had left the heavy-hitting establishment circles whence they originated to drift off into the more salubrious climes of the ocean-going yachts and private planes of the super-rich. Both were happy to leave behind the ostensible but limited and self-sacrificing glamour of a great position for the freedom, comfort, and true glamour of a richer and easier way of life. Both of them had had enough of the sacrifices that go along with grand positions, of the self-restraint, self-abnegation, and discipline which are fundamental. They were happy to swap the delights of real wealth for the countless dull and worthy occasions that so heavily outweigh the occasional glamorous red carpet events that so mislead the public into believing that royalty and world leaders lead enviable lives, when in fact, dull duty is more often the case. Diana, Princess of Wales, used to complain about how excruciatingly tiresome she found yet another lunch with yet another boring mayor. And, while Jackie tried to explain away her flight into Onassis's world as providing her children with the safety only great wealth can guarantee, the truth was simpler. She loved the freedom, comfort, and self-indulgence of great wealth. So too did Diana. She happily jettisoned over 100 patronages following her separation, freeing up her time for long, girly lunches, gym and tennis sessions, sybaritic holidays on West Indian beaches, and sojourns on private yachts in the Aegean, whether owned by Panagiotis Lemos or Mohammed Al-Fayed, was beside the point, not to mention the pleasures of the Harrods' private plane. Although it was not tactically wise for Harry and Meghan to admit that they too liked the lifestyle of the super-rich, he has gone to some pains on several occasions to explain away his use of private planes as necessary for the protection of his wife and child, as if they are any safer on a private plane than they would be on a commercial flight. The reality is that both of them, she especially, are like just about everyone else. They enjoy the delights of that way of life. And while he displayed no interest in it until she came into his life, her frank lust for the best, richest, grandest, most sumptuous and comfortable that the world has to offer was already an established feature of her personality long before they met. Prior to becoming a duchess, Meghan was completely frank about her appreciation of the finer things of life. On her blog, The Tig, she dedicated much time and space into honing the joys of wealth, luxury, and fine living. She also displayed how willing she was to enjoy the simpler pleasures of life as well. In an interview with Vanity Fair, she even advanced the theory that most things can be cured with either yoga, the beach, or a few avocados. Nowhere in her past writings, nor her subsequent conduct, did Meghan indicate possessing the attitude of a Duchess of Gloucester, a Countess of Wessex, or a Princess Alexandra, all of whom are classically royal princesses, joyfully and charmingly fulfilling each year hundreds of unglamorous royal engagements which never make the newspapers, but which nevertheless reward ordinary men and women for their civic service. These women embrace the dullness that Meghan was so eager to avoid during her first public engagement as a royal, when she suggested leaving the Buckingham Palace garden party after 15 minutes. These royal women are in tune with royalty's need to acknowledge the efforts of ordinary people apolitically, and to do so in environments not deemed newsworthy by the press or worthy of Instagram postings. It is understandable why an emotive activist like Meghan had no interest in doing the bread and butter stuff that has no emotional reward and will never make it into the papers or onto the net. Diana did not want to like doing bread and butter stuff either, and at the first opportunity, she ceased doing it. So Harry had a precedent which made Meghan's distaste for the mundane acceptable to him, and though he resisted acceptance at first, once the marriage got underway, her deep unhappiness at having to do things she didn't want to reached him, and he gradually began to support her position of what one courtier calls dereliction. That is not to say that Meghan is lazy. She is not. But like Diana, she prefers the dramatic stuff. She understands how important glamorous photo ops are to her legion of followers, but she also relishes popping into soup kitchens and visiting survivors of disasters such as Grenfell Tower, or encouraging women who are struggling against domestic violence. She is wonderful at letting them know that she feels their pain and always leaves those she has visited with a smile on their faces. Like Diana, Meghan feels that her talents are unique. She has been as vociferous as her mother-in-law was in making everyone know that her natural gifts should not be wasted on the ordinary activities which she dismissed as petty stuff. She indubitably had some excellent ideas, such as creating a fundraising cookbook for the survivors of that disastrous fire. But at Buckingham Palace, it was an accepted fact of life that the bread-and-butter duties which Sophie Wessex and the 80-something-year-old Alexandra were happy to do was essential for all royals, Meghan included. She could not expect to cherry-pick her way through royal tasks, dumping the boring ones on the other royal women, while reserving only the emotionally satisfying and glamorous ones for herself. The reality is, anybody who isn't cut out for the meat and potatoes business of everyday royal life will struggle with the mundanity of political life as well. Should Meghan have even a passing chance of achieving her goal of becoming President of the United States of America, she will have to learn to take the rough with the smooth, the dull with the exciting, the boring with the stimulating, and not expect that she can somehow be spared the onerous bits while always benefiting from the gratifying highs. She might well succeed in the mixed commercial and humanitarian lifestyle that she has opted for, all leavened with much downtime with Harry, Archie, and their friends, for she has always liked her pleasures. Which is one of the reasons why she was happy to spend hours shooting the breeze with film crews while waiting for her 3 minutes of screen time. But a brightly shining star like her will never succeed either as a royal or a politician unless she finds a way to tolerate the ordinary, unexciting, unemotional, dull requirements of life, such as lunches with mayors, untrumpeted visits to worthy institutions, and the momentary meetings and greetings with countless strangers who will gain a high from meeting the luminary they admire, while she, the brightly shining star, will not. Despite her failure to adjust to the royal world, Meghan has undoubtedly been successful in other areas. This success came about because she acted the part ascribed to her with a remarkable degree of elan. But she also believes it's not enough to survive. You must thrive. And since she didn't like the lines or the limitations of the role that were being given to her, she did a variation of what Diana had also done. She left the stage for one of her own devising. Of course, if Meghan was never genuinely interested in being a working royal and only wanted the platform to catapult herself to greater worldly success, she has been achieving her objective brilliantly. But what if she did genuinely think that she might be able to adjust to her royal role? If that is the case, hers is indeed a sad story. It might have been different if she and Harry had figured out that you can't do as they have done. You can't treat an enterprise as something worth undertaking only when you're getting the rewards you require. Success as a royal has eluded her, and success as a politician will do likewise unless she learns the lesson he knew before. Linking up with her. To succeed in those worlds, your goal cannot be to thrive, it has to be to survive, and to survive well. While Meghan and Harry have shown themselves to be brilliant at commanding the stage, whether royal or otherwise is beside the point. Her conduct to date suggests that Meghan is congenitally unsuited to a life of service, though she might well be perfectly suited to a commercial life that has a sideline in humanitarianism. The reality is that the way of life of a constitutional royal was never going to have any appeal for someone who is as financially driven as Meghan has admitted she is. To be a successful royal, money can't be a high priority. You also have to be a true believer in something that is both intangible and greater than yourself. Whether you are born into the position, like the Queen, or marry into it, like Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, and the Duchess of Cambridge, you need a vocational approach if you are to stay the course. If you lack that, as Meghan patently does and Diana, Princess of Wales, and Sarah, Duchess of York did, you begin to question the merit of the sacrifices you are compelled to make while pursuing the life of service royals are called upon to lead. Ultimately, if you are not a true believer, you find yourself putting your personal feelings above the cause you are meant to be serving. Once that happens, you're bound to fail, for success as a royal comes by putting your sensations to one side and rising to the occasion, whatever it is, and however you feel. Self-abnegation is an intrinsic part of the whole process, and if you cannot deny yourself, you cannot succeed as a royal. That does not mean that there are not huge personal benefits and payoffs to being royal. There are, but they exist only if you respect the constraints of the system. My regret is that Meghan did not give herself enough time to discover what they were. This is a regret many of the courtiers share, though others take the view that she is better out of the picture. To them, her disrespect for the boundaries which prevent politicization and commercialization were inexcusable. To them, all individuals, whether they be political, commercial, professional, social, or royal, are expected to function within the system. As far as those courtiers are concerned, the British monarchy has spearheaded the concept of constitutional monarchy since the execution of Charles I in 1649 and the restoration of the monarchy under his son Charles II in 1660. In the 360 years since then, the Crown has learnt by trial and error what works and what does not. The British monarchy is now a vast and highly sophisticated institution in which the royal family and the courtiers play equally vital roles. The royals are expected to take advice only from their official advisors and tailor their conduct accordingly. These advisors are dedicated professionals whose sole goal is to maintain the efficacy of the British political system, of which the Crown is the head. They are, in their own way, vocationalists, as dedicated to the monarchy as a priest, rabbi, or imam will be to his religion. In the circumstances, it is hardly surprising that there was consternation amongst the courtiers when Meghan, an utter novice as well as a foreigner, not only resisted all advice from her official advisors from the very beginning, but went behind their backs and appointed a whole range of alternative advisors separate from her and Harry's Buckingham Palace advisors within 18 months of her marriage. None of these appointments was approved by the palace. All were regarded as antithetical to the interests of the monarchy. The most contentious was Meghan's appointment of the American media management firm Sunshine Sachs early in September 2019. This followed a summer of controversy in which Meghan's micromanagement of her and Harry's public profile had backfired spectacularly. There were several incidents, all of which triggered an outcry predictable to everyone but Meghan and Harry, whose earlier now seemed to have deserted him under his wife's determination to control the press as she micromanaged her image. All of these incidents were avoidable, the negative reactions predictable. The first of these resulted in the furor surrounding baby Archie's christening by the Archbishop of Canterbury on the 7th July at Windsor Castle. Meghan and Harry had decided to throw precedent to the wind and make totally private what had hitherto been a family event shared with the public through the presence of photographers, cameramen, and godparents. In furtherance of opacity, Harry and Meghan decreed that they would not be revealing the names of the godparents, nor would they be granting access to the photographers and cameramen who customarily covered the ceremony. They would issue a photograph of their own choice to the press, as and when they were ready to do so, and not before. Not surprisingly, this caused a hue and cry. Adam Helliker, who features earlier in this work discussing the leaking of the news of Harry's relationship with Meghan, wrote an opinion piece in The Sun quoting the biographer Hugo Vickers, whose opinion neatly encapsulated the consensus. Keeping the press and public away would only antagonize the world's media. It seems to me that the Sussexes are adopting a Frank Sinatra stance of, "I did it my way," and I think it is the Duchess who prompts these decisions, Hugo said. He also made the point that withholding the names of the godparents was in stark contrast to previous custom. Their names and photographs had always been published as far back as at least the present Queen's christening in 1926. He then used the example of Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, a revered figure in press and palace circles, to show up the uncooperative conduct of the royal couple, stating, "The Sussexes might do well to take a leaf from the Queen Mother's book. She would always pause for the cameras, make sure they had a good chance to do their jobs, and then move on." To those who know code, these comments were interesting, because Hugo Vickers would not have been saying any of the things he did had these sentiments not been shared by the palace. I have known Hugo for many years and know how well connected he is. I also know to what extent he values his palace connections. I'd go as far as saying that I wouldn't want to have a baby with him and give him a choice between our progeny and his palace connections, for I know which one he'd choose. He is not only a lay steward at St. George's Chapel, but is also a deputy to the Lord Lieutenant of Berkshire. The following month, Meghan and Harry found themselves embroiled in even hotter water when they managed to score a whole series of own goals with one football. Not only did they spurn the Queen's invitation to take Archie up to Balmoral for some family time with the other royals, on the grounds that the baby was too young to travel that distance, but they gave the press the opportunity to accuse them of hypocrisy by then flying. At the very time they should have been up at Balmoral, a greater distance with Archie, to stay with Elton John and David Furnish and their kids in the south of France. As the Queen was known to have been disappointed that her grandson and his family would not be visiting her at her beloved Balmoral, where she can really let her hair down and relax, this was seen as a slap to the face. When Harry and Meghan then managed to use private jets 4 times in 11 days, while lecturing ordinary people about the need to keep their carbon footprints small, they set themselves up for pillorying. In for a penny, in for a pound. No sooner did Harry park Meghan and Archie at Frogmore Cottage than he put both his hands and his bare feet in the stocks by hopping onto yet another plane to join what the Sun called the hypocritical superstars traveling to the Google Camp conference in Italy in 114 separate, gas-guzzling private planes. And dozens of A-listers are reportedly choosing to stay on giant polluting superyachts, while being ferried to and fro from the tech giant's 7th annual Jolly at an exclusive Sicilian resort in fuel-sucking Maseratis. Amidst glamorous conscionables such as Stella McCartney, Orlando Bloom, Diane von Furstenberg, Chris Martin, Katy Perry, Bradley Cooper, and Leo DiCaprio, a barefooted Harry, whose feet gleamed thanks to a recent pedicure, gave a rousing speech confirming that he and Meghan were so concerned about the state of the planet and the effects of climate change that they would never be immoral enough to have more than 2 children. Up to now, the British press had been having a field day condemning Meghan and Harry for inconsistency and hypocrisy. They now found a 3rd charge to add to the roster. They decided Harry had finally joined Meghan in casting shade on William and Catherine, who had 3 children and were rumored to be considering having a 4th. Competitiveness, spitefulness, and point scoring were the latest adjectives being used to describe the couple's conduct. None of the reports credited Harry with being the instigator. They pointed to how Meghan had begun the year by leaking private information to 5 of her friends, all of whom remained anonymous, though there was speculation that one might be Suits actress Abigail Spencer. They had boosted her profile while rubbishing her father in a cover story published by People magazine in the first week of February under the headline, "The Truth About Meghan." She was portrayed as a selfless person whose friend's sole concern was to speak the truth about our friend and stand up against the global bullying we are seeing. The picture these friends painted was of a simple, self-abnegating, down-to-earth girl who is so self-sacrificing that I'm not even allowed to ask about her until she finds out about me. They described how much she loves her animals, how much she loves her friends, how much she loves feeding you, taking care of you. They stated how worried they were that Meg's health and that of her unborn baby might suffer unless the press stopped saying negative things about her. And they plunged the knife into Thomas Markle Sr., who had been claiming that his daughter was refusing to respond to his calls and letters. They stated, "He knows how to get in touch with her. Her telephone number hasn't changed. He's never called. He's never texted. It's super painful because Meg was always so dutiful. I think she will always feel genuinely devastated by what he's done. At the same time, because she's a daughter, she has a lot of sympathy for him." Twisting the knife for maximum damage, Meghan's friends continued. At no point, following exposure that Tom had cooperated with a paparazzo to improve his image, was there talk of, now that he's lied, he's in trouble. Tom wouldn't take her calls, wouldn't take Harry's calls. So poor Meghan was forced after the wedding to write her father a private letter, one whose contents he had never disclosed to anyone, though the ultra-private Meghan had shared these with 5 separate friends, providing copies for them to leak to people, in which she had stated, "Dad, I'm so heartbroken. I love you. I have one father. Please stop victimizing me through the media so we can repair our relationship." She pointed out how his every comment was an arrow to the heart. And what was the response of her father, whom her friends were portraying as a cynical, publicity-seeking liar and hypocrite? According to them, he writes her a long letter in return and closes it by requesting a photo op with her. Within days of that story being published, the prevailing opinion in the British press was that Meghan had not only got her friends to purvey an absolutely false picture of her father and of her relationship with him, but that she had done so in the belief that he loved her so much he would never expose her. The inconsistencies and plain, plumb, incredible premise of the People story was not lost on a more incisive and questioning audience in Britain, though they seem to have eluded the American readers, and, even if not them, People magazine. The suspicion was that Meghan had deliberately orchestrated the whole story to deflect criticism of her conduct by courting public sympathy. While the American public might not appreciate that 5 friends of a royal duchess would never behave as they had, without her connivance, the British public was only too aware of how public figures manipulate the press, and had no doubt as to who had caused it to be written and why. When Meghan failed to dissociate herself from the story, her silence confirmed the suspicion that she had been complicit. Had she not been, she would not only have carpeted her friends, but would also have dumped them. Time would tell whether the more cynical viewpoint was justified. But in the meantime, Meghan's admirers, especially in America, viewed any support for Thomas Markle Sr. as yet more evidence that she was being bullied. As the year progressed, and so too did the couple's own goals, Meghan and Harry found themselves more and more trapped by the exclusionary way they were dealing with those who disagreed with them. All royals need no men. In a situation such as theirs, the advice was simple. If they wanted to avoid controversy, avoid controversial actions. Do not encourage friends to brief sympathetic publications like People magazine. And if you haven't, take steps to dissociate yourself from the story and restore what little dignity had been left to your father, rather than colluding with your 5 friends stripping him of its remnants. The British rebel against press manipulation in a way the Americans don't. Meghan and Harry should have known that the immutable law whereby each action has an equal and opposite reaction applied as much to the press as to physics. While Harry and Meghan had no recollection of how his mother used to brief the press herself when she did not get her friends to do so on her behalf, British journalists had only too vivid recall on the subject. Meghan's friends providing America with her side of the falling out with her father might convince readers on that side of the Atlantic that she was being protected by her friends against a bullying press in Britain. But in Britain, the view was that she had simply taken a leaf out of her late mother-in-law's manual of press manipulation. Rather than being convinced of her victimhood, they were now more convinced than ever that she was a proactive manipulator who was using the press in exactly the same way that Diana had done. Meghan now showed everyone why Prince Charles's nickname of Tungsten fitted the strength of character her friends and foes both acknowledge she possesses. Harder than nails, tougher than boots, and anything but malleable, tungsten can withstand most pressures without buckling. Someone who has known her for a long time and spoke to me under an assurance of anonymity explained that all those years of rejection, when Meghan was trying to make it, taught her to hang in there, to believe in herself, to ignore what anyone else says and stick to her guns. It took her years to make it, but she stayed true to her vision of herself. She's doing the same thing now. She thinks the palace crew are a bunch of no-hope suckers. All she needs to do is stay true to her vision, and everything will come right in the end. It is hardly surprising that Meghan would, with a belief like that, hold her line no matter how rough the ride was becoming. Her track record also showed that she had a real talent for turning everything, whether it be an opportunity, a setback, or anything in between, to her advantage. This would become more and more apparent as she and Harry pulled further and further away from their royal moorings. In the meantime, there could be no doubt, from the comments they both made about how inept the palace were at exploiting their undoubted gifts to their full advantage, that they both disdained the advice and opinions of the palace crew. From the disdained crew's point of view, the issues looked radically different. To them, there were no relevant analogies between an actress stubbornly waiting for her big break and a royal duchess who had started out her royal life with the attitude that she knew better than they did what was in the monarchy's best interests, was persisting in denigrating the wisdom and experience of advisors who have been in the game longer than she had, was stirring up unnecessary controversy to the detriment of her royal position, and who continued to let them know that she had nothing to learn from them but all to teach. If you know anything about how publicity works, and how the late Princess of Wales functioned, it was obvious that by this point Meghan and Harry were outmaneuvering their palace advisors. Although the press did not yet know that their purpose was to lay the ground to expand their horizons in a quest for financial and commercial independence, they knew that something was afoot, and whatever it was not kosher. As far as Meghan and Harry were concerned, they had no incentive to take any of the advice they were being given by their official advisors at Buckingham Palace, because the palace crew had been functioning on the premise that this sort of publicity must be dampened down, while the Sussexes were intent on ratcheting it up. In the light of that, it was unsurprising that Meghan ignored their advice to keep her head down but went behind their back and brought in the big guns to shoot down the British press. Her ploy was simple: neutralize the uncontrollable British tabloids so that she would have absolute control over her public image. She therefore instructed Sunshacks in the U.S. to assist her in developing tactics to neutralize them. Meghan could not have chosen a firm better place to take on and crush the press and supplant the gentlemanly palace crew. In making the appointment, she was making it clear that she would not be limited by anything the monarchy told her. Sunshine Sachs is headed up by Chief Executive Sean Sachs and founder Ken Sunshine, whom the New York Times accused of using bare-knuckle tactics on behalf of clients such as Harvey Weinstein when he was first accused of groping model Ambra Badalona Gutierrez, Michael Jackson at the time of his pedophile troubles, and Justin Smollett following his dismissal for faking a racist, homophobic attack. Ken Sunshine is also known to be an avid supporter of left-wing causes and to be a personal friend of the Rev. Al Sharpton and Bill and Hillary Clinton. By instructing Sunshine Sachs to act on her behalf, Meghan was sailing dangerously close to the wind in that Sunshine Sachs's political affiliations could potentially taint the apolitical stance of the British royal family. She, of course, had a defense against that. She was being represented at Sunshine Sachs by Kelly Thomas Morgan, with whom she had worked when she was on Suits. Nevertheless, the mere act of making this extra-official appointment meant that Meghan and Harry had breached several rules at once. Firstly, no responsible national entity can have two representatives fulfilling the same function. And secondly, by appointing Sunshine Sachs without permission, Meghan was demonstrating that she intended to push an anti-press, pro-left-wing commercial agenda, irrespective of these positions being antithetical to the long-term interests of the monarchy. Any doubt about what this appointment meant was cleared up by Ken Sunshine's comments. "We don't play it safe. We're not genteel. We name names and battle the media when we have to." He insisted that his clients had a right to privacy and that he regards press photographers as the stalkerazzi. Because Sunshine Sachs is known within the industry for the hardball tactics it employs in maintaining its clients' privacy against their adversaries, that company's appointment was a direct challenge to the press from Meghan and Harry. While such tactics on behalf of Sunshine Sachs' Hollywood clients might work with the American press, an adversarial approach when adopted on behalf of a British royal would be unconstitutional and liable to bring the crown into conflict with one of its linchpins. Nor was this the only threat the palace spotted. This was the second overtly political appointment Meghan had made that year, the first being the appointment of Sarah Latham as Meghan and Harry's head of communications. A former senior advisor on Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign and special advisor to the late Tessa Jowell, Secretary of State for Culture, Media, and Sport under the previous Labor government, Sarah Latham was adjudged to be too party-political a figure to serve in such a sensitive position. However, Sarah Latham is a respected figure, and the appointment proceeded. By this time, though, the palace were so concerned that Meghan and Harry's actions, some of which were impulsive in the extreme, would damage the monarchy, if only by bringing them negative press, that anyone who could gain the air of her boss would be a godsend. Although Meghan's critics and the American public might not realize it, the palace wanted her and Harry to enjoy the approval of the press, the British press in particular. The difficulty so far had been to convince the royal couple that they should modify their conduct and be more sensitive to the concerns of all segments of the public as well as the media, to ensure that the couple would not be able to run riot and damage the monarchy by overt politicizing or any of the other infractions which they seemed hell-bent on pursuing. A term of Ms. Latham's appointment was that she was to report directly to the Queen's Communications Secretary. That term of employment had Christopher Geit's fingerprints all over it, a prince told me, meaning that the recently ennobled lord had set things up in such a way that the Queen and her senior advisors would be able to exert some control over Meghan and Harry, which really meant Meghan, for while he was an active and willing participant, she was the main tactician and architect. Within months, the palace would learn how completely ineffectual their attempts at control were. Meghan simply went behind Sarah Latham's back and brought Sunshine Sachs in to assist her and Harry in blowing the most popular newspapers in Britain out of the water. Hard on the heels of Sarah Latham's appointment came an application by Meghan and Harry on the 21st June 2019 to trademark over 100 items under their brand, Sussex Royal. They were casting a very wide net. Although they claimed to be doing this in furtherance of their humanitarian work, the categories covered were so extensive that the only reasonable conclusion to come to was that this a straightforward endeavor at commercial exploitation with possible political overtones. There were items such as materials, printed educational materials, printed publications, books, educational books, textbooks, magazines, newspapers, periodicals, diaries, art books, notebooks, greeting cards, even stationery and office requisites. On a more commercially mundane level, the items included clothing, footwear, headgear, t-shirts, coats, jackets, trousers, sweaters, jerseys, dresses, pajamas, suits, sweatshirts, caps, hats, even bandanas, socks, neckwear, and sportswear. More overtly political were such items as campaigning, promotional and public awareness campaigns, organizing and conducting community service projects, and a host of other activities, some specifically charitable, others less obviously so, but all information, advisory, and consultancy services relating to the aforesaid services. All of the aforesaid services also provided online via a database or the internet. There was little doubt by this time that Meghan and Harry were planning a move into the world of commerce, despite such activity being strictly forbidden for senior members of the royal family. There was rather more doubt as to whether she and Harry understood the significance of trademarking a name containing the word royal. It is a word restricted by law in the United Kingdom. No one can use it without the permission of the Crown. The question was, were Meghan and Harry even aware of this? Or did they know it? And were they canny enough to register the trademark while they were still working royals, in the hope that they had a better chance of retaining the ability to use a royal description to which they would have no right once they embarked upon commercial activity? Even before Meghan and Harry's attempt to trademark the Sussex Royal brand was known, it was obvious to the palace, the press, and all sophisticates what Meghan's aim, and with her Harry's, was. This was summarized by the Guardian columnist Mark Borkowski, a PR expert and author of 2 books on publicity stunts, who voiced the universal viewpoint that Meghan intended to build a global brand. He also cautioned against the aggressive approach she and, through her, Harry were taking with the media, contrasting it to his mother's policy of charming the press into coverage Diana had wanted. He foresaw trouble for the couple as American PRs don't get charm, they get size and power, and they don't understand the world outside America. These warnings would come true only too soon. Although it would take another few months for Meghan and Harry to sue the British press, Meghan's guest editorship of the September 2019 issue of British Vogue quickly resulted in yet more criticism from the British press, rather than the praise she had hoped for. Sunshine Sachs had helped her with the project. On the face of it, it was a golden opportunity to shine, but once the magazine came out, becoming the best-selling issue of all time, excitement turned to disapproval, demonstrating just how totally lacking in appreciation of British culture and British sensitivities Meghan and Sunshine Sachs were. The cover, of 15 women in boxes, with the 16th box left bare for the reader to insert herself in it, or anyone else of her choice, was deemed to be a good idea, hijacked by superficiality and woke bias to such an extent that it had become a bad idea slickly executed. By common consent, Meghan's editorship was judged to be too Hollywood, where among her choice of the 15 most important women for change was a heavy hitter like her grandmother-in-law, Queen Elizabeth II, or the female British Prime Minister Theresa May. Why, in an edition dedicated to women who were forces for change in society, were most, if not all, of the women connected to Hollywood? Why were most of them actresses, models, celebrities, or left-wing activists? Yet again, the clash of British and American culture was apparent. In Britain, Hollywood is viewed as the slickest and most famous source of entertainment in the world. But beyond that, it has no gravitas. Very few people in Britain care one iota about the opinions of Hollywood personalities. They are there to entertain, not to instruct, and those who get on the bandwagon, such as Vanessa Redgrave or now Meghan, turn the public off. They prefer to obtain their instruction, elucidation, and education from more conventional sources such as educationalists, writers, politicians, newspaper editors, even television pundits. This contrasts sharply with the respect Hollywood and its representatives generate in the United States. What further reduced the respect of the public reaction was Vogue editor Edward Enninful's confirmation that Meghan had approached him rather than the other way around. This immediately removed all the cachet of an invitation and replaced it with a degree of pushiness which might earn respect in the United States, but did the opposite in the United Kingdom. In the British scheme of things, royalty acquiesces to invitations. It doesn't seek them out. Doing so converts those who are in a position to endow into supplicants. As such, there is a loss of stature, and with it, concomitant esteem. Also, in Britain, the fashion industry is regarded with less reverence than it is in the United States. Although it is viewed as glamorous, it simply does not have the solemnity it possesses across the Atlantic. Here, it is regarded as frothy and frivolous, so dedicating an issue to a sociological subject like women who are forces for change in society became, in British eyes, a bizarre mixture of the superficial and the profound. Had Meghan guest-edited a serious publication like The Economist, or even a newspaper like The Telegraph or The Guardian, and had she chosen really hard-hitting women like her grandmother-in-law, Angela Merkel, the German Chancellor, Christine Lagarde, President of the European Central Bank, or even the incoming President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, she would have gained respect rather than criticism. Then it emerged that Enninful had offered Meghan a cover, but she had declined it on the grounds of modesty. This was taken to mean that Meghan was implying that Catherine Cambridge, who had recently been on the cover, and with whom she was known to be on the outs, was vain and immodest, while she, Meghan, was retiring and modest for declining the honor. She was condemned for casting shade on her sister-in-law and for supposing that declining a lesser position, while requesting a greater one such as the guest editorship, indicated modesty. Mr. Borkowski had been absolutely correct. Sunshine Sachs and Meghan simply did not understand that what works in America doesn't necessarily work in Britain. Not only was Meghan's guest editorship mocked for being shallow and puerile, but it was also condemned for having revealed political bias, unnecessary prejudice, woke pretentiousness, and unregal behavior. From a public relations point of view, it had been a disaster, demonstrating how out of step both Meghan and her media management team were with their target market. They had demonstrated such insensitive overkill that they had managed to turn what could have been a golden opportunity into a rout. In the process, Sunshine Sachs had made their undoubtedly intelligent and capable client look silly. The guest editorship also confirmed the worst fears of those who believed that Meghan was intent on making herself into a global brand. There were real concerns at the palace that she would damage the reputation of the monarchy for being above commerce as well as politics, unless a way could be found to redirect her energies into something less controversial. The reasons are obvious why constitutional monarchy needs to ban members of reigning royal families from political activity as well as from engaging in commercial activity for personal gain. Yet Meghan and Harry seemed oblivious to the fact that you cannot on the one hand represent all the people of a country, while on the other hand you are espousing only one political persuasion. Nor can you be above the hurly-burly of finance, while at the same time getting your hands grubby making deals. Even if your commercial activities are beyond reproach, the overlap between commerce and politics is self-evident. There is always a segment of the population who might disapprove of your monetary activities and in doing so draw you into a political argument. Having politically and commercially clean hands is like being a virgin. It is an absolute. It's either or. You can't be above the hurly-burly of trade and politics while being an entrepreneur or a politician, any more than you can be almost a virgin. Meghan and Harry, however, were oblivious to the consequences insofar as they might adversely affect the monarchy, though they were only too mindful of things as these affected themselves. They both felt that Meghan had a right to her political opinions, that no one had a right to deprive her of her right to express them. Moreover, that they were such good opinions that everyone else should possess them, and those who did not needed enlightening. Never one to hide their light or misery under a bushel, Meghan and Harry on her behalf complained vociferously about how her voice was being muted and her soul crushed. She did not consider that the monarchy might be worth the sacrifice, and he backed her up in that belief. As far as they were concerned, monarchy or none, she was going to get her point across, and if she couldn't do it orally, she'd do it silently. So when President Trump, who is someone for whom she has a pathological loathing, arrived in Britain with the First Lady Melania Trump for their state visit at the beginning of June 2019, Meghan declined to attend a reception at Buckingham Palace with the other royals, though Prince Harry made an appearance. Maternity leave was given as the excuse for her absence, though she managed days later to progress down the Mall from Buckingham Palace to Horse Guards Parade for trooping the color in one of the state landaus, a veritable picture of robust good health, with an adoring Harry shooting her approving looks when he wasn't beaming proudly at the assembled crowd. The press were quick to pick up on the underlying message. Meghan had snubbed Trump. This did not strike the British as a source of glee. Not when the Queen had exemplarily hosted world leaders such as Presidents Xi Jinping of China, Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe, and Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania, and made sure that she accorded all of them the dignity their office demanded, even if she might have had personal reservations about their human rights records. One person who could not condemn his daughter-in-law for her undiplomatic behavior, however, was Prince Charles, who had snubbed President Hu Jintao of China on his state visit in 2005. Of course, if Meghan did have long-term goals where American politics were concerned, her conduct made perfect sense. Shortly afterwards, she reaffirmed her political sympathies when she asked Hillary Clinton and her daughter Chelsea for tea at Frogmore Cottage and made sure that the world knew about the visit. It began to look suspiciously as if Meghan was playing a long game and that she was doing it with skill. Political ambitions aside, she and Harry remained working members of the royal family, so on the 23rd September 2019, they took off on a 10-day tour of South Africa. No one outside royal circles appreciated that this would most likely be their final royal tour. As far as the British press were concerned, it was once more business as usual. It needs to be emphasized at this point that everyone wanted Meghan and Harry's tour to succeed. Because a constant run of bad publicity is in no one's interest, except possibly the subject who wishes to be presented as a victim, the British press were eager for the trip to go well so that they could file glowing reports and restore Meghan and Harry's popularity. One editor told me that all the papers were delighted to see that the Sussexes were greeted with joyousness, the local people taking pride in one of their own race being a member of the royal family. This, after all, was one of the most important attributes Meghan possessed, a veritable gift for the monarchy and a unifying link between it and the citizens of color in the Commonwealth, which, it must be remembered, is primarily a union of people of color. Meghan acquitted herself admirably. She was charming, gracious, affable, and delightful. She made a speech to a group of women referring to herself as a sister and a woman of color. She was greeted with genuine enthusiasm, and it was a true joy to see the pride people everywhere took in her existence. In royal circles, everyone could not have been more pleased with the reception she was getting. Meghan was fulfilling the promise which people all over the world had vested in her, and everywhere, genuine delight reigned. Many of the Commonwealth diplomats to whom I spoke felt that she was representing people of color everywhere with true grace and dignity. They all expected her to be a real force for good, as long as she continued to represent such hopefulness and positivity to the hundreds of millions of people who now regarded her as the embodiment of what people of color could achieve. The press also noticed and commented favorably upon Meghan's choice of wardrobe. Tactfully, it was more high street than couture, as she downplayed amongst the poverty-stricken the fashion parade for which she was so well known, and which garnered her such praise amongst the fashionistas on both sides of the Atlantic. What remained unknown so far were the furious battles that had been fought between the couple and the financial controllers for the Duchy of Cornwall, who were liable for the expenses of Meghan's wardrobe. In the months since her marriage, she had gone through some $2 million for clothes alone. She never wore the same item twice, and virtually everything was couture. As the cost mounted and the courtiers tried to keep the tab down, Meghan and Harry doggedly refused to relent, stating in no uncertain terms that she had to look good and they weren't about to cut corners for penny pinchers. Proving that, even when she pinched the pennies, she looked good, Meghan used the visit to display not only her stylishness, but also to show off her son. She and Harry introduced Archie to Archbishop Desmond Tutu and his family. The press, hungry for pictures of the baby and the happy family, lapped up every charming moment. Harry then left Meghan and Archie on their own to visit Botswana, Malawi, and Angola. While there, he retraced his mother's footsteps in the famous landmine journey she had made in Huambo shortly before her death, though by now the fields were gone, replaced by a concrete jungle. Articulating the ultimate purpose of the tour, he said, "This is a wonderful example of how the UK, in partnership with Angola, can address the issue of landmines, bringing prosperity to an area, creating jobs, helping people access education and healthcare, and making communities safer." As the tour approached its end, it seemed to observers as if the Duke and Duchess of Sussex had finally turned a corner. Their run of bad publicity had come to an end. All their publicity had been positive. They had acquitted themselves admirably. They had behaved in impeccable royal style and done so with all the charm, style, and gloss which had turned them into one of the world's most famous couples. The trip had been a resounding success. The goodwill with which they had started their marriage, and which had seeped away in the year and 4 months since it, had flooded back in. Then, the day before their departure, they took a pickaxe to the pool of well-being, hacked away at the accumulation of success, drained away all the positivity which had been built up in restored good relations with the press, and dissipated the very purpose of a royal tour, which is to promote harmony while turning the world's attention to the place being visited. In one fell swoop, Harry and Meghan diverted attention away from South Africa, the suffering of its people, and their own success, by issuing a statement unknown to their official office at Buckingham Palace or to the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, which is in charge of royal tours, through their American-managed official website. It declared, "Statement by His Royal Highness Prince Harry, Duke of Sussex. 1st of October 2019. As a couple, we believe in media freedom and objective, truthful reporting. We regard it as a cornerstone of democracy, and in the current state of the world, on every level, we have never needed responsible media more. Unfortunately, my wife has become one of the latest victims of a British tabloid press that wages campaigns against individuals with no thought to the consequences. A ruthless campaign that has escalated over the past year, throughout her pregnancy and while raising our newborn son. There is a human cost to this relentless propaganda, specifically when it is knowingly false and malicious. And though we have continued to put on a brave face, as so many of you can relate to, I cannot begin to describe how painful it has been. Because in today's digital age, press fabrications are repurposed as truth across the globe. One day's coverage is no longer tomorrow's chip paper. Up to now, we have been unable to correct the continual misrepresentations, something that these select media outlets have been aware of and have therefore exploited on a daily and sometimes hourly basis. It is for this reason we are taking legal action, a process that has been many months in the making. The positive coverage of the past week from these same publications exposes the double standards of this specific press pack that has vilified her almost daily for the past 9 months. They have been able to create lie after lie at her expense simply because she has not been visible while on maternity leave. She is the same woman she was a year ago on our wedding day, just as she is the same woman you've seen on this Africa tour. For these select media, this is a game, and one that we have been unwilling to play from the start. I have been a silent witness to her private suffering for too long. To stand back and do nothing would be contrary to everything we believe in. This particular legal action hinges on one incident in a long and disturbing pattern of behavior by British tabloid media. The contents of a private letter were published unlawfully in an intentionally destructive manner to manipulate you, the reader, and further the divisive agenda of the media group in question. In addition to their unlawful publication of this private document, they purposely misled you by strategically omitting select paragraphs, specific sentences, and even singular words to mask the lies they had perpetuated for over a year. There comes a point when the only thing to do is to stand up to this behavior because it destroys people and destroys lives. Put simply, it is bullying which scares and silences people. We all know this isn't acceptable at any level. We won't and can't believe in a world where there is no accountability for this. Though this action may not be the safe one, it is the right one, because my deepest fear is history repeating itself. I've seen what happens when someone I love is commoditized to the point that they are no longer treated or seen as a real person. I lost my mother, and now I watch my wife falling victim to the same powerful forces. We thank you, the public, for your continued support. It is hugely appreciated. Although it may not seem like it, we really need it. Media information. Her Royal Highness, the Duchess of Sussex, has filed a claim against associated newspapers over the misuse of private information, infringement of copyright, and breach of the Data Protection Act 2018. The proceedings in the Chancery Division of the High Court relate to the unlawful publication of a private letter. A legal spokesperson from Schillings who are representing the Duchess of Sussex said, "We have initiated legal proceedings against the Mail on Sunday and its parent company, Associated Newspapers, over the intrusive and unlawful publication of a private letter written by the Duchess of Sussex, which is part of a campaign by this media group to publish false and deliberately derogatory stories about her, as well as her husband. Given the refusal of Associated Newspapers to resolve this issue satisfactorily, we have issued proceedings to redress this breach of privacy, infringement of copyright, and the aforementioned media agenda. The case is being privately funded by the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Pending a court ruling, proceeds from any damages will be donated to an anti-bullying charity." This was throwing down the gauntlet in a major way. It was a declaration of war against the British press. And while the American media might not have understood this, their counterparts on the other side of the Atlantic did. Although it isn't totally unheard of for royals to sue, it is highly unusual. And the timing could not have been worse from the point of view of the British nation, even if it could not be bettered from the point of view of Sunshine Sachs, whose brief was not to protect Britain's interests, but to weaponize any and everything to the advantage of the Sussexes personally. Putting aside the personalities and the personal benefits Sunshine Sachs could gain for the Sussexes by hijacking the purpose of a royal tour to the detriment of Britain's national interests, and indeed the benefits that would otherwise have accrued to the people of South Africa, the announcement brought a worse than sour end to royal duties that had been a howling. The statement eclipsed a tour that had been months in the making, had cost a vast sum of money, and had gone so well until the declaration of war had stolen the scene from South Africa and its problems. The only mitigating factor, if one existed, for stealing the tour's thunder and diverting attention away from its purpose, i.e., the South African people and their problems, to the personal interests of the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, was that Sunshine Sachs, being an American company with left-wing sympathies, had neither knowledge of nor interest in furthering the monarchic and Commonwealth agenda when they could take a wrecking ball to a royal occasion on behalf of their clients. Unsurprisingly, their timing was greeted by outrage in Britain. There was little doubt who had advised him and Meghan regarding the statement and its timing. It had all the hallmarks of an American initiative, and this smacked of interference by a foreign entity into the national life of another country. Sunshine Sachs, Harry and Meghan might not have had it to the forefront of their thinking, but the press, the palace, and the rest of the royal family appreciated in full the constitutional significance of members of the British royal family taking on the press the way they had one. The statement itself was a curious blend of fact, fiction, wishful thinking, fear, loathing, and false accusation. Harry's passion and emotion were uplifting, though whether they were misplaced was another matter altogether. The fact was, when you cut through all the unfounded claims of bullying, of the wicked press manipulating a gullible public and hounding Meghan and Diana, who, as stated earlier, customarily tipped off journalists and was therefore largely, if not totally, responsible for her own pursuit. The supposedly innocent Meghan was not suing over lie after lie, as Harry stated. But because her father had approached the Mail on Sunday over the use to which Meghan and 5 of her friends had put a supposedly private letter she had written to him the year before, a letter whose contents he had kept private until she divulged them, patently, with the sole purpose of leaking its contents to discredit him. Contrary to the claims of her friends, who had quoted from the letter and could therefore have had sight of it only through Meghan, she had not tried to contact Thomas Markle on the many occasions she claimed, nor had he failed to contact her on the many occasions he said he had done. He had the telephone records to disprove her version and prove his, along with much else besides, including who had paid to put her through university, something he had done. The grounds for action were therefore not the deviousness, manipulativeness, or mendacity of the Mail on Sunday, whose behavior on that occasion had been beyond reproach. The legal and moral issues could not have been clearer. That newspaper had merely referred to the People article and quoted from a letter Meghan had written to her father, following her breach of her own privacy by revealing its contents to not one but at least 5 separate friends, all of whom had joined forces to further the breach of that privacy by revealing to People magazine the contents of the letter she had written. According to Meghan, she had put pen to paper to repair their broken relationship, not to lay down a paper trail in which she could bring as much ammunition as she judged necessary to blast her father into oblivion, and in so doing restore some of the damage which her icing of him had caused to her reputation. The facts spoke for themselves. If she had truly wanted to restore relations with Hai, why had she failed to respond to any of his subsequent to contact her? Why had she publicized a supposedly private communication between daughter and father, which he had expected would remain private, but which she had revealed to not one but several of her friends? What was Meghan's definition of private? Did it extend only to her protection of her own interests? Did it have such a loose definition that she could demand silence from the recipient of a letter whose sole raison d'etre appeared to the fabrication of self-serving proof of her side of a story? Did all rights repose in Meghan and none in Tom Sr.? And what about those 5 friends who had violated Meghan's trust in them by repeating the confidences she had imparted for publication? Were we to accept that friends who betray your privacy are all right, because you take the view that they're trying to protect you, but the father whose privacy has also been betrayed by you and your friends has no right to defend himself against the violation of privacy you have instituted? The sheer illogic of the premises being put forward by Harry for the lawsuit against the Mail on Sunday was untenable, not that anyone in the know expected the general public to realize that. Why would they, when they only had the merest glimpse of the whole picture? Meghan would then stretch the bounds of credulity further by maintaining that her friends had taken it upon themselves, without her knowledge, consent, or approval, to fabricate the whole thing in an attempt to protect her. Were we truly to believe that Meghan, who has made such an issue of privacy, accepted her 5 closest friends breaching the confidences she had placed in them as she showed them the letter she had written to her father? As they contacted, arranged, and fabricated the interview they gave to a nationwide publication as popular as People magazine? That they were free to do so without any adverse consequences, but that the father they had pilloried did not have a right to defend his actions, his interests, and his privacy, which they had violated in furtherance of their own interests. Meghan had seemingly written the letter with the purpose of reviling her father. She had revealed the contents to her friends, who had parroted her words to people. She was therefore the perpetrator of the breach, not its victim. All her father had done was defend himself against accusations Meghan's friends had made on her behalf. According to the Mail on Sunday, which had tapes and documents to back up their claims, all her father had done was sought to set the record straight, using her own words to reveal the facts. It is always unfortunate when families wash their dirty linen in public. The stench of grubby water sticks to all concerned, not just the guilty. Had Harry been older when his mother died, he might have understood how destructive it is to try to use the press against family. He would also hopefully have had more sympathy for those whom Diana had sullied as she poured bile over them, posing as the victim, when in fact she was more often perpetrator than anything else. The place for resolving family conflicts is not in the world at large, but behind closed doors. Nor is the public arena a suitable platform for boosting oneself at the expense of family members. It always backfires, if only because with every victory you lose a disproportionate number of supporters. The law of diminishing returns kicks in. Meghan and Harry were aware that falling out with her father had done her image a great deal of harm. They appear to have thought that the weak link in the chain would be the Mail on Sunday, for reasons which I will get into shortly. An American cousin of mine who likes Meghan, she is so beautiful and elegant, spoke for many when he said, "Her father is dreadful. I wish he'd just disappear." Be that as it may, lawyers on both sides of the Atlantic acknowledge that Thomas Markle Sr. had a cause of action against his daughter for defamation. Under American law, the plaintiff has to prove malice to succeed. A top lawyer told me, "What could possibly be more malicious than a daughter writing a letter to her father, full of misleading and inaccurate statements, with the evident purpose of leaking its contents to friends, who then leak it to the media, to humiliate him and portray him in an unflattering light?" While Meghan's U.S. admirers might have wished Tom Senior to disappear, in Britain the feeling was more nuanced. The fact that he had chosen not to sue her, but to get a British publication to put his side of the story, showed that he did not want to hardball Meghan, though he did want to redress the balance. Had he been the money-grubbing, attention-seeking jerk that Meghan's friends had made him out to be, he could have got millions off people, as well as a lot more coverage than an article in the Mail on Sunday, by suing her and the friends who had defamed him to People magazine. To those of us who know the score, Meghan's choice of publication to sue was interesting, possibly even cynical, and certainly indicative of a sophisticated and intelligent operator. The Mail on Sunday is owned by DMG Trust, whose main shareholder and chairman is the 4th Viscount Rothermere, a cousin of Lady Mary Gay Curzon's first husband, Esmond Cooper Key. The present editor is Ted Verity, but the previous editor was Geordie Grigg, now editor of its sister paper, the Daily Mail. The royal couple might well have thought that the Mail Group would be a soft touch because Jonathan Rothermere and Geordie Grigg have impeccable connections within the highest levels of British society and would not want to jeopardize their connections with the royal family. If that is so, they miscalculated. British press barons are vastly influential, but Jonathan and his father Vera have always been known to have been hands-off owners. They literally let their editors and managers function with no reference to themselves. During the Leveson inquiry into press standards, this was proven when Jonathan was shown to be so detached from the running of his mighty media empire that he had resisted the former Prime Minister David Cameron's blandishments to influence his editors over Brexit. I knew his parents, whom I first met in 1973 in Jamaica, where they had a house at Round Hill, where Tom Inskip's reception was held and Harry and Meghan stayed. It was therefore only natural that once I started having trouble with his newspapers, I would approach Vera to intercede on my behalf. He told me that much as he liked me and would love to stop his papers defaming me, he simply did not have the authority to do it. And if he made an exception for me, he would have to do it for everyone else in future. Jonathan's mother, Pat, confirmed her husband's detachment and used to say that the only person Vere would ever bester himself for was the Queen. Geordie wielded more day-to-day influence as the editor of one of the country's most popular papers. He was as well connected as the Rothermeres. His father, Sir Karen Gregg, had been a courtier, a gentleman usher to the Queen for 34 years before being made an extra gentleman usher. His eldest brother, Louis, had been a page of honor to the Queen. His sister, Laura, had been a lady-in-waiting to Diana, Princess of Wales, who was godmother to her daughter, Leonora Lonsdale. Harry certainly knew Laura well, so the link was anything but notional. If Harry and Meghan thought that Jonathan and Georgie could intervene, should things get dire, they miscalculated. The Mail on Sunday have stated publicly that they will defend Meghan's claim to the bitter end. Through friends in that organization, I have been told privately that that is indeed the paper's intention. Thomas Markle has given statements to their lawyers, has provided evidence of the considerable financial assistance he gave Meghan over the years, to include proof that he put her through Northwestern University, has furnished medical records to substantiate that he did have the heart attacks which prevented him from attending the wedding, and has turned over his telephone records which show that Meghan and Harry never once tried to telephone or text him after their wedding, despite claims to the contrary. On the other hand, he tried on numerous occasions to contact her, again contrary to her friends' claims to People. Within days, Harry would announce that he was also suing the Sun and the Mirror for hacking his phones many years ago. The die was now well and truly cast. It is a very serious occurrence when a member of the British royal family sues a British national newspaper. It is even more serious when you not only have a weak case, as Meghan patently did, but your opponent can argue that you don't have right on your side. No royalist wanted to see either Meghan or Harry embarrassed and humiliated in a court of law. Moreover, the wisdom in established circles has always been that you sue the press only when you're on terra firma, occupying the high ground both legally and morally. Aside from the fact that all legal cases are unpredictable and therefore frequently less manageable than novices think they are, Oscar Wilde and Gloria Vanderbilt Sr. are two cases in point. The British tabloids, despite frequent evidence to the contrary, do have standards, though these are rather higher where others are concerned than for themselves. Despite their double standards being leavened with generous doses of sanctimoniousness, hypocrisy, self-importance, self-delusion, and judgmentalism, they truly believe that they have a righteous purpose in preserving liberties in our society. To an extent, they are right. They therefore have all the righteousness of Pharisees, while being brutally tough, their survival skills honed thanks to the fierce competitiveness that exists between the various national publications. They hate being sued. They never forgive those who sue them, even when you are in the right and they in the wrong, as I know from personal experience. They have long memories and even longer print runs. They will punish you down the line for taking them on. It therefore does not behove you to litigate unless the issue is so important and you are so patently in the right, and they are so patently in the wrong, that you really have no choice. It really must be something fundamental, like an honest person being accused of being a thief, but it should not be wishful thinking and pretensions to victimhood. When Harry declared in his emotive way that he and Meghan had no choice but to sue, he was being rhetorical. Doubtless his words moved him. Doubtless they were intended to move others. Meghan is known to be a superb wordsmith who captivated millions with her blogs. It is unlikely that she would not have overseen Harry's statement, as she oversees everything else. They would have been wise to understand that in terms of suing the British press, no choice should literally mean no choice, and that though their rhetoric might move their supporters to sympathy, it would leave the press, and that segment of the British public that believes in a free press, cold. The British press, with their skewered sense of justice and their tendency to join forces against anyone who attacks one of their own, were not about forget how the Mail on Sunday had been accused of being in the wrong when they were simply doing their job properly. The reckoning was inevitable, and came soon enough. On the 21st October 2019, ITV aired a documentary entitled Harry and Meghan, An African Journey. This was supposed to be a program about their South African trip, with the focus being on their work, not themselves. The interviewer, Tom Bradby, was known to be friendly with William as well as Harry. No one could have imagined that Harry and Meghan would use the television program as a forum for confession. Royalty, with the exception of Harry's late mother, does not treat television appearances as if they are group therapy sessions, nor are the secrets of the confessional appropriate for spilling by the subjects of an interview to millions of viewers. Yet Tom Bradby managed to get Harry to confess to a breach with his brother, well known within elevated circles, but only now confirmed to the general public when he asserted that he and William were on different paths. And there were good days and bad days within the relationship. Since it has been a truism of British national life since 1997 that the royal brothers were close and mutually supportive, this was a bombshell revelation. Because Bradby can lay claim to mental health issues of his own, having experienced a serious bout of insomnia, and because Harry and Meghan were wearing their misery openly, he brought up the subject of their mental well-being. Harry revealed how every time he sees a flash from a camera, he is cast back to his mother's death. This was yet another instance of what Gayle King described elsewhere as Harry being over the top. Diana had been dead for over 22 years. Was Harry seriously expecting anyone to accept that he was such an emotional mess that flashbulbs catapulted him back to Diana's death, a death which he had implied in his October 1st statement was due to the press? Or was he trying to gain the public's support by playing the sympathy card? Several journalists to whom I spoke opined that Harry was either losing the plot and had gone bonkers under Meghan's ministrations and all that yoga and meditation she has him doing, or then this was a bald attempt on his part to cynically play the card of his mother's death in an attempt to muzzle them. They did not like it. Disapproving as they were of Harry's move, they were even more condemnatory of what they regarded as Meghan's more overt attempt to gain the public's sympathy for her hard lot. When Tom Bradby asked her how she was doing, and she bit her trembling lip, appeared to be fighting back tears, and bravely confessed that she was finding adjusting to royal life a struggle, that no one had asked her before how she was doing, implying that she was a sensitive soul surrounded by callous people, and that it's not enough to just survive something. You've got to thrive. She certainly moved admirers and even neutrals in North America. One of my oldest and closest friends, whose first husband was a household American name and whose second husband is an eminent figure in New York, told me how touched she was by Meghan's struggles. In Britain, however, it was another story, with opinion divided much less in her favor. While Meghan had her supporters, a discomfiting number of people, journalists as well as pedestrians, expressed sentiments including, "What an actress, what a phony, what a fraud, what a spoilt, greedy, self-centered, self-pitying, entitled cow." They were convinced of the fairness of their conclusions because Meghan had made her discomfiture known to Tom Bradby while she was surrounded by people whose everyday life is a genuine struggle to survive. Yet here she was, pleading for the world's sympathy for her hard lot in life. To them, she did not deserve compassion for the hardships involved in her ultra-privileged existence. She should have been looking around her, counting her blessings and thanking Harry, God and the Queen for having landed her in the hyper-privileged lap of luxury. One member of the public, who attended an event at my castle and engaged me in conversation, said, "Meghan Markle has to be the most insensitive woman on earth. How can you beg the public to pity you because you're a royal duchess who has worn $1 million worth of clothes in a year? Because you've spent £2.4 million on renovating your 5-bedroomed house on the Queen's bleeding estate? Because you have an army of staff to help you with your sprog, baby? Where's the cause for pity? Me and my friends find it really distasteful that this woman has come over here, and rather than be thankful for all she's been given, she whines about not having enough support." To the British, who thought not only about Meghan the person but also Meghan the Royal Duchess and how she had so much to be grateful for. She was not deserving of sympathy, while to the Americans, she was. Before anyone had time to recover from the sensation generated by the airing of the Tom Bradby interview, Holly Lynch, a 33-year-old Labour MP, gathered together a group of 71 other female MPs, mostly Labour like herself, to sign an open letter to Meghan on the 29th October 2019 showing solidarity. On House of Commons writing paper, it was addressed to Her Royal Highness the Duchess of Sussex at Clarence House, which, ironically, was the first of many indications that the writers were neither as sophisticated nor as knowledgeable as the public might imagine. The Prince of Wales's residence is Clarence House. The Sussex's office was then at Buckingham Palace, their home at Frogmore Cottage. So before the letter had even begun, it was setting the tone for the inaccuracies, misleading information, and the genuine lack of insight into what was going on that would follow. It stated, "As women MPs of political persuasions, we wanted to express our solidarity with you in taking a stand against the often distasteful and misleading nature of the stories printed in our national newspapers concerning you, your character, and your family. On occasions, stories and headlines have represented an invasion of your privacy and have sought to cast aspersions about your character without any good reason as far as we can see. Even more concerning still, we are calling out what can only be described as outdated colonial undertones to some of these stories. As women members of Parliament from all backgrounds, we stand with you in saying it cannot be allowed to go unchallenged. Although we find ourselves being women in public life in a very different way to you, we share an understanding of the abuse and intimidation which is now so often used as a means of disparaging women in the public office from getting on with very important work. With this in mind, we expect the national media to have the integrity to know when a story is in the national interest and when it is seeking to tear a woman down for no apparent reason. You have our assurances that we stand with you in solidarity on this. We will use the means at our disposal to ensure that our press accept your right to privacy and show respect, and that their stories reflect the truth. Meghan, of course, was delighted to receive such overt and unprecedented support. She got in touch with Ms. Lynch and thanked her. Nevertheless, there were several problems with that letter, chief of which was the accusation that the press stories were violating Meghan's privacy, failing to show respect, and violating the truth. The press, in fact, had a much more accurate handle on what was going on behind the scenes, that the MPs were also confusing the more bizarre comments posted on the internet with the valid criticisms the press were making. Journalists cannot be held accountable for what takes place on the internet, but of course, politicians of all complexions are always keen to muzzle the media and will leap on any bandwagon that helps to further their censoring agendas. This was therefore a classic case of politicians trying to make capital out of a situation with which, by rights, they should not have been involving themselves. The conflicts between a member of the royal family and the majority of the press should have been off limits to parliamentarians, and would have been had any other member of the royal family been involved. Meghan Markle, being an America mixed-race feminist and left-wing political activist, her unique qualities were extrapolated by these MPs into giving them license to interfere, when in fact they had neither the right nor the correct degree of information with which to intervene. There was actually a strong case to be made that these politicians were exploiting Meghan's identity for their own benefit and to further their own political interests. The fact that they were interposing themselves when there was a lawsuit between a member of the royal family and the Mail on Sunday made their actions even more indefensible. In a democracy, the right of the press to comment freely upon the actions of public figures, especially public figures who are either politicians or royals, is a fundament which needs to be protected by everyone who understands that a free press protects a free society, and vice versa. Meghan had launched a lawsuit against a publication that had a valid right of response legally. and therefore the argument could be made that these politicians were abusing their positions by writing to Meghan in the terms they did. The timing of the letter was also mischievous. Britain was a few short weeks away from a fiercely contested general election, which, without exaggeration, represented the most important choice voters were required to make in a lifetime. The very soul and future of the country was at stake. Would Britain remain a centrist democracy under the sitting Prime Minister Boris Johnson, or would it become a Marxist state under the Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn? Would it remain a part of the European Union, or would it regain those elements of its national sovereignty that had been surrendered as a part of its membership of the European Union? Would Britain Brexit, or would the voters opt for reversing their original vote to leave and remain one of 27? Most of the signatories of the letter were Labour MPs. Many were avowed Republicans. Several of them were known political agitators. The few who weren't rabidly left-wing anti-monarchists were either avowed feminists who saw misogynism everywhere, or then they were the occupants of marginal seats who were plainly jumping on what they estimated was the populistic and popular bandwagon in the hope that they would save their seats. Beneath the ostensibly noble sentiments, there was therefore a tremendous amount of cynical and politicized self-interest, which, as far as the palace was concerned, was just the sort of situation they had always sought to avoid, and which would never have occurred had Meghan and Harry not been pandering to the very political elements in the country who wanted to abolish the monarchy. This was yet another example of how dangerous it was when leading members of a choir decide that it is their personal interest to sing off-key. The anti-monarchist, pro-Republican Marxist MP Rebecca Long Bailey actually said that while she wanted to abolish the monarchy, she'd like to see Meghan made queen first. Even more offensive than the letter's rank politicization of an issue that had nothing to do with politics was the implication that Meghan was being victimized on racial grounds. The thinly veiled allusion to colonial undertones was accusing the press of racism when they had welcomed Meghan with open arms and suppressed much negative information about her. They were not prejudiced against her on racist grounds. On the contrary, they had been prejudiced in favor of her on those precise grounds. The fact that they knew, in a way none of the MPs who had signed that letter did, that Meghan viewed many British traditions with barely concealed contempt did not make them guilty of colonial undertones. If anyone was guilty of prejudice, it was the MPs who had written the letter, or Meghan herself, for what can be more prejudicial than a foreigner disdaining national customs and institutions? It was obvious that whoever was prejudiced, it was not the press, but the authors and subject of the letter, which had been written with the specific purpose of exploiting a time of national vulnerability. It was the signatories who were prejudiced against the monarchy, the centrist and right-wing elements of the British press. They were trying to make political capital out of something which they had no right interfering with. The British people, however, had more to worry about in the lead-up to the election of the 12th December 2019 than any of the fanciful claims the female MPs had made. Water sought its own level, and the issue floated out to sea, as everyone in Britain concentrated on the truly important issue of whether the country would remain a centrist democracy outside of the European Union or become a Marxist state, possibly out of the EU. It was a massive relief to people all over the country when Boris Johnson was re-elected Prime Minister with a huge majority. Several of the MPs who had so mischievously tried to make political capital out of the conflicts between the press and the Sussexes lost their seats. The problem of opportunistic Marxist MPs having been solved by the electorate, Harry and Meghan set about providing solutions to their own problems. They gave the first indication of what they had been planning for the whole year when they announced that they would not be spending Christmas with the royal family, but would go abroad with Archie to be with her mother. Although few people outside of a tight royal circle appreciated that the royal couple was taking the first step in realizing their ambition to base themselves in California, safely beyond the reach of the palace and its supporters in the British media, while they promoted their interests and became financially independent, Harry and Meghan had nevertheless just handed their critics a dagger, and the media did not hesitate to use it. Their refusal to spend what Fleet Street and most well-informed people suspected would be Prince Philip's last Christmas with him raised questions as to just how humane they actually were when dealing with those close to them, as opposed to strangers who would give them adulation as they indulged in displays of humanitarianism. It had been an open secret in well-informed circles in Britain for some time that Prince Philip commiserated with someone with pancreatic cancer by stating that he too was diagnosed with it. Out of respect for him and the Queen, the editors in the know had decided not to break the news until the palace announced it. As no announcement had been made to date, no editor had published that fact. But anyone with a brain in his or her head only needed to look at Prince Philip to see that he could not possibly be very long for this earth, pancreatic cancer or none. So the press waded in and questioned just how sincerely humanitarian Harry and Meghan were. While some reports did allude to the rumor that Meghan had been deliberately detaching Harry from his family, none stated that she resented her grandfather-in-law for having advised Harry not to marry her. As such, they were exhibiting self-restraint, for the word in smart drawing rooms was that Meghan had skillfully used the family's original caution about her to gain absolute control over Harry and steer him away from his family in the direction she wanted, which was worldwide celebrity based in California. While the press marked down the couple's bolt across the Atlantic to self-indulgent inconsideration, with the more left-wing newspapers taking the alternative viewpoint that they were a young couple and should not be expected to always spend the festive season with Harry's grandparents. This book's original proposal to the publishers, written earlier in the year, had stated that Harry and Meghan would be seeking to lead a life on both sides of the Atlantic as they set about maximizing commercial opportunities while capitalizing upon their royal status and fame. The issue, as I made clear, wasn't if, it was purely when. To that extent, the press were therefore outside of the loop. Obviously, Harry and Meghan would not be considering Prince Philip's existence when their focus was on their own. Sentimentality aside, it mattered not a jot whether they spent Christmas in Canada or at Sandringham. What counted was where they would be living, and my information, which would only too soon be confirmed by the statement they made when they stood down as senior royals, was that they intended to live between Britain and California, enjoying the full benefits of their royal life when they were here, and the complete advantages of their American activities when they were there. Chapter 10. As far as the public were concerned, 2019 ended on a high note for Meghan and Harry. They had announced that they were retreating from public view to spend 6 weeks away on a much-needed break, which would be, in keeping with their previous demands for privacy, entirely private. Although one or two publications were ungracious enough to point out that Meghan had spent most of the year off, that Harry's schedule had not been exactly onerous either, and that their interpretation of privacy seemed at odds with their endless postings on their stylish website, the rumblings were focused more on their failure to be with Prince Philip than anything else. Buckingham Palace cleared up the mystery of where the couple had retreated to by announcing that they were spending the festive season enjoying sharing the warmth of the Canadian people and the beauty of the landscape. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau then tweeted, "Prince Harry, Meghan, and Archie, we're all wishing you a quiet and blessed stay in Canada. You're among friends and always welcome here." To celebrate the festive season, Harry and Meghan cut out the hated tabloids and communicated directly with their followers, posting on the Sussex Royal website an informal black and white photograph as they squatted in front of a heavily decorated Christmas tree, smiling joyously at Archie, who was gazing directly into the camera. Beneath the ducal coronet was the message, "Wishing you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year from our family to yours." The problem with taking command of their media coverage as forcefully as Meghan and Harry had done was that they didn't only make adversaries of the people whose livelihood they threatened, but they also exposed themselves more than would otherwise have been the case had the palace press office been handling their publicity. Since it was obvious by now that Meghan herself was the sculptress molding the clay, she is well known to micromanage everything. And since her fingerprints and Americanisms were over virtually every one of their postings, the press began drafting in experts to find out what the hidden meanings were behind the pronouncements and even the body language. Some of the interpretations were positive. For instance, the British communications and body language expert Judy James noted that their pose in their Christmas card demonstrated the tight affection between Harry and his wife as they sat on the floor in mirrored poses. She also suggested that Harry and Meghan's configuration made them seem to be rather lost in their own trio of love. She thought that their positioning gave out the message that they were equals. In contrast to the Cambridge's Christmas card, which was more traditional, with William at the center of it. To the extent that the Cambridges do have a traditional marriage, while the Sussexes have a woke one, she was right. Where things might have got confusing is that royal and aristocratic wives are traditionally the powers behind the thrones. They wield their might quietly. They do not flaunt it. But pushovers? I have seen very few in my lifetime. Most of the men have far more respect for their wives and defer to them rather more frequently than outsiders might imagine, or might be apparent to those who do not understand the traditional world. And most of the women are far better able to shape their destinies and those of their families than many a feminist might imagine. In a way, these traditional wives have long since had the power feminists have been hankering after since women's lib came along, and they continue to wield it to this day. Diana Wales, for instance, exercised tremendous influence in her marriage. Her mistake was to think that she could dominate Charles so completely that she would change him into the man she wanted him to be, after which he would meekly follow in her wake. Rather than lose his identity totally, he withdrew from their relationship, which happened right after Harry's birth. But even then, Diana continued to be a force to be reckoned with. She was an extremely strong personality, and the sons of strong mothers usually choose strong women for their wives, which is what both William and Harry did. Insofar as Catherine Cambridge is concerned, those who underestimate her do so at their peril. Her sister Pippa used to go out with Billy, the son of my great friends Alan and Patria Moore Nisbet, and so they had an insight into both sisters long before they became as famous as they now are. Catherine may be sweet and traditional, but she has always been highly intelligent with a strong character. She does not function at a fever pitch of hyper-enthusiasm like Meghan, nor is she a dominating personality, but still waters run deep. To imagine that she is downtrodden in her marriage or anywhere else would be a mistake. She, rather than William, is the more effusive partner. She is also very competitive, especially in sport, and makes no pretense of wanting to win, even against her husband. To suppose that they are anything but equals would be delusional. Meghan, on the other hand, plays a variety of roles with Harry. On the one hand, she is the ultimate authority on all topics. She is the driving force in their union, but he happily heads in the direction she leads. She is a mixture of the little woman, big mama, leader, faithful follower, siren, and nanny. Unlike Catherine, who has equanimity, she vents furiously, casting herself in the role of victim when she faces opposition of any sort, then switching to Boadicea, hurtling in her spike-wheeled chariot towards the opposition when that works more effectively. Because Harry is less stable, less intelligent, more emotional, and more immature than William, Meghan has him coming and going as she panders to the alpha male, the little boy, the spoilt brat, the wounded and vulnerable man-child who is still working through childhood issues. Catherine and William's relationship has always been healthy. They are equals in human terms, while some people regard Meghan and Harry's as fundamentally unequal. After the bombshell announcement of Meghan's lawsuit against the Mail on Sunday, the press and the palace became aware of the extent to which she and Harry intended to use their online postings to connect directly with their followers by cutting out the press. One journalist told me that she and most, if not all, of her colleagues had come to the conclusion that the royal couple was shamelessly hawking their own brand of propaganda. Once the press came to that conclusion, They pored over each and every posting of the Sussexes to try to figure out what their agenda and endgame were. No one was naive enough to take anything they said or did at face value, for the media had come to realize just how canny and wily Meghan and Harry were. Because Harry is not particularly intellectual and Meghan's modus operandi only hinted at her underlying game plan, their postings now became a rich source of inquisition. Their Christmas card was a case in point. While the intended message was that Meghan and Harry had a gloriously happy marriage of like-minded equals, the photograph itself showed that Meghan was first amongst equals. Who the leader is in any relationship is always relevant where any couple is concerned. But when you are dealing with a member of the British royal family and his American actress wife, who might be inducing him to reject his heritage to keep her happy, who leads and who follows becomes fundamental. Since the British press were vested in the dynamics of the relationship in a way that the foreign press could never be, who was dominant and who submissive became a matter of genuine national interest. The giveaway in the Christmas card was the focal points. All photographs or paintings have only one true focal point. If something has two, it is either a bad painting or a doctored image. In the photo the Sussexes had posted, the natural focal point was Archie. By rights, Harry and Meghan's images should therefore have been equally blurred, for they were equidistant from their son. But in their post, Harry's face is expectedly out of focus, while Meghan's is unexpectedly and astonishingly in focus. This was one picture that was worth 1,000 words. The message could not have been clearer. Archie and Meghan being the focal points while Harry was not, there were logical conclusions to draw. Both the British press and the internet commentators drew them. Once that message was picked up, the posting of the Christmas card rebounded, garnering criticism in Britain, even though Meghan and Harry had obviously invited only approbation. She was therefore wise to cut herself out of the picture in the next posting, their New Year's message on Sussex Royal, which showed only Harry holding Archie beside the water on Vancouver Island, where they were staying in a $14 million house lent to them by a benefactor. Rather less wise was the accompanying text, wishing you all a very happy new year and thanking you for your continued support. While this sort of language might have been acceptable in America, in Britain it was not. Royalty does not thank the public for its continued support. Only politicians and traders do. Yet again, the cultural discordance was blighting, but also shedding light on the Sussexes' message. To a discomfitingly large segment of the British populace, many of whom would have liked Harry and Meghan to be enjoying the popularity they had possessed at the beginning of their marriage, it now seemed that he, who used to be able to do no wrong publicly, could no longer do anything right. This was borne out within a matter of days when the couple returned to Britain from their Vancouver Island bolt hole, leaving Archie behind with his nanny. In breach of diplomatic protocol, they posted on Instagram that they had visited Canada House in London to thank the High Commissioner Janice Charette and staff for the warm hospitality during their recent stay in Canada. The Duke and Duchess have a strong connection to Canada. This created a new precedent, and one, moreover, which would make life impossible for everyone if, every time royalty visits a country, it and the host embassy or high commission has to grind to a halt for a thank-you courtesy call. Of course, the true purpose of Harry and Meghan's visit was to ingratiate themselves with the Canadians, and in so doing, whip up public support in that country for their supposed move to Canada, even though their stay there was never intended to be anything more than a stopgap measure to get Meghan back to her origins in California. However, the press and general public did not yet know of this or any other planned move, and, since neither the royals nor the diplomats posted to the Court of St. James's wanted to be railroaded into having unnecessary courtesy calls, this became yet another instance of Harry and Meghan being out of kilter with what was expected of them as a royal couple. Despite this, their visit did gain them publicity, so to that extent it was a worthwhile exercise. By this time, the British press and too large a segment of the British public were coming to the conclusion that the couple was playing some obscure game of single, double, and triple bluff, whose purpose was obscuring by their dazzling public smiles and private contortions what was patently a self-created mystery. When Meghan then posted the secret visit she had made on her own to London's Hub Community Kitchen prior to dropping in with Harry at Canada House in London's Trafalgar Square, it did not have the effect they desired, namely that she would be praised for being so philanthropic and charitable that she squeezed in visits of encouragement to the needy between courtesy calls on diplomats. This was condemned as a cynical grab for attention. Because it was obvious to observers that Meghan was sculpting her and Harry's public image into a likeness she wanted their admirers to see, the split reactions being generated through their internet postings forced the conclusion that they were playing exclusively to their supporters in the gallery, while ignoring everyone else in the theater of life. It was now apparent that Meghan was a formidable propagandist, on a par with Diana, Princess of Wales, whom Sir David English, head of Associated Press, described as possessing a genius for self-promotion. Because Diana functioned at a time when the internet did not exist, she was handicapped in having to use the press to get her message across. Although Meghan replicated Diana's practice of exploiting her links to sympathetic organs within the media such as People magazine, she had direct access to her supporters via the web in a way Diana never had, and was making skillful use of this access to mold her followers' opinion of her and Harry. What was interesting was how she possessed the same cocktail of traits that Diana had: charm and sincerity mixed with contrivance and opportunism, all overlaid with a patina of vulnerability and dexterous assertiveness. The developing parallels between the two women as they went about fashioning their public images were truly remarkable. Both women had the same technique, providing journalists and photographers with the variety and novelty necessary to keep themselves on the front pages of newspapers. Even when they were out of sympathy with both women's viewpoint, these representatives of the media nevertheless guaranteed them attention they would thereafter use to their ultimate advantage, as they did the alchemist's trick of turning the base metal of negative publicity into the gold of ever-increasing celebrity. If variable reinforcement was a tool both Diana and Meghan knew the value of, so too was the lure of letting the public get glimpses of their secret and private worlds. Diana's most outstanding example of this was the Panorama interview with Martin Bashir, but on a daily basis she used to drip-fed private and secret information about herself to friendly journalists such as Richard Kay. It was interesting to see how Meghan was updating that concept, sharing such things as secret visits to charities, and in the process shaping her public image into that of a dedicated humanitarian. In one regard, Meghan's deployment of her media skills was more akin to Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother's, than to Diana, Princess of Wales's. While married, Elizabeth had always taken care to project herself as one half of a golden couple, pushing forward the reticent Duke of York, who then became King George VI. In the process, Elizabeth became acknowledged as a wonderful wife and marvelous